In a strange place, two golden turtle statues appeared, each couplet was written on their heads, and at the same time a male voice spoke, "Master, tell me a hexagram." Another voice interrupted, "Planning a marriage for me." There is a banner at the foot of the statues, "There is no one who understands the 8 trigrams better than me." At the bottom of the mountain at the foot of Tan Jia Mo Ling's mountain gate, fortune tellers flocked to see their fortunes and they took turns saying, "Master, Master, can I make a fortune?" The person replied, "Don't rush, one by one." The first customer was an old man who came and asked, "Mr. Tu, I have 18 concubines, more than 30 sons and daughters, which son should I let inherit the family business?" To Li replied without hesitation, "Don't think any more than 30 children are not your children." Next, a strong young man came and said, "Mr. Tu, the goddess and I have been confused for more than half a year, do we really have any hope?" He answered him, "Friend, your goddess tonight we have arrived at the small forest behind the mountain of Luke Tre Fan, when that time comes, you should go and take a look." To Li Fan with one hand, his mouth firmly stated, "The divination he found for me was correct." Another person asked, "Friend Su, why can't I find a girlfriend, do I have no love life, fate is not?" He folded his fan and replied, "My friend, 3 years later you will meet your destiny. Dear, here I suggest you practice sword fighting first." After a long day of fortune-telling, he rode the flying sword back to the sect and opened the system to check a bit. In it is a long list of his basic information. The system announced, at 12:15 noon, the fate points obtained today were 25 points. Hearing that, Tali immediately sighed and thought, only 25 points, it seems that divination is not suitable for me. His previous vision appeared, accompanied by his own monologue. "My name is Tali. In my previous life because my university entrance exam results were too good, I was so happy that I died on the spot, and then I reincarnated into this world. Time traveled to become 7-year-old Tali, orphaned during the war, then suddenly brought back to Wu Tianj Fan Thu to be his disciple by that unreliable master. After less than 2 years, the master ran away. The system after time travel finally arrived, but the trick is, the system informed that the host had agreed to be single for 1,000 years to tie down my system. Tali was extremely confused and said, "Wait, what is single for 1,000 years, when did I agree?" He continued his monologue. The trickier thing was that in the future, increasing one's realm could only be based on fate points. Tali shouted dissatisfiedly, "Although I am not a genius, for better or worse, I am someone who broke 3 levels in 2 consecutive years, and now I can't even practice." He seemed to be angry at that moment, extremely angry, and shouted, "If you don't practice, you don't practice. Quickly, aren't you a script system? Quickly show me the content of his script." What's even more deceptive is that you need to complete the system's conditions first to be able to read the script content. Before completing the conditions, the host can only see the color of the opponent's script, not be able to view the content. Tali was helpless, he was angry and wanted to grab this system. But then it announced, "Please hold the other person's chin and say, 'Little goblin, you have successfully attracted my attention and will open the script viewing function. You are a young man.' This makes Tali unacceptable. If she is sick, who will say it? You think that's all? The biggest deception is still behind." In front of him was a lovely sister who was happy to see him. "Senior brother, you are back," Tali said. "This is the most precious gift my unlucky master left for me." Sister Quat Tian Van, after the master left, we always depended on each other to survive, until I couldn't help it, completed the system's conditions, and read the content of Tian Van's yellow script. In short, the condition to read Tian Van's script is just touching the other person's hand, which is too simple. Tian Van's script is surprisingly simple. The front is all blank, only the last page has one sentence. 1,000 years later, Tian Van kills senior brother Tali, holds his senior brother's head, and attains enlightenment. Qua Tian Van still spoke to him innocently. "Senior brother, the conference to accept disciples every 10 years has started, now let's go over there." He could only reply with one word, "But she didn't realize it, that you know everything. Oh my God, what evil did I do to make my heavenly angel want to kill me?" After that, both of them went to the conference. This place was very noisy and bustling, everyone's voices were heard everywhere. "Little brother, I see that your roots are the best, martial arts training skills are rare in hundreds of years, can you follow the old man back? Little brother, do you like sword halberd? My purple Chi Win sword halberd technique is #1 wearing Ling Jo. Do you want to learn sword having with me? Little sister, coming from purple kumquat, I hate men, everywhere there are invitations here." Tali exclaimed, "The disciple acceptance conference was so exciting, I hope we can also accept a good disciple in our master's place." Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. It was the saintess. The saintess was here. The saintess had never come to the conference to accept disciples. This time did she want to accept disciples? Both of them looked confused. "I don't know what's going on, saint." Everyone gave her compliments. My God, she is so beautiful, if I can see her, there will be no regrets in this life. Li immediately recognized who this person was, Yang Chi, the saintess of the Holy Land Mak Ling, one of the two most talented disciples of the Holy Land, the landowner under the elders of the Holy Land, was this person, top among the disciples. She walked forward with a radiant look, causing him to struggle because of this beauty. Moreover, like rumors, the saint is so beautiful that she is not like a mortal, feeling like first loves. He suddenly realized something unusual. Li looked up at her script and thought to herself, why does the saint script have a black aura? This is the first time I've seen it like this. The system suddenly appeared, startling him slightly. It gave him a mission, inviting the host to save Yang Chi's life. Mission duration, 1 day, punishment for failure, host death. Li couldn't help but express her attitude. Kwa Tianvan saw that his face was a bit uncomfortable, so he asked, Senior brother, are you okay? He replied, I don't know who was just watching the excitement, stepped on me, it's okay haha. In my mind, I was thinking that this is the first time the system sent out a mission, but it still has this feature. It seems like there will be a chance in the future. Wait a minute, if you want to save the life of the saint, you must definitely, if you read her script first, you will know what risks she will encounter. He turned to ask the system, to read Zhang Yueng's script. As long as he fulfilled any condition, the system immediately made a request that shocked him. Am I crazy? We will be attacked by the saintess and others. Her suitor explodes into dust. If she doesn't leave, she will also turn into dust after the host dies. He cried sadly and went on duty, not forgetting to blame it. System, I miss you. Goodbye to this shitty life. Goodbye to my Tianvan. Tianvan echoed behind him. Senior brother, where are you going? Li quickly left. And then reaching her, he called her, Saint. He immediately carried out the assigned task. Because he was so depraved, Yueng Chi slapped him and threw him away. It was convenient to quickly catch him. 2 people on both sides held his shoulders down. Everyone around him stared at him with judgmental eyes. Suddenly in the crowd, Tian Van appeared and called out to you, Senior brother. Li thought to herself, I can't let Tian Van misunderstand me as a pervert. System, open a store. That's right, I forgot to mention, this scam system only has one advantage. He remembered, owning an extremely powerful store, there was nothing he needed. The system could exchange 25 destiny points for anything. It replied, it could be exchanged for 1 minute of increased power. He accepted, exchanged. The system notifies you that the exchange is successful and 25 destiny points are deducted. Li has escaped the slave's arms. He thought about it, because he didn't want his junior sister to misunderstand me as a pervert, and for the sake of living, the saintess apologized. Li reached out and hesitantly said, I want it. Zhang Ying's servant only screamed. The saint was careful. Meanwhile, Li quickly approached her. She realized. But Li ran past. He aimed at her disciple, grabbed her, making her cry out in fear, Master. Yang just said irritably, if there's anything wrong, just target me and spare me the things I just accepted. He shouted loudly and threatened, don't come here. He told her the truth, Saint, your life is in danger, I know how to calculate hexagrams, you believe me. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar criticizing him, forcing someone else's little lady to find an excuse. Trayman, if you look at the holy woman, just say it and quickly release the child. I decided to expose Yang bad habits just to make her believe in him. She likes to eat pears and hates eels. When she sleeps, she likes to kick off the blanket. Every day when she wakes up, her hair stands up. She likes the color pink and white, walking on the street. Before, he liked to raise little spirit beasts, but if he raised them, he would die. He secretly sighed in his heart. The saint's slap was not in vain. I had already seen the content of the script. Yang Chi got angry and shouted at him, shut her mouth. The 2 slaves said in surprise, how did he know? Even she was surprised and thought to herself, this is something I have never told anyone. How could he know? Could he really be an effective divination? But she only cared about her child and told him, these things have nothing to do with my child. You quickly let her go. He replied, of course it has something to do with her. Li exposed everything. Because the disciple she had just accepted as hers was the one who wanted to harm her, she relied on ancient secret techniques to hide her identity and infiltrate the disciple acceptance conference, just to let her know, kill you, isn't it, Holy Lady of the Black Demon sect? The little child was still sobbing, it was so scary. Yang just couldn't believe her ears. She exclaimed, what? Everyone was surprised. How could it be possible that such a little girl was the saintess of the Dark Demon sect? Li thought miserably, "Junior sister, you have to believe me, I really didn't mean to bury her, I have heartache." He hastily decided that he had to force this witch to quickly reveal her true form. There was not enough time, there was no other way, and then it was time to bed. The system gave a time warning. He raised his knife. She ordered him to stop. Yang Chi quickly rushed at him to attack and said, "Don't hurt my disciple." The time for the system props arrived, the props effect ended, and there was a huge explosion. Smoke flew blindly. A stranger appeared and spoke, but unexpectedly, an alchemist appeared halfway to sabotage my plan. In front of him is a beautiful girl named Mak Lan. She is also the saintess of the Dark Demon sect. Everyone is infatuated with her beauty. "Oh my god, she's so beautiful, I can do it, come and trample me." Like a gust of wind, she quickly pulled out her knife. Stabbed straight into the opponent's body. It turned out that Li used her body to protect Yang Chi. Tian Van shouted in panic, "Senior brother!" Yang Chi quickly jumped into the air. She summoned magic in her hand and said indignantly, "Old witch!" Her attack was aimed directly at Mak Lan, causing her pain. Chi seemed angry, so he said, "Leave your life here." Quickly another attack from her was delivered. But something seemed to have happened that made her eyes widen in surprise. It turned out that Mak Lan had run away. Before leaving, she had the audacity to say, "Everyone of the Holy Land, we'll see each other again, haha." After the battle, she returned to worry about Li's life. "Master Tu, why, we were only destined to meet once, why did you do this for me?" He hesitantly replied, "Miss, live, we can live." Chi exclaimed in surprise. Her concubines felt sorry for him. It was his true love, Master Su, who loved the saint like that. It was truly touching, that love. His strength gradually ran out, his eyes dropped. Before passing out he explained, my junior sister is not a lustful scoundrel." A strange voice rang out, "Mr. Su tried his best." At Vu Tianj Fan. Li was lying down exhausted, when he suddenly woke up in a soft bed. He quickly stood up and saw Tian Van lying face down sleeping. He raised his voice and called out to her, "Junior sister," and she slightly opened her eyes. He gently stroked her head and said, "Junior sister, I'm worried about you." Tian Van smiled brightly and replied, "Senior brother, it's good that you're okay." Li softly called her name, Tian Van. Suddenly he became panicked and exclaimed, "It's broken." He hurriedly jumped into the bed, looking very rushed. Tian Van seemed puzzled by his actions and asked, "Brother, what happened?" He hugged his stomach. Then calmly replied, "Tian Van, I'm hungry." She just felt helpless and speechless. She continued, "If senior brother is okay, it's good, I thought." Tian Van quickly left to get food for Li. "Senior brother had a pot of porridge on the stove, let me get it for you," he replied. Tian Van thanked her. She left. He suddenly became serious and called the system out and asked if the saint's loss had been resolved by the system. Had the mission been completed? The system announces that the system mission to rescue the life of Saint Yang Chi of Kim Ling Holy Land has been completed. Li was as happy as a blessing. He happily said, "That's great, it seems like there's no need to die. I just didn't expect that the saint's script was also golden in color. It seemed like the saint was extremely talented." He continued, "The system's scripts are all divided into 7 colors: white, blue, green, light blue, red, purple, yellow. The colors represent the high or low level of each person's strength. Normally speaking, normal people do not have spiritual roots and are all white, only monks have color separation." He continued, "From the awakening system so far, we have only seen Tian Van with a golden script, and now there is also the Saint Yang Chi, leaving the son of the golden script to owe his fate. I am grateful, this storm is not bad." 3 days later at the Crescent Spirit Sanctuary on the street, the surrounding atmosphere was very bustling, filled with everyone's voices. Li exclaimed with joy. After a few days of rest, she could finally go out for a walk. Everyone in the crowd recognized him. "Look, it was that person. Li, Vu Tianj Fan, it was him." He also felt the whispering atmosphere, so he asked his junior sister, "Tian Van, are you having a hallucination? Why do you keep feeling like someone is pointing at you?" From afar, there are 2 young men whispering to each other about you, that perverted saint. Every day he draws the hexagram for the saint because he is spying on the saint. I see that he is looking at the saint of others because of his high cultivation level. Beautiful, tsk. Tian Van's expression suddenly darkened, a bit sad, and Li immediately recognized that. He explained, "Tian Van, I have no relationship with that saintess, you have to believe." She hesitantly replied, "Tian Van believed his brother." In the distance, there was the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. A strange woman suddenly bumped into Li. She groaned in pain and ached. Li realized one thing: the script was golden. Anan Ling confusedly said, "Sorry." He immediately had an idea in his head, right, because the system's mission disturbed the collection plan. Now that the legendary golden color was available, wouldn't this be a very good opportunity? He respectfully knelt down and said, "The person who should apologize is my sister. Are you okay? You don't look like a disciple of the Holy Land of the Holy Spirit. Do you want to worship the Master? Do you want to go with Wu Tian's brother?" Anan Ling was a bit surprised and stammered in response, Me. Suddenly she cried like a child, making Li confused and could only comfort her, telling her not to cry. Tian Van gently walked over and gently reassured her, "Little sister, don't cry, we don't have any bad intentions, it's just why are you here alone?" Anan Ling replied, "I just walked here in a daze but suddenly I was already here, I also didn't know where it was." Tian Van asked, "Where are your relatives?" Her eyes suddenly drooped and she said sadly, "There is no one but me." Li thought to herself, strangely, I heard that people with golden scripts are people with great luck. How could they fall like that? If you can see her script, the system and conditions are what? The system appeared, lifting the opponent 3 times to start reading the script. When Li heard that, he was stunned like lightning struck his ears. He hesitantly looked at Anan Ling. But then he also made a decision. He couldn't leave a failed genius like this, he would lose face and die. Without hesitation, he immediately carried her. Then lifted her up and said, "Let's raise her up." And quickly put her down. Anan Ling became panicked and scared. She cried non-stop, so he had to reassure her, "No, I'm not a pervert, little sister, don't cry, I just want to make you happy." She gently stood on tiptoe, trying to forcefully say, I know you two are good people, this is the first time I have met someone who treats me gently." The little girl hesitantly continued, "It's just that Anan Ling has no home, no money, no anything, I don't deserve to be treated well by everyone." The pitiful gesture made both of them soften their hearts and say, "Are you willing to become our junior sister, Anan Ling? There is nothing unworthy of you, you are so good, is it so good? To become your family is definitely a very good person, can we enjoy this good fortune?" She happily replied, "Yes." They quickly took the girl home. Li was saddened, thinking about Anan Ling's sad fate, not expecting that the cute and adorable girl like her now would go through such a difficult life. The system displayed the scenario of her life: Anan Ling, with thin blood, homeless and wandering around at the age of 11. In the spring of her 12th year, she strayed into the holy land of alkaline spirits and ate wild fruits and vegetables every day. In the spring of her 13th year, because her blood was too thin and she had no talent, no one accepted her in the alkaline holy land, so she left the Holy Spirit holy land and secluded herself in the mountains to make a living by herself. 10 years later, bloodline gradually, luck appears and the body gains countless opportunities. 10,000 years later, Anan Ling survived the disaster and successfully became a god, known to the world as Anan Long Nu. Li thought to herself, Anan Ling and Tian Van are both soft and have golden scripts, it's really impossible to judge by their appearance. In the east of Tian Heap Chao, the Black Demon sect's main camp is located. A voice screamed, "I won't forgive him." "That came from Maclan," she said. "To Li, I must make him pay." Maclan ordered her servants, that man's name was Li, to capture him alive and bring him here. In his hand was Li's portrait. Her servant said somewhat confusedly, "Your Highness, this man is..." Maclan didn't have any patience left. She was in a hurry to apologize to her servant. What was the point of asking so much, telling you to go then go? She hated Li, thinking angrily, wait until I catch him and then see what I do, how to take him down. In her mind, a scene appeared in her mind of her laughing happily as she kicked Li down, while he was below, begging endlessly, uttering very offensive words. "Please call me, Your Highness." He suggested, "Your Highness is injured and has lost a tail, now it's best to quickly close the door to heal. We blocked the news." Maclan was afraid of humiliation, so she shyly replied, "Cough, don't spread the word, news that I was injured." She said, "I want to see if little girl Mac Naguyat finally has the guts to fight for my life." At the cave of the saintess Mac Naguyat of the Dark Demon sect. Beautiful Mac Naguyat is happily enjoying herself. Outside there is a man waiting for an announcement. She then recognized him and said, "I'm sorry." Mac Naguyat angrily continued, "You better have something important." That man respectfully responded to her, yes, it was Maclan's news. Maclan was seriously injured and was still looking for a man. Mac Naguyat found it interesting and immediately exclaimed, She wondered, it seemed like Mak Lan's plan to assassinate the holy goddess Anan Ling had failed, but why was she looking for that man? He answered, his subordinates thought this was the best opportunity to kill Mak Lan, taking advantage of her serious illness. Mak Naguyat got angry, her pride wouldn't allow it, so she oppressed him and said, "Are you teaching me how to act?" That man said tremblingly, subordinates don't dare." She spoke angrily, "Mak Lan, you underestimate me too much." The subordinate defends her, "The master is wise." She thought, but Mak Lan wanted to capture a demon, could it be that person was her lover? It seemed that this little girl Mak Lan could not escape the emotions entangled in the fox star's heart. Mak Naguyat looked at his subordinates and said, "Hey, you know what to do, right?" He replied loudly, "I know, I will kill that man who ruined Mak Lan's mood." It was completely wrong with her intentions, so Mak Naguyat angrily said, "What hammer do you know?" She ordered, "You go capture that man and hand it over to your highness, then find 100 demon girls. I want to make Mak Lan see with her own eyes that the person in her heart is dirty." She said while laughing heartily, "When that time comes I want to see how crazy she is, ha ha ha." The subordinate agrees, still the master has a way. Returning to Li, he was resting when he suddenly sneezed. He wondered, who mentioned me? Li asked the system, "Yes system, where is my reward? I completed the mission, what about my destiny points?" It informs, the system is being upgraded and the reward is temporarily unable to be settled. Li got angry, he angrily shouted, "You are a fraud, I risked my life on the mission, is it right that you want to abstain from voting for my labor?" A voice called out, "Senior brother." In 1 second, Li's attitude changed, he turned his head and gently replied, "Tian Van." It turned out that it was not Tian Van but Anan Ling. She called him, "Big brother, senior brother." Her lovely appearance made him dizzy. "Mother, this is very lovely." Suddenly, Anan Ling cried and said sorry to his senior brother. Li was surprised and quickly soothed her, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Anan Ling, don't cry," Tian Van replied. Anan Ling had a problem in her mental dance. Li kindly patted her head and said, "Just practice slowly in everything, brother and sister don't ask me to have great future, it's important for me to be happy." He thought to himself, even though in the future, I will also be Silver Dragon Lady. He continued, "Sister Anan Ling only needs to be in charge of being cute means being righteous." After that, Li asked her, "Yes, Anan Ling, where did you live before, can you tell senior brother?" It turned out that because he wanted to learn more about her, the script introduced too little about Anan Ling and basically did not mention her past, but the difficult task was just raised high. Anan Ling began to narrate everything. Anan Ling grew up with her mother and always lived in a village. She continued, her mother treated Anan Ling very well, but did not allow Anan Ling to wear new clothes when going out. Before leaving the door, she had to smear her face. The considerate image of her mother appeared in her memory. Anan Ling was obedient and insisted on washing her face outside. She quietly obeyed her mother. Tian Van was confused. Why was it like that? She herself didn't understand, so she replied, "I don't know." Li thought, looking at this appearance, it was not difficult to understand. The little girl sadly recounted that a year ago her mother left Anan Ling a necklace. Her mother said she had to go to a very far place and could not take Anan Ling with her. The next day her mother disappeared. Her eyes drooped down, a bit sad as she spoke, after which Anan Ling never saw her mother again. Anan Ling continued, then because of the war and chaos, the village no longer existed. Anan Ling did not know where to go and could only follow the villagers. The story did not end there, and after that, Anan Ling met a group of very evil people. Bad memories appeared in her mind. Little sister, follow your brothers, make sure you will be well fed and warm. At that time, little Anan Ling could only cry sadly. Hearing this, Li couldn't control her anger and slammed her hand on the table. He cursed, "That's not possible, what a bunch of animals." He sadly asked her if Anan Ling was okay. Unfortunately, there was no senior brother by her side at that time. Our Anan Ling family suffered. At this point, she started to say, "Anan Ling is okay, a very good sister saved me." At that time, Anan Ling's sister said, "Tu Moi, it's very dangerous for you to walk alone, so let me show you the direction." She pointed straight ahead and gave careful instructions, "Go straight to the north and then you will see a towering mountain peak above the clouds. When you get there, go look for dance." Hearing this, Tian Van was a little confused and wondered. Anan Ling told her what kind of dance she was looking for. She replied, at that time, Anan Ling was both shocked and scared. She couldn't hear the end of the sentence and fainted. Li happily said, "It's okay, after all I found our Vu Tianj Fan, which also starts with the word Vu, this is called fate." A strange call rang out, asking if Mr. Su was here, causing him to turn his head to look. It turned out to be Gang Chi. She spoke, "Mr. Su is really sorry, but now he came to say thank you." He replied, "It's okay, Miss Hong's safety is the most important thing." He also recognized the aura emanating from Chi's script. After the dark energy on the script disappeared, it was truly sparkling. Chi said, "To thank Su Kong Tu for saving his life, I have prepared a little gift so that Su Kong Tu won't laugh." Chi's maid brought out a box. It was filled with rare items that surprised everyone. Miss Hong was so polite. In fact, she thought the hall had already given away a lot of spirit stones and medicinal pills. It was so embarrassing, haha. Suddenly, Gang Chi said a little shyly, "Actually, I also want to apologize to Mr. Tu. Very sorry to Mr. Tu, me." The notification and monitoring system found that Saint Yang script only had a close relationship with the host, inviting the host to squeeze the other person's waist, look affectionately for 10 seconds, and begin reading. He thought to himself, feeling like she really put a lot of emphasis on apologizing to me. Li thought about whether it would make Tian Van misunderstand more, otherwise she still wouldn't look. The system kept popping up. The system reminded Gang Chi and Quat Tian Van's scripts had nothing to do with it, asked to look it up. Li changed his attitude immediately. "Okay, let's take a risk." He immediately touched Chi's waist. The ladies were all surprised and frightened. The two looked at each other affectionately for a moment. Chi was a little embarrassed, her cheeks were a little pink. The system starts the script reading countdown. Chi misunderstood him, so he pushed him away and said, "Master Tu, I cannot accept you." Li calmly replied, "I just saw that you had an evil eye." His extremely strange answer made her freeze. Chi quickly turned away because he was embarrassed. He awkwardly said, "Is that so? Ahaha, so the saint misunderstood, I didn't." Suddenly Li realized something. Wait, I remember the script just now. The content of the script appeared. After Li read it, he was stunned speechless because it was so wrong from the script he thought. Li widened her eyes, looked up at Chi and said, "Miss Yang accepts it or not, it doesn't matter, I only have one thing to ask you." She replied, "Please just say it." Li clasped her hands and gently continued, "Miss Yang, if I offend you in the future, can you spare my life?" When Tian Van heard it from afar, he became angry and spoke, "In the future, senior brother wants to offend Miss Yang." He stuttered to explain, "No, that's not what he meant, oh my god." Tian Van quickly left. She angrily said, "Senior brother, please slowly welcome the saintess. Tian Van still has work to do, please leave first." Chi also quickly disappeared. Master Su and I also left. Here, the two of them made Li very helplessly complain that, "No, everyone misunderstood, I didn't mean it that way." In a moment, there was no longer a shadow of anyone present. He quickly turned around and whined at Anan Ling. "Anan Ling, from now on, stay away from women a little bit, women are too complicated, ha-hoo-hoo." She replied, "Senior brother, but Anan Ling is a girl. At the Library of Holy Places, the spirit is contained." Li arrived there, holding Chi's rare item and thinking, the things the saint sent were still very practical, even the letter of command was there. In front of him was a door with a couplet engraved on it. He looked at them and secretly commented, "This couplet is really unruly." Li walked around thinking, there are so many books here, and she chose some books for Anan Ling suitable for long locks practice, then chose 2 books for Tian Van, hoping that after returning to Tian Van, calm down. Suddenly, he tripped over something, causing him to fall forward. Ling Tu was extremely frightened, because he accidentally pulled her pants down. Li quickly pulled up that girl's pants. While brushing her pants, he smiled wryly and said, "Cough cough cough, I'm sorry." That girl then reacted to him and let out a loud scream and then ran away in smoke. He saw that from behind and thought to himself that this girl didn't know right from wrong. Obviously he pulled her up, already. He covered his face, cried, and continued to think, but it was true that a dog yawned like a fly and was able to skillfully complete her script reading task. The system's task truly had less and less deadlines. At this time, a voice rang out from behind, "Someone died at the age of 8, it took 80 years to bury it, if you don't practice, it will be gone." Li realized that she was angry and turned back to blame. "You, right, you tripped me." Suddenly the system appeared with the text that it had started reading the script, inviting the host to watch. He felt uncomfortable and asked the system again if the difference between men and women needed to be that big. A thick red book appeared above the drunk man's head. Li immediately turned it over and read, summoning a rosy luck. The eldest disciple of the chief sword hall of the Kailan sect is also a direct disciple of the Kailan Holy Land, a person with a talent for swordsmanship but unfortunately only loved the long spear. In the end he couldn't cut them both off, so he could only stop at the Golden Dam realm, being used as a villain teaching material by later generations. Luckily, the new summon had a younger sister, Gas, Golden Fortune, who had a talent for swordsmanship much better than Zhao Tan. In the end, she inherited the sword hall and became the master of the strongest sword hall in the history of the Holy Land of Valley Spirit, even becoming the #1 swordswoman in the world. He let go of the burden in his heart and left forever. After reading it, Li thought to himself that he had just accidentally made fun of someone else's sister or helped him. I wasn't just doing it for the sake of fate, okay? Absolutely not. After thinking about it, he raised his hand and slapped Cheu Tan, causing him to have a swollen cheek. He didn't understand how angry he was, yelling at you for not hitting me. Even my father hadn't hit me like that. After hearing this, Li just calmly spread out his hands and said, hit me. After hitting me, can you release the knot in your heart to practice guns? After hearing this, Cheu Tan was so surprised that he stuttered, who are you and what are you doing? No me. Li started out like a noble man. Behind him there seemed to be a halo of light, saying, are you shouting out loud because you don't want to practice swordplay? Are you feeling stuck from the beginning to the end? In the end, you don't know what you want in your heart. Is it because you have no way to face yourself that gives rise to hesitation? The more Cheu Tan listened, the more confused he became. A cold feeling arose in his body when he saw that someone knew his situation, so he stammered and asked, who are you? Li replied that my name is Li, I am a fortune teller. If you don't want your mind to be unthinking throughout your life, then come find me and I will show you the way. Then gave Cheu Tan a folded piece of paper. He immediately opened it and read. The content inside the paper was to pick the lock to open the door, buy old magic tools, old pill furnace, and make divination certificates. At night, Li was holding a stack of books on the way home, thinking that these books were enough for Anan Ling to practice for a while. Suddenly he saw that the light from Tian Van's room had not turned off and thought that Tian Van was not sleeping yet. Entering the room, he saw Tian Van sleeping on the table with food as if waiting for Li to return. He immediately said that this girl was disobedient and was waiting for me. Looking at her sleeping soundly, he silently wondered when the clouds had become so big. His eyes were not obedient and unintentionally looked down at Tian Van's breasts. Li immediately turned a despicable look, her nose bled, her perverted smile continued to develop very well. Suddenly, Tian Van woke up and saw him, so she called her senior brother. He immediately hid his perverted face and replied, sorry for making so much noise, sister. She stood up and said it was okay, maybe senior brother hadn't eaten yet, so Tian Van went to reheat it. Suddenly he held her hand without needing it. I felt like this was fine. Tian Van immediately looked at him with confusion and asked why. Li immediately used a flirtatious tone and replied because it looks so beautiful. Senior brother just looks at it and feels hungry. After hearing this, Tian Van immediately blushed and avoided his eyes, calling out to senior brother in a low voice. The atmosphere suddenly becomes very dark. The next part is up to the reader to think for himself, but I don't know anything he. The next morning, we were at a place called Sword Hall, Sword Spirit Holy Land. In the room, a person was reading something and asked if this was the information you had collected about Li. The servant behind him was kneeling on one knee with his hands clasped and replied, yes, young master. It turned out that person was Cheu Van. He had information about Li in his hand and read Li. The eldest disciple of Wu Tianj conferred the Holy Land of Almighty. 8 years ago the first beauty Lang Nguyen Tan ran away, leaving behind Li and the nuns lived dependent on each other. Every day at the top of the Holy Mountain, the Holy Spirit tells fortunes for mortals and non-Buddhist disciples. They are well regarded and secretly love the saint. If there is nothing to do, they will consider seeing the saint. What kind of personality do you like? It's called a perverted example. 7 years ago, the saint was in trouble and saved a religion. There was nothing wrong with the saint. After reading it, Cheu Van said that this story is not trustworthy at all. Do you really want to impose your future on someone like that? The servant behind him wondered what was wrong with the young master named Li. He replied that the man attracted my attention and he was not simple, or was he just a human being, most important in our lives? After hearing that, the servant misunderstood what Cheu Van was trying to say and panicked. He wanted to attract attention, not simply the most important person. That man named Li, could it be, will become the future master of swordsmanship. Suddenly, the girl whose pants Li accidentally pulled down yesterday, Ling Tu, suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in to shout, big brother, help her teach someone. Hearing what she said, Cheu Tan seriously asked Ling Tu who was teasing her. Speaking of this, she immediately thought back to the action she had done and was too shy to say it. She immediately blushed and responded to someone who was rude to him. So she angrily turned her face away and said, "No matter what, you have to help me teach him." Hearing that, Cheyutan put his hand on Ling Tu's shoulder to coax him and replied, "So what is his name? What family is he from?" She replied that I didn't know who he was, but I drew a portrait of him and brother had to help me find him and then teach him, then gave Cheyutan a scroll of paper, which he accepted and said, "Okay, rest assured." Hearing that, Ling Tu walked out of the room, waving her hand and saying, "It's up to you, brother." Then he opened the scroll and saw a distorted drawing. Angrily yelling at this monster, "How could I find it?" On the other side at Vu Tianj Fan Hao Sun Place, Li was happily lying on Tian Van's white thighs. His perverted face was glued to her succulent grapefruits. On one side was Anan Ling holding a plate of fruit for him. Looking at this scene, Li thought to herself, "This day is really so beautiful. If it weren't for Tian Van harming that father, the ending of the script would be even better." Suddenly the system rang. The upgrade system completed the destiny points and entered the account, inviting the host to confirm that the host completed the mission to rescue the Holy Maiden and received a reward of 500 destiny points. At the same time, the host changed the destiny of the host, Jiang Ningqi. In the future, the host will gain 50,000 destiny points into unlimited destiny points. Seeing that he received a lot of destiny points, he suddenly thought 50,000 points. Then he left and said, "I suddenly felt like I wanted to break through, so I went into seclusion first," leaving Tian Van in confusion, calling for his senior brother from behind. Seeing him leaving in a hurry, Anan Ling worriedly asked senior sister Tian Van if he was okay. She looked at Li's steps and said that Brother Ween wants to break through. "Let's go help brother guard the palace," Anan Ling immediately replied. On Li's side, he opened the system to look at his information. Full name, Li, gender, male, realm, lot, realm, middle states, destiny point 250 out of 1000 martial arts Vu Tianj Immortal Dharma, most important building, destiny point 380 out, 1000 destiny points 50,500. After reading it, he immediately said that in addition to the mission reward that changes the character's destiny, the character will also be rewarded with a large amount of destiny points, and the higher the talent, the more destiny points the reward will be. After saying that, he happily thought to himself, wouldn't he need to help people entertain him a little more in the future? His destiny points rushed into his account. Using these destiny points to break through the previous realm, he had used up everything, then went to search for beauty. Then he sat down to cultivate the yellow spiritual energy that appeared around him. At this time the system sound also started. The head rang. The host was promoted to the middle stage lotteries. 2000 out of 2000 half-set Qi refining realm. 0 out of 4000 hosts were upgraded to the half-set Qi refining realm. 4000 out of 4000 early stage Qi refining realm. 0 out of 5000 hosts got upgraded to early stage Qi refining realm. 5000 out of 5000 hosts were promoted to middle stage Qi refining realm. 6000 out of 6000 were upgraded to late stage Qi refining realm. 7000 out of 7000 half-set bamboo low realm. 8000 out of 8000 hosts were promoted to bamboo low realm. 9000 out of 9000 hosts in the early stage were upgraded to bamboo low realm. In the middle stage, 9000 out of 10,000 destiny points were distributed. As soon as the system sound ended, a huge source of red spiritual energy shot into the sky, shattering the clouds. In the distance, Anan Ling and Tian Van saw this scene and asked if it was their brother who was breaking through so powerfully. Tian Van smiled proudly and replied, "Senior brother is always the most powerful person." Other people who also saw that scene opened their mouths in surprise. "What was that?" A person nearby answered, "Long Feng Tuong Min. It's a dragon. And a phoenix." An old man looked at this scene. And two other people panicked and said that the strange phenomenon could mean she had returned. Waiting for the scene to end, the clouds began to disperse. Li stood up and stretched, saying that this was the bamboo lotus stage of a fourth stage monk. It felt like the whole body was full of energy. It was really not bad. Behind, Tian Van and Anan Ling also ran up to call out to their brother. Seeing the two of them, Li also smiled and said that Tian Van, Anan Ling and her sisters arrived just when senior brother had just broken through to the bamboo furnace stage. After the two people heard it, each of them happily said that senior brother congratulated him. Senior brother was too powerful, and the silver spirit accompanied him. When he broke through, it seemed like the sky and earth changed color. He smiled and replied, "Haha, it's not that exaggerated." Suddenly he realized someone was coming. None other than the three people who were startled by the scene when he broke through. An old man standing in the middle of them asked this young friend, "Are you the one who saved Saintess to Li, Master?" He held out a gift box and continued, "My junior brother had once talked with Naguya Tan's consciousness. We are soul companions. My junior brother is the second elder of the Dan Hall. This is a small courtesy to meet each other. Is it true that the master has come back?" The person next to him also presented a gift box and said that my younger brother and the master were traveling together in the 9 pearls. It was a difficult time to send her back. You have to tell me. So that to Lee confused, "Wait, what's going on?" Seeing him like that, the old man immediately coughed and said, "Master, don't wonder, I was waiting to see Wu Tianfan Tian Sinch's strange vision, guessing that your master must have returned, so I came especially quickly to review old stories with her." Hearing that, he immediately understood and clasped his hands together and said sorry, causing the seniors to take a long trip and the tutor has not returned. When those old men heard him say that, they panicked and did not believe it. One by one, they said they had not come back. Just now, the scene where the dragon and phoenix were in harmony with the 5 dragon guardian pillars was clearly the resonance of heaven and earth brought about by Wu Tianji's immortal dharma. Only your master can do it. That's right, little brother, don't be fooled. He confusedly pointed at himself and explained that just now he was just a junior cultivating, making the other people even more panicked and forced to say something. The old man standing next to him asked the younger brother what his realm was and he replied that he had just entered the bamboo furnace realm. After saying this, the 3 men were so angry that they were speechless. "But I just thought to myself, kid, who are you fooling? If Wenan broke through, he probably wouldn't have had such a terrifying phenomenon and also had bamboo stoves." Seeing their reactions, he immediately knew they didn't believe him but didn't know what else to say. Those people looked closely and then thought about it. It seemed like the boy with thick eyebrows and deep eyes was not sincere. He said, "It's useless to talk too much, master, check it out." Having said that, the old man immediately held out a piece of purple quartz surrounded by a stream of spiritual energy. They immediately brought the glowing stone to Li. Looking at the stone emitting a halo of light, those people were suddenly confused, each in turn saying how could this be possible. It was true that there was a mid-stage bamboo furnace, so what was that strange phenomenon from birth? Hearing those words, Li was helpless and said that he could no longer hide from his predecessors. In fact, my guru had indeed returned, but not long after returning, he left. He secretly thought that if he did not admit they won't leave. After listening, the old man, the second elder of Dan Duang, smiled and said, "That's true, young friend, you said it early. Next time your master comes back, he must definitely notify us." He replied, "Yes, sure." When they left, he breathed a sigh of relief and finally left, thinking to himself how many bad debts this pig-hoofed master had. Anan Ling, who was behind, saw this and immediately asked his senior brother why they came to find their master. He explained that our master Anan Ling was known as the #1 beauty in the true cultivation world, so there were many crazy pursuers. She wondered and asked many crazy pursuers. He continued, everyone said that their master and they had something to believe deeply in their master's personality. It was completely impossible, it was too crazy. Speaking of this, he hugged Anan Ling in his arms and whispered that when our Anan Ling grows up, there will definitely be a group of scoundrels chasing after her, but don't worry, senior brother will help you chase them away. Surprised and replied, "Thank you, senior brother." Suddenly, someone appeared and asked if Li was here. Hearing his name, he turned around and huffed. The person who came was none other than Cheu Tan. He said to Li, "I am the new Cheu of the Sword Hall Holy Land of Sword Spirit, we met 2 days ago." After listening, he suddenly remembered and said, "Yes, I remember, you are Cheu Tan and want to practice that gun." At this time, Cheu Tan noticed 2 girls nearby, Anan Ling and Tian Van. Looking at the beauty in front of him, he suddenly thought that the beauty of Wu Tianfan's disciple was so high that even the Holy Land could be ranked by his eyes. It's just why we've never heard of their reputation. Interrupting his thoughts was the voice of Li. "You too, keep practicing, I have something to do." Both of them obediently replied yes. After speaking, Li turned to look at Cheu Tan and asked senior brother Cheu if he had come all the way here to find me, had he made any decisions. After hearing that, he smiled and replied that I want to practice guns, so please, junior brother Su, can show me the way. Suddenly, the system rang to find the host that affected Cheu Tan's life, changed his life path and rewarded him with 3,000 destiny points, making him surprised to think that he had changed his life so quickly. Looking at Cheu Tan, a red book still appeared above his head as before. In the book now, it is completely different from before. The Red Fate of the Sword Hall's chief disciple once wrote that my father was the master of the Sword Hall and won the Sword Hall's Best Literary Talent Award. Che Tan was once confused and lonely and did not know what to do, but in the end he chose the path of gunplay under Lee's guidance. A month later, when he visited Lee, Che Tan took it upon himself, cutting off the sword bones and choosing to start from scratch. Che Tan wandered and mistakenly landed on the Hanfan poison of Line Diem Ling. On the Hanfan poison, he found a pedigree that Che Tan had achieved after 10 years of hard work and shooting, reached the complete Golden Dan level, but one time when he went out on a mission to summon Tan, he encountered the first demon master, Che Tan, who could have retreated, but in order to comprehend the true great path of gun magic, Che Tan chose to be brave. He eventually died in battle, but in Che Tan's heart, even if he died, he would always be grateful to his predecessor Vu Trong Fan for making him determined to practice guns. After reading, Lee immediately turned to stone and gasped, thinking that this ending was still not as good as the previous one. After thinking about it, he awkwardly turned around and asked Che Tan, "Do you really want to give up swordsmanship? In fact, I think swordsmanship is quite good." Che Tan seemed to misunderstand what he said. "Junior brother Su, you are doubting your determination, mine." Having said that, he clenched his hands into fists and seriously said that if that's the case, today I will personally destroy the sword bones and swear that in this life only guns will not be crazy and will not survive. Seeing that, Lee immediately waved his hand in panic to stop him. "Wait, I already believe Tan, don't." Without taking Lee's words into his ears, Che Tan destroyed his own sword and bone. When he heard that sound, Lee just helplessly covered his face and said, "You were in too much of a hurry." It hurt to hear that. Then the system sound rang again because the host Che Tan self-destructed his sword bone a month before giving the host 1,000 destiny points. Lee saw this scene and could only sigh and say, "If that's the case, then you should go back and one day I will give you a unique gun book." Che Tan is now destroying the sword bones. Even though he was so weak that he was vomiting blood, he still couldn't understand why he asked why he didn't just give it to me. He turned around and left, leaving behind a sentence, "It's not time yet." Looking at Che Tan's tall and noble back, he thought to himself that this feeling of indifference, this incomprehensible attitude, could it be that I misunderstood him, Maine? Lee turned back and continued to say that in the future you will have a war and you will meet an extremely difficult opponent. Do you know what you have to do? After listening to Che Van, he confidently and seriously said that I am not a junior. I know that this junior will definitely risk his life to comprehend the truth of the way of guns in life and death. The senior's intention is already understood. Seeing the drastic change in the way of addressing Che Tan's words in the answer, Lee immediately became angry and confused, yelling at this senior, "Who told you to risk your life? You don't understand anything." But it seems like Che Van did not listen to those words but was still happy with his own thoughts. A while later, everyone in Che Tan's house was waiting for Che Tan to come home for dinner. His mother was worried and asked why Tandy hadn't come home yet. Suddenly a servant rushed in panicking and said that the hall master was not aware and that the eldest brother had personally cut off the sword bone. After hearing this, Che Tan's father angrily banged the table and shouted, "What did you say?" At this time, Che Tan also returned and seriously said that Tandy's parents were sorry for their two children for disappointing their expectations, but Tandy had no intention of giving up from now on, giving up sword practice and gun training, determined not to change. After hearing this, his mother fainted, causing his father to panic and tell the lady to wake up. At this moment, he was angry to the point of scolding you. "Look at you, what have you done? You are so confused." Ling Tu on the side saw this scene and immediately took up the sword. After hearing that, he didn't understand and turned around to ask, "Wait, where do you want to go, Ling Tu?" She walked away and said that her brother and sister would take revenge on her brother's behalf. Arriving in front of Lee's residence, Ling Tu called out to all of Vu Tianfan's people to come out and give me my brother. After returning from your place, he personally severed the sword bone, which must have been at your instigation. Hearing Lee's voice, she immediately opened the door to ask Che Thu if there was something wrong here. Seeing that he was the same person as before, he shouted that it was you, a prostitute. Then he held the sword, pointed it straight at him, and rushed up, shouting loudly, "Look here, thief!" He let out a confused sound, not understanding what was going on. Ling Tu rushed forward and slashed her sword at Lee's body, but fortunately he was able to dodge aside. She still did not give up and launched another direct attack, constantly cursing, "Thief, you cut off my brother's sword and bone. Today I must take your life." He continued to avoid the attack and then raise both hands to signal to explain, "I misunderstood. When did I become a prostitute? Your brother just chose the path he liked." Ling Tu kept pointing her sword at his face, causing him to sweat profusely after each dodge. Suddenly she was thrown back again. Ling Tu reflexively shouted, "Ah!" He was worried, so he reached out his hand to say, "Be careful." His hand caught one of her sleeves. But unfortunately, because the shirt was too thin, a rustling sound was heard. One of her sleeves was torn, revealing her bare shoulders and plump bust. This time she hugged herself and sat down screaming, "Ah, rapist, you even tore my clothes, what do you want to do to me?" Li also quickly sprayed glue to explain herself, unexpectedly, "Well, if you don't chase and fight me, I won't have to use force to fight back, I just don't want you to fall. Who would have known that I would be so clever?" No longer in the mood to fight, she hugged herself and burst into tears on the spot. "Ha-hoo-hoo, from childhood to adulthood, my body was only seen by my mother, but today it was seen by a prostitute like you. I am no longer in its clean again, ha-hoo-hoo." He became even more confused but still tried to reassure her. "Oh my god, it's not like that, I haven't seen anything yet, just shut up." He turned around so as not to look at her and said, "Miss Cheu, the most important thing right now is to find you some clothes to change into. Your clothes are torn. If you still try to show your face, you'll really be attacked, seeing everything. Ling Tu's misbehavior with you is all your fault, you are responsible." He immediately ran away but didn't forget to tell her, "It's my fault, I'm responsible, now I'm going to find clothes for you to change into." Hearing that, I quickly turned around and only had time to say one word, "Hey." When he was gone, she sat in the same place helplessly, full of thoughts. What if he doesn't come back? Then how can I return? It's all because of that rapist, he won't give up. Where am I? A while later Li returned. He stood outside and asked, "Hey, have you finished changing yet?" Ling Tu appeared from the bushes, her arms wrapped around her chest. Then pulled down her skirt to adjust her appearance. She wondered, is it only short clothes like this? He did not answer the question but exclaimed in a blush, not thinking that she would fit into Tian Van's clothes. Immediately, she pointed her sword at his face and threatened, Don't think that you are looking for clothes for this young lady, then I can forgive you. You cut off my brother's sword bone, twice times, even though you don't look bad, I still have to kill you." He raised his hand again to show surrender and stammered, "Ahaha, no." Miss Cheu calmed down, thinking in her heart, "That's right, I don't know how Cheu Tan cutting off the sword bone will affect the plot of the story. No, Tu Ling to it, I guess I'll have to find a chance to see." At that moment, the system announced again, "Ding." The host had to pinch the other person's cheek once before they could start reading the script. Li thought helplessly, "System, you are truly becoming more and more despicable," but luckily it was only a pinched cheek. After all, she had a very bad impression of me, this time it won't be the same. He reached out to touch her cheek and pinched it. Ling Tu was surprised and could not react in time. He smiled and said, "Okay, young lady, don't be angry anymore, there will be many wrinkles on your face." In that moment, time seemed to freeze, the air sparkled with a dark light like the love between the two. After making the request, the script will appear, in which the main content is about her, Cheu Tuat Ling. Her brother Cheu Tan personally cut off the sword bone for Li, engaged in gunplay, and finally died at the hands of Tianj Ma, and her father for revenge, for her brother, who died unjustly and died in vain. Cheu Ling Tu worked hard to practice, and finally entered the Faithang realm, still the first female sword fairy of the era, swearing to avenge her father and brother, and at the same time very angry, hated Li. After taking revenge, Cheu Ling Tu went to find Li, showing that if Li could escape her 3 sword strikes, then the resentment would be erased. After reading it, all I could do was wonder, my mind filled with questions. Is that all? Can I block the 3 swords? Can the grudges be resolved? Why does it always end at important times? That's the script. Ling Tu on the other side has just returned to her senses but still can't say anything clearly. You towards me. Her heart is confused, looking at my body, still doing such intimate movements with me. Could it really be true? I can only marry him, but him. She stared at his face. It turned out he looked quite handsome. Ling Tu didn't dare to think anymore, so she used her hand to cover her shy red face and ran over to tell him, Li, I'm waiting for you at the street. He hesitantly looked at him, looking very clingy, but his face was deformed with humor, reading his inner voice. That's it, Cheu Ling Tu, why are you waiting for me? Let me find my own way to die. Then I affirmed that he would never step foot in a sword path in his entire life. At the same time, Anan Ling appeared and spoke to him in an urgent manner. Senior brother, it's not good, quickly come see senior sister Tian Van. Li turned around and asked seriously, what's wrong with Tian Van? At her place, he ordered, Tian Van, come on, take it. She refused, senior brother, no way, it's too big. One of her cheeks was bulging with tears. Senior brother, He sat next to the bed to comfort her. Good Tianvan, this is good for your spiritual energy, take a little more. After a while, she raised her face and said to him, Senior brother, Tianvan wants to sleep. Li helped her lie down kindly. It's okay, go to sleep, senior brother is here with you, she replied. Yes. Anan Ling next to him worriedly asked him, Senior brother, what illness did Sister Tianvan have? He smiled and rubbed her head and explained, Don't worry, your sister Tianvan is not sick, just a breakthrough. Tianvan's breakthrough from the refining realm to the bamboo furnace realm requires a large amount of spiritual energy to replenish her. Lack of ventilation, that's why I'm weak, rest for a few days and then I'll get better. Li bent down and grabbed her shoulder and asked, Yes Anan Ling, if Sister Tianvan bullies senior brother in the future, will Anan Ling help senior brother? She hesitated, I have. Li raised her hand to touch her chin and thought to herself that every time she thought that Tianvan's script had written about killing her senior brother and hugging his senior brother's head to attain enlightenment, she felt cold. If only she could convince Anan Ling, on my side, maybe the outcome will be a little better. Anan Ling smiled at him and said brother, although Anan Ling felt that Sister Tianvan would definitely not be angry with him, but if there was a day like that, Anan Ling would not let Sister Tianvan bully her. Where is the master? When Li heard this, she beamed and prepared to rush up to hug Anan Ling and say, Anan Ling, my good sister. He hadn't laughed long before Anan Ling spoke again, but the senior brother had to apologize to Tianvan. The senior sister would definitely have her own reason for being angry. Li was no longer radiant, instead she had a forced smile on her face and said it was natural haha and then thought that the problem was not knowing why she was angry. It was scary and thought that even apologizing wouldn't be able to solve it. Big problem. Anan Ling hugged him and said brother, don't worry, sister likes you like that and will definitely forgive you. Li smiled and said that brother believed in her and then thought that she finally understood why she said that. A girl is a small cotton shirt that confidants and heels to. The scene changes to when Li and Quat Tianvan were children, sitting on the grass at night, laughing and chatting. Li asked Tianvan, is it okay to wait until Tianvan grows up and marries her senior brother? Quat Tianvan, it's hard to understand what it means to marry a senior brother. He smiled and explained to her that we would be together for the rest of our lives. Quat Tianvan seemed a little unhappy and she replied, but senior brother won't need Tianvan anymore, right? After hearing this, Li grabbed his chest and said loudly, no, if one day you don't need Tianvan anymore, if you change your mind, then Tianvan should twist your head down. Continuing to switch to the scene where Quat Tianvan is currently sleeping, she can't sleep peacefully because she dreamed the dream she had as a child earlier. A hand pulled the blanket up for her. Quat Tianvan was still talking in his sleep, his face twitching and his mouth repeating over and over again, brother. Senior brother. Li sat next to her and helped her up, gently reassuring Tianvan not to be afraid of her brother who was here. She coyly looked at him and said, senior brother, he wouldn't need Tianvan anymore. Li looked at her seriously and replied, how could senior brother not need Tianvan, and he would be by Tianvan's side forever. She closed her eyes and leaned peacefully on Li's shoulder and replied that she believed her brother. A few days later, the three of them, Li, Quat Tianvan and Anan Ling, were playing together on the lush green grass. Anan Ling was running around catching butterflies while Li lay enjoying herself on Quat Tianvan's lap. He closed his eyes to enjoy and said it was great that Tianvan was able to recover. As soon as he finished speaking, from far away in the sky, a bird flew in and made a loud cry, Vu Tianj Fan Quack to Li Quack, there's an announcement from the sect, quack, quack, quack. Then it dropped a letter below. Li took a look at the letter and wondered if it had been a long time since the sect had sent a notice and there was any important activity. Quat Tianvan looked at him and wondered what was wrong with his senior brother. Li looked at the letter and said to let Anan Ling participate in the sect's new blood secret dance next year. A moment later, all three of them came to the same meal. Anan Ling wrote and smiled and asked what new blood secret dance was. Li gently pinched her cheek then spoke up to explain that Tan Hayat Mai Vu is a martial arts competition for new disciples entering the sect, mainly to check everyone's practice results. Normally, new disciples enter the sect after 4 months of practice. The practice is held 1 month in advance at the sect. If there are outer sect disciples who perform well, they will be accepted into the mountains and halls of the Holy Land to become inner sect disciples. In addition, if the disciples in the sect perform well, they can also be accepted as true disciples, even direct disciples. If a disciple of any mountain peak takes the top spot, then this disciple is recognized as the leader of the younger generation and will have a steady stream of cultivation resources. In addition, there are also rich types of rewards. Anyway, there are many benefits. In short, New Blood Mystery Dance is related to reputation rewards and general leveling up. Hearing this, Anan Ling bowed her head and said worriedly, so did Anan Ling need to participate, but Anan Ling still didn't know what would make her brother and sister lose face. Kwa Tian Van heard that and immediately raised his hand to pat Anan Ling's head to reassure her not to put pressure on herself. It was just a small shell fight and there would be nothing more dangerous even if Anan Ling did. Even if you are eliminated from the first round, you will still be the little junior sister who is the treasure of your senior brother and senior sister. Li also smiled and replied yes. At this moment, the system suddenly announced that Anan Ling's script supervisor had been updated. If the host wanted to see it, they needed to complete the task of feeding the opponent. Li was surprised and thought that the script had been updated. Could it be such a coincidence that Anan Ling won't have anything happen in Sin Shui Mai Vu? I definitely have to see it. Thinking about it, he smiled brightly and took the spoon of rice to feed Anan Ling. Anan Ling eats rice. You don't need to worry about everything. Senior brother is here. The announcement rang and started reading Anan Ling's script. Li shouted something in panic. Kwa Tian Van and Anan Ling saw him like that and worriedly asked what was wrong. Senior brother. He stood up and smiled wryly, looking at the two of them and replied, haha, I'm okay, you guys continue eating, I'm done eating. Anan Ling worriedly turned to Kwa Tian Van and asked senior sister brother if he was okay. She didn't know how to answer, she could only look at Li and worriedly said two words, senior brother. Li walked away with a dark face, thinking how could Anan Ling's script turn out like this. He remembered the system's announcement earlier that Anan Ling would arrive at the Holy Spirit Sanctuary on the 16th of tomorrow. In the Holy Spirit Sanctuary, the remaining soul of the ancient demon dragon just woke up. Anan Ling was possessed by the demon dragon. Catch it. Rumor has it that in ancient times, demons roamed everywhere. People and demons did not distinguish between you and me. Everything was trash. After that, the ancestors of the human race established a practice method, and the human race began to fight back. The ancestor of the Ali Spirit Holy Land protects the living beings of the Ali Spirit continent. Speaking of this, Su Li immediately became suspicious. According to records, the old ancestor and the demon dragon of the Holy Land of the Holy Spirit fought to the point that not even the bones were ash left. The old ancestor of the Holy Spirit had already disappeared, so why did the ghost die? The dragon still has its remnants left behind. Rumors like that make him lose sleep and go back and forth. Should he believe the damn words of this system? After thinking for a while, Li sighed, it's better to believe than not, but what can we do to prevent this? It's impossible to find the Holy Master to check the spirit, because there is no evidence to prove that the ghost is dead. The demon dragon's spirit will appear tomorrow, looking for the saint, but a few days ago I heard that the saint went out to practice, and I don't know when she will return. I can't send the silver spirit out to live, but when it comes to Wu Tianj Fan, wait, when I remember Wu Tianj Fan, my eyes immediately light up. The scene changes to another place. Right now Li is going to a certain room in Wu Tianj Fan. As he walks, he thinks, I remember it's here. Li remembered the master who brought her here, pointing into the room and instructing, Li, these are all the assets of our Wu Tianj Fan, you must preserve them well. After speaking, the master hugged Li one last time. Back to reality, Li now opened the door wide, coughed a few times. It had been a long time since he opened it, there was too much dust. After searching around for a while, Li also saw a hammer. He exclaimed, I found it. Li picked up the hammer and muttered, Dragon King's hammer, this is the greatest opportunity Master has had in the secret realm. She relied on this hammer to press down on the head of the old dragon of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Li looked at the hammer in her hand proudly. Although I only have the bamboo flame realm, I'm afraid I can't unleash the full power of this hammer, but if I want to deal with a remnant soul who knows how many billions of years old, there is still no problem. Junior sister Anan Ling, I will protect you. The scene changes to a place with a deadly atmosphere. The sky is red, skeletons are scattered everywhere. This place is the holy land of checking spirits and bones. Suddenly, a blue dragon appeared in the sky with silver feathers on its back. Around the dragon's body, magical auras were gathering. A white snake appeared crawling on the ground, attracting the dragon's attention from above. Suddenly, a stream of blue aura rushed to attack Bak Sa. Bak Sa's eyes flashed. There was now a mark on the white snake's head and she spoke, This is not the body I am familiar with. As she finished speaking, she immediately smelled something. This was it. A scent that comes from the same blood. At the same time, somewhere else, Li was crouching and drawing something on the ground. Anan Ling appeared from behind and called, Senior brother. Li stood up, looked at her punching her sore back and smiled. Ah, Anan Ling is coming. Then he looked down at the ground and thought carefully. He even found it yesterday, a dragon in phoenix fruit. Hey, whether it can be used or not, it's still useful. Then he waved and called, Anan Ling, come on, today my senior brother is teaching you to practice. Anan Ling heard that and happily ran over. Yes. Later, the two of them were in a cultivation position when suddenly a voice spoke. It was her scent. That scent was coming from her body. Bak Sa, who had been watching from the tree, continued, that body is mine, I'm coming here. Then she opened her mouth wide, showing her fangs, and rushed towards the two people. Li and Anan Ling still do not know the danger that is coming to them and are still cultivating. Their consciousness is your mind, your belief. Remember, act according to your heart, use your knife according to your heart. Speaking of this, Li felt something glance behind her. It was coming. Then his hand immediately picked up the hammer. The approaching white snake had no time to attack but was hit by the hammer into Li's hand, making a boom, accompanied by an explosion in fire. Bak Sa was hit by the hammer and flew high into the sky. Li looked up and exclaimed, oh, how far away? Seeing that, Anan Ling was curious. Senior brother, what's wrong? He replied with a smile, it's okay. Anan Ling continues to practice. Senior brother went to the bathroom. Suddenly there was a sound under his feet. Li looked down and wondered, this is an ancient demon dragon. The small dragon standing next to the body of the white snake bared its fangs and claws, roaring threateningly, mortal, you're done. Li was not afraid of the dragon's threat. He bit his finger and muttered, that's it, it's so cute. The dragon flew in front of Li and continued, mortals become my meal. Then it put out its 4 fangs, preparing to attack him. Li looked calmly at the dragon. Then he smiled smugly, and the dragon also stopped. Li told him, although you are very cute, because of Anan Ling, I cannot keep you. As soon as he finished his command, the dragon fought and fought. The dragon was now tightened and disappeared, leaving only a cloud of blue aura. Li was listless, puffed up, finally resolved. Suddenly he turned his head and thought, Anan Ling. She is practicing. She raised her eyes to see the person coming. Suddenly the notice board appeared. Ding! Anan Ling's scenario had just changed. Under the influence of the host, Anan Ling escaped the fate of being captured and successfully entered the first realm of weapon training. Then a book appeared above her head. The pages were turning on their own. The board announced again, rewarding the host with 5,000 destiny points. The cultivation adjuster, once, the cultivation adjuster, can adjust one's own cultivation, forming an illusionist that even the heavenly Tao can easy to fool. Duration is 3 seconds. Pay attention, the cultivation base can only fool others. The host's cultivation will not change. He seems to have lost faith in this announcement. 5,000 points, could it be that much? But this cultivation regulator seems a bit crooked. Suddenly Anan Ling felt uncomfortable and sweated all over her body. Hot, so hot. Ko lies weakly in my arms. Monk, brother, Anan Ling is so hot. Save Anan Ling, I don't understand what's going on. Anan Ling. She tore a piece of her shirt. Anan Ling was upset. Hoo. I'm a bit confused. Why is it like this? What should I do? Don't cry. His hand suddenly caught fire. Immediately after that, she returned to normal happiness, feeling light and floating, as if she could feel something. He gently stroked her head. That was spiritual energy. Congratulations, Sister Anan Ling, now you are considered a monk. In the future you can truly practice. She was happy, really. He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out something. Of course, first I practice this Wu Tianju Zai Dharma book, adjusting the spiritual energy in my body. You go rest for a while, I obediently practice. She happily raised her hands to receive the book. Yes. She looked at his back and told her that Anan Ling would definitely practice well, not to disappoint her senior brother. In the background, something crawled past. It was getting dark. Anan Ling sat in the room thinking, I should go help my sister prepare dinner. Suddenly something on the ground caught her attention. That thing made her scream a bit in panic. Ah! She felt her foot had stepped on the tail of a small snake. Oh no! She carefully picked it up in her hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. What's wrong with you? You look weak. She used spiritual energy to heal it. In Wu Tianju Dharma, it is written that releasing spiritual energy can heal others' wounds, and it must be successful. The snake gradually woke up. Oh, it was dreamy. Who am I? Where is this? It looks like me. She was happy. She could really do it. You're awake. The snake grimaced, remembering everything. That's right, I remember. I am the Tianlong, roaming the world, making all races bow before me, and I am also the chief of the Tianlong clan. But in ancient times, I and a rotten human race went to death together. Before I died, I activated the secret technique, gave up reincarnation, leaving only a few souls behind. Now it has been 10,000 years, passes, my soul is finally revived, and then... It remembered the scene where I was blown away. I was blown away by that man, and I almost lost my soul. It angrily recalled his proud face. Damn, this old lady was the leader of the Tianlong clan, yet she was so weak that she was teased like this by a mortal monk. How humiliating. She saw that it was completely healthy and asked, "Little snake, are you okay?" It replied naturally, "I'm okay." She seemed surprised and dropped the snake to the ground. It was in pain. Ah. She confusedly picked it up. "Sorry, I didn't mean it. It's just, little snake, did you just say that? It's annoying. If not me, who would? TSK, it hurts the old lady." She put it in her hand and asked, "Little snake, are you a monster?" Mother said, "A monster is an animal that has become a star, will know how to speak, just like a human." It explained dejectedly. Answer, well, in ancient times, thousands of races were founded, so how can we distinguish between humans and demons, according to what your mother said? Then to the demon race, what is the human race? She was timid. Anan Ling didn't know. It looked straight at her. "Okay, I don't expect you to answer. You're obviously my descendant. Why do you feel so stupid?" She quickly objected. "Little snake, you got it wrong. I'm not a snake." He got angry. "Talking nonsense. You are not a snake. The old lady is not a snake either." The snake revealed that what is flowing inside you is the heavenly blood of my Tianlong clan. She did not believe what she just heard. Tianlong. She shook her head vigorously. "That's not right, that's not right. Anan Ling is a human, not a snake and not even a dragon." He laughed. "Ha, why, don't believe it." Having finished speaking, the snake used its tail to whip Anan Ling's hand hard, turning it red. She asked uncomfortably, why did you hit me?" "It's calm, it's not like you don't believe it, so I'll let you see for yourself." She was wondering, what to watch. Suddenly a horn grew on her head. Also grows a tail. Small blue scales grew all over her body. A voice shouted loudly in the dark night, "Ah!" Anan Ling sat down on the floor. On her head was a pair of horns and a long tail. She covered her face and cried, "Hoo-hoo-hoo!" Anan Ling grew a tail and horns. Anan Ling was a monster. Baksa looked at her and was also secretly scared, startled but still strong-mouthed. "It's enough. The bloodline of the 1,000 dragons and thousands of people is still not desired. You're still crying. If you don't like it, then take it back." Crying to this extent is like saying that the old lady is bullying her juniors. Hearing that, Anan Ling immediately asked, "Then how can I take it back?" Baksa scolded again. I don't even know how to take it back. Why is your heavenly dragon rule so defective?" She was lifted up by Anan Ling with both hands, calmly guided, to open her consciousness. "Don't resist." Anan Ling was surprised. "Oh." Baksa entered Anan Ling's consciousness, saw the pale blue light. She was surprised. How could this be possible? Is the silver dragon's blood in this girl's body so thin? Baksa transformed into human form, becoming a silver white-haired girl with beautiful golden eyes. She constantly hypothesized about Anan Ling's bloodline. In other words, his grandfather's grandfather, grandfather's grandfather's grandmother's 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 grandmother, had a silver dragon lineage, then married into the human race, and then always married into the human race, until today. Could it be that way? She remembered, because according to the rules of ancient heavenly dragons, it was possible to marry another clan, but only a portion of the heavenly dragon blood remained, so she had to marry a heavenly dragon. That was the plan, the dragon's fertility plan. Then she panicked and realized that there was no longer a heavenly dragon in this world. That child was the last descendant of a heavenly dragon. Baksa escaped from Anan Ling's consciousness and quickly said, "Okay, I leave you the mark of the heavenly dragon, try to feel it." Anan Ling nodded, "Yes." Baksa looked at Anan Ling, who was sufferingly trying to test her consciousness. She worriedly thought, could it be that my last descendant is this stupid child, truly the heaven that wants to destroy the heavenly dragon, our clan? After Anan Ling regained her tail and horns, she immediately cheered, "Great, it's back." Baksa said boredly, "I really can't understand your aesthetic sense. In my time, dragon girls are most welcome." Anan Ling wondered, weren't the times of the little white snake and now the same? Bok Sa quietly explained, of course it's not the same. In my time, the fairies walked everywhere. The original heroes were not as good as dogs and spirits. The power is very thick, nothing like now. But in the current era, spiritual power is becoming more and more abundant. I'm afraid that very soon the world will open a great era of geniuses. Anan Ling sounds like he doesn't understand anything. Bok Sa secretly thought, it's just a great age, usually corresponding to a great disaster, but this disaster for the monks of all races is a death, but for a person, for other monks, it's an opportunity to attain enlightenment. I don't know if this foolish descendant of mine will be able to survive at that time. No matter how I look at it, there seems to be a slim hope. She sighed and ordered, girl, tell me your name, then kowtow to me 3 times. Anan Ling happily agreed and conveniently asked a few more questions. My name is Anan Ling, little white snake. What is your name, and why do I have to kowtow to you? Bok Sa replied, holy name, my name is not something you can call me. Just call me Bokta too. If you bow your head 3 times, it means you worship me as a master. In her heart, she thought, if my name is read out, I'm afraid, heaven and earth will also have censors, attracting enemies. Anan Ling waved her hand in disagreement, bowing to the master. No, I already have a master. I can't worship another master-in-law. Bok Sa shouted indignantly, not knowing how to differentiate. How many people wanted to worship me as a teacher? I don't even care. Who is your master? Is it that human male just now? I see that he is not highly cultivated. How is he worthy to be a master? Anan Ling shook his head and explained, making Bok Sa speechless. No, that's my senior brother. I haven't met him yet. Senior brother said our master owes 1,000 spirit stones, brought his sister-in-law with him, ran away. Bok Sa immediately asked, okay, your master ran away, then who is left on this mountain top? She replied, it's only senior brother, senior sister and Anan Ling, the 3 of us. Bok Sa closed his eyes and thought. His population was simple, and he estimated that the 3 of them were not at a high level of cultivation. It was very suitable for me to stay here and cultivate temporarily. While cultivating, I could also train descendants, mine. It's a double job, and that's all for taking over the shrine. My consciousness when I just woke up was an instinctive reaction when I wasn't awake. If I really wanted to take over the junior shrine, I'd be too embarrassed. She suddenly remembered the time when Li was meditating and thought, wait, the matter of taking over the temple is only temporary, but how did that human know that I would come, and even arranged a magic array to defeat dragons early to wait for me? Perhaps he and I are from the same era, the reincarnation of a guy who died that year. She immediately asked, Anan Ling, does your senior brother have anything special on a daily basis? Anan Ling thoughtfully replied, nothing special. She excitedly said, I remember, senior brother really likes fortune-telling. It seems like it was passed down. Fortune-telling is very accurate. Senior brother has predicted the life and death of Her Highness the Holy Maiden, as well as Her Highness the Holy Maiden. After listening, the white snake immediately thought, so that's it, if it was predicted in advance, then there's nothing strange, just still have to be careful. Then she told Anan Ling, I know, Anan Ling, about me and you can't say it, let alone tell it to your senior brother, you just treat me as your pet, you know, then wait for you to reach the Dragon Gate, we will find an opportunity, we'll leave Wu Tianjbud and go practice in seclusion, otherwise, after the Dragon Gate realm, when you break through the realm, your blood will cause strange phenomena, which can very well attract people who are living in the world. Anan Ling immediately refused. No, senior brother is very kind to Anan Ling. Anan Ling absolutely must not leave senior brother, and Anan Ling also does not want to tell senior brother about our monster. Bok Sa scolded, my God, tell your senior brother, aren't you afraid that your senior brother will sell you? At that time, not only you, even this old lady will surely die. Anan Ling is worried, monk you will. Bok Sa turned around uncomfortably and said, making her confused, leave if you want to do that, I also agree, just watch and do it. Anan Ling suddenly said, little white, let's make an appointment. She held out her little finger and continued, let's shake our hands, our business must not be told to senior brother, but no matter what happens, we must not harm senior brother, okay? Bok Sa was silent, say nothing. Then she used her tail to curl into Anan Ling's finger and promised, that's it, in one word. The next morning, Li was going into Anan Ling's hospital. He opened the door and asked, Anan Ling, are you awake yet? Senior brother, please come in. He looked at her sleeping on the bed and thought, it seems like yesterday's practice was so hard, she's still sleeping. He came closer to wake her up. Anan Ling, come on, wake up, there's breakfast. He suddenly realized something. Li looked at the white snake next to Anan Ling and immediately recognized it as yesterday's ancient demon dragon. Li thought to herself, I'm sorry, Anan Ling's system and script will change, it won't be taken away. The system spoke up, Anan Ling's script has not changed, does the host want to see the Dragon Soul's script? He thought again, this Dragon Soul also has a script, so we have to watch it. In case he does harm to Anan Ling, it will be ruined. The system urges and invites the host to complete the task and begin reading the script. He touched the snake with his finger and continued to think to himself, just looking at the Dragon Soul script still had to complete the mission, but acting with a snake doesn't have much of a psychological burden. Wah, it's quite good, soft. The white snake cried freely, She thought dreamily, oh so comfortable, so comfortable. She opened her eyes and thought to herself, who is touching my chest? What caught her eye was his despicable pervert's face, startling her. The white snake immediately got angry and hissed to avoid him. He angrily thought, what a lowly mortal who dares to touch hands and feet with the old lady. The old lady is almost as big as this. This is the first time, being groped by a man. He saw that it reacted and immediately thought to himself, hey, he's awake. Then he touched the bird and thought to himself, it could be a female snake, although it is not clear which fairy she will be promised, but that is her private life. Mainly she will finally transform into a snake, become a dragon, and also value gratitude. Then I am also a blood sword, as long as I take good care of her, make Wu Tianjifan her home, and even help her turn into a dragon, then Wu Tianjifan is also her mother's house. How can she still not take care of her family? Anan Ling anxiously looked at his thoughts. Could it be that senior brother did not agree? If so, I could only do it. Box Snake was also angry. He dared not to agree. Not agreeing, the old lady would risk his life with him, then took over Wu Tianjifan. He patted her head. Anan Ling wants to raise her, then go ahead. You just have to constantly take care of her, make her see this place as her home. She is happy that he agrees. Yes, Anan Ling, definitely I will take good care of it. Thank you, brother. He touched the little snake again and said, little white snake, welcome to join the Wu Tianjifan family, making it make a hissing sound. But I thought with my heart, you bastard, still touching, you still touching, should the old lady's noble snake body be given to you? In the end, because she was too comfortable, she fell into herself. But thought, this feeling, comfortable, so comfortable. He stood up straight and said, okay, Anan Ling, even though I used magic to cure it, it's still not skilled enough. I've helped it resolve it, now there's no problem. Anan Ling replied, thank you, brother. The white snake was too comfortable and fell, thinking, humanity deserves to die. I am not pure anymore. Anan Ling pushed the food in front of the snake. Little white, are you okay? Come and eat the fruit. Senior brother gave me that spirit fruit. Senior brother said it is very beneficial for the human body. The snake seemed determined to think, even if I die I will not eat the food of the man who humiliated me. But then I couldn't resist the delicious fruit in front of me and changed my mind. Forget it, one piece, I'll only eat one piece. Wait for my old lady to recover her state. Definitely I have to take that monk called Li and cut him into thousands of pieces. Anan Ling was happy. That's great, you're willing to eat. It spoke up and said, Anan Ling, from today onwards, you will practice the heavenly dragon inheritance from me, and I will teach you well as a teacher. Practicing the heavenly dragon inheritance is if you want to awaken the heavenly dragon blood in your body. The more you practice, the more clearly your dragon clan characteristics will appear. But don't worry, after practicing you can hide it. She replied, okay. The white snake thought sinisterly, haha, I will take advantage of that rotten man's inattention, sending Anan Ling to practice secretly, and force you to death. Sooner or later he will fall into the hands of the old lady. She was puzzled first, little snake's reaction. The scene changes to Bok Bao Duong. On the street, shopping and travel scenes take place bustlingly. Li smiled and asked the shop owner, brother, could you make 2 sets of clothes according to this painting? On the picture is the image of a high school girl's outfit. The shop owner said seriously, senior brother too, every time you bring a drawing here you always make something interesting. This outfit is really brave, but rest assured, we at Bok Bao Duong will definitely do it for you. Satisfied, he replied with satisfaction, that's good. He thought happily, I can't wait to see how Tian Van and Anan Ling look when they put on this outfit. His mind began to happily imagine the scene of his 2 sisters wearing the outfit he had just drawn on the map, just called, senior brother. He left in the crowded crowd and thought, shopping for the 2 monks was late, ordered new clothes, filled his pockets, and waited for the opportunity later to compete for the position of disciple of the white snake, small, making her feel more of a sense of belonging. Suddenly there was a voice calling, senior brother Su, wait a minute. He heard the voice turn around and ask, is that junior brother Wien Tianj Duong? That junior brother said, "Senior brother Sue, it's a coincidence that I found you here, this is your training mission," and then gave you a sharp wooden board at the end. "I don't understand." "Ha, the mission." The junior brother waved his hand and walked away. "Remember that it must be completed." He looked at the wooden board he had just received and thought to himself, "That's right, I almost forgot. After the disciples of the Sword Spirit Holy Land enter the bamboo furnace realm, the Holy Land will give them a task to train independently and through knowledge. Usually the difficulty will not be too high. Let's see what your mission is." Suddenly he frowned. This is panoramic view of Wu Tianjifan yard. Li entered the yard from outside the door. Anan Ling approached and said, "Senior brother, you're home, the meal is ready." He approached and rubbed her head apologetically and said, "Senior brother Anan Ling has to go down the mountain, you stay at home for a few days and take good care of yourself." Anan Ling asked again, "Where are you going? How many days are you going?" He immediately said that the senior brother was going out on a mission, and it was estimated that it would take 2 or 3 months. Anan Ling sadly asked again, "Must she go?" The spirit beast in her hand immediately happily thought to herself, "For 2 or 3 months, she won't have to try to hide the practice of teaching Anan Ling anymore." He continued, pinching her nose as he spoke, "Okay, for us monks, 2 or 3 months is just like the tip of the eye, and in less than a month, Sister Tianquan will also leave the customs. Then, Anan Ling will not feel lonely." She happily replied, "Yes." He then brought out something very unexpected. "This is the item that senior brother just bought. If there is anything missing, you can directly use the spirit stone in your bag to go to the 100 Treasures Hall to buy it. There is also a piece inside, the Holy Woman's order. If Anan Ling has any problem, take the order to Tan Fuk Fan, everything will be resolved." He continued, "And when Anan Ling is alone, remember to eat on time, practice without haste, and remember to get enough rest. If anyone dares to come and bother you, you should come to Tan Fat Fan." Anan Ling immediately heard the answer, "Yes." Anan Ling remembered. The spirit beast in her hand immediately stuck out its tongue, babbling on and on, saying useless words. He turned around and left. "Anan Ling is good, senior brother is going." Anan Ling looked after him and replied, "Yes senior brother, be careful on the road." On this side, Mak Naguyat is sleeping peacefully on a soft bed. Suddenly, a subordinate ran in to report that the owner named Li had entered the city. She quickly sat up and yawned, "Entering the city, so fast." She then proudly said, "Before, the master gave me and Mak Land 2 missions. One mission was to reach Nokpak realm within 100 years, the other mission was to kill the saintess of Ling Holy Land. Whoever completes these 2 requirements first will become the demon master of the Black Demon sect." The subordinate immediately said, "Saintess Mak Land's mind is too straightforward. She only knows how to assassinate Gang Gung Chi. She is still a smart owner, knows how to attack Saintess Mak Land's weaknesses." She cunningly said, "That's right, she just needs to capture Mak Land's lover, then have hundreds of witches force him dry in front of her. Until then Mak Land will definitely collapse. Mak Land's mood will be broken. If you're hurt, how can you still compete with me for the throne?" Another person quickly ran in to announce that Master Li had arrived at the gate of the city lord's palace. She proudly said, "We've come at the right time, let's go out and welcome Mak Land's lover." He arrived at the door but there was no one, so he angrily said, "Is there no one? Why have you knocked 5 times without opening the door?" A pretty lady stuck her head out and asked, "Who is the gentleman?" He then politely said, "This is Li, a monk Wu Tianjifan of Ling Holy Land, this time received the mandate from the city lord, to come here to exterminate demons." The girl continued to speak. It turned out to be an immortal. The slave was rude, invited the immortal to come inside. He shyly realized something. Why did he feel the atmosphere was strange? The beautiful lady raised her voice and asked the fairy to come this way. Li frowned in suspicion. There was definitely something unusual, her smile looked so strange. Suddenly he pulled her skirt back. She immediately turned around and said, "What are you doing?" He immediately shyly let go. "It seemed like I just saw a cat crawling inside." She shyly replied, "The fairy was joking, there are no cats here." Li shyly said, "I must have seen it wrong, haha." She thought to herself, she almost exposed her tail. This person is not simple at all, she must tell the owner to be more careful. Li thought, the system is a jerk, the mission has to be done every time. If you want to see the mission, it's all a scam, you're almost considered a pervert. Still show me her script. Suddenly, a book appeared out of nowhere. He was surprised. This is Hak Tan Tan, disciple of the Black Demon sect, sister of the saintess Mak Naguyat Black Demon sect, wholeheartedly devoted to Mak Naguyat. together with Mak Naguyat, especially because Tali came to Tanfan Citadel, knocked Tali unconscious and carried her back to the Black Demon sect. Hak Tan Tan was in front of the witch Maklan, along with 300 demon girls, absorbing Tali, destroyed his capital, almost died, and 500 years later accepted the position of elder of the Black Demon sect. He was horrified when he learned the truth and only dared to think, wait, what is this? Who is Mak Naguyat? Why is there also the matter of the Black Demon sect? Am I not simply here to eliminate a demon? Demons, the level of these monsters, isn't it something I can handle? Even though 300 demon girls is a bit exciting. Suddenly he ruffled his hair and said, agitated with the hammer, don't want to live anymore. Why should you strike without moving? Why does it have to be in front of Maklan? Is this anything special? And to Maklan, who, I remember now. It's the fox that assassinated Yang Gongqi. She's Maklan. Could it be because of her that Maklan's assassination failed? She was very upset, so she told Mak Naguyat to come and take revenge on her. It must have been like that. The jade pendant that my master left me. If there is a magic formation activated, no matter how hidden, the jade pendant can be recognized. Or should I say there is a magic formation in this yard, and the level is not low, I can't escape. She suddenly turned around and said, Fairy, please come this way. Oh, sorry, there is a thick amount of demonic energy here. It seems a bit difficult to deal with. I don't know where the city master is. I wanted to ask, master the specific situation, to facilitate the eradication of demons. She quickly responded, the city lord said there was nothing urgent now. The leader was tired from the long journey, so the servant took the leader to the backyard to rest first. Anbak reluctantly said, okay, but his heart was full of thoughts. He was not in a hurry. Normal people have demons and ghosts in the house. They had already run away a long time ago. Are you guys really not acting at all? Aren't you afraid that I'll doubt you? You think of me as a sheep waiting to be put on the chopping block. She quickly went in to inform Mak Naguyat that the master, Tali, had been arranged in another yard. That Tali looked stupid. His subordinates told him to wait one night, and take him to meet the city tomorrow, owner of Tanfan City, yet he believed him. Mak Naguyat quickly said, it seems that Tali has never experienced dangerous attacks. This is his first time going down the mountain to practice. This time, we will teach him what the world is called scary, malignant. The girl replied, there is something that the master and subordinates do not understand, that Tali is only at the first stage of the bamboo lokan. His subordinates alone can capture him. Now the city lord's palace has set up a plan, legislative formation. He can't leave, even if he finds out. He can't do anything. Why don't we directly knock him unconscious and bring him back? Mak Naguyat quickly said, Tan, just kill him, is not enough. It is important to kill the mind. The person who died will be Tali and the person who died in his heart will be Maklan. Ha ha ha. Late at night, Tali timidly explored the yard. It wasn't easy to find an excuse to probe for demonic aura so she could go everywhere in the city lord's palace to see. But why couldn't she find the eye of the formation? If you need to find the eye formation, there is hope to break it. Suddenly, behind the large rock, crying sounded. Mak Naguyat cunningly set up a scenario to seduce him. Suli was curiously thinking at this moment, even though she couldn't see her face, just looking from the back, she knew for sure that this was a great beauty. No, now is not the time to be infatuated. Now is the time when everyone who appears here is strange. I need to see her script, the system immediately announced, inviting the host to lift the other person's chin, look at him affectionately for a minute, and begin reading the script. For this small life, let's risk it. Then he reached forward and grabbed her chin. Mumbling, has it been a minute? Mak Naguyat is equally curious. What is he doing? He quickly jumped away. I'm sorry, I just wanted to see why you were crying. Mak Naguyat shyly said, no, it's okay. The host completed the task and began reading the script. Still looking at the important script, still the golden script. Mak Naguyat, one of the saints of the Dark Demon sect, has the blood of a nine-tailed fox, likes beef, cow's milk, papaya, weaknesses, ears, soles of the feet, despises the love of the fox clan, but they desire sweet love, compete with Maklan for the position of young sect master. They want to ascend to the position of young master of the Black Demon sect. There are only two conditions. The first is that the person enters the Jade Realm first, within 100 years. Secondly, you killed the Saint Yang Gongqi of the Holy Land of Checking Spirits. Mak Naguyat and Maklan have been blood relatives since childhood. Mak Naguyat absolutely hated her older sister, Maklan. As long as Maklan wanted something, Mak Naguyat would definitely take it. During the process, Mak Naguyat and Maklan fought for the throne. The young sect leader, because of his relationship with his sister Maklan, followed Tali. In Tan Phan City Lord's palace, Mak Naguyat pretended to be a weak girl, waiting for Dali by the lakeside, waiting for Dali to do anything because of her beauty, then she would knock her out and bring her back. Mak Naguyat took Dali back to the Dark Demon sect, in front of Maklan, and almost forced Dali dry. Mak Naguyat originally thought that doing so would make Maklan feel sad, but she did not expect that Maklan did not like Dali. But for Maklan, she felt uncomfortable in her heart, because Dali was a slave, her rule could only be abused by her. Finally, Maklan took action against Mak Naguyat and fought for Dali. Dali endured 10 years, being tortured by the two sisters one after another, and finally found a chance to escape from the Dark Demon sect. At this time, Dali's face was pale, her face was thin, her steps were extremely crooked. 200 years later, Mak Naguyat and Maklan achieved the Jade Fat Realm at the same time. The two sisters fought a battle in the Lily Cave. In the end, Mak Naguyat was defeated and left the Black Demon sect. A few years later, Mak Naguyat returned to the Dark Demon sect and won the position of Master of the Black Demon sect. When he saw that, he got angry and scolded himself. What the hell is this plot? Dali thought, wait, it seems that this Mak Naguyat is not the person that Maklan sent. She wanted to come, and she also hates her sister very much. So there's a problem. This Mak Naguyat, isn't it that she's not compatible with her sister? I'm also not compatible with her. The enemy of my enemy is not my friend, so that's bad. What's the point of me? Besides Dali, I'm a true gentleman. Would I lay hands on a strange girl? He looked at Mak Naguyat and trembled slightly. I'm dead. Beautiful, so beautiful. He patted his cheek to regain his composure. Calm down, this is a monster, you can't let her bewitch you, otherwise, if you can't resist, you won't be able to keep this little life. She quickly bowed her head and left. I have to go. Suddenly she tripped and fell into the water, saving her life, saving her life, saving her life. He pouted. This performance was too fake, it was clearly meant to make him take the bait, and the water in this lake was only up to his waist. If I pretend to turn my back and leave, this demon girl won't directly capture me because her plan failed. It seems I can only cooperate to save her. Master, please have a spirit in heaven to protect my disciples. This time, I will turn danger into blessing. I am here. Both came ashore coughing and choking. Sir, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd be afraid that I would be today. Dali shyly said, Miss, it's good that you're okay. He immediately thought to himself, the master is right that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she knows how to deceive people. Dali quickly said, if you're okay then let's go first. She cunningly quickly ran over, young master. Both immediately fell to the ground. She immediately said, oh my lord, you're bleeding. Dali jumped up in panic, no, it's okay, please get up quickly. Mak Naguyat quickly moved closer and pressed her body close. Young master, you saved Tan Naguyat's life. Tan Naguyat still hasn't thanked you. Now you're bleeding, so let Tan Naguyat take care of you. Let Naguyat Ni help the young master go. He quickly struggled to escape. No, there's no need. Lady, it's cold and windy at night. You should go back quickly. She immediately said, in fact, Naguyat Ni is the daughter of the city lord, but since she was young, her body was weak. The doctor said the other day that Naguyat Ni only had less than a month left. Today you saved Naguyat Ni. Naguyat Ni can't help but repay the favor. Only this pure body is willing to give to you. This is also Naguyat Ni's last wish. Can't Naguyat Ni just want to repay you? It's like that on the outside, but inside her heart is full of calculations. I don't believe you can stand it. As long as you make a move, I will. He tried to control himself. No, he couldn't help it. She said seductively, sir. He put his hand in front of her face and said, that's enough. Mak Naguyat, stop acting, you know everything you want to do. She panicked when she was caught. Why did he know that I was Mak Naguyat? That Maklan told him, but how could Maklan tell the person in her heart my name? Moreover, how does he know me? Who is he? Dali's heart was filled with cold sweat like a stream. It was so dangerous, she was almost bewitched by her, but now she was even more dead. In the end it was impossible to scare her. What if she couldn't scare her? Then I will definitely die. She thought to herself, let's explore first, then said, who is the Mak Naguyat that you talk about? Is that girl named Mak Naguyat very similar to Naguyat Ni? Even so, Naguyat Ni is her replacement. That girl, Naguyat Ni, also volunteered. He thought to himself, as expected of a demon girl who knows how to act, she is Mak Naguyat, one of the two saints of the Dark Demon sect. Maklan is her older sister, and she is Mak Naguyat's younger sister. She smirked, not thinking that you would find out. Seeing that, she immediately revealed her true form. She immediately asked, how did you know my identity? Say, did that bitch Maklan tell you? Li immediately thought to herself, I can't panic, I can't be bewitched, I have to continue pretending, I can do it. He turned his head away and repeated, it's not like Mac Lan and I don't have any relationship at all. If you're so determined to have a relationship then, at that time, I deliberately stopped Mac Lan from assassinating the saint, because I wanted to. She is the demon master of the dark demon sect. She suddenly said, what are you talking about? Li continued, that woman of the black magic sect once told her 2 disciples that if she wanted to become the only young master of the black magic sect, she only had 2 conditions. The first was to enter the Jade Realm, within 100 years, the second person to kill the saintess Yang Gengqi of Qianling Holy Land. Whoever achieves both conditions first, will be the young sect leader of the dark demon sect, am I right? She shouted loudly, who are you? She thought, he could know that the master was actually a woman. This absolutely could not be Mac Lan telling him, because of gender issues, master's nature. Mac Lan and I have made an oath to the Great Path, we will absolutely not reveal even half of it. She continued, how can I trust you? Li continued, at that time, Mac Lan used the method of 10,000 forms, transformed into another body, at the gathering conference, of the Holy Land to check the spirit, took the opportunity to assassinate the Saint Yang Gengqi. Do you know why? Why did she fail? Mac Nguyen asked. Why? Li replied, because of me. I ruined her plan. I wanted her to be promoted to the position of young master of the dark demon sect, but not Mac Lan, so she had to fail. Mac Nguyen asked, why? I still thought you were as her lover, you were the one who ruined her assassination plan. Mac Nguyen asked curiously, why me, why not Mac Lan? He said, very simply because her talent is higher than Mac Lan, her appearance is also more beautiful than Mac Lan, her mind is also smarter than Mac Lan. Her heart bloomed with pride. I can't just calm down because of a few words from him. Li thought to herself, Chu Choa is so cute. She continued, then why do I believe that you will help me ascend to the position, young sect master? He said again, why? The system starts the cultivation regulator, detects that the host has less activity in the cultivation regulator, the realm is ascending, the host can achieve all the phenomena created by the ascending realm, the true level can actually deceive the heavenly way, the time is 3 seconds. After saying that, he unleashed his strength. She saw where he relied and successfully deceived Mac Nguyen. Seeing this, Mac Nguyen suddenly said, This is Phi Thang Khan. Li immediately asked, how is it? Mac Nguyen stammered and said, what is the price? Li smiled and said, the price, ha 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 ha, good question. He thought to himself, what is the price? I couldn't think of that much just now. He immediately thought, not bothering to make it up. In short, I will help you ascend to the position of young sect leader of the Black Demon Sect, 4 years before you become the sect leader of the Black Demon Sect, plus 100 years after you become the sect leader of the Black Demon Sect, for a total of 500 years, must be for us to use. Mac Nguyen thought, what if he wanted to absorb himself, but the 9 sisters of Heavenly Fox clan cannot absorb many objects. If he really wanted to make this request, Li continued, after 500 years, you and I will erase the debt without cause and effect anymore. Mac Nguyen said, for your use, I can agree with you, but I have 2 requirements. First, you must not covet my chastity. Second, the contract between you and me must be taken. The Great Path made a contract, took the soul as an oath, not to betray. Li said, okay, there is nothing surprising here. Although their name is Nine-Tailed Fox, the women of this clan are innocent. Surprisingly, they will only give their innocence to the person they love, if they let them. If that person is the person you love, then you will only like that person for the rest of your life. Mac Nguyen said contentedly, it's good that you agree. KY thought, if a 9-tailed celestial fox and a person who created a plot in a novel, Swordplay, were poisoned together, how could they get along? Well, no matter how much she hated that man, she would protect him for the rest of her life. I remember that my master told me a story. 5,000 years ago, there was a monk who killed the parents of a 9-tailed celestial fox. Right in front of it, that monk said, there was a grudge. If you owe me, I'm just taking revenge. I won't kill you. If you want revenge, you can come to me at any time. In order to take revenge, the 9-tailed celestial fox practiced diligently, always chasing his enemy. But one day something happened. Both of them fell into a deep hole full of charm at the same time, then got along with each other. After that, the female fox was filled with resentment, even though she swore that she would have to kill the monk and retreated like a jade, and after that, she became pregnant. 2,500 years ago, she founded a sect, vowing to kill his followers, his disciples, and kill the hope of his sect. Speaking of this, Li realized something. Wait a minute, when was the Dark Demon Sect founded? It seems like 2,500 years ago, surely it's not. Li recalls, the Black Demon sect was founded 2,500 years ago, then Mak Lan and Mak Naguyat were born in the Black Demon sect, and then again, one of the conditions for them to become young sect master is to kill the Holy Land's alkaline spirit. He faced Mak Naguyat and asked her, Mak Naguyat, you probably have never met your parents before. She calmly replied, yes, since Mak Naguyat was born, I have never met my parents. Me and that bitch Mak Lan were both raised by my master. He was confused by that answer, trying to explain, haha, so your master also said that she knew your mother, and your father, was dead. She was surprised. You, how come you even know this? He thought to himself, all the dog blood family dramas are acted like that. Looking at her, he suddenly paused for a moment. Wait, this expression of hers, it's not like she's thinking about some strange plot. With tears in her eyes, she asked him, you are. She suddenly rushed into his arms, crying loudly, why did you abandon me? Why did it take so many years for you to come looking for me? He panicked, Mak Naguyat left his arms, sobbing, do you know what I've been through these past years? He was startled, quickly waved his hands, hey, don't think so much, I'm not your father. He was so panicked that he thought, Mom, I almost couldn't help it. Li turned away, trying to repeat, but, although I am not your father, it is true that I know who your father is, and also know how to protect your parents. Something happened. What? She tried to ask him, who are they? What happened? He remained calm, I still can't tell her right now. He planned to say it now, waiting for these two witches to recognize their mother, then expose the truth that he was a liar. At that time, wouldn't he be torn to pieces? He calmly replied, to you, Mak Naguyat, everything in the world has its price. After saying that, he felt extremely uneasy. Why was she looking at him like that? Didn't he feel exposed? She was sad, I see. Her face turned red and she pulled down her shirt, revealing her breasts more and more clearly. Seeing that, he panicked. What the hell did she understand? She took off the clothes on her body and declared, from today onwards, Mak Naguyat will consider you the owner, whether it is body or soul, everything belongs to the owner. Revealing her entire body made him scared, stammering, wait, don't be like that, calm down. She calmly replied, Mak Naguyat is very calm, the owner is the one who needs it, must be calm. He was so embarrassed that he blushed, there was no way back. She approached him, begging, Master, you can do whatever you want to Mak Naguyat. He was scared, sweat pouring down, Amitabha Buddha, calm down, now is not the time to do these. He tried to calm down, pushed her away, bent down and said, just give me a drop of blood. She was surprised and confused, He flew up, then said, within the next 100 years, Li, using my own method, devoted all my strength to help Mak Naguyat win the position of young sect master. In addition, within that 100 years, I will tell you everything I know about Naguyat's parents. She is determined that from today, Mak Naguyat sees Li as her master, body and spirit both belong to her master. Within a period of 500 years later, Mak Naguyat will return to freedom. He slowly lowered himself down, held the drop of blood tightly in his hand, and said, with that blood oath, it was achieved. She was worried, is that enough? Mak Naguyat can really continue. He continued, no need, be honest with me. She was confused. Why is it that master is in my heart now? Even the master's admonitions and scoldings sound so pleasant. Is this the power of the blood oath? I really want a master continues to teach and scold me. If in the future he can continue to teach and scold me, that would be good. Suddenly her eyes sparkled, but I had devoted all my body and soul to the master still did not touch me. Could it be that he criticized my low level, and wanted to wait until my level was improved? Mine is higher, it seems I have to work harder. I can't let the master hold back for too long. Looking at her, Li was worried. What was she thinking? Why did she have so many different expressions? A strange sound suddenly rang out, ding. The host had changed Mak Naguyat's life trajectory, occupying an indelible position in Mak Naguyat's life, rewarding 5,000 destiny points. He was shocked, holding his head. What the hell is this mission? How do you tell me how to carry out the mission? Looking at him suffering with that mission, she approached and asked, Master, what's wrong with you? Do you need Mak Naguyat to do anything? For the sake of my little life, let's take a risk, she said loudly. He gritted his teeth, prepared his hands with strength. Mak Naguyat, do you know what's wrong? No one had done anything. She lay face down, begging, Master, Mak Naguyat. Mak Naguyat knew what was wrong, asked Master to punish him. He shouted, she knew what was wrong. His eyes were cunning. He looked at her and said, if you know it's wrong, then don't blame me for punishing you. Mak Naguyat was happy, her eyes were bright, yes. Mak Naguyat screamed in pain, but her face was still extremely excited. Makes Li surprised. What's going on? Why does she get more excited the more she hits her? She was shy. Master, please continue to punish MacNaguyet. He stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened that made her like this. A strange sound rang out again. Dang! The host completed the task and began reading MacNaguyet's script. I'm suffering. It's finally over. I can't stand the beating anymore. They started showing him MacNaguyet's script. He looked serious. MacNaguyet's script, why is it like this? According to MacNaguyet's scenario, the reason was because of her sister Maclan. She went to Tanfan City to ambush Li. As a result, Li was deceived and signed a soul contract with Li to serve Li. Li as the master, also defeated a few attributes. MacNaguyet believed that Li would help her become the young sect master, but was never successful. One day within 10 years, MacNaguyet arrived at Niet Bai Khan, just in time to meet Li. For some reason, the two of them, Li also lived in Bangfu. MacNaguyet's virginity was robbed by Li. Also in the secret realm, MacNaguyet discovered, in fact, Li was not an ascended realm. MacNaguyet was deceived. Her heart was extremely painful. From then on, she no longer expected Li. 100 years later, Mac Lam was promoted to the position of young sect master. MacNaguyet was expelled from the demon sect. 500 years later, the contract between MacNaguyet and Li ended. MacNaguyet intended to kill Li, but was stopped by Gang. Ngung Chi and Anan Ling stopped him and were seriously injured. When MacNaguyet lost her soul, she ran to an extremely cold place, where she inherited the ancient nine-tailed heavenly tiger and white tiger. MacNaguyet combined the secrets of the nine-tailed Tianho black-white together, comprehending the new method. Thousands of years later, MacNaguyet fought with Tiantan, killed Li, and then MacNaguyet died. Seeing that scenario, he gasped, "How did it turn out like this? I was killed. Why did I go to the secret realm with MacNaguyet? After all, how many women have I killed?" That strange sound rang out again. The system reminded, when one person's scenario is changed, it can lead to another person's scenario being changed as well. If the host is killed by another person will not be able to kill the host. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. It turned out he could only die once. At this moment he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He tried to regain his composure, coughed. MacNaguyet, lying on his back, would have to return to the holy land of Kiem Ling when morning came. She knelt down and asked him, "Master, in the future, how would MacNaguyet contact the master?" He thought to himself, everyone is safe and won't see each other again, right? Although it's impossible, he slowly replied, "MacNaguyet, after returning to the Black Demon sect, prepare a little and go to some extreme places yourself. During the cold period, there is an opportunity that I have prepared for you. If you achieve that opportunity, the position of young Tang master will have 7 chances of victory." Li also reminded her, in addition, absolutely do not touch Yang Gengqi in the future. Do you understand? You will seriously do it. Yes, MacNaguyet obeys. At the end, she timidly asked him again, "Master to Gang Gung?" "No. Does Gang Gengqi have any use to master?" She approached him. Her actions made him panic, stammering, Why are you asking so many questions?" She tried to explain, "The owner cares about her like that. Could it be for her? For her?" Seeing that, he immediately turned away. "She has no use for me. You don't need to care. Besides, on the last day of every month, I will go to set up a fortune-telling booth in Tantuyan town. If there is anything you want to contact me, then find me there." She immediately replied, "Yes, master." Before he left, she said, "Please give me a signal, master." He hesitated. "A signal, then use it." The sparrow pecked at the cow's butt. Suddenly he smiled foolishly and ate the beef, making her confused. In Vu Tianj Van. Anan Ling is cultivating there. The white snake sat next to her and thought to himself, "This isn't chaos magic. It was created by that crazy old woman from ancient times. How did it turn into Vu Tianj immortal magic? Could it be that the crazy old woman still exists, living?" Looking at Anan Ling, she thought to herself, but fortunately, Tianfu's practice of Tianlong inherited from this girl is superior to the practice of Vu Tianj immortal Dharma. With my teachings, the cultivation method of the human race will sooner or later be destroyed. Throw away. After completing it, the white snake told her, not bad. In this place where Vu Tianj Fan lacks resources, you can still break through the bamboo furnace realm in just a few months. Very talented. After all, you are much stronger than your senior brother." Anan Ling picked her up and refused to praise her. "Don't say that to the senior brother. The senior brother is very good." When he broke through and saw her continuing to explain, the white snake intervened, "Okay, he's the best, so good that I'm now in Bamboo Lo Khan." Suddenly a strange sound attracted their attention. She turned around. What was that sound? The white snake quickly urged her to go out and see what happened. From far away, there was a girl who made a sound. Anan Ling said loudly, "It is senior sister Tian Van." The white snake thought to himself, she is actually the body of the sky. Anan Ling approached her, congratulating her, "Sister, congratulations on your passing out." She also returned the favor. Anan Ling is also very good, has broken through the bamboo furnace realm. The white snake saw that scene and continued with that line of thought, "As far as I know, in ancient times, there were only 3 people with the body of the sky, just like the name of the body of the sky, that is, the necessary resources for there are so many things to practice. Simply put, the bamboo forest realm steps into the cave palace realm, all of which require resources. I'm afraid the total output of this holy land is 1/20th, but it's completely worth it. It's worth it, because the quality of the realm of the heavenly body is absolutely not something that a genius can compare to." She continued, "As long as the right resources are needed, the achievement of a peerless power ascending to the realm is enough to be able to protect this holy land forever without weakening. The holy land of Kanlang cannot abandon a genius, so logically speaking, Wu Tianfan lacks resources. She can also reach the bamboo thunder stage. She should have shown something special in her physique a long time ago, but she still doesn't. She's here to take care of this poor Wu Tianfan. It seems like she doesn't care about her future path, so why?" Bok Sa still continues to have doubts. Next is Quat Tian Van from the bamboo furnace scene to impact Dong Fu Khan. She needs a huge resource, and within 5 years she needs to enter Dong Fu Khan. If not, it will definitely affect the future achievements of the Great Path. Not only that, when the heavenly body steps into Dongfu realm, there will be an extremely terrifying thunderstorm. If not fully prepared, Quat Tian Van will be lost. Tian Van looked at Anan Ling and asked, "Look at Anan Ling, isn't it beautiful?" She was still extremely happy looking around. "That's right, and that too, despite the white snake's worries. Could it be that this girl Quat Tian Van didn't care whether she lived or died, just to stay?" Wu Tianfan, seeing her happily come up and pick her up and laugh and say, "Come with me," she was worried. What does she want to do? Being able to soak in the tub, she was extremely satisfied and refreshed. "Ha!" Tian Van slowly explained, "Anan Ling said you were injured before. A medicinal bath and massage would help you recover. Having someone massage you," she was satisfied. "Ah, this technique." Then Quat Tian Van also took off his clothes and joined the white snake. Sitting for a while, they were so embarrassed that they screamed, "Can't be like this anymore, can't be like this anymore, can't be like this anymore." After finishing it, she went out happily. This girl Quat Tian Van, her massage technique is so good. When the old lady restores her true body, she will definitely protect her and take her out to eat delicious food. They were startled. It was Anan Ling. Tian Van quickly ran over. "Anan Ling, you're okay." Anan Ling ran to hug to Li, happy, "Senior brother, you are finally back. Anan Ling misses you so much." He smiled, "Haha, senior brother also misses you." She choked up, "Monk, brother." Letting Anan Ling hug him, he moved his gaze to Tian Van. "Tian Van, you have left customs, congratulations on your breakthrough." Suddenly she ran quickly towards him, hugged his neck, making him yelp. Burst into tears, "Brother, Tian Van doesn't want to be away from you for so long anymore." Anan Ling also came over, clinging to his shirt. "Senior brother, Anan Ling doesn't want to be far from you anymore. Wherever you go in the future, take Anan Ling and senior sister with you. Is that okay?" He put his arms around the two of them, gently comforting them. "Okay, from now on wherever the senior brother goes, he will take the 2 sisters with him." Anan Ling happily said yes loudly. After finishing, he came to pat the white snake's head. She thought to herself, "It's true, it's only been a few months away. Is it necessary to make such an exaggeration?" He picked her up, patted her head and said, "Oh my, I haven't seen you in a few months. I didn't think even you would get a little fatter." She turned away, looking haughty. This damned man, once again, touching me without my permission." She was upset. 2, 3 times, she let this human do it. By doing so, she had to let them see the old lady's benefits. Looking at Anan Ling watering the plants, she asked, "Girl, now that your senior brother is back, won't you come show off the results of your practice?" She huffed and didn't understand. White Snake tried to boost her spirit. "You are progressing so quickly, your senior brother will be very happy when he sees it. He will definitely reward you." Anan Ling is happy. "I was so happy to see my senior brother return that I forgot. I must show my brother the results of my cultivation." She abandoned everything. "Goodbye White Snake, I'm leaving now," she replied, rushing towards her disciples, shocking them for the old lady. Under the tree, Tian Van was patting Tali's head, who was lying on her lap. She said, "That's right, Anan Ling has also broken through the bamboo forest stage. I still haven't seen the results of her cultivation." He was still lying there, calmly saying, "Come on, use all your strength, then use the Wu Tian's immortal Dharma to explode towards me." As soon as I lay there, I was satisfied. Lying on Tian Van's lap was also very comfortable, soft and fragrant. Suddenly, Anan Ling walked up to the two of them and replied loudly, "Okay." She thought to herself, in order to be rewarded by her senior brother, she must use all her strength. She combined all her strength to make the earth and sky tremble and thunder rumbled. Made me jump up in surprise. What happened? An earthquake? You have a trick, ha! That power came closer to him, making him extremely surprised. Tali and Quat Tian Van were sitting under a tree when somewhere a source of power rushed out. Quat Tian Van stood up to support Tian Van, senior brother. Immediately, Quat Tian Van used his strength to attack back. Two sources of power like water and fire rushed into each other. It turned out that it was the power of Anan Ling. He patted her head and praised her. "Anan Ling, you did very well. In just a few short months, you broke through the bamboo furnace realm. Cultivating the technique is also very effective. Anan Ling, that's really good." She happily responded, "That's great." Anan Ling did not disappoint her senior brother. He. Tali continued, "However, even though I have broken through the bamboo furnace realm, the power of the practice is still not enough. If the Holy Land let me go out alone to practice, senior brother would not feel at ease, not to mention the lake also has to participate in the New Blood Mystery Dance. While Anan Ling is waiting to participate in the New Blood Mystery Dance, you should rest a bit. It's best to force the situation. First, don't let others know that you have reached the bamboo furnace stage." She obediently replied, "Yes." Anan Ling listened to his brother. He also turned to Quat Tian Van and said, "You have also broken through the bamboo furnace realm. I'm afraid the mission of the Holy Land will come soon, sister." She smiled widely, and before Tali could finish speaking, she replied, "Senior brother, no need to worry about Tian Van. Tian Van will definitely quickly complete her training and return to senior brother's side." He looked at her round breasts and said, "Well, senior brother believes in Tian Van." In his heart, he thought to himself, "So soft and sweet, my senior sister is indeed the best." The white snake hid next to the tree in shock. What was going on? How could that Tali pull off that trick? Don't let the power of Anan Ling's moves be too great. Even though when Anan Ling used her move just now, I was able to lower the power of that move, but Tali was only in the bamboo furnace stage. Logically speaking, he absolutely will not be able to receive Anan Ling's moves. Could it be that Tali is also a peerless genius? It seems we need to observe more closely. Saluting the saints, Chu Vo-tin replied, "You don't need to be polite. Today is just a few simple things. The first thing, the upcoming New Blood Mystery Dance. I am preparing to take this opportunity to accept a disciple." Everyone below was surprised to hear that one of the 9 holy masters of the 9 continents, never seen before, wanted to accept disciples. Giang Chi thought, even though I am a saint and can guide the holy master with the saint, but strictly speaking, we are not counted as his disciples. This time I want to accept disciples myself. Maybe something happened. Chu Vo-tin continued, "There's no need to be so surprised. It's just that recently during the retreat, I randomly divined a hexagram. Knowing that a new era is coming, this is the best time to accept disciples." The second thing is, Chi, when I heard that while you were recruiting your disciple was assassinated, she immediately replied, "Yes, the assassin was the saintess of the Dark Demon sect." His face changed. The Dark Demon sect, it was her again. Hearing that, you couldn't sit still. I understand. After I leave the customs, I will resolve this matter. If there is nothing else, I will continue to seclude myself. If there is anything unexpected, just call me directly. Everyone who heard that replied, "Yes," bowing to the Holy Master. But Chi wondered in his heart, was I delusional? Why did I feel that when the Holy Master mentioned the Dark Demon sect, his reaction was a bit strange? The Holy Land of Alkaline Spirits is different from the sect. If we want to use a familiar analogy, some sects and sects are specialized academies, while the Holy Land of Alkaline Spirit is a general university. Among the 9 specialized holy places, the Alkaline Spirit Holy Land is especially numerous, not to mention the 4 top chessboard and drawing books. Mainly, there are also 4 places to eat, drink, women, and gamble. Of course, the last 2 I haven't arrived yet. 2 beautiful women standing on the floor looking down saw you preparing to enter and called, "Young master, come play, come here and enjoy." She walked down and waved to him. "Isn't this Mr. Su? It's been a long time since I've seen him come here." She walked over and hugged Li sensitively, making him blush. Master Tu, today do you want to continue what didn't end last time, this time master? Brother cough cough cough, today we have an appointment with a friend, we have come to attend to official business, and also, don't talk so carelessly like that, if something is not done, what I call an enemy is because of my contribution to the literary world, yes yes. He smiled and whispered in her ear, then wait for me to finish, let's continue, listen to Mr. Su. Hung Dat came out and put his arm around his shoulder, old Tu, you're here. The two of them talked as they walked. Tell me how long it's been since you came to me for a drink. I heard you finally broke through the bamboo stove realm. Not bad, not bad. One step closer to the sitting life. Eat and wait to die. Ha ha ha. Li happily replied, if it was before, it would indeed be possible, but recently, Vu Tianj Fan, I have had a few more mouths to feed, the resources of my junior sisters to practice, still need to rely on my senior brother, this is also that's why I came here to find you this time. Oh? He continued asking, does Mr. Hung have any projects nearby? I want to make money. The beautiful woman is flirting with Li. Sir, don't you like the slave family? Why don't you touch the slave family? Li shyly refused, oh, that, I just came to gather with friends. Hung Dat said happily, Mr. Tu, you really are here, so many beautiful ladies are here, let's enjoy it a bit. He sweat dropped and replied, no, I'm a married man, I have to restrain myself, otherwise you're determined to choose this place, I won't come here either. Hung Dat replied, okay, it's me spoil you. The two of you go first, Brother Tu and I need to discuss something official. The two beauties replied lazily, young master, if there's anything you need to do, just call the slave family. Li felt relieved in her heart, finally gone. Mr. Hung, about making money, do you have any good leads? He whispered to Li again, don't tell anyone, actually there is still a clue, do you know the new blood mystery Vu Kong? I heard the inside news say, the sword leader saint will accept a disciple this time. Oh? I have listed a dozen of the most outstanding people, if there are no unexpected events, the Holy Master of the Holy Spirit will choose one of these 10 people to be his disciple. Drawn like that, can you tell who is who? If this time we can correctly guess one of these 10 people, then it will be a big bet. Li considered and said, no, this gamble is too big, the risk is very high for even the Holy Spirit to choose, filed in such a sequential manner, we cannot just guess from the list. Hung Dat continued, that's why the odds are so high, isn't it like you said, if you win you go to the elephant, if you lose you go to the dog, huh? Li replied clearly, I am a married person, I cannot do things with such a high level of danger, but on the contrary, we can force these 10 people to register for the top 10 positions. Very, although you don't earn much but the risk is low, that's okay. Hung Dat continued to introduce the upcoming events. This sect conference is also quite interesting. There will be an extremely special chessboard. Rumor has it that in this sect conference, the saint will officially express his thoughts to the girl. Hearing that, Li immediately asked, what is on the sect's congress? It sounds like Li is quite excited. Aha, confessing in the sect's congress, if he succeeds, he will be paired with the saint, but if he doesn't, he will be laughed at to death. The saint is really taking a risk. Sister, how are the odds so far? Hung Dat continued to analyze. The number of people betting on the saint's son confessing his love was slightly higher. After all, in everyone's subconscious, the saint's son and the saint's daughter were originally a couple. But Li thinks differently. I bet the saint refuses. Completely. Hung Dat heard that and immediately panicked. Ha, are you crazy? The saintess will probably agree. By then you will definitely be bankrupt and bankrupt. Li calmly replied, I believe that the saintess will be single-minded with the world, absolutely not swayed by ordinary love. He continued to ask, so how did the conference end? Hung Dat thought for a moment and then answered, there was also the son of the Hall Master Swordsman, Cheu Han, Tu Dat, Sword Bone, Gas Sword and Spear, Hall Master Sword Hall, juggling that your son will definitely be in the top 4. If I bet on Million Han to be in the top 4, I'd be crazy. Actually, you can buy it. Hung Dat asked again, what did you say? Ha, nothing. Li added, okay, I understand, if there's nothing, I'll go first, but in his heart he thought, for me, I have to bet on Tian Van and Anan Ling. Good brother, I believe, trust you unconditionally. Okay, old Hung, if there's anything in the future, just tell me, I'm worried about you holding back forever and harming yourself. Hung Dat happily replied, what's the use of telling you, you won't help me, go quickly, I want to call you girls. He turned around and left, okay. A floating book suddenly appeared, opening a chapter about Hung Dat's future. the second prince of Tianquan country, both civil and martial arts, strong bones, and extremely good luck. Someone once said that if the second prince ruled the country of Kang Kuang would definitely develop to the utmost. Because he was wary of the crown prince, Hung Dat had no intention of competing, but he also did not intend to yield to his brother. There was an elder of the Holy Land who once traveled to Tianquan country. He saw Hung Dat's bones and immediately accepted him as his disciple. Hung Dat, under the pretext of using his will to seek immortality, agreed to come up the mountain to practice, avoiding the world. A few years later, for some reason, Hung Dat could not go down the mountain and return to the royal family. The following year, the crown prince was ousted, and the seven princes competition for the throne officially broke out. For some reasons, Hung Dat was deeply involved in the competition for position, unable to escape. In the 15th year of the country's collapse, Hung Dat died. After learning Hung Dat's story, Li felt extremely sad. Such a brilliant brother had such a sad story. If only he had known his end. Then I have to use all my strength to stop him. As long as I stop him from going down the mountain, then that won't happen. In the holy land of alkaline, betting. Bet on me, I bet on the saint. Li stood behind and watched, as expected of a loser, always extremely bustling. Everyone, has the Saint Master Almighty lived for tens of thousands of years? He has already accumulated hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Quickly bet, quickly bet. Li thought for a moment. I wanted to bet a little bit. If I bet I would definitely win. After all, only I knew, the Holy Master of the Holy Spirit in the Dark Demon sect had one leg, and would later give birth to a pair of baby girls, twin. Calm down, calm down. If even your small life is difficult to keep, then bet on something more reliable. From behind someone spoke, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing that, everyone was in a commotion. Wah, you have money. The person who spoke up was Ling Tu. I bet on earning a way to reach the finals. She took out a bag and placed it on the table, betting everything on million happiness. The young man next to her couldn't believe his eyes. Lady, are you really betting everything? Everyone around them gasped. Little girl, listen to brother's advice. This place is so deep and unpredictable, you can't grasp it all. That's right, if not then you will lose everything. That's a miracle. Chi sword is accompanied by injury, should not be placed. You ignore those words. Shut up, I just want to bet so much. Hurry up and deal with it. On this side, Li saw this and intended to leave. To avoid trouble, she ran away, but she didn't expect to see Che Ling here. A sound came from behind. Oh, where are you going? Knowing he'd been discovered, he had to pretend. Isn't this Miss Cheu? Long time no see, haha. She shyly said, Hey, prostitute, why don't you come to me? I've been waiting for you for so long. What are you saying? She asked, Why did you come to the casino? You came to bet on the sect conference. Who did you bet on? He replied, Oh yes, I bet on it, ha. He immediately turned pale and bet senior brother Cheu that you had eyes to see. He could only sadly shed tears. All my assets, brother Cheu, you have to try harder. Luckily I bet part of the money on junior sister before, otherwise I would have really lost a lot. She frowned and asked, you still haven't answered my question just now. Why don't you always look for me? He scratched his head and asked again, why should I look for you? She shouted, Li, you just let this young lady wait for you. Ding, discovered that Che Ling Tu's favorable impression towards the host was constantly decreasing, about to reach the level of a bastard, which had a certain influence on Che Ling Tu's destiny, rewarding the host with 1,000 destiny points. Why does this affect her destiny? She's still upset. Li, you're a bastard, you haven't come to comfort me yet. He had to pretend to comfort her. Miss Cheu, don't be angry, next time I have time I will come find you to play, okay? Who needs it? Ding, discovered that Che Ling Tu's favorability towards the host continued to increase, from a bastard to a bad guy, creating a certain influence on Che Ling Tu's destiny, rewarding the host with 1,000 luck points. Fate, you evil thing, what the hell? She continued, the elder brother's sword practice was injured. Father was very angry. Now only I can practice the sword. I'm afraid I won't practice well and will disappoint father. He replied, don't worry, it won't happen. You are definitely talented in practicing swordsmanship. Your future achievements in swordsmanship will definitely not be bad. She was happy to hear that. Is that so? I believe what you say. If in the future I do not achieve the achievements you said, then I will take up the sword and settle your account. Level cold land. Mak Naguyat is cold. This is the place the owner said. The cold land, my cultivation level alone, cannot stop the wind and snow here. She trembled. I'm about to die. I'm just freezing to death in this place, but I've never been in love before. The book says, love is very sweet. She remembered Master To Li, although our contract was for 500 years, but after 500 years, Mak Naguyat did not want to find another man. 500 years later, Mak Naguyat wants to marry you, wants to spend sweet days with you. 500 years from now, if I don't marry someone, I will die. But Mak Naguyat can't wait for that day. Mak Naguyat is about to die. Suddenly a light appeared around her. What happened just now? Why did the snow stop? Could it be magic? Oh, my hand, it's strange, my body suddenly feels very uncomfortable. What's wrong with me? Suddenly her appearance changed, I turned into a white tiger. Mak Naguyat meditated and practiced absorbing the essence in the snow. Suddenly she opened her eyes. Throw snow into the air. She looked at her hand and said, is this a series of ice and snow magical powers of the white nine-tailed fox? I don't know when I already comprehended the ice and snow magical powers. Could this be the fate that the master said? She remembered To Li, the owner not only correctly calculated that he would have the ability to stop the snowstorm, but also calculated that he would definitely be chosen by magical powers. It was as if he had guessed everything about her, really like. She hugged her shoulders and trembled. He knows everything about me, I'm completely his person. Why do I feel trembling from head to toe? No, it's not okay. Suddenly a voice caught her attention, yo, not bad. She moaned shyly, wait, stop, don't touch any more, she thought to herself, if I touch any more, I will. That person's finger lifted her chin, little fox, his talent was indeed very high, making her moan, She said angrily, who exactly are you? Lang Naguyat Tan smiled and replied, don't be angry, little fox, I'm not a bad person. She turned around to the snow statue and said, I originally thought that his successor would not appear for another 1,000 years, otherwise he would have been lost. Then she turned around and smiled, but she didn't expect that this time when I came to visit him, I would meet him by chance, it was fate. Mak Naguyat looked fascinated and thought, so beautiful, wait, I can't be fascinated by this person. She said, what is your name? Lang Naguyat Tan stood in the beautiful snowy wind and said, my name is Long Nak Tan. Long's Long Yueking's music, Long Yueking's Tan. Mak Naguyat still couldn't help but think, so beautiful, so big. I can never be as big as her, the most beautiful woman in the world, Long Nak Tan. Wait, listen to Long Nak Tan say because of Vu Tian's passing. Suddenly realizing something, she said to herself, Vu Tian, To Li, master. What relationship does the owner have with her? The two of them live in the same mountain building and have similar cultivation levels. Could it be that the two of them are friends? She tore her own reasoning to shreds. No way. Suddenly, the other person's finger touched Mak Naguyat's forehead, startling her. Hey, little fox, thinking about something random. She immediately pushed away the hand that was touching her. No need for you to control her, her heart said. She is definitely not the master's companion. The master once said, a woman only affects the speed of the man's sword. Naguyat Tan threw something to her and said, this is for you. You have comprehended the magical powers of the White Tiger system, so it proves that you are predestined, but what other people perceive is only on the surface. Naguyat Tan turned away and continued, this heavenly pond is not an ordinary ice stream. You need to soak in this stream every day. In addition, this key also helps you enter the underside of the ice stream. Down there is an ice stele. On the other stele is the complete ice and snow magical power. Then she turned to Mak Naguyat. There is one more thing. If you learn all of this, you must fulfill one wish of my old friend. Mak Naguyat asked, wish? Naguyat Tan held the blood-red blood bead in her hand, held it out in front of her and said, within 10 years, someone must completely inherit her, then take this blood bead into a secret realm, then put it in her hands, this blood pearl. After explaining, Naguyat Tan stretched as if she was very tired. Okay, the old lady has entrusted everything to you, I should go too. She reminded the fox girl the rest, that's right, there's one more thing. Little fox, remember, at that closing scene, when people release this blood pearl, there must not be a man next to you, otherwise. The last words surprised Mak Naguyat and made her explode. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The scene changes to the Holy Land of Ali, Tian Dao Lake. This is the scene of this new blood contest of the Holy Land of Ali and the Sect's conference. To Li said, this time at the New Blood and Sect conference, remember one thing, that is. Standing between Quat Tien Van and Anan Ling, he clenched his fists with determination. If he won, he would go to the elephant. If he lost, he would go down to the dog. Anan Ling asked, "Senior brother, why do you get down when you lose?" He replied, "Little girl, don't ask, you're obedient." Oh. He patted the little girl's shoulder. "Anan Ling, don't be nervous, it's okay to lose. Remember to take the medicine I gave you. Don't let anyone else know that you have reached the bamboo furnace realm." Anan Ling agreed, "Yes." He cried sadly and thought to himself, "I used a lot of system points to exchange that pill. It can hide my true cultivation level. Winning or losing is not important. Otherwise, if others know that the silver spirit has arrived, bamboo lot seen, I'm afraid I have to complete this task myself. Anan Ling is still so young. What if she gets kidnapped by bad people?" "Anan Ling, listen to me, you don't need to drink that medicine. With me here, no one will be able to see your cultivation level." Anan Ling thought to herself, "That's great, the medicine that senior brother gave me." Anan Ling couldn't bear to eat it, so she could hide it. Everyone looked at the group of people coming and started whispering, "Look, it's them. Thang Mung Pham Sword Street, Chu Kwang Lam Ling Lang Street, Ghost Fire Street, Kai Chong, are the top 10 favorites." To Li looked at them cheering, "Come on, win the championship for me." Anan Ling thought, "So my brother cares about the championship like that." He thought, "I put all my money on you guys, try go up." Anan Ling shouted at him, "Senior brother, Anan Ling will also try, will not disappoint you." He sweatily replied, "Ah, senior brother trusts Anan Ling." Hung Dat suddenly spoke up, startling him, "Old Tu, I knew right away that you were here." The hot girl who was falling in love with him suddenly came to lean on his chest and act coyly, "Master Tu, why did you leave in such a hurry that day?" "The slave didn't have time to invite you to drink," he replied sweating. "Say, what are you talking about? I don't know you at all." Suddenly there was a murderous aura behind him that made him tremble and look back. Tian Van. Tian Van and Anan Ling bowed their heads to say hello. "We met again, Hung brother." "Hello, Hung brother." Hung Dat also greeted the two ladies. "Hello everyone." Hung Dat teased him, "Old Tu, these two junior sisters are so beautiful, no wonder you didn't miss the flowers and grass outside. Do you guys accept disciples? I want to be brothers with you." He smiled wryly, replied quickly, "Haha, get lost." Tian Van said, "Senior brother, the conference has already started, I'll take Anan Ling to prepare first." He replied, "Okay, you guys go first, I'll be there later." To Li said, "Old Hung, bring some spirit stones with you, lend me a few." Hung Dat asked, "Where are your spirit stones?" He held his bag of spirit stones and smiled and said, "We've all bet, so I have to borrow some spirit stones to buy some things for Anan Ling." Hung Dat praised, "What a spirit, what do you want to buy for Anan Ling, attack support, or defense weapon?" He replied so calmly that he was speechless, "No, buy some gifts for Anan Ling, wait until later when she loses then go comfort her." Up above, other immortals are looking at the panoramic view from above. The white-haired fairy asked, "That was the disciple that Nocton received that year, already so grown up." Ung Chi standing next to him replied, "It was this person." To Li, a disciple held a letter in his hand and said, "Holy Master, this time Wu Tianjifan only has one disciple participating in the new blood competition. This is this disciple's competition schedule." He replied, "Oh." That guy continued to say, "This time the number of introductory disciples participating in the new blood competition was about 5,000 people, mainly divided into 4 rounds. The first round was divided into 1,000 groups. Each group had 5 people." Then continued, "There are billions of contestants in the group, and the person who ranks first in the group will advance to the second round. The second round has 1,000 people remaining, divided into 100 groups, 10 people per group. Whoever uses the most group will win. Entering round 3, divided into 2 groups, divided according to a list of 16 people, selected the final 32 people to enter the new blood competition. Then there is the 2v2 knockout round, where the winner is finally chosen." That fairy said, "This competition schedule is also interesting. Nocton's disciples' eyes have not been considered for now, but today let's see how her disciples' eyes are." The stadium started up and everyone started to get excited. "Duang Mung Pham must win. All my assets are bet on you." Others also urged, "Quickly start, quickly start." Suddenly, Anan Ling appeared on the screen, making everyone excited. "Look, I didn't expect that there would be such a small disciple coming to participate." Some people praised me. "My junior sister is so cute." Others said, "Come round 1 to play. After all, Tian Dao Lake has a barrier, so it won't hurt." Suddenly there was a voice, "The new blood competition, the first round, officially began." Anan Ling said hesitantly, Wu Tianjifan, Anan Ling, please give me advice." Her opponent said, "Dao Duang, Cam Tian, little sister, don't blame senior brother for bullying you. The white-haired leader asked to Li. This young disciple of the Wu Tianj sect encountered the fierce sword Cam Tian. Who did he think won? He replied, tell the holy master, Cam Tian won. He asked Ung Chi and Gung Chi, what about you? She replied, I believe in Sister Anan Ling. He smiled and said, although you believe in her, you don't think that she will win. Nocton once said that none of Wu Tianfan's disciples are like a lamp that ran out of oil, let alone Anan Ling. It teaches, let's just watch it first. Cam Tian said contemptuously, little sister, admit defeat, you are not my opponent at all. Anan Ling firmly said, Anan Ling will not admit defeat, must not disappoint senior brother. Cam Tian jumped up and swung his knife, if that's the case, then don't blame senior brother, take my knife. When the huge knife was about to hit her head, she looked gloomy. Then suddenly with just 2 fingers she stopped the knife that was about to hit her head. Cam Tian was confused by the image in front of him, how could this be possible? On a nice weather day, the duel took place. Ling Anan received a dangerous move from the opponent, but fortunately, when the sharp sword was about to pierce her face, she was able to hold it, with just 2 fingers, his face expressionless as if he knew he would be able to handle it. Then she flicked her hand and knocked the sword out, causing the other guy to fly away. He flew into the air, her boundless power seemed to turn into a green dragon, ferociously roaring. The other guy was thrown far away and fell to the ground. He fell in front of all the surrounding people. Then he sat up and asked, what happened, what happened? Then a man standing nearby shouted in panic, you were saved by the ring's protective barrier. If this was a real fight, the person just now would have died a long time ago. This sentence scared him, too, as if I don't understand what's going on. As for her side, once again the shout of victory rang out, Wu Tianfan and Anan Ling won. As for her, she was neither happy nor sad, calmly cradling the snake in her hand, and in the distance, everyone watching the match was praising her endlessly. She had won, she was so cute and yet she had the strength to fight back, so strong. Some people were surprised and admired. That was the heir of the Dragon Clan, Wu Tianfan, let a powerful character go into battle. As for Chu Vo Tin, he stood watching the match, seeing her consecutive victories. He was very satisfied and said, mixed blood of human and dragon race, a bit interesting. Then a loud sound echoed throughout the area, the new blood competition. The second round began. Still at the market, while walking around buying things, Li walked around and silently asked, what can I buy for Anan Ling? Then suddenly, from afar, a guy suddenly ran closer and realized it was Hung Dat. He ran over with a panicked look on his face and announced something shocking to Li. Old two, no way old, bowl. Silver spirit, her silver spirit. Seeing Hung Dat's scared face, he immediately put his ear on the shoulder of the second prince who was bowing his head because of fatigue and kept asking, Anan Ling is injured, so where is Ho Tien Dao's magic formation? Could an unexpected incident have occurred? Then he gasped and replied, it's not me. Anan Ling won. Hearing this, Li felt relieved. He answered back, oh, he won. Winning is good, winning a few matches, 1 round or 2. He smiled and thought, Anan Ling has suppressed Tu Vi, winning a few small matches should be okay, right? Then suddenly Hung Dat replied, winning everything. Anan Ling defeated all the disciples in the group, too classy. After hearing this, he was shocked and asked with a worried face, huh? On the side of the lake, everyone was talking loudly, that Anan Ling actually qualified to become first place in the small group. Was she really that strong? Surprised by Ling Anan's talent, everyone frowned, surprised and doubtful. Was it a fake poet? Then they answered, it's very possible. Anyway, no one is in charge of such a small group. In the second round they will automatically be eliminated. It will be known whether this person has the ability or not. There is definitely someone open a provisional table before the match, then collude with the remaining 4 people to pretend to fight. They shouted in unison, you have a point, report that there is a fighter, the regular punishment disciple should come quickly and deal with it. Then a certain foot slowly walked under the red carpet, a voice rang out, this new blood test is fair and honest, all disciples will win based on their strength. Then suddenly in the sky Chu Vo Tin appeared. He carefully said, the first round of the passionate competition is over, the winner has a moment to prepare. After a moment, please disciples, promptly entered the arena. Then the people below were in an uproar. It was the Holy Master himself had come. It seemed that the news that the Holy Master wanted to accept disciples, and really, could it be that the Holy Master had seen the Silver Spirit Master's sister? So, she must be definitely not fake. On the other side, while Anan Ling was sitting on the raft, everyone standing around looking at her had to pamper her and exclaim, so cute. Sister Anan Ling, she's here, but she didn't care about those words, her eyes only lit up when she saw someone coming, she happily shouted to Sister Tian Van. Then Quat Tian Van approached her and happily greeted her, after a hard time. Anan Ling, sister to Li's naked legs approached Anan Ling. As soon as they saw her, all the men standing around gasped in surprise and passionately asked, Mung Bean, who is this great beauty? Sister, I can, let me be the buffalo, give her the horse, my sister will marry me, they said while blushing shyly, some were so infatuated. Then when she approached Anan Ling, sounds of admiration rang out from the crowd, the two of them were so beautiful as in a painting, children chose them, adults wanted them all, both of them, wanted, Tian Van came to pat her head very lovingly. Then Li approached from somewhere, warmly extended his arms to greet Tian Van, Anan Ling. Then the two of them responded, Senior brother, Anan Ling has won. Then he ran to hug the two of them with both arms, Anan Ling is so good, senior brother is proud of me, Tian Van has also worked hard, senior brother bought things for everyone, then Quat Tian Van replied, to thank you, master. Seeing them laughing and having fun, Li was hugging these two sisters, they said, damn, who is this person, quickly let go of my two beloved wives, it's Vu Tianj's Li, Fan, those two beauties are Li's sisters, ah they're so jealous, they said and glared in jealousy. Then he turned around and smirked at them, making them mad, they were angry and wanted to scream, he deliberately provoked us, killed Takao, stole Tian Van and Anan Ling, Li, you and I are not heaven and earth. Looking at this scene, Hak Dac, one of the 20 candidates for the championship, stood far away and said nonchalantly, even as a little sister, I will not show mercy. From afar that sound rang out again, inviting the victorious disciples to enter the second round. Standing across the river, the two of them could still hear clearly. Then Li stood there waving goodbye, don't be too pressured, senior brother has already bought me a gift. In the evening senior brother took Anan Ling out for a big meal, then Anan Ling said hello, yes, senior brother, lion, Anan Ling come here. Then the crowd started cheering for her, sister Anan Ling, try your best, you must win, my dear wife, if Anan Ling wins, then marry me, I was happy. Suddenly, a sound appeared in the crowd, Tan, senior sister Hao Dan will forever be our god, sister Anan Ling is crawling out of nowhere. Then they stood and argued, what do you say, our sister Anan Ling is the cutest sister in the world. Then the others frowned, our sister Hao Dan is the biggest sister in the world. Hearing this, she was not angry at all but whispered, I don't know who my opponent is in this match, it doesn't matter who it is, anyway, I can defeat them in one move. Before she could finish her sentence, her match had begun, her opponent came out with a winning attitude, she said, Tu moi moi, now you still have time to admit defeat. Even if you lose, don't cry, the hem of your dress flutters in the wind, her provocative words are so annoying. Then the signal for the exam to begin. She just waited, then jumped up high, her face fierce and shouted loudly, if you don't admit defeat, get down quickly. Poor little girl Anan Ling was a bit scared but still silently told herself, Anan Ling, don't lose. When their arms were about to touch each other. Then suddenly a source of terrible power made Hak Dan shiver in pain. She was thrown away, her eyes were scared and she screamed, ah! Then, not giving up, she unleashed her powerful move, she put her hand inside her bra. Pulling out a blue towel, her eyes darkened and said, little sister, you actually have quite a bit of ability. Then she stood up, waved her handkerchief and continued, but forced me to take out my magic weapon, but... that's all. Then she shouted, 9 snakes Langu. The green scarf immediately turned into a giant snake. Hiding behind her to protect her, the 9-headed snake with sharp teeth stretched its neck forward, preparing to attack her. It spit out a stream of green light, then Hokdam shouted, go up, give up, little sister, being stared at by my 9 snakes, if the prey doesn't die, they won't stop. And she just leisurely stood behind and watched, quickly admit defeat. The cheerleaders in the distance kept shouting, junior sister Anan Ling, come on, fight back, hit her. Sister Hao Dan, come on, sister is mighty. As for Li, standing far away, she saw it, her face was scared, she put her hand to her mouth with a worried look, the silver spirit was dangerous, everyone blames me for not letting her hide her cultivation and go practice, then go practice, it's okay if she doesn't get hurt. Seeing that, Quat Tian Van stood next to him and gently comforted him, Tian Van did not need to comfort me, as long as Anan Ling was not injured, I would thank heaven and earth. Then suddenly something unexpected happened, everyone shouted, oh my god, Anan Ling. Then the situation reversed. The nine-headed snake suddenly appeared, rushing up like a storm. He kicked his master Hawkdan's back, blood flowed everywhere. Everyone didn't understand what was happening. Looking back at Anan Ling, a strong stream of blue light was surging. Hawkdan lay motionless on the ground. And so Anan Ling won again. Seeing that the referee was also scared and stammered, Lack, Anan Ling won. Then she happily jumped up and down with joy. That's great, brother, Anan Ling has won again. Chu Vo Tin stood next to him and said very satisfied, not a bad girl, this woman has outstanding talent, her future will definitely be extraordinary. Seeing that, the white snake girl standing next to him immediately asked again, Holy Master, you want to accept Anan Ling as your personal disciple? He replied with satisfaction, it is true that I have this idea. Giang Chi saw the Holy Master's face with such satisfaction and thought to himself, the Holy Master had already seen the talent of Sister Anan Ling and was moved to accept a disciple, but with young Master Tu's temperament, he could not bear it, let Anan Ling leave Wu Tianfan. She looked down at the back of Li, who was hugging her junior sister, and was heartbroken, young Master Tu. She still didn't realize that she was feeling sad and wondering why seeing young Master Tu and his junior sister being close made her feel uncomfortable and shouldn't be like that. When she discovered Giang Chi's eyes looking at her, Li was startled. She was looking at her and was finally aware of her feelings for her. He was moved and hugged his chest in pain for her. Could it be that when he saw his brother and sister hugging each other, he wanted him to hug her too? Just as he wanted to hug her, he looked at the Holy Master standing to the side. Unfortunately, the Holy Master was here and couldn't hug her right away. The Holy Master was too entangled. Seeing him keep looking at him in confusion, he glanced over, causing him to startle. After that, he immediately covered up and continued to hug his sister Tianvan happily. Tianvan did not expect our Anan Ling to be so good. It's so good. Tonight we must hold a big banquet to celebrate. Tianvan also happily complied. Well, everyone listened to their senior brother. Seeing Anan Ling with such talent, everyone around her was talking about it. This sister Anan Ling is really amazing. I wonder if the Holy Master will choose her to become a true disciple. After so long, the Holy Master will definitely accept a disciple. Choose the person with the highest talent. Sister Anan Ling has great potential. Hearing everyone say that, Li remembered Wu Tianfan's dilapidated condition, both poor and statueless, and could only cry. If the Holy Master accepted his disciple, in case he really saw Anan Ling, Wu Tianfan would be poor. If the resources are at the Holy Master's place, needless to say, the Silver Spirit will really go to the Holy Master's place. He then sadly hugged Tianvan and confided, Tianvan, I don't want Anan Ling to leave us. Tianvan also hugged him to comfort him. Senior brother will not believe Anan Ling. At this time, the image switched to another side, a villa next to the lake. Inside is the master of the hall, Cheu Hung Thak, on the throne, and behind him is Cheu Hung Thak's daughter Cheu Ling Tu. She turned to look outside and thought, Li, how dare you hug and cuddle with my daughter? In her hand, she clutched the sword tightly and her veins were angry. This young lady has been practicing swords since she was a child. When she grows up, be careful of your two heads. Cheu Hung Thak saw his daughter standing there motionless and wondered why Ling Tu didn't react anymore after seeing Li. Lady Cheu sat on the side and immediately explained with her eyes. He still couldn't see why our daughter was looking at that Li name, making him startled as if he suddenly woke up. Then he remembered his impression of him, that Li not only incited my son to cut off his sword bone himself, but also said that the saint was stupid and hugged her two sisters left and right, very much like someone who often visited female voting room. Thinking about his daughter liking this guy, he screamed, no way. He slammed the table and stood up naturally to say something, but his father did not agree. Seeing his sudden action, both mother and child did not understand what was going on. He immediately sat down and sheepishly explained his actions. Oh, father, you're saying that he can't lose. I don't agree with those who say she will lose. Ling Tu stood to the side and said that father, this is the competition. The new blood is still a long way from the sect's conference. It's not yet time for my brother to go to war. He replied, well, because I've been waiting for a long time, I'm a bit impatient. On the side of the match, the referee's voice continuously rang out. The third match, Anan Ling won the fourth match, Anan Ling won the fifth match, Anan Ling won the sixth match. The field was deserted at this time, no opponent. The people below saw her win continuously and excitedly exclaimed, so strong, my younger sister Anan Ling is so strong, she rushed straight into the finals, my sister Anan Ling, my goddess. Some of them spoke up again. Although the previous matches were favorable, the next matches will not be as easy. Another person argued that there should be no setbacks in the previous matches, anyone who can persist for more than 10 moves below whereas junior sister Anan Ling. The other person continued, the next match is not like junior sister Anan Ling's opponent is Tian Yet Cheu. Hearing this name, he turned back to Tian Yet Cheu. It sounded a bit familiar. Then he realized that he was one of the top 10 people that Mr. Hung bet on. Then he analyzed in his mind, Tian Yet Cheu was similar to the person Anan Ling defeated Hak Dan, although he was also one of the top 12 candidates. Tian Yet Cheu was in the top 5 strongest people in the top 20. Anan Ling is afraid that she will lose this time. A man in a black shirt with a bandage covering his eyes was Tian Yet Cheu and smiled and said to Anan Ling, admit defeat, little girl, you are not my opponent. In the past few matches, everyone who said this sentence was beaten to a pulp by her. She couldn't help but think to herself, why does everyone say this sentence? Can you change the sentence? Anan Ling directly hit him to make him know how beneficial it is, harmful. Her eyes were determined that Anan Ling would not admit defeat. Then she directly used the move to continue defeating him like everyone else. When the attack was about to hit him, he just stood there motionless. Then he took off the blindfold. Revealing his purple pupils, his eyes flashed with light. Bok Sa saw this and reacted, Wei Tian Trong Dong is dead. She reminded Anan Ling not to look into his eyes, but it was too late, her eyes gradually became dull. She fell into an illusion of returning to her house. This was my old home, why did I come back here? The image of a person's back walking out the door. Anan Ling's father had to go to a very far place and couldn't take me back. After that, I had to live independently. Seeing the person in front, she cried out in bewilderment, Father. The person in front walked away. Goodbye. Anan Ling saw that so she stopped. No father. She ran sobbing, don't leave Anan Ling and her father. Then a flash of light blinded her. The scene in front of him changed again. Where was his father? This was Vu Tianfan's small yard. Li looked up and wondered, why did Anan Ling do this? Why did she suddenly stop moving? Everyone also wondered, but then even Anan Ling's opponent remained motionless like this. Tian Van said, I just remembered, someone said that this Tian Bok Cheu awakened a rare eye worm. Li asked again, isn't that worm pupil integrated with magic? He said that the double pupil was not something Anan Ling could deal with, so he could only wait for Anan Ling to lose and then comfort her. Anan Ling wondered in the middle of the match, I was clearly chasing my mother just now, why did I suddenly come to Vu Tianfan? This is really strange. A shadow of a person walked past. Suddenly Anan Ling saw Tian Van coming and said, a girl who came from nowhere, seeing how pitiful you are, that's why she accepted you into Vu Tianfan. It's best for you to clearly recognize your own identity, go. Tian Van glanced up and said, don't hang around me day after day, brother, you belong to me alone. Anan Ling worriedly replied, Anan Ling is not like that, it's just that Anan Ling really likes her brother, if she doesn't want to be entangled any more then Anan Ling will. Suddenly, Li was included in the illusion. He walked over and put his arm around Tian Van's waist and said, Tian Van is the junior sister I like the most. Li said, a girl doesn't have the slightest bit of maturity, I don't even bother to look at her anymore. Tian Van called out, senior brother. Anan Ling screamed in pain, it's not like that. Anan Ling said that brother and sister will not abandon Anan Ling, they are not like that. Anan Ling screamed, everything was fake. Tian Bok Cheu was surprised, he thought, I have underestimated this girl too much, yet she is about to destroy my illusion, I have to increase the strength of the illusion again. In the illusion, Li said, what is fake and not fake, this is our nature, after welcoming you back I felt very regretful, what a burden, I don't know how to do anything, even practicing is very useless, you should leave Vu Tianfan. Tian Van next to him also said, this idea is very good. Anan Ling still didn't believe it, she said, don't insult my brothers and sisters, they won't do that, I'm very angry now. A fiery dragon billowed behind Anan Ling. When Tian Bok Cheu saw it, his eyes widened in surprise. He was so attacked that he vomited blood. Anan Ling went to say, you dare to slander your senior brother and junior sister like that. Anan Ling was so angry that her face darkened, she said that it was impossible to forgive you like that. Next to Anan Ling, there was a stream of black smoke forming clouds, she called out to Vu Lim. Others were discussing that Sister Anan Ling's move was not powerful at all. Tian Bok Cheu's insect pupil was not only good at occult magic, she was also good at magic. I'm afraid it would be bad to rely on that move alone, it's impossible. The whole person in the match was. Tian Bok Cheu also looked down on him. He said, I thought you would have some strength, flying to break through my illusion. It seems you were just lucky. Stop. The black cloud created by Anan Ling began to rain heavily. Tens of thousands of swords pointed straight down from above. Tian Bok Cheu wondered, has the rain turned into swords? Anan Ling prepares to get into position. She attacked and called out, martial arts sword. Tian Bok Cheu also took out the tiger flame fist. To Li's 10,000 swords from Anan Ling and his tiger fist rushed straight into each other. The people below began to cry out, it's dangerous, you cold-hearted Anan Ling should quickly get out of the way. Anan Ling is still resilient with her swords. She threw one and attacked, destroying his power. Tian Bok Cheu raised his fist. He said, try one more time. But the reality is that the person in front of me has disappeared. He looked around and wondered, where had she gone, and wanted to escape, suddenly attacking me. Suddenly Anan Ling appeared behind him, completely surprised. Anan Ling said, you have lost. Anan Ling's final attack caused Tian Bok Cheu to kneel in the middle of the match. The referee announced that Vu Tianjifan Lak Anan Ling has been promoted. The people below cheered, Sister Anan Ling won again. Sister Anan Ling rushed up, that was the champion, Tian Bok Cheu, he was one of the 10 winners. Sister Anan Ling, it's too buff. To Li called Anan Ling, he asked her if she was injured or not, if she was in any danger in the illusion. Tian Van also asked her sister, Anan Ling, if you feel unwell, you can withdraw at any time. Anan Ling ran to hug To Li and called her brother. Anan Ling sobbed and said, brother, is Anan Ling a burden? Do you regret bringing Anan Ling back? Do you want to chase Anan Ling away? Hearing those sobbing words, To Li hugged Ling's husband and children in his arms. He reassured her that how could such a thing happen to Anan Ling? How could I chase you away? Up to now I have never regretted bringing you back to Vu Tianjifan. Anan Ling, you being able to come is my and your sister Tian Van's luck. Tian Van bent down and added, it is also my luck, to be able to have a lovely junior sister like this. Our luck is truly too good. Anan Ling was moved to call Tian Van Master, Billion. Suddenly a voice exclaimed, it was truly a warm scene that made everyone gasp in surprise. Hung Dat said, Old Tu, you are truly a winner in life. The two sisters are not only beautiful and courageous, but also extremely formidable. To Li broke his head and smiled and replied, it's fine, it's just normal. Hung Dat added, it's just Old Tu, Tian Bok Cheu has already lost. Based on Anan Ling's performance, what if he really wins? If all 10 people we bet on cannot make it to the group, we will lose a lot of money. To Li reassured, it probably won't be like that. Isn't there still 9 people left? I believe that when the remaining people are finished, there will definitely be 6 people who can make it into the top 10. East of Tian Heap Chao, headquarters of the Dark Demon sect. Mak Lan, one of the 2 saints of Mak Naguyat's 1 billion Dark Demon sect, was sitting and absorbing. Mak Lan was upset and spat blood out. She scolded, really hateful, it was all because of those To Li guys. If it wasn't for him ruining my good deeds, I wouldn't have had to amputate my tail to save my life and reduce my life. I lost a realm, until now my wound still hasn't healed. She looked at the murderous weapons on the wall and thought, To Li, you wait, sooner or later your family will fall into my hands. If you want to live, you won't be able to die. Mak Lan took the whip and went to the room. Inside were pitiful prisoners, with ragged appearances, screaming, Holy Maiden, please spare us. Mak Lan said that before capturing To Li, she could only use her as a way to relieve her sadness. Mak Lan said, if you want to blame yourself because you are like him. Their screams rang out. Mak Lan opened the door and walked out. Her appearance was much brighter. The people outside respectfully said congratulations to the master. The master has left the customs, she replied. Have they brought me back here or not? A little fox said, Master, we were planning to capture him, but he always lurks in the holy land of Kim Ling. Life or death is not an issue. Recently he went out to practice once, was also put in handcuffs by Mak Naguyat. Our people were confined to the Black Demon sect with no way to leave. Hearing that, Mak Lan asked, Mak Naguyat again, what does it have to do with her? Is To Li in her hands now? The other person answered, no, at that time we still thought that man will be destroyed by Mak Naguyat, but unexpectedly, that man will not be captured. Outside of the Black Demon sect, we guess that Mak Naguyat has already failed. Not only that, after Mak Naguyat returned, she immediately went to an extremely cold place. Mak Lan was surprised, why did she go to such a cold place? Mak Lan was thinking, leaving aside the fact that Mak Naguyat wanted to capture To Lee for what reason, why did she come to such a cold place? Mak Naguyat was always a person who had no business and would not wake up early. Could it be that is there a reason why it came to that extremely cold place? She ordered, send a group of people to go to that extremely cold place to find Mak Naguyat's organization. Then if the Holy Master leaves the customs and says to the Holy Master, I have something to do and have to go out, the disciple replied, yes, Holy Lady, do you want to go out? Mak Lan said that if Mak Naguyat wanted to capture that man, she absolutely couldn't do it without any reason, but if she failed like that, I wish that brat's bravery in that man, my law of all forms, can still be recognized, but how can it be just an ordinary disciple? They must have had some sort of transaction. It seems that that man's secrets are still very much alive. Mak Lan added, now I have mastered the method of 10,000 forms. She said, as long as I don't show my tail or shake my tail in front of the monks of the fairyland, then no one can recognize my true body. At that time, I would go personally and meet that man called To Lee. Mak Lan happily added, I can't wait to bring him back here and humiliate him anymore. Toan Blood Weapon Round 3, Vu Tianj Fan Lak Anan Ling 1. To Lee hugged the woman and said, it's great that our Anan Ling has won. Hung Dat thought, not knowing if he should be happy or not, can he always destroy the field like that? Hung Dat turned to look at Yang Chi coming. He was bewildered and thought, holy girl Yang Chi, why did she come here? To Lee happily said, our Anan Ling is truly extraordinary. After returning, I will definitely reward you. Anan Ling happily replied, yes, everyone listens to Brother Tu. Yang Chi called out, Master Tu, the Holy Master has an invitation. To Lee pointed at herself and asked, why is the Holy Master looking for me? To Lee said, the Holy Master wants to accept Anan Ling as a true disciple. Hung Dat said, Old Tu, the Holy Master is accepting disciples. To Lee did not want to go at all. Yang Chi added, Master Tu, please follow me. To Lee spoke up and asked, what is the matter that Saint Master Gang is looking for me? Is it about wanting to accept disciples or not? Yang Chi said, you will know about that when you get there. Yang Chi thought, why do I feel a bit uncomfortable when I see him like that? I'm about to not be able to breathe anymore. Two people use a large bird to move. To Lee thought, Anan Ling's performance this time was truly brilliant, not to mention that she was able to hide her strength. It was only natural that she would be noticed by the Holy Master. However, if Anan Ling really wants to go, then what reason do I have to keep her here? Yang Chi spoke up and asked, are you and your junior sister To Lee a Tao's companion? To Lee was surprised and asked, are you a Tao's companion? Of course not, she is just my junior sister, but he thought, that's just for now, in the future Tian Van can become my spiritual partner. He thought, waiting for Tian Van to become my daughter, then, imagining her gracefully asking, husband, do you want to eat or rest first? Yang Chi thought, it seemed like he was thinking too much. She shook her head a few times to calm herself down, thinking about such nonsense, whether Master Su likes someone or not, it has nothing to do with me, it seems like my feelings are not enough, from now on, practice diligently, then return to seclusion. Everyone went to the Holy Master Mountain. To Lee looked at everything and thought, is this the yard of the Holy Master? It looks very rustic. Yang Chi announced that the Holy Master, Mr. Su, has arrived. The Holy Master ordered, you have worked hard, go rest. Yang bowed her head and answered yes. The Holy Master added, Brother To Lee, please come over and sit here. He was startled and replied, okay. To Lee thought while walking over, I heard that the Holy Master was in retreat, but when did he go out? Looking down at the shadow below, he realized that it was all just an illusion. To Lee asked, not knowing what the Holy Master was looking for a disciple about. The Holy Master said, actually, it's nothing, I just wanted to see you for a moment. That's right, your master has been gone for many years. To Lee took the cup of tea and replied, informing the Holy Master that it has been more than 10 years. The Holy Master continued, your master was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the world. Her departure caused the Sword Spirit Holy Land to lose a lot of color. To Lee replied, that was indeed the case. The Holy Master smiled and added, do you know that your kid, there are countless people looking for me to be a match for your master. At that time that girl said, they don't look as beautiful as you. My Lee family's talent is not as high as my Lee family's, so why would you want to marry me? To Lee heard this and spat out the tea from her mouth. He stammered and said that her master really had a somewhat evasive personality, so what he said could not be considered truthful. He thought that this master really was using me as a shield. Wouldn't this make me an open enemy of monks all over the world? The Holy Master added, I know a little but not much. I can only say that this problem is very complicated. Even if it were your master, it might not be able to solve it. Now is not the time. Perhaps I will wait until you ascend to the realm before I can tell you everything, he said, already annoying. I invited you here today because there is indeed something else I want to discuss with you. That matter has to do with your junior sister. Her name is Anan Ling. I thought, what is the matter? Then it has to come. The Holy Master said, if you don't mind, I want to accept that kid Silver Ling as my first disciple, also a disciple of the official sect, inheriting my robe and bowl. Li asked, why do you want to be Anan Ling? Throughout this holy land of sword spirit, there is no shortage of disciples with better qualifications. The Holy Master explained that perhaps little brother doesn't know that the immortal Dharma I practice is all collected in a secret realm called the Nine Tien Tan Dharma. The Nine Tien Tan Dharma is extremely dictatorial, or is it the old man? Only a monk has special qualifications to practice, but finding someone with the same qualifications as an old man is an even more difficult task. However, Anan Ling carries the blood of the dragon clan, and also has the subtle blood of the nation, and has extremely good natural talent. She is the one chosen to practice this Nine Heavens Mind Dharma, so I want Anan Ling to transfer to my Holy Master Mountain. I don't know if little brother will agree or not. Li thought, even if that sister Anan Ling had more resources than any other, she could learn especially good fairy magic in the blood shadow. It would be very difficult to have a reason to refuse the invitation. Hey, Anan Ling's sister. He said, I want to go back to ask Sister Anan Ling's opinion. No matter what decision she makes, I will respect it. The Holy Master said, if that's the case, then I can only just wait. Li remained silent and said nothing. The Holy Master understood the meaning of the question. If you have anything you want to say, just say it. He said that, actually, a friend asked the disciple a question like this, and even now I have some doubts, that if I have a daughter, that daughter was deceived by a man. Go, swear that both body and spirit have been entrusted to that man, and yet I was tricked into becoming his maid. What will I do? If that is the Holy Master, what will he do? The Holy Master's face became serious. He replied that there was a need to ask about that. Of course it would take his life. Li stood up and spoke to the Holy Master. Suddenly, the disciple remembered that there was something else. I would like to take my leave first, hoping that the Holy Master would forgive me. The Holy Master looked at him with puzzled eyes. He looked at his back and asked if he was leaving in such a hurry, because he wanted to quickly go to watching Anan Ling's next match. Li held her head and wondered, I'm sorry, if the Holy Master later finds out that I tricked Mak Naguyat into becoming my maid, he will definitely chop my body up. I haven't confirmed it yet, whether the Holy Master is Mak Naguyat's father or not, although this is just my speculation. Talking about the Holy Master, it is Chu Vo Tin, the Golden Script, the Holy Master of the Sword Spirit Holy Land, who experienced the demon tribulation more than 7 years ago, participated in the battle between humans and demons, and stopped the demon race attack. During his childhood, while in love, his parents were killed by a pair of black foxes. Chu Vo Tin decided to avenge his parents. After practicing for less than 3 years, Chu Vo Tin, not even 16 years old, broke away. Yang Sun, known as the greatest genius in 100,000 years, is now one of the 3 strongest people of the human race. After avenging his parents, Chu Vo Tin did not kill the enemy's innocent daughter. If he had enemies, he would definitely retaliate. The little nine-tailed fox gradually grew up. It wanted to take Chu Vo's life. In order to avenge its parents, one day for some reason Chu Vo Tin and his enemies fell into the bloody Black River, entering a beautiful landscape. 10 years later, Chu Vo Tin became the Holy Master of the Sword Spirit Holy Land, leading the Sword Spirit Holy Land to a new peak. Chu Vo Tin knew that he had 2 daughters, who also knew that he was the holy daughter of the Dark Devil sect, but the relationship between the human race and the demon race is inherently very tense. As one of the strongest people of the human race, and also the Holy Master of the Sword Spirit Holy Land, Chu Vo Tin has no choice but to refuse, can acknowledge his daughter. One day, the Dark Demon sect encountered a great disaster, surrounded by many other sects. In order to save them, Chu Vo Tin made the final choice. Chu Vo Tin gave up his position as the Holy Master of Sword Spirit, because if they oppose Tian Ha, they will eventually lose their lives. On the way home, Li thought, even though he didn't want Anan Ling to leave at all, he had already agreed with the Holy Master to ask for Anan Ling's opinion. Then let Anan Ling solve it herself. When he returned, a senior brother ran to hug him and called out, "Brother." Anan Ling asked, "Where have you been for so long?" "Anan Ling has finished competing and can't find you anywhere." Li happily patted her little sister's head and replied, "Senior brother has something to do." He asked, "Has Tian Van's competition ended?" Tian Van replied, "It's over, there's only 1 round left tomorrow." Hung Dat came over and said, Anan Ling did not disappoint our expectations, and indeed reached the final round. That's right, Mr. 2. Out of 10 brothers and sisters, 9 people made it to the final round. Finally, Li heard that and happily asked if it was true or not. But in the end, he suddenly thought that no matter what kind of app he had, Anan Ling would soon no longer be here. Tian Van saw him making moves like that and went to ask his senior brother, what happened? Could it be that something happened to Anan Ling? He turned around and replied that it's okay, let's go back to Wu Tianfan. Li walked away and said to Mr. Hung, come to Wu Tianfan, let's have a drink, congratulations to Anan Ling. Hung Dat raised his hand and said, okay, if you don't get drunk, you won't come back. Tian Van whispered, call, senior brother. At Wu Tianfan, everyone there happily said, Old Tu, let's continue. Li said, Old Hung can't drink anymore, I'm already drunk. Hung Dat went somewhere else. He turned back and said, Old Tu, there's no need to see me off anymore, I'm still not drunk. Li waved his hand and reminded, Old Hung, please be careful when returning. He turned to say to his sister, Tian Van, please go back first, I have something to tell Anan Ling. Tian Van asked again, Senior brother, is it the matter of the Holy Master who found you? Li nodded and said, that's right. He turned and said, let's go. Anan Ling answered yes. He added, brother will take you to this place. Anan Ling answered yes. Tian Van behind him softly called brother. The two of them went to a place. Anan Ling saw the beautiful scenery and ran away saying, it's so beautiful, does our Wu Tianfan still have a beautiful place like this? Li took off his shoes, pulled up his pants, put his feet into the stream, and said, that's right, every time something bothers us, we come here. He added, we will feel the breeze and look at this clear lake, we will feel all our troubles will disappear. Anan Ling bent down and asked, brother, is there something bothering you? Li turned to ask, Anan Ling, do you want to go to another place to practice? Anan Ling heard that and was surprised and asked again, what do you say? Anan Ling said with tears in her eyes, Senior brother, do you want to change sister Anan Ling? After that, Anan Ling hugged the little snake and sobbed. Li quickly explained, that's not what the senior brother meant, Anan Ling, don't cry. The little snake silently scolded him, this guy is really stupid, he dares to make my Anan Ling cry again, this hateful tramp. Li spoke up and affirmed that, Anan Ling, I swear to myself, if you want to chase me away, you will be struck by lightning and your body will be broken. Anan Ling will stop you, please don't, I swear like that, Anan Ling, I believe you. Li said, actually it's because the Holy Master Sword Spirit wants to accept you as a disciple, that's why I want to ask your opinion. If you become the Holy Master's disciple, then you will have the great monk who ascended to the realm taught me that my position is almost the same as that of the saintess and other saintly children. He added, moreover, in the future your practice resources will also be boundless, your practice speed will also be much faster than now, at that time you will soon be able to become a great monk, you can quickly find your mother. Anan Ling asked, senior brother wished that Anan Ling would leave later. Li replied, of course I don't want that, although when you reach the mountain city lord, your senior brother and sister will receive a lot of spirit stones, but Li is the type of person who will take his senior sister away. Is it worth selling like that? There's no use for so many spirit stones and so many resources, it can't compare to the treasure next to me, sister. Anan Ling turned to hug him. The little girl said, then Anan Ling will not go anywhere, Anan Ling just wants to be by her brother's side. Li comforted Anan Ling, think carefully or not, there aren't many opportunities like that. Anan Ling said, if senior brother had the same opportunity, but couldn't take me and sister Tian Van with him, would senior brother go or not? Li replied, of course I won't go, anyway, how can I leave my two sisters? Anan Ling smiled and said, then Anan Ling won't go anywhere, it's okay if it's difficult, Anan Ling will definitely try. Li asked, now my cultivation base is almost equal to my senior brother, after that, my senior brother won't be able to protect me anymore, so what will I do? Anan Ling happily said, no, it's okay, Anan Ling will protect both my brother and sister. The two hugged each other. He said, that's okay, then Anan Ling won't go anymore, tomorrow I will go refuse the Holy Master. Anan Ling nodded slightly at him. She asked, from now on and forever after, senior brother will never leave Anan Ling, right? Li replied, yes, it won't, there won't be a day when senior brother leaves Anan Ling, if so, then Anan Ling should take Anan Ling's life too. Anan Ling went back and lay down on the bed. She muttered, Anan Ling could stay here at Wu Tianfan, stay by her brother's side forever, so happy. The little snake thought, Holy Master Sword Spirit accepting disciples would give the other side a lot of spirit stones and resources. To be more specific, it would mean buying a disciple, but that guy to lead decided to give up those resources, so big to keep our family's Anan Ling. Could it be that he really values Anan Ling as his own sister to protect? The little snake smiled and thought, it's really interesting, I didn't expect that I could meet such a person. Anan Ling raised her face and said, Tu Bok, I'm sorry. Little snake Tu Bok asked, why do you say sorry? Anan Ling explained that, because if I go to Saint Master Mountain, Tu Bok can also go with me. There will be many resources to quickly restore my true body. The little snake said that even though the Holy Master has a lot of resources, for us to hang around in front of the Holy Master every day, our identities will most likely be exposed, and then it will be extremely troublesome. It's complicated. Besides, there's no need to rush resources and meteorites. Until then we'll go collect, plunder, and then find a secret place to reclaim, then everything will be there. Tu Bok added, on the contrary, it's you. Once you decide, you won't regret it. That Holy Master Sword Spirit, I saw it in the book, is one of the 3 strongest people of the human race. If you become his disciple, combined with my teachings, in less than 100 years you will be able to stand at the top of the world. At that time, finding your mother will be an extremely easy task. Stop. Anan Ling blushed slightly and said, I will not regret it, because there is always something here that I am always concerned about. Anan Ling said, I don't regret it, because my brother and sister too, they are all my relatives. Anan Ling gently touched the small thing over there, she said, there is also Tu Bok, you are also my relative. Anan Ling hugged Tu Bok and said, after I find my mother, we must always live together. Tu Bok thought, he didn't expect that this child would consider me a relative. I haven't felt anything for so many years. Is this a simple feeling? Tu Bok said, I know because this is your wish, so I will try my best to help you fulfill it. Anan Ling said, thank you, Tu Bok. The system announced that the host had won another favor island, occupying an important position in her heart and having an extremely important influence on Anan Ling's life, rewarding the host with 6,666 destiny points. As she walked, Tali thought that her favorability had increased by this much and she had added more than 6,000 points. He said, it seems that in the heart of my lovely little sister, I am really important. Once I am more bound, intimate things will be easier. Notification system, reminder system, hate level can change depending on the time, heaven or hell in just a moment. Please be aware of this and appreciate it. Tali thought silently, this system, do you need to attack me while I'm having such fun? After the blood-boosting palace ends, I will go and refuse the Holy Master, and then Tian Van Anan Ling and I will live happily together. Thinking about that scene, Tali was especially happy. Outside the mountain gate of the Sword Spirit Holy Land, a black shadow swooped down in front of a person. The subordinate called out, Master. Mak Lan asked, now I will impersonate your identity, is there any problem? The subordinate obediently gave the command token to Mak Lan and said, tell the master, there are many outer sect disciples, almost only have cards to prove their identity, and the subordinate's sense of belonging is also very fragile, and having been outside the small Mandarin school for more than 100 years, no one has recognized it for a long time. Mak Lan received the order and said, very good. Mak Lan transformed her body. She then announced that from today onwards I am Tan Tu Tu. That Tan Tu Tu said, Tali, 1 billion will come and take care of you right here. At his place, Tali went out with the 2 of you. He said, Anan Ling, today is the last competition room, don't be nervous. Everyone cheers for Anan Ling. Sister Anan Ling, please keep fighting. That's right, Sister Anan Ling, please rest assured to compete. We will stand by your side Anan Ling. Don't be too pressured, you are the best. Sister Anan Ling, sister, you have worked very hard, you have to believe in yourself. Tali exclaimed, Anan Ling has already begun to have reinforcements. This situation is about to catch up with the champion experts. One of them spoke up and said, Miss Tian Van, just ignore the name Tali, I will steal the fairy sword to feed you. Sister Tian Van, actually I have been saving you for more than 10 years. Then, Tali heard that and scolded her. Anan Ling stopped it, even Tian Van missed her so much, go away immediately. Anan Ling turned around and said, Senior brother, senior sister, Anan Ling is going. Su Li and Tian Van voiced their support. My senior brother and I will be here waiting for you to come back, don't be too pressured. During the match, another person came to speak. This one is the outer sect disciple Tu Sai. He spoke up, already yielding to his subordinates. Anan Ling also said hello, I am Vu Trong Fan's Lak Ling, brother Tu has already given me up. The people below were gossiping, hearing that the name Tu Sai was quite legendary. His talent for practicing was very rare. He was only responsible for making fires to cook rice outside the gate. Suddenly one day, he understood the long-lost fire anger technique of the sword spirit Holy Land. From then on his realm became even more impossible to absorb. With luck like this, it was also possible to light a fire to cook rice. Can you comprehend the practice? Others added, even more than that, in this blood and mystery battle, in every desperate situation, this name Tu Sai had enough counter-killing power. The opponent suddenly discovered something wrong. It was his name, that Tu Sai was removing his armor and comprehending the realm of equipment when he suddenly broke through the scene and was indeed an evil sect. To Li, who was nearby, heard this and was worried. He thought, is Tu Sai's luck this good? It seems like he is the main character in the novel. This guy is probably not the lucky one. What's wrong with your destiny? To Li looked at his sister. He thought, in this big round, Anan Ling will not suffer a disadvantage. The referee reports, New Blood Secret Dance, and the final round, officially begins. Anan Ling raised her hand, shouted loudly, and danced thousands of needles. Immediately, the power she created rushed forward. It rushes towards the opponent. Tu Sai shouted loudly, fire raging through the sky. Anan Ling was surprised. She stammered. He was able to neutralize her martial arts. That was a fire-type technique that was completely different from her own Anan Ling's technique. The audience below was excitedly discussing. Anan Ling's ultimate move Lim Vu Lim had been broken. That was the ultimate move that defeated Tian Bok Cheu. Could it be that Anan Ling had cooled down and was about to lose? Anan Ling still stands firmly on the ring. Tu Bok thought, Anan Ling, don't use martial arts anymore, use a sword. Anan Ling agrees. She took out the 9-dragon sword. But the strength of that guy Tu Sai made Anan Ling scream in discomfort. He once again used his body's fiery flames. But quickly Anan Ling's sword fragments flew to attack him. Tu Sai felt pain and took a few steps back. Tu Bok reminded, Anan Ling, there was a loophole. At that moment, Anan Ling, with a determined look in her eyes, held the sword and rushed forward with a terrifying speed. Tu Sai immediately shouted to perform the move, Fire Jialin. His whole body was immediately surrounded by a layer of yellow diamond aura. With a body that could not penetrate his body, he easily reached out and pushed Anan Ling far away, causing her to cry out in pain. Below the stands Quat Tian Van and Li panicked and shouted Anan Ling's name in unison. Seeing Anan Ling suffer a disadvantage, he worriedly clutched his chest and exclaimed, Anan Ling is about to be injured, quickly tell someone to stop the match and we will give up the right to compete. On the side, Quat Tian Van saw him so worried, so he raised his hand to stop him and told his senior brother not to rush. Anan Ling is fine, please look. Hearing her words, he immediately looked up at the field and called Anan Ling's name. When she arrived at the stage, Anan Ling stood up. Her clothes were dirty and her body was full of wounds, but she still stubbornly stood up straight. After all, there are many university graduates everywhere who are also level 1 warriors. Thinking like that, she was determined, I will not admit defeat. Tu Sai saw that she was still so stubborn and immediately performed a fire spell, surrounding her whole body with flames, warning Anan Ling and her younger sister to quickly admit defeat to avoid injury. She didn't pay attention to what he said and coldly stepped forward. At that moment, dragon-shaped aura escaped from her body and unleashed the 9-dragon phantom technique. 9 dragon heads immediately rushed forward at a terrifying speed, aiming at Tu Sai, opening his mouth and waiting to swallow it whole. He suddenly couldn't react in time and was hit in the middle of his chest in pain. His white eyes flew back and he let out a scream. The identity card on the waist seemed to sense that the subject was in danger and quickly glowed yellow. Tu Sai is flying in the air, surrounded by a traditional protective barrier to another place to ensure safety. After landing, he stood next to an old man who coughed twice. The old man standing next to him saw him like that and just calmly said one sentence, Tu Sai has lost. Once the results were announced, the referee immediately declared the match over. Vu Tianfan and Anan Ling won. The whole arena suddenly cheered. Quat Tian Van and Li, standing below, were also moved with tears in their eyes, hugging each other proudly. They won. Anan Ling did it. Anan Ling is so good. Everyone around them was also conquered. Because of Anan Ling's beauty and strength, she shouted like a crowd of fans, Anan Ling, the goddess of my heart, Anan Ling, marry me. At this time, on the other side, Chan Duk-hyu was also crossing his arms, observing the match situation, admiring that this Anan Ling girl was really not bad. The ring on his hand after witnessing the match lit up and transmitted sound to him. Chan Duk-hyu, this girl Anan Ling is very useful to me. As if he heard some news, his eyes flashed with surprise. He also began to raise his hand to transmit sound and talk to the ring, thinking that even though she was more talented than others, she still had dragon blood in her. But was there anything special about her? The ring just smiled first, his shallowness. Ha ha ha, I can't tell you. Then the space around him changed and he entered a mysterious black space and entered the ring's consciousness. In front of him, a dark shadow with an unknown shape appeared, which was also the soul hidden in the ring. Facing Chan Duk-hyu, he immediately explained, "In yesterday's match, I noticed this girl lacking Anan Ling and pointed it out. I don't dare to confirm, but now I'm half sure, this lacking Anan Ling girl is definitely not just the blood of Hai Long, Tu Hai clan." Duk-hyu stood aside and asked. What he meant was that there are other true dragons in the world. The black shadow laughed loudly at his answer as if hearing something very funny. True dragon, ha ha ha, kid, you know the true dragon in legend. Hearing this, he immediately grasped the main idea of true dragon. He muttered these two words and thought, it is a legendary race that only existed in ancient times, the noblest bloodline in the dragon race, equivalent to the emperor, lost in the dragon clan. He frowned and recalled what he had learned. A black dragon appeared in his mind. According to rumors, the Tianlong clan was a former monk. Normally, if he worked hard in his life, it would be difficult to reach the cave scene, let alone the original scene. Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on his face. Not only that, according to legend, the physique of the Tianlong clan is extremely special if it can reach the Heavenly Dragon clan. The dark shadow seemed to know his thoughts and once again affirmed that it is true that the Tianlong clan's acupuncture points are so precious. Even though your holy master Qian Ling is not as strong, the line of sight is not far away. I can't see which dragon bloodline lacking Anan Ling carries. If he knew, ha ha ha, he wouldn't have had a chance to know anymore. The black shadow proudly revealed a cunning smile and fangs. So for me and for you, we must have this dragon clan. Chen Yet-hu's eyes flashed with cruel ambition. His face was a perfect villain as he looked at the ring and thought, it seems I have to have this girl lacking Anan Ling for myself. Looking at his ring reminds me of my ordinary past and its origin. I originally only had ordinary talent and was able to obtain the position of a saint thanks to the ring residing in this secret realm. This ancient ring is the soul of a strong man and he had a deal where he helped me practice and I helped him regenerate his body. He remembered how he helped it, the image of him holding a sword in his hand and standing on a pile of corpses. It's just that this method of regeneration is an evil method that also requires the life of a monk to sacrifice, so most of my fellow students who went out to practice in the same group died outside. After that transaction, he completely lost his humanity and his face had a despicable smile. After the remaining soul in the ancient ring has the blood of Tianlong, it will probably recover faster and I can too get great benefits. Looking at the projection of Anan Ling into Li, he secretly calculated, little sister Anan Ling, you need to sacrifice yourself for me. On to Li's side, after winning the match, Anan Ling immediately ran to hug her senior brother. Li also happily hugged her and praised her. Anan Ling did not expect that she was so good and could go straight into the match. In the end, she replied, it was all taught by senior brother. Bok Sa inside Anan Ling was angry and silently spoke up, clearly it was taught by me. At this time, the second Prince Hungdat smiled and came to inform the two of them the news. Olta was afraid that junior sister Anan Ling would win in the final round because the opponent in the next match is one of the 10 of us who beat the geniuses, praised as the once-in-a-thousand-year fairy of Han Tianj and Tui Doa. Hearing that, Li still didn't care to lovingly pat her on the head. It didn't matter that Anan Ling had come here. Even if you lose, it still has value. You just have to put safety first. If you can't win, then you must. Giving up the exam, Anan Ling obediently replied, yes, I know, senior brother. At this moment, the image was projected directly into an extremely eye-catching scene. A hand was crawling into the gap to find something between its pair of terrifying rabbits. The voice of the female owner of the hand softly rang, still very real, that's adorable. For some reason, that hand pulled out a shining sharp tip and said in a low voice, but. The removed tip suddenly turned into a spear wrapped in pink ribbon, spinning in her hand. She slammed the tip of the spear into the ground with a loud sound. It turned out that the owner of that spear was an extremely hot, beautiful girl dressed in revealing and sexy clothes. Holding the spear between her breasts, she seemed to be an acquaintance of Anan Ling. So you're so happy? Everyone gathered around and was talking about something. Why is so beautiful? Look at that figure tsk. A girl with a super huge soul wore a tight red dress with a cutout in the middle of her chest, revealing her entire body curve. Her long, white legs were clearly visible under the low-cut dress and her red high heels accentuated her skin tone. A beautiful girl walked over, causing the men to blush as they looked at her and raised her voice to speak. Having found you, she silently called to Li's name. In front, Hung Dat and Li were still busy talking, not paying attention to the fact that a beautiful woman appeared behind them. Mr. Hung, we bet on how many spirit stones we can win in the end. What will we win because Silver Spirit is with such a newbie? The rhythm of the other 20 winners was mixed up, but anyway, there was still high at DOA in the final round, otherwise the two of us would have lost to bankruptcy. He glanced at his friend and exclaimed, "No, I still thought I could win a little bit," secretly thinking in my heart, "but if Anan Ling can win the championship, it would be extremely congratulatory. My feeling is really complicated." Miscellaneous. At this time, a thin voice interrupted the conversation of several people. "May I ask, is it senior sister Tian Van?" All three of them turned their heads towards the place where the voice came from and let out a loud groan at the same time. The beauty from earlier smiled and placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself. "Hello sister, I am Tan Tu, an outer sect disciple who recently left the customs and entered the cave scene. I want to join Wu Tianj Fan, so I came to find my sister. Take the introductory test." Li heard what Tan Tu said and was a bit surprised. He wanted to join our Wu Tianj Fan. Hung Dat saw a beautiful woman wanting to join and jokingly said to him, "Old Tu, why do all the beautiful women want to join Wu Tianj Fan? So if you have any male disciples, I will definitely join." Tan Tu bowed down and said to Li, "This is senior brother Li." Tu greeted senior brother. Li looked at Tan Tu and also replied a few words. "Ah." Kwa Tian Van heard this and worriedly reminded Tan Tu, "Miss, do you really want to join our Wu Tianj Fan? In fact, our Wu Tianj Fan is quite arduous. I'm afraid it's not a good environment for you to practice." Tan Tu pretended to be brave, as if he was determined, placing his hand on his chest and said, "Sister, don't worry, I just want to find a mountain with few free people to join and with the resources, I can adjust my own quota, anything more." Seeing that she had said that, Tian Van could only look over and pass the decision to Li. "Senior brother, you should decide this yourself." Li was also a little hesitant, not knowing what to do. This was his first time meeting someone who voluntarily applied to join my sect. This is also the first time I have encountered this situation. When Hung Dat saw that Li was still wondering, he saw that she had forgotten her friend's appearance and urged him to quickly accept the beauty. If old Li was still hesitant, he could quickly accept it for the test and can reduce it. Hearing Hung Dat urging Li, she was also confused and was about to answer Tan Tu, "Our sister Tan." Halfway through speaking, suddenly a sparkling bright-colored book appeared and hovered above her head. He thought to himself, the yellow script." Li looked dumbfounded at the sparkling book and was happily calculating, "Wait, since it's a yellow script, wouldn't I have an extra thigh to hug? Quick system, I want to see Chin script, 2-2. The system's blue board displays the words announcing the opening conditions. The host needs to complete the task to continue viewing the scenario. Please invite the host to pick up Tan Tu and bring her. After reading the information about the unlocking conditions, he opened his mouth and widened his eyes. With an expression as if he saw something terrible, he questioned his system. "System, are you kidding me? If I really do that, how will the surrounding subjects look at me? How will Tian Van look at me?" The system doesn't care and just gives more advice. Of course, the host can refuse the mission, it's just that they can't see the opponent's script. Hearing him say that, he could only raise his head and look at the sky, crying tears. The system's eyes slashed me to death. Tan Tu saw that Li was still unresponsive, clasping his hands in front of his chest and spoke, Li, "Senior brother Tian Van, senior sister, I really want to join Wu Tianj Fan, please." Before she could finish speaking, a hand grabbed her arm. She was bewildered and surprised, still not understanding what was going on, looking at the person holding her hand with a questioning head. That hand pulled her towards him, pressing the pair of rabbits close to his chest, then another hand placed it on her waist. This sudden action made her cry out in surprise, "Hey senior brother Li, please explain, if you want to join Wu Tianj Fan, you must take the test." Tian Van and Hung Dat stood to the side, seeing Li's incomprehensible actions and wondered, "What do you want to do?" Old Tu will not vent his anger here, right? The scene at this moment was like in a love story with a pink background filled with flowers. The male lead picked her up, looked deeply at the girl in his arms, and said, "Junior sister Tan Tu, don't blame senior brother." She lies down. In his heart, he blushed shyly and looked at him passionately and called out, "Senior brother." It was such a romantic scene, but a second later it returned to reality. Li's expressionless face threw her still bewildered into the lake next to her. Being surprised by his sudden actions again and again, she couldn't react and just fell straight down screaming. Seeing this, Kwa Tian Van bent down and asked worriedly, "Is junior sister Tan Tu okay?" She turned to ask him, "Brother, why did you do that?" He could only laugh bitterly and make up a reason. Junior sister and senior brother had their own troubles, so just consider this as a test to join Wu Tianj Fan. At this time, Tan Tutu was already ashore and his whole body was soaking wet, making his clothes cling tightly to his body, making him look even more lovable. Did senior brother Lee do something wrong because of Tutu? Looking at her pitifully soft and wet, many men couldn't take their eyes off and blush with lust. Well, this, alas. She raised her head and looked pitifully. Tutu could change and beg her senior brother not to be disgusted and abandon her. Seeing her like that, Lee and Hung Dat couldn't help but blush as they looked at Hung Dat as if realizing the truth. Old Ta knew why he threw junior sister Tan into the lake and, as expected, he didn't object. After completing the task, the system appeared in his mind. The host had completed the task and could begin reading the script. Only then did he wake up and remember the main story. Yes, it was right on the script and he almost forgot to look at the script. Kwa Tien Van immediately put on a cloth for her. Put this on temporarily before I apologize on behalf of my senior brother for his rude actions. The golden book on Tan Tu's head also began to open and flip a few pages, but the owner still didn't know anything. No, it had nothing to do with senior brother, it must have been my sister's fault. The script began to appear. Mac Lan's yellow script, one of the two saints of the Dark Demon sect, assassinated the Saint Anan Ling almost successfully half a year ago, but was stopped by Lee, so she failed and was seriously injured. Extremely resentful scene. Lee endured half a year cultivating the method of 10,000 forms, exchanging bodies with Tan Tutu to blend into the holy land of Qian Ling to become a disciple of Wu Tianfan. The image of Mac Lan hiding behind the wall and stealing glances at Lee. After joining Wu Tianfan, Mac Lan secretly investigated Lee, while drawing up a plan to knock Lee unconscious and bring her back to the Dark Demon sect, then humiliate Mac Lan. It turns out that humiliating Lee is a very interesting thing, so the content here is blank. The image here is cut in half, only seeing her hands tied to the head of the bed. Finally, Mac Lan brought Lee back to the Black Demon sect and began humiliating Lee's screams, which lasted endlessly. Mac Lan took that as her source of joy, happily not stepping out of the secret room door for half a year. After reading the script, he had to open his mouth and hold his head in his hands. These two vixens still haven't finished taking turns to torture and humiliate me. It's a very interesting thing. What is it all about? After thinking through everything, Lee stood there calmly thinking about how to solve the problem. The saintess of the Black Demon sect had come to the door. Now what should I do? I couldn't shout that this person was the saintess of the Black Demon sect. If you run away quickly, people will definitely think you have a mental illness. The more he thought about it, his face frowned. Furthermore, Mac Lan had successfully practiced the method of 10,000 forms, the last stage of the immortal realm, without realizing it, based on his own ability, was now completely no match for her. If this time she doesn't achieve her goal, next time she will still find an opportunity to strike. At that time, it will be even more difficult to guard against what she has to do. As he was deep in thought, a hand grabbed his shirt, interrupting his thoughts. Tan Tutu was kneeling on the ground, clinging to him pitifully, asking, "Brother Lee, you just said that throwing me into the lake was the test to enter the sect, so did Tutu's test pass?" He turned around and stammered, trying to find a reason to refuse. "Junior sister Tan, this test of yours hasn't passed yet," and deep down he was in turmoil right now. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? This. Then he seemed to come up with some idea, transforming into Newton when an apple fell on his head. "I told Tan Tutu, Junior Sister Tan, your entrance exam hasn't been passed yet. We still have to report to Holy Master Qian Ling. This matter has to be decided by the Holy Master anyway, so please wait for news." She listened and just obediently replied, "Okay." Lee thought proudly and happily, how could I forget that the Holy Master is Mac Lan's biological father? Waiting for me to come find the Holy Master to clarify the story of Anan Ling conveniently revealed the fact that Mac Lan wanted to come. If you kill yourself, as a biological father, the Holy Master will definitely not sit idly by and watch he. After dealing with Tantu, he immediately turned his back and pulled Kwa Tien Van away. She wondered, "Senior brother Wu Tianfan, we have to report the entrance exam to the Holy Master, why don't you know?" Lee, "I feel guilty, cough, this is a new rule." Tantu behind him smiled sinisterly. Lee waited for me to step into Wu Tianfan. The days that made you feel comfortable were still behind me. Returning to the match, it seems that Anan Ling's opponent has changed. Why did Tui Doa change players? Did she hear this news in the final match? What exactly happened? When Hung Dat heard the news, he immediately passed it on to Lee. Unfortunately, Han Tianfan's to Tui Doa had already quit the competition. He was bewildered. Hung Dat updated the new information. Suddenly Tui Doa's uncle came and said that he could no longer participate in the competition and could only change to the third place of the semifinal competition. All 10 of us who bet were wiped out this time. To Li frowned and worriedly asked about Anan Ling's opponent, who was the replaced person and what was his strength. Hung Dat replied, the replaced person was KY Fan's emerging genius, Mok Lu. In addition, in this new blood mystery dance, his strength is also first and second, but he has always been very humble until this competition. He seriously told To Li, after all, both of our bets were lost, so it's better to pray for Sister Anan Ling to be able to win the champion Mok Lu and win third place in the semifinals. Compared to Tui Doa is still a little worse than Anan Ling. The possibility of Anan Ling winning the championship is very high. To Li still believes that her sister is certain that Anan Ling can definitely win. At this moment, a person with pink hair tied in a high ponytail walked out. The image of that beautiful young man was the genius KY Fan Mok Lu, who had reached the final stage of Bamboo Lu realm, he said lightly, asking for more instructions. As soon as he appeared, he made the hearts of many girls in the audience flutter. Little brother Mok Lu is so handsome. Little brother, I want to give birth to a child for brother Mok Lu. Come on, my sister, I love you. At this time, White Snake emerged from Anan Ling's hand to remind her that Anan Ling was careful to deal with that very strong woman, making people even more surprised that Mok Lu's gender was a woman. White Snake affirmed that this person named Mok Lu is a woman. The story goes to a forest full of blooming cherry blossoms somewhere in the peach blossom forest. Image of a pair of long, smooth white legs. In front, a woman in an orange shirt sat on a rock looking at the cherry blossom tree and asked the person behind her why she was here. Behind is the lovely female pavilion owner Vu Tianj with platinum hair and lake-like blue eyes, smiling gently, holding up 2 jars of wine in her hands and saying, of course there's nothing else to do but go find someone to drink. Hoa Dao turned around uncomfortably and said to the person behind her, if you leave, this place will not welcome you. Lang Nguyen Tan still refused to leave and said, don't be so cruel, Lady Hoa Dao. Hoa Dao was helpless before her boldness and asked, what else does Lang Nguyen Tan want, who tricked my daughter? She answered freely, what is called a trick is the disciple I am most satisfied with and I cannot bear to give up anymore. Hoa Dao is still in doubt. You said that the disciple of someone with excellent qualifications is definitely omnipotent and can absolutely protect Van Hoai in the future. After listening to what you said, I agreed to let Van Hoai promise to marry her. What will be the outcome of your disciple? Lang Nguyen Tan smiled. Isn't it great that Van Hoai promised to marry To Li? I also helped Van Hoai get out of the peach blossom forest and wrote a letter of recommendation to let him enter KY Fan of Qian Ling Holy Land. You also have wherever he is dissatisfied. Hoa Dao is still dissatisfied. It is said that in the future, your disciple is omnipotent. Up to now, your disciple is just a guy in the early stage of the bamboo furnace stage. Nguyen Tan is still very confident in the eyes of her disciple, not only is she still growing up. Besides, didn't I say that if Van Hoai really doesn't like this marriage, she can leave the marriage herself? Hoa Dao knew that her daughter's temperament was still worrying. Van Hoai stubbornly insisted on saving me from this peach blossom forest. At first, she thought it wouldn't be difficult with your almighty help, but now... Her face was sad. If Van Hoai wanted to give up the kiss, she could only rely on herself to save her and hurt her. Lang Tan Nguyen interrupted her words and poured a bottle of wine to drink. You look down on Van Hoai too much even though Van Hoai is in love. She put down the wine bottle and continued, but she also possesses a talent among thousands of strange people. She refuted one more thing with how can you confirm that Van Hoai will definitely break up with my disciple? At this time, in the middle of the mountains and forests, there were shouts of fierce resistance moves, dragon soaking technique, heavenly mysterious formation, Vu Lim, Lak Tu Vo Hoi. Below the stands, To Li and Tian Van hugged their chests in surprise. That guy, Mok Lu, was so strong. Old Hung rubbed his chin with one hand, thinking that he must have hidden half of his strength in the semi-final. In conclusion, with this strength, he absolutely cannot lose to Tui Du. In the ring at this time the floor was beaten to pieces. A moment later, the smoke disappeared, revealing chaos. Mok Lu and Anan Ling were both sweating and breathing heavily, showing that the match was extremely tense. Suddenly, both contestants' status cards were shattered. Standing on the pile of rubble, the two were stunned and surprised. Below, To Li asked worriedly, both of their tokens were cracked, who would win this match? The old hero next to him immediately replied, I don't know, there hasn't been a case of new blood secret Vu in previous years, like this right now. A wise-looking immortal slowly appeared and announced, don't be impatient, considering that both of their tokens were broken at the same time, so after the Hall Masters discussed, the decision was made. This fairy paused for a few seconds and then shouted the result, this year's new blood mystery dance, the silver spirit of Vu Tianj Fan and the wood grain of KY Fan, are equal champions. This fair decision made the audience cheer in unison. Champion, Silver Spirit, older sister loves you too, both younger sister and younger brother are good, you two are the best. Then Li went to Anan Ling, the two brothers hugged each other with joy, his Silver Spirit was so good, she was his pride, to be praised. Ling shyly replied, this is all about Silver Spirit comes to work. Then Li stood up and saw Lu coming down to speak, and there was Lu brother. Suddenly there was something that made Li frown and look at her with bright eyes. At this moment, Lu appeared on his head with a bright yellow book, making Li secretly exclaim, the script is yellow. Seeing this, Li was extremely excited. Besides the Holy Master, this was the first time he met a man with a rare yellow script. Then he ordered the system, I want to see Lu's script. The system then jumps up to announce that if the host wants to see the opponent's scenario, they need to complete the system's task. Seeing that, Li suddenly froze. Wait, why do you want to see the man's script but also have to do the task? Then he noticed Lu's slightly protruding chest and speculated that perhaps Lu was a woman. Faced with the strange look of Li, Lu looked uncomfortable and asked, what's wrong with this senior brother, why do you keep looking at me like that? To explain this awkward situation, Li just scratched her head and said, nothing, I'm just dumbfounded. Hearing him say that, Lu was completely silent and didn't say anything else. This appearance of Li unintentionally made Tan Tu think to himself, he didn't expect that this Li would look at a man so dumbfounded, it's not like he has that kind of hobby, right? If that's really the case, we'll have to change our plans, if not, we'll have to find an opportunity to test him. Li was now sweating like a stream and silently asked, System, if you want to see Lu's script, what task do you need to complete, please? She's pretending to be a man right now, don't force me to do it, do some weird things. So the system immediately sent the task to Li, invited the host to kiss Lu on both cheeks, and when completed, he would start reading the script. This mission made Li feel like lightning had struck his face like a gorilla silently cursing in anger. Damn it, if I really kiss, then in the eyes of others, I'm kissing a man. Okay, system, you want to play with me, right? Tian Van in the back saw your strange behavior and immediately asked with concern, senior brother, are you okay? Li fell into a deadlock and silently informed the system, I want to give up reading Lu's script. But it's not that easy. The system immediately announces that the host cannot give up, this is a forced mission. The host does not complete the mission in an incense stick and will be deleted by the system. Hearing that, Li went crazy and banged her head against the system. Are you the system? Are you a devil? Killing me is your ultimate goal, right? However, the system kept reminding Li, asking the host to quickly complete the mission. Seeing that Li was quite miserable, Tian Van also came to place her hand on his shoulder and asked, senior brother, your face didn't look very good just now, what happened? So Li gave birth to a pathetic and desperate face. Tian Van, the senior brother, was facing the most difficult problem in his life. After saying that, he buried his face in Tian Van's chest and cried bitterly. Seeing that, Tian Van also comforted him, senior brother, what is the problem, can Tian Van help senior brother? But Li said with a pitiful voice that there is no need, only you can do it yourself. Speaking of this, Li suddenly came up with an idea, yes, there is a way, I can in the name of congratulations, kiss everyone on the cheek one by one. Thinking so, he became serious and his eyes sparkled with determination. And opening the first line, Li kissed Tian Van and then he said, Tian Van, you are really a good sister, thank you, bye. Next it's Anan Ling's turn, Silver Spirit, you won the championship, so good, bye. Even the snake Tu Bok has a part, Little White, you fought hard with Anan Ling. This action of Li made Anan Ling very bewildered while Tu Bok was furious and cursed silently, this bastard dares to take advantage of this old lady, I have to bite him to death. Then Li looked at Tan Tu who was planning to kiss her, seeing that, she was still anxiously thinking that she would also be kissed. But Li just turned her face away and said more damage, let it go, your words are such an insult that it made her punch her fists and scream loudly, what's the matter, let it go, please come back quickly, kiss me quickly. Li still ignored her and immediately ran to the old hero and happily said, today is such a happy day, the old hero also has his share. And so Li immediately kissed the old hero to his horror. Hearing Li's words, there was also Lu, so Lu immediately stepped back and prepared to avoid the attack. Faced with Li's fierceness, Lu nervously asked, what do you want to do? Seeing that, Li immediately played a diversion game, pointing fingers and saying, oh, there's a UFO. This trick successfully fooled Mok Lu, and with a click, Li stuck his beak on Mok Lu's face. Mok Lu felt quite uncomfortable, holding his cheek and asking, "What are you doing?" At times like this, Li smiled innocently and said that our silver spirit won the championship, so I was excited. At this point, Li harshly called out to the system, "Hey, system, the mission is completed, quickly show me Mok Lu's script." The system immediately started reading Tao Van Hoai's script. The announcement just ended and the yellow script flipped through looking for information. Dao Van Hoi, nicknamed Mok Lu, is the only daughter of Lady Hoa Dao. She is a lover and a strange girl who met Lang Nguyen Tan when she was young. Lang Nguyen Tan tricked the Peach Blossom Lady and betrothed Dao Van Hoi to Li as part of the bride price, which meant that Lang Nguyen Tan would let Dao Van Hoi go free, so that she could leave the Peach Forest. Lady Peach agreed for her daughter's freedom. Dao Van Hoi knew about her engagement from an early age, but she did not want to rely on a man's protection. She wanted to rely on her own strength to get her mother out of the Peach Forest. 10 years later, Dao Van Hoi cut off his waist-length hair, wrapped his chest in a scarf, changed his name to Mok Lu, then alone went to the holy land of Ling Ling, bowed to the Taoist Ky Fante, and became his disciple, his tradition. Dao Van Hoi is more talented than anyone else, and Lan Yan Ky the Taoist Chi comforted her and hid her identity as a peach blossom demon, continuing to pass on his robes and bowls, while Dao Van Hoi was practicing while at the same time, checked Li's news, then planned how to break up the engagement. Knowing that Li had only reached the first stage of bamboo shoots for 12 years, Dao Van Hoi wanted to use that as an excuse to break up the engagement, but saw that Li was absent, guilty, worried that he would hurt Li, so in the end Dao Van didn't say anything. After that, the news that Li was in love with the saint was spread, and there were more and more sisters around Li. Dao Van Hoi's heart felt uncomfortable. There was clearly an engagement contract, but there was also another girl. At this time, in her heart, Dao Van no longer had any regrets. She decided that after the new blood and mystery ended, she would go find Li to cancel the marriage. During this time a series of events happened. Thousands of years later, Dao Van Hoi hugged Li's leg and passed through thousands of lifetimes to attain enlightenment and ascend to heaven. Hearing this, Li felt pressured and thought to herself, "There are too many things to deal with, I don't know where to start." Li secretly looked at Mok Lu and thought about it, otherwise, in the future, she would still be Li Mok. Far away from Dao Van Hoi, as far away as possible. Right after that, he quickly pulled the two junior sisters back quickly. "Tian Van, Silver Spirit, let's go back to Wu Tianj Fan, let's go back to celebrate the Silver Spirit." Just like that, he slipped away, leaving Old Hung behind, calling after him, "Old Master." The champion was also awarded that spirit stone. "Don't you want it?" Hearing that, Li immediately entrusted Old Hero, "You go get it for me, then bring it to Wu Tianj Fan for me." At this time, the three people left behind each had different emotions. Tan Tu was irritated at being abandoned, Mok Lu was stunned by Li's strangeness, and the Old Hero wondered why he was in such a hurry, even the spirit stone, but did not take it. The scene changes to the Holy Master's place and the voices raised, "Month Master, that Silver Spirit sister wants to stay at Wu Tianj Fan, so today I'm here to thank Month Master's good intentions on her behalf." Hearing this, the Holy Master also understood Anan Ling's choice. He said, "No matter what choice Anan Ling makes, I believe she will follow her heart, I understand." At this point, the Holy Master gave a command token to Li saying, "This is the Nine Heavens Heart Dharma. Whether Anan Ling is my disciple or not, the Nine Heavens Heart Dharma had best not be lost. Normally, your immortal Dharma embraces all things, and when you practice, the 9,000 Heart Dharmas will not conflict." Giving the jade to Li, he said, "I have some knowledge about jade, with little missing Anan Ling's natural talent, practicing according to jade, basically there will be no problem." Hearing that, Li immediately stood up respectfully. On behalf of Anan Ling, Li thanked the Holy Master for his preaching. The Holy Master immediately replied, "Well, you go, I also have to continue the retreat." Li looked hesitant. "Holy Master, actually, this younger generation still has a request." The Holy Master heard this and let out a loud sound. Then Li clearly explained everything to the Holy Master. In fact, before, his junior had saved the life of the holy girl Gang Nianqi, and from then on he began to be afraid. The scene changes to Wu Tianj Fan. Tian Van is like a wife waiting for her husband to happily welcome Li. "Senior brother, you have returned." At this time, Li had returned. Not only did he return alone, but he also had the Holy Master. Tian Van immediately ran out to pay respects. Tian Van paid homage to the Holy Master. Then she mentioned to Li what happened yesterday. Yesterday's senior brother, the girl Tan Tu, came here and asked about the test results. Hearing that, Li immediately told Tian Van, "No need to rush, Holy Master, it's here. I'll help her take the introductory test again. Please bring her here." Seeing that Li was too careful, the Holy Master immediately joked a few words. "Little friend Su, I know that in order to save the concubine, you were worried that the dark demon sect saintess would come back to take revenge, but you specifically called me here because a disciple wants to take an entrance exam. I think you're a bit too careful." He broke out in a sweat and laughed out loud, showing that it's never too much to be careful. He said that on the outside, but in his heart Li was secretly thinking, after you see the person, you won't say that anymore. "Thank you, please help me take this person far away." At the same time, Tian Van brought Tan Tu. As soon as he saw Tan Tu, the saint's face immediately changed color. Strange, this feeling is. There is an indescribable feeling of familiarity and closeness on this girl. Knowing that someone was coming to test me again, Tan Tu sounded pitiful. I thought senior brother Su had already passed the test yesterday. Making him wet was useless. Li pointed at the Holy Master and introduced, "This is the Holy Master. The Holy Master must be tested again. He has moved from the outer sect to the inner sect and cannot ask for release." Tan Tu saw the Holy Master staring at him in fear and thought, "This uncle is the Holy Master. Why is he looking at me with those eyes? Isn't it because he has discovered my true body?" Afterwards, Tan Tu bowed deeply and respectfully. The outer sect disciple Tan Tu paid his respects to the Holy Master. Seeing this, the Holy Master quickly supported Tan Tu, without much ceremony, quickly stood up. As soon as their hands touched each other, there was a feeling that made Tan Tu suddenly startled. Chu accidentally looked towards Mak Lan and thought, after getting closer, the attraction of this bloodline became more and more clear. Could it be that she really is? Mak Lan noticed his eyes, so she was a little confused. This uncle isn't looking right at me, is he? Li also saw his attitude. Looking at the city lord like that, she probably had some feeling and left. That's right, that was his daughter. Returning to the training session, Mak Lan asked, "Senior brother to Li, should we start the assessment now?" He replied, "Let's start, let's go to the back of the mountain together." Tian Van walked and talked with her. Miss Tan's assessment was divided into 3 rounds. The first round was the personality test, the second round was the spiritual power test, the third round was the comprehensive test. Tian Van gently said, "If there are no problems, let's start the first match." Mak Lan replied, "It's okay to bother senior sister Van." In her heart she has a strange feeling for Tian Van. This Quat Tian Van girl feels a bit strange. She thought, obviously I don't trust anyone, even my master. I would have doubts, but when I'm with Quat Tian Van, my mind and body seem to relax unconsciously. The wind blew through Tian Van's smooth hair, clearly showing us her elegant beauty. Mak Lan blushed when she saw her beautiful beauty and quickly turned away. Now, all 4 people are present. Mak Lan prepares to take the test. She took a defensive stance. Chu Vo Tin always kept his eyes open to observe her from the opposite side. They have been testing since the sun was still shining. By the time dusk gradually falls, Mak Lan was exhausted from training. She was constantly panting. She thought to herself, this mind training mat is much more difficult than she imagined. The mental stress seemed to increase every minute. She thought wearily, feeling like I wasn't going to last anymore. Li saw her delicate face and exclaimed with all his heart, as expected of a 9-tailed fox, this was too wet, too much. Chu Vo Tin behind him noticed his attitude and immediately looked at him with murderous eyes, desiring my daughter, deserving of death. Li felt a bit awkward, so she tried to change the subject to start a conversation with him. "Oh, Holy Master, do you think this drunkard girl is Mak Lan or a subordinate she sent?" Coldly replied, "Right now we can't be sure, we'll wait until the 3rd battle and see through the formation. I only know how to say a few things." A voice rang out, "Miss Chin, Mak Lan had a hard time taking the exam." She complained, No, I'm going. Tian Van quickly ran to reassure, "Miss Tan, you have been persistent for 2 hours." "Okay," she replied, "So, is that so?" Tian Van informed Li, "Senior brother, that Miss Chin's first test had ended." He hummed. Mak Lan with the name Tu asked him, "Senior brother Su, did you pass?" Her weak body leaning against him made Chu Vo Tin misunderstand. He looked at Li with murderous intent, causing him to give the order, "Cleared, passed, let's start the second match." They gave her a bowl of water and told her that the second match involved Lingxi. The leaves were in the bowl of water, and if they rotated 50 times in one breath, they would be in compliance. The aura radiating from Mak Lan causes the flower petals to rotate. Everyone watched her. It seemed like the test was successful. Mak Lan jumped up and down with joy. Yes. Chu Vo Tin summoned magic. He created a vortex in the air. Then it landed, forming a magic circle. Chu Vo Tin looked up at Mak Lan affectionately, but she seemed a bit confused. She whispered in her mouth, it wasn't like that uncle was really looking at her, right? He was about the same age as her father, what a pervert. From somewhere, a strong wind blew towards her. Li shouted loudly, Holy Master, now. He replied loudly, well, just leave it to the old man. Chu Vo Tin summoned a move, 9 turns of the mysterious dong. In a strange place, a voice rang out, slashing you to death. The curse words were still uttered, you pig's hoof, I will cut you to death, with the sword being strongly swung. She scolded him, the man deserved to die, how could he be so happy while hugging his junior sister, smiling didn't look right. She said angrily, now I have to go to Wu Tianfan to make him give me an explanation. She quickly left. Cheu Tan noticed and questioned, Ling Tu, where do you want to go? I'm about to eat. Ling Tu responded with a brusque attitude, she went and killed Trey Nam, making him extremely confused. At the mountain, Chu Vo Tin still performed magic, 9 turns of mysterious dong, opening. Mak Lan has now shown her true form. That is indeed his daughter, he thought in surprise, and yet, it is indeed my daughter. Chu Vo Tin thought nostalgically, but he didn't expect that my little girl, who was not yet at my knees, would now grow up like this. Li noticed his attitude and thought to herself, good, it seems the Holy Master has seen Mak Lan's identity, quickly take his daughter away, feeling like people are paying attention to him every day, nothing good. Chu Vo Tin asked Tian Van, Miss Tian Van, you go and clean up an empty room, I believe that Miss Tan will quickly finish the test, she replied, yes Holy Master. Su Li teased and mocked him, what's wrong with the Holy Master, that Miss Chin has a very high talent unlike that, am I misunderstanding, he secretly hoped, deny it, deny it. Chu Vo Tin calmly replied, oh yes, don't worry, I just looked at her origin, this drunkard girl is nothing suspicious, just a normal human race, Li suddenly exclaimed, human race. Without any hesitation, he affirmed that there was no need to look any further, it was the human race. Li said confusedly, Holy Master, do you want to watch it again? He was still convinced that there was no need to look again, it was the human race. Chu Vo Tin changed the subject, that's right, Li, you are Nguyen Tan's disciple, as an elder, I haven't given you a gift yet, right? He held out 3 gold necklaces and introduced, these 3 pendants are what I collected that year while in the scene, and can block all of Nok Fat's punches and kicks. He continued, in the pendant there is also a magical formation that when a person's life is in danger, the formation will be automatically activated, changing positions depending on the situation, helping people escape danger. You and each of your junior sisters put one on and remember that you absolutely must not take it off. He held the necklace and realized that, I understand, he must have discovered Mak Lan's identity at this damn time, but he intentionally left his daughter in Wu Tianfan, definitely for the sake of occasionally visit my daughter. He thought, Wu Tianfan doesn't have many people, the person with the highest level is Mak Lan, she is definitely the safest here. Li quickly refused, it was actually the Holy Master. Before you could speak, you were interrupted by Chu Vo Tin, I know what you want to say, you're worried that Wu Tianfan has no elders and no way to teach Tan Tu, missing out on her future, right? He continued, rest assured that this old man will come once every half a month to guide you in your practice. He tried to explain, not that that was the main thing. But you are still interrupted by him, there is also the issue of resources, Wu Tianfan, we really don't have many resources, we intend to rely on the existing foundation to increase 3 times, Li said, no, he say, 4 times. The two began to argue, Holy Master, you heard me say, 8 times, whoever bows his head in front of money is his nephew, 10 times, in the end, Li still agreed and became friends. Luke couldn't help but think, I'm his nephew. Suddenly a wind came. A strange voice rang out, Senior Brother Su, the Holy Master has been waiting for a long time. Gradually, Mak Lan's figure appeared, she spoke, it took 2 sticks of incense to dissolve the wine formation, which was truly a shame, she thought mischievously, in fact, old Nuong only needed half a stick of incense, the scent has already been resolved, I was afraid that you would be surprised, so I intentionally delayed the time. Chu Vo Tin replied, if Miss Chin had passed the 3 tests, then there would be no more problems. Then silence suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Chu Vo Tin suggested, little friend too, should you say something, he exclaimed loudly. To Li continued, asking for more advice from junior sister Chin in the future. Mak Lan respectfully bowed her head and said, I had to say that in the future, please ask senior brother to take care of me more. In fact, people are afraid to pray, asking the aunt of the Black Devil sect to have mercy. Others are eager to take revenge. To Li, the old lady will definitely give you the pleasure of giving birth to your son. Chu Vo Tin gave her a bag of items and repeatedly reminded her, ha ha ha, today is a good day, I'm also very happy. Wine, I give you this thing, this is a Wien Bang needle, a hidden weapon, very good, as long as you are hit by the opponent, you will immediately become frozen. You can also take this black flame sword, it's not a high level, it's only a second grade magic weapon. Oh, there's also this twin stream cloud child, the second Dharma treasure can increase your body Dharma, and there is this one. It must have been difficult for Tali to hear it. After a while of warning her, Chu Vo Tin said goodbye and went away. Young lady, if anything happens, you can find me at any time. He breathed a sigh of relief when he left, happily thinking, he's finally gone. What was the reason I came looking for him? Mak Lan spoke, senior brother too, we are the only ones left here. To Li was confused and stammered, is that so? I was extremely worried. Demon girl, what do you want to do? Mak Lan replied that he wanted to join his senior brother and do some things that only the two of them could do. To Li backed away in panic, what do you want to do in broad daylight like this? Tan Tutu covered his mouth with his hand and laughed, Tutu just wanted senior brother to take me on a tour of Vu, Tianj Fan, that hateful senior brother, where do you think you're going? To Li still had doubts on her face, why was she really just walking around Vu Tianj Fan? She still pretended to be innocent and replied, otherwise why would senior brother think I wanted to do something? He covered his mouth with his hand, if it's not like that then let's go, I'll take you to get acquainted. Behind him Tan Tutu smiled proudly, of course it's not just that simple, then wait for him to take me somewhere it's deserted, I'll knock him unconscious and then immediately leave this place after that mew ha ha ha. After making a plan in her head, she immediately grabbed his hand, making him suspicious. She hugged his arm and smiled seductively, senior brother, can you take Tutu for a walk in the small forest next door? Tutu wants to. He was startled and jumped a few steps away. No, there's nothing interesting in the forest, let's take her for a walk around Vu Tianj Fan's main hall first. His heart gradually became alert, this demon girl wants to, what am I going into the forest for? Since the forest is the most dangerous place, she certainly doesn't have any good intentions. He led her away, let's go quickly, I'll take her to the main hall. On the outside she still smiled but inside she still didn't give up. What a joke, how could she let him go like that? She walked over and pretended to stumble and fall towards him, my senior brother. A proud smile appeared on your mouth, let's see how you run. But Tali had already been alert and dodged to the side, she was surprised and fell forward, what? At this moment, her face was red with anger and one hand touched his chest. His hand grabbed his shirt and pulled it down, causing him to panic. The sound of the collision startled the birds and flew into the sky. He lay on top of her in an extremely amorous position, achieving his goal. Tan Tutu smiled. Then a noise cut through the atmosphere. To Li, what are you doing? The sound made him sit up in surprise. Ling Tu's sword flying in the air saw the two of them shouting angrily. In broad daylight, they were lying on the grass at the foot of the mountain. To Li quickly stood up to explain. No, Miss Cheu, you misunderstood, so please listen to me explain. Without letting him finish, Tan Tutu stood up and added fuel to the fire. Brother, who is she? She is so fierce, unlike Tutu. Tutu only loves brother. Ling Tu saw her being so intimate with him and asked, who are you to let him go? Tan Tutu also happily introduced herself. The young lady is Tan Tutu, senior brother's sister. Hearing her say that, Ling Tu became even more angry, emitting murderous aura. She immediately flew away in frustration and shouted, Tali, I hate you haha. Tali still hadn't had a chance to open her mouth and saw her leave, so she could only wave after her, wait until she hears my explanation. At this time, the system appeared, and it detected that Che Ling Tu's emotions had fluctuated dramatically. The host's favorability in Che Ling Tu's heart dropped to die. Tali rewarded the host with 2,000 destiny points. After hearing the content of the script, Tali was scared that if 26 swords were slashed down, I could still survive that fart. Note that the content of Cheu Tuat Ling's script has been added as after 1,000 years later, Cheu Ling Tuat repeatedly stabbed the host with 13 swords to avoid the danger, then the host was stabbed again with 13 swords. He cried with tears and became even more determined to follow and explain, Miss Cheu in my life. Tan Tu grabbed his hand to stop him. When Li saw this, she became impatient. Junior sister Tan, stop causing trouble. I really need to explain clearly to her. The matter involves my life. I have to leave. This matter has something to do with me. Have you been stung into a porcupine? Tan Tutu immediately grabbed his arm and told him that it wasn't Tutu causing trouble. In fact, Tutu had tricked senior brother last year. Tutu came out of prison. Senior brother was fortune-telling under the mountain at the same time Tutu passing by. He saw his senior brother saving an injured rabbit. From then on, Tutu fell in love with his senior brother. He quickly denied it. Who are you talking about? I didn't save any rabbits. She still didn't care to continue expressing herself, and just now senior brother jumped on Tutu. It was Tutu's first time senior brother to had touched Tutu once. She came closer to his face and asked senior brother why Tutu couldn't do it. He opened his mouth to answer, which was strange. He pushed her away and said seriously, although junior sister Chin is very suitable for my XP, I already have someone in my heart, so don't waste your energy on me anymore. I will definitely not change my mind. Without waiting for her to say more, he immediately flew away. Miss Chin goes back first. I have to chase after Miss Cheu. His words not only made her angry but also aroused her interest. Ha, it's so interesting that you resisted my charm. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to knock you out and take you home directly, but now Thinking back to what he said, she became even more determined. To Li, you are the old lady's thing and can only belong to the old lady. Instead of forcibly taking you away, I will let you have the courage to voluntarily beg to be a dog. Let me ride it so it's even more interesting. To Li rode a sword and chased after Tian Van. While chasing him, she called Miss Cheu to listen to my explanation. I don't listen. Then she flew away, leaving him standing there alone. Go away. He raised his hand to his face with nothing left to regret. Tu Vi, she heard me say. He sighed. It seemed like the bad impression this time couldn't be changed. He just needed to find an opportunity next time. He stroked his chin and thought, thinking about Tu Tu. All he could think about was that when he returned, he would have to meet that fox demon. He no longer wanted to go back. Ha ha ha. That morning, brother at Vu Tianfan's backyard. Wake up and go. He was still so sleepy that he didn't notice. Tian Van, it's still early. It's not early anymore. Hurry up and wake up. He pouted like that and Tian Van kissed the senior brother, and the senior brother woke up. Tutu immediately walked towards him. Senior brother really knows how to be a spoiled brat, he. He immediately felt strange and opened his eyes, thinking why Tian Van's speaking tone was so strange today. As soon as he sat up, his eyes caught sight of Tutu pouting his lips towards him. He panicked and immediately pushed Tutu away. Junior sister Tan, please respect yourself. Tutu's face is a bit sad. Senior brother, could it be that Tutu is not okay? He stood up and pushed Tutu out. Please forgive me, I just want to sleep peacefully, so I beg you to go out quickly, brother and sister. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice rang out outside the door to pay his respects to the Holy Master. Tan Van and the Holy Master are talking outside. Oh, is it Tutu who's junior sister? Is Tutu who already awake? Have you told the Holy Master yet? I'm about to go call the senior brother. Today the master did something happen here. It's nothing. The guy in the room struggled to find a place to hide. Quickly hide on the bed. Don't make a sound. Don't let them see. His face was scared. If the Holy Master saw Tan Tutu in his room, he would definitely cut him to death. Suddenly, she grabbed his shirt. Why is senior brother afraid of me being seen by others? After saying that, she immediately rushed into his arms. Tian Van outside is still calling for brother Saint Master to come find you and us to come in. The two of them went in to see the scene in the room of Tutu Hu, monk, and senior brother. The two people in the room lay in a shady position. The four people looked at each other without saying anything. He was scared and turned to me and said this was just a misunderstanding. Do you believe it or not? The two people's faces turned dark. Tian Van immediately spoke up. Holy Master Tian Van still remembered that there was still something to do. Please be rude, okay? Tian Van immediately turned around and left. He stood behind and called his sister, to listen to my explanation. I think Tian Van misunderstood. He was about to run away, but the Holy Master stopped him and waited. Tutu Hu, I have something to tell you. If there's anything else, let's talk about it later. Before he could finish his sentence, the Holy Lord's face was full of murderous aura. Tutu Hu said, there was something he wanted to tell you. Yes, Lord. Mak Lan was on the bed thinking, wait, maybe the person Li likes is Quat Tian Van. She smiled mischievously, but it seemed to her that the difficulty of the challenge had increased, but that made it even more interesting. The two of them sat outside in the yard, drinking tea and talking. To Hu, just now, you and Miss Tan Tu were together. I was teaching her the mind dance technique. He slammed on the table and said, why does the Holy Master care so much about Junior Sister Chin? Does the Holy Master have something with Junior Sister Chin? Perhaps the Holy Master wants it. He immediately waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just concerned. As a disciple of the Holy Land, I absolutely do not have any thoughts towards Miss Chin. In fact, this time there is a political matter. To Li, you are in the middle stage of Bamboo Low Realm. From now until the time of sect secret martial arts, there is still 1 month left. He sighed happily, thinking that he had finally gotten over the matter. He continued to say that if you have a chance to create this Fu pill, you should use it. It can help you complete the bamboo furnace stage in half a month. You should also come and participate in the Great Tribulation ceremony. Thank you, Holy Master, but I am used to saving alone more lives. He still advises that if he succeeds in overcoming karma, he will be given a large amount of spirit stones and resources. Hearing this, he immediately clasped his hands and agreed that his junior would definitely participate. In front of the backyard, Quat Tien Van was in the middle of the bamboo furnace stage and worriedly said that he had to participate in the Great Tribulation ceremony and had to complete the bamboo furnace realm. He didn't know if the remaining fate points were enough these days. Elsewhere, Anan Ling was in the room when Li suddenly walked in and asked, Anan Ling, what are you doing? Hearing that, she turned her head and replied with a smile, still holding the blanket in her hand, Senior brother, you're back. It's Senior sister. Senior sister said that your bed wasn't clean, told you to go change the mattress and blanket. He was a bit upset. I wonder, didn't I just change the mattress yesterday? He panicked and thought back to the previous scene of crushing someone. Could it be because of what happened earlier? Tien Van misunderstood. Li rushed towards Anan Ling and urgently asked, where is Tien Van? She was startled and stammered, saying, in the backyard. At this time in the backyard, Tien Van was taking the blanket out to dry. Li suddenly appeared from behind and quickly asked, Tien Van, junior sister, are you drying the blanket? Are you tired? Do you want to rest a bit? She still remained cold and expressionless. She bent down to bring more blankets out to dry, speaking gently but also full of coldness. Not tired, she wanted to help her senior brother wash them, but at this time he was still smiling awkwardly behind her. Li was sweating profusely and followed behind to comfort his wife. It wasn't just yesterday that she changed it. Before he could finish, Tien Van said, I want to wash it again. He wanted to say more, but, she insisted with a strong voice, I wanted to wash it again, making him immediately speechless. 2 days have passed. In a basement, Li sighed deeply and lamented, hey, it's all because of that tailed fox door. Tien Van hasn't even talked to me for 2 days now. We should still avoid it, stay away from her. A system screen appeared in front of him. Don't care anymore, it's time to level up, let me see. The screen displayed the parameters. Li, first level Vu Tianj Immortal Dharma, Destiny points 380 out of 5,000, middle stage Bamboo Lotus level 9,000 out of 10,000, can distribute 6,400 Destiny points. Seeing this, he felt proud. He still had so many points of destiny. It was worthy of him. Very good. The system, upgraded to complete the bamboo furnace stage. The mechanical system sound rang. The host entered the stage. At the end of the bamboo lotus scene, 1,1 million out of 1,100,000, the host reached the completion of the bamboo lotus scene. 1,1999 out of 1,2 million. The mechanical sound ended, and he meditated amidst the flow of energy swirling around him. He frowned and felt, was this the feeling when leveling up to complete the bamboo furnace stage? It felt like. A painful scene appeared. His feeling at this moment was no different from being surrounded by several beautiful women. She massaged him, she fed him fruit, she blew wind in his ear. He thought, reaching the pinnacle of his life, refreshing, I like it so much. A moment later the door opened. He stretched his arms and walked out, yawning and saying, the promotion is over, so let's go prepare for the next life. The clear blue sky makes the high mountain appear most clearly. At the foot of the mountain is Yonluk Duong. Li walked inside. An old man was recording books without looking and asked which mountain he belonged to, his full name, and his realm. He replied cheerfully, Vu Tianj Fan. Li completed the bamboo furnace scene. He continued, Elder, I want to participate in the Great Tribulation ceremony in half a month. The old man raised his head, a little surprised and asked, you just completed the bamboo furnace scene and already want to participate in the big cataclysm. He shyly scratched his head. Haha, actually he had accumulated quite a bit before. He could always break through. Just now he had the chance. So now he had the chance. So he completely broke through, into a line. He tried to justify in his heart. It was not considered a scam. It had indeed accumulated quite a few destiny points. The old man gave to Lee a book, constantly praising it. Not bad. Young people should be full of energy, respecting your compatibility with the old man. Here is a book that the old man concluded when saving Dam. Take it. He happily accepted and politely replied, thanking the elder. Don't see flowers blooming and think that spring has come. Seeing that, it's not like that, folks. The old man made a counting money gesture. His mouth smiled gently and said softly, 5 pieces of sincere low-grade spiritual stone. After speaking, he became speechless. Shut up immediately. A blue lotus looked up proudly at the sky and said, Thunder tribulation, are you going there? I'm not afraid. According to the book, monks who overcome tribulation are overpowering their luck and going against the way of heaven, so they must definitely do it. Demonstrates a gesture that is superior to the celestial energy. When lightning comes, you must have faith in the fact that humans can overcome nature. If you grit your teeth, it will pass. As long as you defeat the thunder tribulation, you can enter the 5 realms. From there you will have all the money and beauty. Such words could not be found anywhere other than in a book called 100 Methods of Saving Lives of Monks sold by a multi-level old man. Lee couldn't help but judge, is this what that elder concluded? It is more appropriate to say subjective thinking. He closed the book, sighed and thought, although from the beginning to the end there were 8 parts that were meaningless, but more or less there was still useful information. In the book, it said that the heavenly tribulation is very scary. Moreover, it was not. There is no way to be disturbed by external forces. If you want to reduce the power of the lightning tribulation, the person who overcomes the tribulation can only resist on their own. There are 3 types of resistance methods: Dharma array, Dharma weapon, and medicinal pill, and those 3 types will be prepared for people to overcome tribulation in the Great Tribulation ceremony. Lee stood up and said while flying the sword fairy, it's just that among those 3, I feel it's a bit lacking. I have to prepare a little more stuff. At the road creation statue, Lee gave a drawing to the counter manager. Lao though, I want you to help me make something like this. The old though in Lee's words was none other than the head of the road-making statue. Then Dai though, he looked at the drawing and said, let me see. Oh, Lao Tu, you came up with this thing yourself. So stupid, that's too crawling. Dai though added, old Tu, if there comes a day when you can no longer get along with Vu Tianj Fan, then welcome you to our Tuong Fat. You will definitely be famous. Just being praised for his face, he raised his eyebrows and said, I'm being sought after like this. I'm afraid you can't wait for that day. Then Lee went to the Fop Hall ceremony. A girl is welcoming me in the main hall. Little brother, do you need anything? As long as you open your mouth, there is nothing in my place. That girl is Duong Hoa Dharma Hall, Fan Kuang. Looking at the 3-headed monster, he drooled and stammered, I came to find some long incense sticks and incense burners to use for offerings. The girl asked, oh, how much? He replied with a despicable face, 5, no, 10. The girl said wryly, just a little is enough. Don't you need more? He stammered, enough, enough. After that, Lee turned around and walked out. The girl waved behind her, little brother, welcome to come again. He still couldn't help but reply, okay, okay. Ling flew over the mountains on a huge treasured sword. He thought to himself, the offerings for the offerings were all bought. The pigs, sheep, chickens and ducks were also placed. All that was left was to go to the book room, to ask for a few good words. He was visibly excited. By preparing these things, the success rate of overcoming tribulation could increase quite a bit. Wait, it took a few billion years. His face was strange, gaping when he suddenly realized, there are 10 pieces of middle-grade spirit stone left. I'm afraid of your personality, showing off your most cowardly face. You lean in my ear to beg, hey, brothers, your book royalties are too expensive, can you make them a little cheaper? It seems like it's too much. Used to this, the other guy calmly replied, it's not that we don't understand people, it's mainly that we also have rules. They are all public records of the book. If people find out we to create favorable conditions for you, I also have bad luck. That guy also honestly shared, otherwise, I'll introduce you to a place. There are many new disciples who join there to take on outside jobs, because of the difference in level, so there is no need to go to the sect, publicly recorded. It's just that whether the ability is good or not depends on your eyes to distinguish. They both looked towards the door to prepare to go out. He was surprised. Oh, where is that? That guy answered but was interrupted by the author. It was. The scene changes to a place where the warm sunlight shimmers on the leafy trees, followed by mountains obscured by clouds. In Tan Nguyen Pha, here the mountains are rolling, clouds and smoke are hazy, echoing the voices of advertisements. Come and see, the best words are here, sell cheap, sell cheap. Walking between the stalls, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that there was a place like this in Thu Fan. It was so bustling. He looked at the stall of a person wearing a pink outfit and a hat that covered his face, then commented, 2 words, 1 piece of low-grade spirit stone. This is too cheap. Why is the stall so cheap? His shop has no customers. He was so talkative that he couldn't help but approach another stall owner and ask, brother, why was there no one at that stall? The boss was a bit surprised. Brother, this is your first time coming to Tan Nguyen Fa, so you don't know that famous female disciple. He didn't show any clear attitude, just said, I don't know, she's very famous. The owner was thinking about the lush, living tree turning dead, and was afraid to tell Li that rumor had it that she once looked into a flower pot and wrote the word birth, but 2 days later the flower pot died. Next, the image of a young man eating a whole pot of flowers on his head. The owner said, she also wrote to someone else, everything going well, but that person had bad luck within 8 days, consecutive. It doesn't stop there. The image of a young man practicing diligently is lying on the table with his eyes closed and foaming at the mouth. The boss continued, she wrote that she practiced diligently, and the other person slept for a month straight. The boss seemed to have been turned on a storytelling switch. He kept telling it nonstop. There was also one time. That time was the birthday of a teacher of our book style. Each disciple wrote a letter as a gift. The only teacher didn't dare to accept it from her, afraid that her birthday would turn into a death anniversary. There were too many stories like this to count. Li was sweating profusely. Her face turned purple. She thought to herself, oh my God, heavenly God, what a curse. Thinking of a new truth, he immediately asked, if she wrote the words with contrasting results, then wouldn't it be okay to tell her to write the opposite? The boss sighed, writing the opposite would be really effective. So what, if you say it first you can't skip it? Who would dare to try this kind of thing? Style, whoever is afraid should go home. The cool guy calmly walked back to that scary store, otherwise how would he know? The other owner panicked, brother, think again, this is not the place you want to buy words. I have this too, 1 word 10 low-grade spirit stones, buy 1 get 1 free, beautiful goods at cheap prices. From his perspective, he thought to himself, the system, if you want to see the other person's script, what task must you complete? The system appeared, grabbed the other person's hand, and said sincerely, I believe you. At the same time, a red-covered book appeared above the girl's head. He was surprised, it's so simple. System, have you changed your mind? Behind the veil of the hat, she quite unexpectedly saw the appearance of a human being. He opened his mouth and got straight to the point, friend, I want to buy it. She was startled and stammered, no way to sell. He didn't show his anger, just asked, can't sell, why can't you sell, aren't you showing off your goods, unlucky for others. He grabbed her hand, acting, it's okay, I trust you. His sudden action caused the curtain on the girl's hat to move, revealing part of her face. She was confused by his actions. You let me go, I can't sell you. He still held her hand tightly, screaming, I trust you, there's nothing wrong with your words, thinking in your heart, strangely, why doesn't the system remind me that the mission has been completed, and the scenario doesn't open either? The girl's hat fell off. This is Ling Tu too, a lovely, ecstatic face appears, her face still shows surprise. What can I say? My husband is so attached to this beauty, his cheeks are already red, he can't help but praise, beautiful, so beautiful. At this time, he was sincere about her beauty. Oh, mistaken for your words, lady, I believe in you, I am willing to buy the words you sell. The system appears, ding, mission completed, start reading the play copy. The book on the girl's head began to flip through continuously, and she seemed moved, looking at him, you. He looked surprised, why was it like this? His hands were still lingering in the air even though the girl quickly withdrew them and gently asked, so, what do you want to write? I don't know if he was thinking anything when he answered, but his face was extremely dirty. First, he wrote to me, I can't live for 1,000 years. The girl couldn't believe it and exclaimed, what? The girl bowed her head, hiding her emotions, while he was as dumb as a cow wearing a hat. What's wrong? Why didn't he say anything? Can he write? Ling Tu burst into tears, tears rolling down that beautiful face. Seeing the beauty crying, he panicked. Oh, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? He quickly grabbed a piece of paper to wipe her. Oh my God, don't cry, don't I just want to give you some revenue? From now on I will often come to you to write, there's no need to be so touchy. She still cried without saying anything, but she still knew what she was thinking. Even though the content of the request was very strange, it was definitely because he knew about me. That's why he deliberately made fun of me, a bad person. He was confused when he couldn't calm the girl down. Why was she crying louder and louder day by day? Suddenly she stopped crying. Her eyes were still wet. She asked him, do you really want that? Seeing her like this, Tali's nose bled so much, she replied, I want, and secretly thought, with a face like this, how could I have the heart to say no? Dam Tu picked up the pen and started writing. Okay, I'll write for you. He looked at the words she wrote and silently praised. The writing was really beautiful. The scene the author drew was too bloody. The girl's shirt button was undone, revealing her peachy pink cheeks. The lust in him appeared. What a beautiful angle this is. His face was hot, 2 lines of blood flowed from his nose, his face was horribly perverted, my whole life, worth it. At this time, Dam Tu gave Tali a roll of paper. Once he finished writing, he also reached out to receive it. Thank you, thank you. He gave her a bag of money, then said, this is the reward. Seeing that, she immediately waved her hand and refused. No, it's too much, it's only a few words, there's no need for that much. Misunderstanding, he even asked her to write more. There are still these words, she wrote them for me. Like the way he asked for a few words that sounded so crazy, she wrote, today I Tali overcome tribulation, I will definitely fail, welcome the celestial thunder tribulation, believe that the celestial thunder's power is extremely strong. Hearing that, she sprayed hard glue. He continued to ramble on, Tali I definitely couldn't withstand 1 lightning strike, Tali I definitely couldn't resist 2 lightning strikes, Tali I definitely couldn't resist. Listening to him talk nonsense made her want to fall. When my blood pressure reached, I immediately interrupted because I couldn't keep up with his speed. Ah, wait, you just spoke, I just wrote. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, wrote, finished writing. He still couldn't stop being moved by this beauty. Oh thank you, he sadly thought to himself when he saw that she was so exhausted. Writing also required spiritual energy. It seemed like I was asking a bit too much, making her a bit tired. Not to bother you any further, he laughed it off, so let's go. Suddenly, the red book above Dam Tu's head glowed, catching his attention. After staying a little longer, he made up an excuse, cough, well, you helped me write the words, so I'll give you a hexagram. She was surprised. You wrote for fortune-telling. He smiled, knowing a little. His face was serious. Girl, remember, in the future you must not take new people out to practice. Remember, you were a little worried but agreed? Okay. He rode the sword and left, waving his hand. Lady, soon I will be crossing tribulation at the tribulation ceremony. When that time comes, come and see if your writing is worthless or not. She waved back, She watched Tali leave, thinking for a moment that he was the first person to know that my writing would bring bad things and was willing to let me write for him. Scene changed to Thu Fan, Dam Tu's small yard. The girl who owned the stall just now was walking here, thinking as she walked, in my realm, how can I send a newbie out to practice? It seems that person's divination level is comparable to that of her. There's no difference in my handwriting, it's not good. Seeing that she was back, Maklu happily ran back like a little puppy. Tutu is back, She was startled. Wait, don't. Her makeup clothes flew off her body and fell in the air, accompanied by Maklu's scolding sound. It was clear that her appearance and appearance were also considered first class, but she kept covering it all up. Wouldn't it be a pity? Hearing Maklu say that, Dam Tu's face turned red. Shy, I'm not used to the eyes of others. Maklu put his arm around her shoulder, trying to make her happy as he walked. There's no one else here now who doesn't need to pay attention, she quietly replied. Maklu changed the subject. That's right, this girl is the customer today. She fell into thought, not hearing what he said, making it difficult for him to understand. A romantic, cheesy scene, giving goosebumps. Maklu reached out to touch Dam Tu's chin, teasingly asked, Tutu, it seems like today you are a little different from usual. You are shy. I don't have it. The two sat down to chat. Suddenly she asked, Maklu, have you broken off the kiss yet? He replied, not yet, I don't know how to break up the kiss. Maklu continued, even though Senior Lang said that when I grow up, if I don't like it, I can divorce him, but I still feel sorry for him. It seems that this Maklu already likes that person, just remembering those lips touching his cheek, while thinking wildly. Moreover, he also. Seeing that Maklu's face was feverish, Dam Tutu asked worriedly, Maklu, why is your face so red? What did he do to you? Asking aimlessly, who would have thought that he would get a black heart? Maklu panicked and quickly covered her eyes. Oh my, it's nothing, my face is red because it's too hot. She was also startled by the strange action. This is weird, I know. Maklu closed the matter. In short, I haven't broken up yet, just because I still have guilt in my heart, and there is no other reason. Until the Great Dean tribulation ends, I will find him to talk, clearly. When she heard Maklu mention important phrases, she patted her head and muttered, to save Dai Dean. She honestly thought he was involved. She held Mok Lu's hand tightly. She expressed her wish to beg, Mok Lu, I will also participate in the Great Dean Tribulation with you, is that okay? Mok Lu was surprised by the suggestion. Huh. Switching scene to Li's place, the system appears, ding, discovering that the host has entered the orbit of Dam Tutu's life, becoming a passerby in Dam Tutu's heart, giving a reward of 250 destiny point. He was quite surprised. Oh, why suddenly he was rewarded with destiny points? He looked at the system and pondered, thinking, how could he become a passerby in Dam Tutu's life and also get destiny points? Could it be that there are very few passersby in Dam Tutu's life, or let's just say passersby have some special meaning to her? Remembering her appearance, he felt a little pity, but Dam Tutu's fate was already too miserable. At the same time, the evaluation system said that Dam Tutu, read script, had talent, worthy of pride, but never shows it off in front of others, so he is misunderstood as a mediocre talent, because he has a shy, weak personality, and is used to wearing clothes that cover his whole body, extremely low sense of existence, very sincere towards everyone. The image of Dam Tutu being turned away and isolated by everyone appeared at the same time as the system providing information. Dam Tutu's writing often had the opposite effect, so no one told her the longer she writes, the more she loses faith in herself and begins to have doubts about her own path of practice. She does not want to compete for the opportunity that belongs to her. The strongest talent of a disciple, contemporary books were wasted in vain and eventually disappeared. Next is the image. She is wearing a cloak, holding a sword to confront the enemy. The system continues to explain about her talent. Dam Tutu's final realm is Kim Dan Khan, becoming a ritual staff of the Sword Spirit Holy Land. While taking new people out to practice, they were blocked at Daihon Hai Tu. Dam Tutu blocked the disciples' rear, and was finally surrounded. To protect his innocence, Dam Tutu's soldier escaped and died. After seeing all about her, Li exclaimed with some regret, if I could break into her life trajectory and change it, how good it would be. Scene changes to Vu Tianfan. How Veen, he rushes in and announces, we're home. A woman's voice replied, you're home. That girl jumped into his arms, startling him. She was cooing, brother, Tutu missed you so much. Tan Tutu threw her whole body into Li's arms, causing him to panic. Tan, junior sister Tan, you are too enthusiastic, your cheeks are red, it's all because of senior brother, making Tutu all hot. As soon as he saw Quat Tian Van coming out, he quickly pushed her away and ran in that direction. Oh my god, Tian Van, you're there. Quat Tian Van was angry when he saw that eye-catching scene but just looked without saying anything. He smiled bitterly. Tian Van, I heard what you said, brother. Tian Van did not listen but interrupted. Senior brother, let's eat. I'm still trying my best to explain. Tian Van, please listen to my explanation first. When Tan Tutu saw this, he became bitter. To Li, you can take advantage of this moment to freely struggle. Wait until you become my dog, then it will be very comfortable. Ha ha ha. Scene changes to inside. Behind the wooden door, a dining table of 4 people. The food looked very delicious. Tutu sat next to Li, continuing to act coy and feed. Senior brother. He looked at the food that was being poured into his mouth and felt extremely uncomfortable, thinking, oh my sister, if I eat Tian Van will definitely not pay attention to me anymore. Looking at Tian Van who was chewing, his black face radiated a strong murderous aura, making him shiver when he thought of Tian Van. He immediately played a trick with his chopsticks, causing the piece of meat to fall. He smiled and explained, there was salt, and Tutu looked hurt. He turned around and smiled, but his words were already threatening. Junior sister Tan, seriously eat your rice, otherwise there will be mosquitoes. Tutu smiled, yes senior brother, but thought, to Li, you wait there. He immediately brought food to Tian Van. Tian Van, this dish was delicious, I tasted it. Before he could finish speaking, he shook his hand and dropped the piece of meat. There seemed to be something suspicious. Chan Tutu restlessly leaned over to Li's leg and teased. Tutu did not forgive, his mouth was quick. Senior brother, why did you drop the food again? Was there a mosquito bothering you? He grimaced, I accidentally slipped my hand. Tutu smiled when he saw him being teased until his face was as red as a tomato. He immediately slammed the table and stood up. I'm full. Seeing him stand up and leave, Tutu also linked arms and followed. Brother, are you full? Marry me. At this moment, Tian Van trembled with anger. Like Anan Ling encouraged, Sister Tian Van, Anan Ling will definitely be by your side. She turned and asked again, be with me. Anan Ling explained, actually Anan Ling didn't really understand, but I see, it must be senior sister Tian Van who takes care of senior brother. Moreover, senior sister Tian Van doesn't need to worry, senior brother likes you. Tian Van blushed, a bit shy, like, what do you mean? Anan Ling hesitantly replied, like. Then Anan Ling clearly answered the stupid sister, T just wants to be by someone's side forever, never to be apart. Tian Van repeated, to be by one side forever. Thoughts bloomed in Tian Van's heart, right, I had already decided that I would stay by my brother's side forever, so this was love. Anan Ling looked worried, but it seemed that senior sister Tan also liked senior brother very much, and might take him away. What would happen if senior brother left with senior sister Tan in the future? Tian Van was happy. Answer, then I will go with brother. Tian Van's cheeks are red and her face shows happiness. As long as my senior brother doesn't leave me, then I will always be by his side. The scene changes to the dark night, when a crescent moon hangs high in the sky. The time has now arrived a few days later, in front of a picture full of a sexy girl, with a voice, the elder brother, although he is not very trustworthy. Li was kneeling and praying, but still asked for someone to bless my disciple, so that he could smoothly pass through the tribulation. In his heart he was thinking, although the system can use destiny points to raise the realm, but the process of disaster will certainly not be lessened. So he continued to pray, hey, Master, I hope you bless me so that tomorrow I won't be beaten into a traitor by tribulation. On a certain cliff, a girl with the same appearance as in Li's painting is sitting there, listening to your prayers. Master, bless me. She crossed her legs and said, The long, slender hand makes a sign, the middle finger touching the thumb. This person is Lang Nguyen Tan Fan Master Vu Tianj Fan, she calmly assessed. It seems, I have to go back to help my good disciple. The charming mountain scenery meets the viewer's eyes, a fresh green color soothes the soul. This place is Du Cape Dai Dien, choking with so many people gathered here, around 4 circular white platforms placed in a vast empty lot. Li was also surprised by the scene in front of her. Wow, Du Cape Dai Dien was really strong this time. Anan Ling was shocked by the number of people here. There were so many people, they were all in trouble. He turned around, like a young father instructing his young children, you guys here don't go anywhere, the senior brother will be back soon after going to save lives. The chatty Tutu turned to the 2 people who were talking. Tian Van thoughtfully gave him a talisman. Okay, senior brother can definitely overcome tribulation successfully. We will wait here for senior brother to come back. He happily replied, you even went to ask for a protective amulet for me. Thank you, Tian Van. Seeing this, Tutu felt a little sad. Deep down he was not clear. Anan Ling also has a gift for you. Anan Ling also has this for senior brother. Wish senior brother every success. Honestly, this girl only thinks about eating and drinking. Accept this blessing. Then quickly passing away, he returned to eat. This action made Tutu unbelievable. The words had doubled. The sound from his mouth, thank you Anan Ling, thank you Tu Bok, it made Tutu's heart burn like fire because only Tutu didn't have a gift for him. Among the misfortune there was also the misfortune. Not thinking carefully, everyone prepared gifts, blessings. Why didn't I think of that? Damn, I didn't bring a storage bag today. A bold thought appeared at the last minute. She put her hand to her hair. There it was. Tutu put it in his hand. Senior brother, this was given to him by Tutu, making him extremely surprised. With deep affection in her eyes, she expressed her feelings, waiting for her brother to successfully return from his life. Tutu still has another gift to give him. When that time comes, he cannot refuse. Extremely uncomfortable, he looked at the hair in his hand and was speechless. Announcement sound from the organizers. The monks participating in the Great Dean came here to draw lots. Everyone hurriedly left after hearing the announcement. Go quickly, the lottery has been drawn. He smiled as he turned to look at his harem. I'm going. You guys take good care of yourselves. Looking at the long line I was standing in, not knowing when it would be his turn, he thought, wow, there are so many people who will be saved. There was a conversation in front of him. The handsome guy didn't mean to talk too much because the sound just entered his ears. It was said that this time there were a total of 1,500 people who crossed over. The number of people increased significantly compared to before. No wonder this time we had to draw lots. If we were to cross the same calamity, I'm afraid that the heavenly lightning would no longer be able to strike this place, he thought when he heard that. So that's it. I'm a little scared, I'm starting to run with sweat. This time many people don't know how many people will succeed in the end. Don't be nervous, I'm very well prepared, especially there won't be any problem. It was also his turn to draw lots. He put his hand in the box and felt a little worried. It was his turn. The wooden draw in his hand was number 30. He wondered, if he drew the 30th number, how many matches were there in total? A person standing above the neck announced, this time there will be a total of 30 matches, 5 people in each match. Please invite the monks to come to the waiting area according to their numbers, one by one. He thought to himself, I'm the last match. That guy continued to scream, "Please monks, for the first battle, step up and prepare." These young men were full of spirit, ready to fight, and had finally waited for this day. It was just a small thunderstorm, how could we monks be afraid? Seeing the arrogance of those immature people, he was pleased but a bit sarcastic. Domineering, too domineering, this is the spirit a monk should have. A thunderous punch fell on them without mercy, making the participants scared and trembling. When the lightning appeared was also the moment it tore apart their arrogant hearts. Oh my God, keep it up, it hurts, hurts. When the thunder and lightning ended, those people collapsed, their whole bodies burned black like pieces of overcooked meat. There was a cry of mourning. Senior Brother Cannon, ha-hoo-hoo. He looked at them and couldn't help but sweat. Damn, it doesn't seem to be very dominant. I should still settle down and follow the order. The mountains, clouds and sky have not changed because of them being burned black, they are still the same, still beautiful. Whispers began to erupt. It was almost the final round and there were still less than 10 people who successfully crossed Kalpas. Although many people participated in the Great Dean this time, the success rate of crossing Kalpas was low. Lee's family members were also equally worried when they saw this scene. Anan Ling couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister Tian Van, senior brother will not become like that." Tian Van consoled, "No, I believe senior brother." The sound of the gong rang out, pulling everyone back to continue watching the match. Finally, at the 30th battle, the man announced, "Please invite the monks to save the final great feast, come up here to prepare." Anan Ling was excited. It was senior brother. Senior brother was up. Tutu now saw his face. She still hadn't found Lee's location. Her mouth kept asking, "Where is it? Let's see." He was doing something that caused confusion in the online community. Even Tutu had to say, "Hey, brother, what are you doing?" He is holding 3 incense sticks, on the table is an incense burner, and 2 plates of food. He was praying. His actions made the young children unable to hold back their screams. The senior brother was worshipping heaven and earth. Indeed, the dog worshipped heaven and earth. He began to pray, "The heaven above, today's disciple Lee passed away. Please be merciful later, please be gentle with me." Despite him praying, the rest of the people were hit by the thunderbolt and stopped dead on the spot. Their screams echoed, "Ah!" The scene now is of 2 clear extremes. On his side are years of silence, extremely peaceful. On the other side is a disaster of natural lightning, drowning in painful screams, "Ah, ah." His incomprehensible actions caused a stir in public opinion. What is that person doing? Thank God, is he not saved? Other people are already dead. Regardless of the trivial gossip and miscellaneous things, he still continued his work. In his hand was a circular piece with a metallic sheen. Look, the other person took out something else. From that object emitted a bright light carrying thunder and lightning, accompanied by screams, "Mother, earth-shattering." His family members were also confused. They were both confused and worried. Anan Ling spoke first. "Senior sister Tian Van, senior brother, what are you doing?" Tian Van also hesitated. "Me too." After the thunderstorm, someone fell to the ground, like a roast pig, the smoke still lingering on his body. Even more embarrassing, the position in which he collapsed before the thunder was with his butt up. It was so unsightly. After finishing the glass offerings, Lee turned to making handicrafts. Only then did she realize that the second half of Tian Van's sentence was not very clear. The 2 of them observed from high above. The white-haired man explained, "Holy Master Dai Nyan, besides Wu Tianfan's Lee, the other disciples had completed their salvation, and since the moment he entered the ring, Lee had been flirting with him. There are so many junk items, do we need to stop him from continuing to transcend tribulation?" The Holy Master replied, "Let's wait and see. He seems to care about you very much." He also thought, Nguyen Tan's disciple won't be able to pass because of a few small troubles. After struggling with things and sweating profusely, Lee breathed a sigh of relief and the Great Kong announced his success. A ball made of silver, cultivating the original, the Dharma lattice, he was proud, worthy of being the work of an old man, truly perfect. His next action was to get into that ball, thinking as he walked, to get the next step, he just needed to step in. Standing in the sphere that just called the system will distribute destiny points to the realm. Golden lightning appeared from the middle of the sky, right above the ball. The destiny point distribution was completed. The cave palace stage, no more than 1.3 watts. The white-haired guy was scared when he saw it. "It's tough, Holy Master, I'm afraid this life is not simple." Holy Master is still calm. "Don't be nervous and believe in that brat. You must also believe in choosing your disciples. Of Nguyen Tan, if there is Van yet, I will take action." A tornado surrounded by lightning appeared from that void, waiting to land. He held up a scroll, written to him by Ling Tu. Van Boy is weak in wealth. Please beg for mercy from Big Brother. Beg for mercy from Big Brother. Junior Van is weak in wealth. Beg. He shouted loudly, Master Tian Dao, I beg you. Lightning struck that spherical object. The lightning only lightly touched that place. Surprisingly, the old lady. Young man Li inside was excited by that tiny lightning bolt. He clasped his hands, feeling that the Master of Heaven's way had reduced the level of lightning. Public opinion was shocked because of Li. This matter, how could this matter? Such a small disaster. Li only struck a light lightning strike. Tu also appeared at this time to watch his performance. The person next to him asked, Tu, aren't those your words? When did you sell them? She gently replied, a few days ago. She secretly admired Li's bravery, but she didn't expect him to actually take it and use it. Wasn't he afraid that word would harm him? The guy next to him was also thoughtful. No wonder Tu was a bit strange a few days ago, and suddenly wanted to go to Dai Dean to save lives. It turned out it was for this reason, and it was him, Li, who engaged to you. Recreating the scene where he held up Tu's paper. Image of heavenly lightning falling. He was a little relieved. A ton of stone was lifted from his heart. It seemed like everything he had prepared was effective, so the tribulation ended and he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly there was a loud scream. Quickly look up to the sky. He was filled with worry inside the sky. What was wrong? The thunder vortex continued to appear in the air. A white-haired old man facing the light of the sky, spreading his arms. Monks go through a celestial tribulation once in each kalpa, and will enjoy the afterglow of the celestial tribulation. The more the heavenly lightning will be saved, the remaining effect will be great, the higher the result, and the special heavenly tribulation, of course, also has a special effect. The special effect of the galaxy is to increase the sensitivity of the divine consciousness. It's all the thoughts of the white snake, but the difficulty of this life is 3 times the average of the lightning tribulation. Can that human being really be able to pass the tribulation safely? Thunder fell, with great force. Someone screamed, that kid's pillar of strength was broken. Lightning heated the entire ball red. Anan Ling and Tian Van couldn't help but scream in panic, senior brother. As for Tu next to her, she was stunned, her heart was confused. What a joke, the old lady hasn't got you yet, you won't die here, right? The ball was stained with burn marks, black smoke was billowing out, public opinion was in an uproar. Look at that, brother is okay. Li was already very devastated inside, yet she encountered a galaxy disaster. Fortunately there was no danger. The game hasn't ended yet, the energy above is accumulating in preparation for the next wave, making him exhausted. Is there more? When thunder and lightning fell, someone recognized it as the 4 dragons and thunder tribulation. He wanted to be reincarnated on the spot. His face turned white, his mouth muttering, I'm sorry, stop it. Suddenly a thunderclap struck the ground. Li looked at that and said, this time is probably over, isn't it? An old man suddenly said loudly, there are also 5 heavenly kalpas. Among the 5 heavenly kalpas, there are 2 special thunders. This child's talent is amazing. After that, Li had no choice but to say, these are the last words, leave it to me. A ray of light suddenly shot at him. Everyone was panicked, they couldn't see him anymore, he couldn't see that person anymore. Tan Tu, Quat Tian Van and Anan Ling were all worried, senior brother, don't disappear, no, senior brother. Chu Vo Tin and the old man said, it's not good, it's the lightning tribulation. What? Then it will affect the laws of space. The lightning tribulation will arbitrarily transfer people from tribulation to any place. Chu Vo Tin made a decision and said, I will go find that little friend and leave it to you here. The old man was startled and said, there, holy master, wait. A bolt of lightning struck the ground. Then Li appeared. He was bewildered. Aren't I trying to overcome tribulation? Why did I come here? And also, where is this place? He looked up at the sky and saw that there were still those purple lightning bolts. No, that's not it. Then it hit Li and he shouted, ah! Chu Vo Tin stood and observed and said, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 7 gods tribulation, the 8 fire thousand heart tribulation, the 8 heavenly tribulation, starting from the 3rd path, yet all of them are special thunder tribulation. If still as for 9 paths, there will be 9 paths. Li tried to brace herself to stand up. I couldn't die, there were also my sisters waiting for me. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. Chu Vo Tin saw the lightning and was surprised. This is the 9-turn mixed yuan tribulation. For mortals, the 9-turn chaos tribulation only exists in legends, and I have only seen it once. This is the 2nd time, and that was the 1st time. He immediately thought of one person, this child's teacher, when Lang Nguyen Tan passed away. Lightning suddenly shot down and became stronger and stronger. Chu Vo Ting quickly said, "No, he won't be able to resist, I have to take action." At this time, Lang Nguyen Tan suddenly appeared. "Senior brother Chu, still leave it to me." Chu Vo Tin did not seem to recognize, You are, Nguyen Tan." She immediately took action to shield to Li. He saw that and said, "If you help him withstand the 9-turn chaos tribulation, it will damage your realm. If it is serious, it will damage your spirit. Is it worth it?" Nguyen Tan replied, "It is worth it." She continued to say, "After all, I only have one male disciple. If I let him disappear, where will I go to find another person of my liking?" Nguyen Tan landed on to Li and said, "My poor disciple, he was beaten so much that he couldn't see his figure. Hey," she said as she placed her hand on his forehead, "but in general, the torment was not in vain. The galaxy tribulation increased his consciousness, the 4-dragon tribulation increased his body, the lightning tribulation increased his agility, and the 6 paths of morality, returning kalpa increases life and death enlightenment, lost consciousness kalpa increases spiritual energy storage, 8,000 heart kalpa increases destiny fire, 9-turn mixed element kalpa is like rebirth of desire fire." Through this lifetime, Tu Li has changed her skin. Chu Vo Tin asked, "Will we go back together?" Nguyen Tan picked up to Li and said, "Senior brother, take little Li home." He said, "There are some things that can't be done if we rely on ourselves alone, so why don't we go back and work together?" She stretched her arms and said, "If we don't try, how will we know?" Then Nguyen Tan turned away. "I'm leaving, senior brother, about my coming here today. Senior brother, don't tell that little Li." He helplessly said, "When will I be able to get rid of this arbitrary bad habit? Ha!" To Li's sisters and brothers were all extremely worried. "Monk, senior brother, don't, how is this possible?" Behind Wu Tianfan Mountain, Quat Tien Van spoke, "Senior brother, you can rest assured, I will take good care of you 2 junior sisters." Anan Ling next to him also said with a sad voice, "Senior brother, Anan Ling once living with you hahu." Mak Lan sighed, "I didn't expect you to leave at such a young age. What a god jealous of a hero." They were now standing in front of a stele that seemed to be a tombstone, on which was engraved the words, "Wu Tianfan's first disciple, to Li's eldest son." The 3 girls were each holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums in each hand. Everyone was sad and Mak Lan even cried. Chu Vo Tin could not stand their rudeness, so he had to speak up. The 3 little friends to Tu Hu Chi pointed out, "It's because he lacks too much spiritual energy and needs to temporarily refresh his spiritual energy. He's not dead yet." Mak Lan remembered the previous scene and couldn't help but shout straight at him, "You also know he's not dead, so why did you put him in the coffin to scare us to death?" "I'm afraid of her ferocity. It's because you guys didn't listen to me." Then he gently explained to everyone that in general, spiritual energy can be nourished inside, burying little friend Tu in the place where Wu Tianfan's spiritual energy is densest. After a few days he will be able to break ground and come out. After saying that, he remembered and told Quat Tien Van, "Oh yes, after the Tu who breaks ground, his skin will be extremely soft when he is born. Remember that when that happens, you must wrap him up in cloth, containing spiritual energy. After removing it, his body's strength could be much stronger than that of monks and cavemen." Quat Tien Van took out a line of cloth containing spiritual energy from his bag and looked at it closely. Mak Lan stood next to him and reminded him, "Remember to wrap your whole body. I'm going. I feel like I'm being buried alive." Time passed and 3 days later, Mak Lan's gentle voice was now echoing, "Senior brother, you just woke up and you must supplement more nutrients." Inside the room was Li, whose entire body was wrapped in cloth containing spiritual energy. At first, it looked like a mummy. Mak Lan was sitting on the bed smiling brightly, holding a spoon of gentle medicine in her hand, said, Tu fed him, but he was lying on the bed just gulping and not drinking. Seeing that, she shyly said, "Senior brother doesn't drink, could it be that he wants Tu to feed him by mouth?" After saying that, she immediately leaned towards Li's mouth, lying in a passive position. He could do nothing but scream soundlessly. He couldn't help but feel troubled in his heart. Who wants her to feed her with her mouth? Let me go, me, can drink by yourself. Mak Lan puckered her lips and got closer and closer to him. Li looked at her in panic. Mak Lan still didn't pay attention and said, "Brother, this is the first time for brother Tu. Please be gentle, this scene makes me angry." He screamed in his heart, "Who wants to drink? Save me." The closer Mak Lan got, the greater his fear became. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened with a call, "Senior brother, someone came to visit you." When the 2 of them saw the scene happening before their eyes, they immediately froze. The person who came to visit Li was Cheu Tan. He smiled awkwardly, his face was red. His senior, Cheu Tan, had come to disturb him, and Quat Tien Van was so angry that his whole body was hot. She immediately ran to push Mac Lan aside, then gently helped Li sit up, not forgetting to blame. Junior sister Tan had bullied senior brother again. Senior brother, Tien Van helped him rewrap the cloth. After that, Li and Cheu Tan sat at the table and talked. Cheu Tan spoke first. Seniors can be surrounded by so many junior sisters like this, and still live together peacefully. Seniors worship. Listen, he said that. Li could only sigh. It was difficult to finish a word. Calmly taking the cup of tea on the table, he got straight to the point. Why did you come to me? Cheu Tan didn't beat around the bush and said, Senior has about half a month left until he comes to the sect to compete. Senior wants to win the rifle competition, so that my parents agree with my choice. Li asked, what about good thinking then? Cheu Tan continued to explain, previously the senior said he would give the junior a unique spear technique book. I don't know if now is the time. Having the spear technique, the senior believes that I will level up until I win the competition. Upon hearing that, Li replied, oh yes, that's the case. Then he added, that spear technique is located on the toxic cold mountain. The toxic cold mountain is covered with toxic gas all year round, and there are poisonous insects everywhere on the mountain. Stepping into it can be life or death. Whether or not you can master the spear technique depends on your ability. Cheu Tan's expression almost became unsightly. He bowed his head slightly, his hands clenched his knees as if to suppress it. No wonder the senior said before that the time had not come yet. Surely at that time he felt that my spearmanship was still lacking. I'm not mature enough. There's no way to return from the cold mountain. My predecessors want to train me. His eyes closed. Then he stood up and said, Cheu Tan understands. Cheu Tan will definitely not disappoint his senior's expectations and efforts. He will definitely be able to master the spear technique. This action startled Li. You don't understand. Expectations, energy, we don't have them. Cheu Tan had already left the room. Senior Cheu Tan was leaving. Li immediately stood up and called after him, wait, what you want? Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped and gave up. Even if he told him to prepare some protective gear, he would only bring a gun. At that moment, somewhere, a voice called out, Senior Brother 2. That was Giang Eng-chi's call. Her appearance surprised him. Your Highness the Holy Maiden. She gently walked in. Eng-chi heard that Senior Brother 2 had woken up and brought some medicinal herbs, nourishing his body and spiritual energy, hoping to be of help to Senior Brother 2. Hearing that, he replied, Oh my God, Her Highness the Saintess is so polite. Giang Eng-chi sat down opposite to Li and continued, No, the Holy Master wanted me to ask Senior Brother 2, do you want to participate in the sect competition half a month later? Li heard this question and quickly waved his hand away. Refuse. No, you see I'm like this now, I guess I won't be able to participate. Giang Eng-chi continued to speak, the Holy Master also wanted me to tell Senior Brother 2, as long as you participate, you will be able to invite top-grade Ling Stone, and if you are ranked 10th, you will be rewarded with an additional 1,000 top-grade Ling Stone. As soon as this ended, Li was startled and gasped. Even though his new life was very attractive, he still had to smile and refuse. But we can't just let this mummy-like figure participate, he said so, but in his heart he felt a little regretful, feeling like he was being betrayed, missed and lost 10,000. Giang Eng-chi continued to spread the word. The Holy Master said that if Senior Brother 2 went to the 4 big battles of the Holy Land to practice, after half a month, he would be able to take off the wrapping, and in addition, he could also participate in the sect competition. As soon as he received this news, he immediately slapped the table and said loudly, Participate, must participate. Hearing that, she calmly stood up and said, if that's the case, then Senior Brother should follow Eng-chi to Tan Phuc Phan. Li quickly stopped. Slowly, why should he go with her to Tan Phuc Phan? Eng-chi immediately explained, 4 big waves, 1 from Saint Mountain, 1 from Saint Mai Mountain, 1 from Saint Master Mountain, and 1 from Tan Tam Mountain, but recently Tan Tam Mountain is being maintained, so Senior Brother Su can only come to me. Li smiled shyly, but I just kept going. I didn't reassure my junior sisters. Eng-chi heard that and immediately said, it's like this, after Senior Sister Quad and Senior Sister Anan Ling achieved the Bamboo Low stage, it's not yet time for the mortal world to train. It's been delayed for half a month. The mortal hall just sent a message urging them, so the 2 junior sisters will probably have to go away for a while. Hearing this news, Li immediately fell silent. Had the story of Anan Ling's cultivation level been revealed, and if Tien Van and Anan Ling went to train together, then all of Wu Tianj Fan wouldn't be the only one left, Mac Lan. Remembering the scene just now, he held his head in panic. Even if he beat himself to death, he didn't want to be alone with Mac Lan. Thinking about it, he immediately went ahead and pulled on Chi. Let's go quickly to your Tanfuk Fan. I can't wait to be immersed in the battle. As they left, Mac Lan stood to the side leaning against a column and chuckled. Vu Tianj Fan was empty, a good opportunity. Using this time, even if I had to dig 3 meters of land, I still had to find Tali's secret. Mac Lan walked with her long legs towards Tali's room, thinking, when I assassinated Gang Chi, why did Tali see through my identity? She tiptoed, her eyes filled with confusion. What XP does he have? Is there any item that can help us catch him in one go? Mac Lan went inside and quickly searched every corner of Tali's residence, from under the bed to the drawer. She didn't miss a single spot. She told herself, take advantage of the opportunity that they are not here. I must find out. When she bent down to look underneath, she discovered a wooden box. She found it, the box that kept Tali's secret. Mac Lan quickly took it out and sat on the floor to explore. At this moment, a smile of a winner appeared on her face. Tali waited for me to grasp your secret, to see if you still flew out of my heart. Is my hand okay? Having said that, Mac Lan slowly turned the pages of the book. Suddenly, the image of Quat Tian Van appeared, lifting Anan Ling's chin and saying, Anan Ling, I have had a crush on you for a long time. The little girl hesitated when she heard that. Sister. The content in the book really made Mac Lan startled, sweating, her face turned pale. What the hell is this? In front of her were a bunch of books on how to please rich women, then there was how to cultivate herself into a scoundrel, a beautiful sister lived next door, and then there was that night when Fan Vu stopped flowering. These books made Mac Lan search all in vain. She fell into contemplation and despair. Tali, I underestimated you too much. The scene changes to another. There are 2 men sitting tiredly resting next to the pillar. Suddenly they hear a call, 2 fellow monks. As soon as these 2 people opened their eyes to see clearly, they were wide-eyed in surprise. Mom, here. In front of their eyes was the saintess of Phat Tran Holy Land, Vong Deep. Her beautiful appearance and big soul made them think, big, too big. At this time she gently said, interrupting the announcement, Phat Tran Chow Vong Deep came to clarify the matter. In an ancient house, a voice rang out, Senior Brother 2, isn't this good? Immediately after, there was Tali's response, what's not good, let me see. The somewhat shady voice made the servant standing outside the room curious. Her cheeks gradually turned pink as time went by, and a vague voice kept echoing inside. This is really no good. No problem, after all it's just the 2 of us. Senior Brother 2, don't be shy. Inside was Gang Chi. She spoke weakly, okay, just a little bit. Tali heard that and was immediately excited. Okay, just a little bit is fine. Giang Chi slowly opened the scroll in his hand. Senior Brother 2, please look. He heard that and immediately came over. Let's see. In her hand was a piece of paper with a drawing of a girl in blue clothes on it. Just a moment later, Giang Chi asked, Senior Brother 2, have you finished reading it? She immediately rolled up the paper. Tali now had a thoughtful look on her face. She finished reading it. This is the girl she has always wanted to find. When he asked, she immediately replied, I knew her when I was a child. It's just that after I was taken to the Holy Spirit Sanctuary, I lost her. Giang Chi turned his eyes to look at him and asked, Senior Brother looked at the drawing. If I go out to practice in the future, I wonder if you can help me pay attention. Chi was extremely grateful. He outwardly replied, of course it's okay, but inside I'm extremely confused. I'm afraid that based on her drawing, I'll never be able to find that girl. At this moment, the servant approached and spoke, telling the holy woman. The holy edict conveyed the news, telling the holy woman to immediately go to the Holy Master Mountain. Upon hearing the announcement, Giang Chi responded immediately, I know, I'm going. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tell Tali, Senior Brother 2, Chi, please excuse me. He calmly said, you just go, don't worry about me. After the room was left alone with Tali, he sat by the chair and thought, after all, there was nothing to do here, so it would be better to take advantage of this time to practice a little Vu Tianj Immortal Dharma. In the end, Vu Tianj my immortal magic has only been practiced at 1 level, so I should improve it further. At this moment, the system sent him a notification. The host had allocated destiny points to Vu Tianj Immortal Dharma. The system also said that in order to upgrade to the 5th level of Vu Tianj Immortal Dharma, the Dragon Gate realm was needed. Currently the host is the Cave Palace realm, the next scene is the Coast Guard realm, and the next is the Longmon realm. Please persevere in the host's efforts. This announcement made his head ache. His eyebrows slightly frowned. Once upgraded to a level, it was only 10,000 more destiny points than the basic level. Even though he didn't know what the future would be like, the higher the level, the more it will increase. But to practice Vu Tianj Immortal Dharma, for 1 cup, you have to increase your destiny by 6,000 points, which is too strict. He raised his hand to touch his chest and added, "It seems he still has to try to earn destiny points, otherwise it will be difficult to even level up in the future." After saying that, he stood up and walked back and forth. He had just reached the 4th floor of the immortal Dharma, it was better to try it and see how effective it was. Thinking of doing this, he quickly moved to the location of a large tree with wide foliage, looked up at Li and said, "Use this tree to test it out." Then he raised his hand forward and waved, first at the lowest level Fan Yan. Even though it was the lowest level, it still made the tree disappear in a blink of an eye. Even Li had to say frankly about this stronghold, "How powerful is this?" He looked at the hand that had just created that magic and thought to himself, "Master's Wu Tian's immortal magic is this great, this is still only the lowest level of Windblade, moreover it is only the 4th level, if practiced to such an extent, with the complete Wu Tian's immortal Dharma, then how powerful is it, surely I won't be invincible." While deep in thought, he suddenly untied the spiritual energy cloth wrapped around his body in the palm of his hand. Slowly, "Why do I feel like the wound on my body has gotten much better? Could it be that the magic formation of Tan Fuk Fan was so amazing, speeding up my recovery?" The piece of fabric gradually separated from his body with a happy voice, "It's gone, it's really gone, I thought it would take at least another half a month." Li had now completely removed the piece of cloth surrounding his mummy-like body. He returned to his handsome appearance, with toned abs and a bright smile. Unexpectedly, it only took 5 days for him to be completely cured. As he put on his clothes again, he said, "At this rate, there are still 10 days left until the sect competition. Should I go to the library to learn some new exercises during this time? Just learn to the next level. First of all, the destiny points needed are not many, more skills are always good." Giang Angqi at this time met Li. Seeing him return to his previous appearance, he was quite surprised. "Senior brother too, have you taken off your towel? Have you recovered from your illness?" Li smiled and answered her, "Yes, her formation was very effective." Giang Angqi thought to himself, "At most, the formation only has a helping effect. If it's really this powerful, I'm afraid it's still Senior brother two's ability to self-heal." She did not say this thought, but only passed on the words of the Holy Master. "Senior brother Su, the Holy Master has an order, inviting you to take Fat Tran Chao saintess for a walk in the Holy Land." The Holy Master's order made him quite surprised. Tell me, but my status is not worthy, I'm just a small disciple." Giang Angqi immediately opened his hand with a small brown bag and said, "The Holy Master said there was a reward." Li immediately became obedient and guaranteed to complete the task. Right now, Chan Duk-hu crossed his legs as if he was practicing, and a voice rang out from his side. Quat Tian Van and Anan Ling went out to practice, this is a good opportunity to get her. Chan Duk-hu crossed his arms over his chest and said, "It's not the right time, if that Vong Deep guy hadn't come, I could have escaped, but the conference to open the tunnels is almost here, I can't leave the Holy Land, find another opportunity, go." A black space appeared in front of him, emitting a response, "So can we change another way?" Chan Duk-hu immediately asked, "What way?" Facing him with a strange smile, Anan Ling refused to leave Wu Tianfan because of her senior brother Li. "If that was the case, wouldn't we have eliminated him?" Returning to Li, he was flying with his big sword, lamenting as he walked, and suddenly told me to go welcome Fat Tran Chao Saint. What should I say to her? He dejectedly crossed his arms across his chest, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. I didn't understand anything about her. Her silhouette appeared faintly in his mind. Just before leaving, he heard the saint say a few words. 3 years ago, 16-year-old Vong Deep followed orders and began traveling to the remaining 8 holy places, starting to fight religion. The so-called method, extremely popular in Fat Tran Chao and Van Fat Chao among all things in the world, is that both sides sit down and start to clearly state their own point of view, then the other side will think of a way to refute it. Feels very similar to the argument tense of the modern world. The practice is also considered a tradition continued by Van Fat Chao and Fat Tran Chao. It is not rare. What is rare is that within 3 years, Saint Vong Deep practiced the practice with all sects and holy lands. Every fight in history is an extremely explosive feat. I'm a bit curious about the script of this saintly martial artist. I'll have to find a chance to watch it later. As soon as he kept his cold, calm face, he was amazed, his face shocked, his eyes wide open with drool flowing from the corner of his mouth. Vong Deep did not face him, smiled slightly and bowed his head. Fat Tran Chao Holy Land. Vong Deep met his fellow monk for the first time. Li looked into the soul of the Holy Land with somewhat nefarious eyes. He rubbed his hands and said, "Hello, hello." The servant behind Vong Deep saw that unseemly look and immediately said, "This friend, are you being too rude?" Vong Deep heard the scolding and gently calmed her anger. "It's okay, it's just a corpse. If the world looks at me and makes me want to be angry, why would I still practice?" At this moment Tali realized his actions. He immediately bowed his head and confessed, "It was me who was rude. The holy land of Kiem Ling Vu Tianj Fan." Tali worshipped the saint. Looking at Vong Deep's pretty smile, his attention was on the yellow book above her head. Indeed, this saintess was also a yellow script. If the system wanted to see Vong Deep's script, he had to complete the task. What business? As soon as he asked the system a question, he immediately received an answer. To read the script of the Saint Vong Deep, the host must complete the task of bathing together. Reading the mission was like being struck by lightning, slowly, taking a bath together, probably not the kind of bathing together that I understand. The system continues to add, bathing together, both parties bathing together, seeing each other naked. The more Tali read the notification, the more she sighed in frustration. Okay system, shut up, the system is bad, the missions become more and more unreasonable. I don't think so. Tali quickly regained his composure. He turned to smile at Vong Deep and said, "Your Highness the Saint, I don't know where you want to go, or should I lead the way?" She replied gently, "Go wherever you want." "Okay, wherever we go, that's where we go." This answer made Tali deeply admire. She is indeed the saint of the Fat Tran Holy Land. This realm of mind is truly sublime and escapist. Then he immediately put his hand forward and said, "Then let's go this way, please." Vong Deep heard that politely and said, "Thank you Taoist too." He led her through each corner of the street, introducing as he went, "This is our market, you can buy anything you need here. This is a statue of a dojo practicing Qi." They walked to a place where there were beautiful, sexy girls inviting them to come in. This made Vong Deep curious. Tali quickly took her hand and pulled her away, reminding her that she could not enter. On a beautiful day, Vong Deep and Tali stood next to each other on a semicircular bridge. The surrounding scenery was poetic and lyrical. Tali asked, "Is there anywhere else the saint wants to go? Take her away." Vong Deep raised his hand and a small bag appeared and said, "For the past 2 days, Taoist 2 has been bothering me for taking me here and there. I have a few gifts as a thank you. Please don't mind, Taoist 2. His eyes lit up and he didn't refuse but took it right away. "Oh my god, she didn't do much. If that's the case, then I'll accept it, haha." After receiving the reward, his heart immediately filled with joy. This trip was truly valuable. Not only was the saint paid for it, but even the Saint Vong Deep also gave her a portion. While Moody was in a good mood, he noticed the fish in the lake and said, "Oh, there are fish down there. Just looking at them makes me happy." Vong Deep was a little confused and asked, "Taoist 2 is not a fish, so how do you know the joy of fish?" Tali did not hesitate and immediately answered, "You are not me, so how do you know if I know whether fish is fun or not?" The pupils in Vong Deep's eyes gradually dilated in surprise. Tali still didn't know and still calmly spoke, "Oh saint, you know." While he was speaking he suddenly turned to look at Vong Deep. At this moment, she was stunned, her voice carried disappointment, but that was it. Her next words startled him even more. He did not expect that fellow Taoist to also had an understanding of Tao. After hearing these words, Vong Deep suddenly woke up. Vong Deep had received the lesson, knowing that he had said something wrong. He began to panic. I'm not. My mind is equally confused. I was just answering the content of the fish's joy unconsciously. How could I suddenly wake her up?" Vong Deep didn't bother turning away. His mouth said, Vong Deep seemed to have a premonition. "Please allow me to leave first. Thank you for coming with Mr. to today." Tali saw this and eagerly called her back. "Saintess Vong Deep, you understand, I'm wrong. What I said is just a typical example of my homeland." He hurriedly ran after her but accidentally turned one foot from the other. Right at that moment, Vong Deep turned around as if he wanted to say something to Tao. But before she could say anything, she saw Tali stumble and rush towards her. In the end, unexpectedly, the two fell into the pond. Tali quickly emerged, then immediately complained, "It was really unlucky." As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Vong Deep. His eyes could not leave her body, his nose was gradually bleeding. Vong Deep's entire body was soaked, her body hidden behind the thin fabric pressed against her skin. She was embarrassed, letting Taoist to see such a pathetic appearance. It was really rude. Tali scratched her head and smiled wryly. "No, it's not all my fault. If it wasn't for me you wouldn't have gotten wet." Vong Deep politely replied, "It wasn't much wet either. Taoist doesn't need to blame himself." At this moment, the system announced that the host had completed half of the shared bathing task, missing the part of looking at each other naked, and started randomly reading Vong Deep's script. This made Tali freeze on the spot, but it was okay. Vong Deep's scenario was gradually revealed. Vong Deep, the holy woman of Fat Tran Holy Land, had heavenly phenomena at birth such as Yin and Yang Song and Gu and Quan Im Trong Ha. When he was still in diapers, the holy master Fat Tran Tan Naguya Chan Yan took him to Fat Tran Holy Land. At the age of 2, he clearly demonstrated his talent as a Taoist. At the age of 3 he could draw his own Taoist Yin-Yang formation. At the age of 4 he read all the Taoist masterpieces of the Fat Tran Holy Land, entering the 3 stages of entering the atmosphere, the clear mind state, the furnace state, directly entering the perfect refining state. At the age of 5, he jumped from the bamboo furnace scene to the cave palace scene, becoming the youngest cave monk in history. Tan Naguya Chan Yan was worried that his disciple was promoted to the transit realm. His state of mind and realm were not suitable, so he told Vong Deep to temporarily stop practicing and concentrate on learning the religion. But even if he stopped practicing, Vong Deep's realm still unable to control but quietly increased. 8 years old Vong Deep stepped from the cave palace to enter the customs sea. 15 years old Vong Deep stepped from the customs sea to enter the Dragon Gate. 16 years old Vong Deep received the mission to the holy places, the sect in the world. Within 3 years, Bei Dao from Long sect entered Golden Dan. At the age of 19, Vong Deep went to the last resort of Qian Ling Holy Land. Victory or defeat was unclear. After leaving Qian Ling Holy Land, Vong Deep returned to Fat Tran Chao. 500 years later, Vong Deep finally turned into a butterfly. Returning to reality, when the two of them got ashore, their clothes were dry. Vong Deep bowed down to Li and smiled gently, so Vong Deep asked permission to go first. Fellow Taoist too, please don't come this time. Li probably still didn't pay attention to her words but only cared about the script she had just seen. When reading the script, it really only had the beginning, the end, and a blank space in the middle. Not letting himself be curious for long, he quickly spoke up. Whether Vong Deep wins or loses, it doesn't matter, it has nothing to do with me. But as for transforming into a butterfly, isn't Vong Deep human? How can he transform into a butterfly, become a butterfly? For a moment he wondered if in the future Vong Deep and a certain man performed the play Luong Sun Ba and Chukan Dai. In the end they both died and turned into butterflies, after which Vong Deep's image was kept. Shouted at one person again, please don't separate us. Then that person also shouted, Vong Deep, the steering wheel that united heaven and earth, suddenly appeared in his mind. Those thoughts were quickly extinguished by himself. He left. It had nothing to do with me. At this time there was nothing to do, so let's go to the library and see what happens. Vong Deep had already returned to his room. She was sitting on the side probably practicing meditation. In her mind, she suddenly remembered what happened earlier. Her whole body emitted a bright yellow light. She thought to herself, unexpectedly, with just one sentence from fellow Taoist too, my spirituality has increased to another level. If I could talk comfortably with such a person, I would be very lucky. Then Vong Deep spoke outside, help me send a message to the elder of the ritual hall of Qian Ling Sanctuary. Hearing the maid's call, he immediately responded, yes to the saint's instructions. Vong Deep said, if possible. After arguing with the saint's son, Vong Deep still wants one more person. The scene gradually moved to Li's place. The system notification sounded in his ears. It was discovered that the host had an influence on Vong Deep's state of mind. There was a certain impression on Vong Deep's heart. A reward of 600 was given, destiny point. Li went to the library when he heard the announcement and immediately thought, leaving an impression on Vong Deep, because fishing for the joy of fish not only did not resolve the misunderstanding but also deepened. Never mind, it's okay to have destiny points in your account, you can use them to learn new exercises at the right time. While thinking, he chose a book. The martial arts are divided into 4 levels of heaven and earth, Wei and Huang. Each level is divided into 3 smaller levels, upper, middle and lower. Tian extreme top grade belongs to the top level martial arts in the world, feared to be the entire holy land of Qian Ling. There aren't many books either. He was reading a book while monologuing internally, first looking at the low-grade royal word, wondering if he needed as many destiny points as Wu Tianjie's immortal dharma. The system again gave him a notification about his level. Seeing the data in front of him, he was skeptical. Well, the 5 basic methods of this method don't have a number of levels, they only use birth veins, and they only need 2 destiny points. He still couldn't believe the system that distributed 2 destiny points to the 5 basic attributes of the Dharma. Then there were many ding-ding sounds from the system. The 5 basic attributes of the method of initiation were 4 points of destiny. The 5 attributes of the basic method of mastery of the method were 6 points of destiny. The 5 basic attributes of the magic had reached the highest level. The doubt in his heart was even greater. This was the highest level achieved, a total of only 12 destiny points. Could it be because the level of the magic was different, each other? Find a few more books to see if it's the same. The system continued to notify. The wind artery generated a destiny point of 4, the base of the sword vein generated a destiny point of 10. Looking at the books around her, Li fell into thought. These low-grade royal exercises are all introductory, proficient, and knowledgeable. The 3 levels of destiny points consumed to learn do not cost much. From the maximum for mastery is 30 points, the minimum is 10 points. It seems that how many destiny points and levels of the practice are needed to learn the practice, and the level of difficulty is related. Li waved his hand and brought all the books back to their original positions. How many fate points would the extremely middle-grade gold technique need? And there was also the extremely top-grade technique. When everyone in the library saw Li, they were surprised and couldn't believe their eyes. How could they see so many exercises at once? Who was that? On this side, Li was still watching attentively, not knowing that everyone around her was talking about her. You have to know that each exercise book has a certain amount of pressure. Just looking at it puts pressure on your spirit. How many times has this person read it? So many martial arts are not at the same level. How strong must the mental force be? When he finished reading, he quickly waved his hand and returned it to its original position, silently counting it in his head. I already know the general rule of how many fate points are needed for the practice. The maximum lower grade yellow pole is 30 points. The maximum level of flat mid-level yellow pole is 100 points. The maximum level of top quality yellow pole is 200 points. At most 400 points for Xuan Extreme Low Level, at most 600 points for Flat Middle Level Xuan Extreme, at most 800 points for Lower Level Xuan Extreme, at most 1,200 points for Low Level Earth, at most 1,500 points for Middle Earth Extreme, 1,500 points for Earth, at most 2,000 points at the highest level. The Heavenly Pole technique has made a leap and begun to divide the frequency. He held a book in his hand and then thought, there are a total of 10 levels in the Heavenly Pole technique. This book is a low-grade Heavenly Pole. If you want to practice to the first level, you need 1,000 destiny points. According to the rules, each level gives the same additional points, so the monastery to the 10th floor needs 40,000 destiny points. Li wrote the book back to the original position and then turned around and walked away, but the line of thought still had no end, so it was deduced that the Tianqi middle grade martial arts practice to the 10th level required 90,000 destiny points. Tianqi, the top level may need more than 100,000 destiny points. This time learning the lowest level is fine. In fact, you can't learn the high level. He slowly walked out of the library, constantly calculating in his mind. In total he spent more than 5,000 destiny points, learned a lot of exercises. He will rely on these to participate in the sect competition. Wu Tianj, there is no need to use the immortal dharma yet. The power is too strong and the force cannot be controlled, and if it hurts others, it will rain heavily. Wait, Wu Tianj immortal technique requires 6,000 fate points for each level. Just from level 4 to level 5 already requires 1,800 fate points. If there are 10 levels, wouldn't that total more than 200,000 fate points, more than twice the size of a volume of Tianqi Kung Fu? When thinking about this, tens of thousands of questions floated through Li's mind. How could such a powerful technique really be cultivated by the master? If not, then what kind of inheritance was it? What level of practice has the master reached? If he completes the 10th level, how will he become an expert? While he was immersed in thoughts about numbers, from somewhere a stranger appeared. This person rushed towards him and shouted, "Quickly get away!" Li accidentally fell down and hit the floor hard. The person who rushed towards him was a girl. She fell on top of him and quickly said sorry. Li saw her and was surprised. Oh, yes, it was her. This girl is Ling Tu. She looked at him with sparkling eyes. Her lips pursed and her voice was weak, pleading, "Can you help me?" Li smiled and reminded, whether to help or not, we should still stand up first. Hearing that, Ling Tu realized, then quickly stood up from him. When both of them stood up after the fall, Li asked, "Okay, what happened?" Before Ling Tu could speak, a loud voice rang out, "Where's junior sister Dam?" It seemed like he was running in the other direction. "Hey, color chases." She quickly grabbed Li's arm. When he was still bewildered, Ling Tu quickly said, "Dai, they've arrived, help me." Nearby there was a group of people searching for her, but they were clearly seen running in this direction. When they arrived, Ling Tu was being shielded by Li's body. He was afraid that she would be discovered, so he had to remind her, "Shush, not to speak." His eyes couldn't control themselves and rolled downwards. Looking at her pressed close to him, emotion slightly rose in his heart. Wow, this is truly a scene of welfare. Not even 3 seconds after this thought appeared, Tali was terrorized by her own system, discovering that the host in Dam Tutu's heart had reached the beast level, awarding 1,500 destiny points, discovered that the host turned back into a passerby in Dam Tutu's heart, rewarded 500 destiny points, discovered that the host in Dam Tutu's heart became dishonest, rewarded 500 fate points, discovered. First series the system's detection phrase Tali froze on the spot. What's going on? Why is my impression in Dam Tutu's heart changing more and more? That group of people are still constantly searching for Dam Tutu's whereabouts. They must continue to search. Today, they must find junior sister Dam. Feeling that they were gone, Tali Dean breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly gone. Then he quickly explained to Dam Tutu, Miss Dam, the matter just happened was urgent so I had no other choice. I didn't mean to take any risks. She listened to his explanation and replied, I know. Her eyes gently looked at Tali as she said the 2 words of thank you so sweetly. The system continued to send notifications, discovering that the photo had once again become a passerby in Dam Tutu's heart and awarded 500 points, destiny. Tali still remained calm and smiled politely. It was okay, but why were they chasing her? He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily his mood had finally stabilized. Dam Tutu now explained, because they wanted to buy my words. Tali heard this and was quite surprised. Buying words, isn't that a good thing? Secretly thinking, but I thought it was because of some plot points like I found it strikingly beautiful, strong when weak or something, but it turns out I wanted to buy words. Dam Tutu couldn't help but sob. Her tears flowed freely. Not good at all. The words they wanted to write were all scolding people. I don't want to scold others. Seeing the beauty's tears falling on her cheeks, Tali immediately became panicked. Oh, why are you scolding people? Miss Dam, please don't cry. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Tali, you are a beast. He turned around bewilderedly and pointed at himself. Beast, me? Maklu rushed out from nowhere with a sword to attack Tali. His eyes were fierce and his words fierce. What did he do to Tutu? That made Tutu cry. Dam Tutu quickly stood in front to block Tali. Wait Maklu, he is not an animal. However, the fire in Maklu's heart still could not be extinguished. He still looked at Tali with hateful eyes and clenched teeth. At this moment, Tali could only smile and wave her hand. I am a good person. Moments later, the 3 of them sat at a table to talk. Tali had just finished listening to Dam Tutu's story and said, so that's it, because my performance was during the Great Tribulation, so Miss Dam's handwriting is very famous, so now they want to come find her to write the letters in reverse. Maklu sat next to him and sighed, and the content he wanted to write became more and more strange. What if this time I practice I will definitely die without a body, my friend will definitely lose his way. Tutu is very kind, always feels that scolding others is not good, she is very sad. Upon hearing Tali's words, he immediately fell into deep contemplation. Although writing those words was indeed quite a bit, this matter was a contrasting story to Tutu. If he really knew how to wish people great happiness, I'm afraid he wouldn't, being suspected of having a deep blood feud with the other person. The system sent a message. There was a change in Dam Tutu's script. The host could watch it. This made Tali feel strange. This time there was no need to do the task to watch the script change. A blue book appeared above Dam Tutu's head, making Tali extremely surprised. The blue color, I remember, is that Dam Tutu's script was originally red. The script has been downgraded. No wonder he doesn't have to be on duty. Service. Dam Tutu's blue script, originally because the book style had not been able to meet talented people for many years. After writing for Tali, his reputation as a writer became famous. People asking for scripts were as crowded as going to festivals. Dam Tutu, she didn't want to scold and humiliate people's mothers every day, so she stopped writing for others. 2 years later, the young girl officially gave up calligraphy and switched to Lak Hoa Fan. Dam Tutu pointed to his talent in calligraphy. After moving in, his natural talent for flowers became normal. 100 years later, Dam Tutu entered the Dragon Gate realm and became a staff of the Holy Land of Kim Ling. In one go, the newbie who went out to practice was blocked from entering the Great Hawaii Pagoda. Dam Tutu, in order to block the last disciple who was surrounded, to protect his own innocence, Dam Tubin escaped and died. After showing Tali the script of Dam Tutu, the system informed that the reason for Dam Tutu's change was because the host's fortunes changed. The script was downgraded, affecting the lives of others. The host is rewarded with 4,000 destiny points. His emotions right now are not happy but more anger. This kind of destiny is not wanted at all. He quickly regained his composure and asked, Junior Sister Dam, do you have any plans for the future? He secretly thought to himself, sacrificing a younger sister's future to get destiny points is completely an unjust profit. I have to take responsibility, not to say that it can make her condition turn red, but at least I hope she can overcome this fate. Damn Tu replied with a sad face, I don't know. Li asked again, does junior sister Dam still want a write? Mok Lu slapped his hand on the table to encourage her. Tu, she can't give up, she is an incomparable literary genius. Damn Tu bowed his head and spoke weakly, but the teachings are not used to scold others. If this continues, my word will become strange. Li also agreed with this opinion. Indeed, scriptures are not used to scold others. When Mok Lu heard him say that, he became even angrier. You also said, maybe it's not because of you. The system at this time sent a notification, discovering that the host's impression in Mok Lu's heart had been reduced because the Trainnom rank was not responsible for awarding 600 destiny points. Seeing this news, his smile distorted. Last time, combined, I didn't see the system ring that many times. Returning to his serious state, he said, the scriptures do not curse, but junior sister Dam never curses others. Damn Tu faltered, but the words were written. He did not wait for her to finish the sentence and interrupted, perhaps for junior sister Dam. Saying those words was cursing others, but had junior sister Dam looked at the truth, the two words truth made her wonder. Li stood up, took out 2 pieces of paper and said, yes, junior sister Dam, can you write 2 different words for me and junior brother Mok Lu? Damn Tu asked confusedly, about that, senior brother Tu, are you serious? Li replied while pulling Mok Lu's hand, that's right, she wrote to me. Li everything is fine today, and also wrote to Mok Lu's junior brother. Today Mok Lu had continuous bad luck. Mok Lu heard that immediately. Ask again, you also know Tu's handwriting, you even told her to write like that. He let out a dissatisfied sigh, saying that if we don't let junior sister Dam understand the effect of the words she wrote, she will never be able to remove the knot in her heart. It's better if we show her. In her heart, I thought to myself, I just have to be a sacrifice, huh? Mok Lu also understood what he meant and turned to say to her, Tu and senior brother Tu were right, you also don't want to let go of the scriptures, right? He continued, if the limit is only today, it's not too dangerous, it's okay. She replied a little hesitantly, this. Being trusted by the 2 of them like that, Tu was moved to tears. She exclaimed, shouting at everyone, silently telling herself that they knew her words would bring misfortune, yet they were willing to try. I have no reason to let go. Then she wiped those weak tears away. Her face then showed a look of determination. She clearly said, yes, I write. Returning to Vu Fan Tianj, Li said tiredly, finally returning alive. From the moment I received the words written by junior sister Dam, the road was very arduous, encountering 9,981 tribulations. He worriedly thought, hey, I don't know if I can survive tomorrow. When I showed my results to junior sister Dam, I opened the door and saw that the room was empty, so I asked myself, why is there no one? As he put the lunchbox on the table, he thought about it and almost forgot that Tian Van and Anan Ling had gone down the mountain to practice, but he couldn't help but wonder, strangely, why Tan Tu wasn't here either. But he didn't care too much. He quickly turned back to the room, comfortably stretched out. Never mind, if she wasn't here, I would feel even more relieved. Finally can sleep well. He walked into the bedroom, he said excitedly, at the same time raising his hand to massage his shoulder and neck. Oh, Vu Tianj Fan has never been this quiet. For a moment I couldn't adapt. He quickly lifted the blanket up to go to bed. Unexpectedly, under the blanket was Mak Lan in Tan Tu's body. She was wearing a seductive outfit, revealing her white shoulders and round breasts. She looked at him with loving eyes. Gently, voice, brother, welcome back. But before she could finish her sentence, he covered her body with the blanket. She was a little surprised and cried out, ah. Unexpectedly, he did not feel sorry for her and accidentally threw her out of the room. She sat kneeling on the tile floor, unable to hold back her shame and shouted, hey, are you just throwing me out like that? I specially wore the clothes you like. Who likes it? Master Chin's sister, please quickly go back to sleep. Seeing that he dared to treat her like that, Mak Lan gritted her teeth and thought, hatred welling up in her heart, Li, you wait for the old lady, then one day the old lady will strip your clothes and throw them away, on the ground, then make you lie outside all night. Then she wrapped the blanket around her body, angrily walked away, constantly cursing, damn it, sooner or later I have to let him taste my power. Being tormented like that by him makes me feel so hungry. After a while, she changed into a more covered outfit, but still showed off her attractive body lines. She rubbed her belly and said, is there anything to eat? Her eyes turned to the lunchbox that was placed on the table. She went to read the letter placed nearby, which said, when you come home, Tu will heat it up and eat. Remember to wash the dishes after eating. These lines made her momentarily pause. She quickly brushed away her feelings and thought, what a joke, how could she be seduced by a rotten man? This is not the first time someone has cared for me and left me food, what's the big deal? Suddenly a gray fox came towards her. It could actually speak human language. "Master," she asked, "why did you come here?" In the blink of an eye, the gray fox transformed into a stunningly beautiful girl. That was Tan Tutu's loyal maid, Ho Tan Tan, the owner. Tan Tan had something to report. Tan Tan leaned close to her ear and said something, causing her to suddenly exclaim, "What?" She frowned and asked, "Where is Mak Naguyat? Is there still no news about that child?" Tan Tan respectfully replied, "Tell master, not yet. Mak Naguyat's people have not taken any action. We will send someone going to the extremely cold place. I couldn't find any clues." When Maklan heard that, she couldn't help but feel impatient. She ordered and continued to search. The more the child did not appear, the more uneasy I became. This time of fighting, if Mak Naguyat knew about it, she would definitely not let it go. "Be careful." Being surprised by her attack, Tan Tan replied, "Yes, I will send more people to look for her." She further instructed, "Tan Tan, give my orders, tell them to prepare well. I will immediately return to the sect, preside over everything." Tan Tan bowed and said, "Yes." The next morning, after a long sleep, Tali felt extremely refreshed and stretched and yawned. Luckily Tan Tutu didn't attack her in the middle of the night, she slept so well. Suddenly he was startled and looked down at the table, exclaiming, "Ha!" He picked up the paper on the table and read it. It turned out that it was a letter that Maklan, pretending to be Tan Tutu, had written to him. "Senior brother, something happened to the family at home, so Tutu needed to leave the Holy Land for a while. The road survey has been approved. Senior brother must take good care of himself. Tutu will return immediately after solving the problem." After reading, Ah looked down sadly and said that even the little vixen had gone. I was the only one left in Vu Tianj Fan, thinking that I suddenly felt like a lonely old person. But then he quickly dismissed those thoughts, quickly opened the lunchbox and said, "Don't think anymore, eat rice, I still have to go find Junior Sister Dam later." A moment later, he appeared in front of Junior Sister Dam, but with a disheveled appearance. His face and clothes were covered in dirt. He awkwardly raised his hand to greet, "Junior Sister Dam, Junior Brother Mok, meeting again, already." Mok Lu's face darkened and said, "Senior Brother Tu, if it wasn't for writing the wrong words for me, you wouldn't have become like this." At the same time, I also thought to myself, perhaps, I blamed him wrongly before. Tali waved her hand and politely replied, "Don't say that, it's all for Junior Sister Dam." Suddenly the other person's face changed color. They shouted in unison, "Senior Brother Tu, be careful." Unexpectedly, behind him appeared a ball of fire coming at an extremely high speed. When he saw that, he cried out in panic, "Oh my God!" That fireball rushed towards him at a terrifying speed. But thanks to the warnings of Dam Tutu and Mok Lu, he had a chance to escape death and quickly run away. Looking at the black hole created by that fireball, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was dangerous, so dangerous. Fortunately he had learned a few exercises before, and had a body test. He could quickly avoid it, otherwise this would be the case. "That hole will be my head." His face now felt like it was cut without a drop of blood. He said in fear, "Junior Sister Dam, see, this is the power of the word blessing that you wrote." Hearing that, Tutu couldn't help but feel embarrassed and burst into tears. I won't write the word blessing anymore. Hoo. Mok Lu quickly spoke to comfort her. "Tutu, don't cry. The word curse you write for me, making me very lucky until now." He also felt that he was a bit exaggerating, so he said, "That's right, don't be so quick to say a blessing is a curse. A curse is a blessing." From afar, a man with long white hair was holding a bow and arrow. His face showed a dangerous look. He lowered his bow, thinking to himself, he didn't hit the target. Suddenly, the ring on his index finger rang out. It was able to avoid hundreds of hits from spirit arrows. It seemed that this Tali was not an ordinary person. He coldly replied, "Just luck. Avoiding it once doesn't mean avoiding it all the other times." Having said that, he gritted his teeth in hatred and thought to himself, "Tali, we'll wait and see." In a crowded street, Vu Tianj Fan was very relaxed at the moment. He thought excitedly in his heart, there are only a few days left until the Dharma conference. Recently the whole holy land of Anan Ling seems to be more bustling. This is a good opportunity to earn destiny points. He sat in front of a large table, loudly inviting everyone. Luck, fate, fortune-telling, 3 pieces of low-grade spirit stone at a time. The first time was free, no charge was accepted. Finally, there was a guest who came to visit. He said, "I heard that my friend is very accurate in reading fate." He humbly replied, "Oh my, everyone is flattering me. What do you want to see?" Unexpectedly, it was the man who wanted to kill you earlier. A bright yellow script appeared above his head. He suggested to you, "Please help me see what I want to do this time. Can become nothing." He looked up at him, and couldn't help but be surprised. The yellow script, in addition to the Holy Master, met a man with a yellow script. After thinking about it, he immediately said, "Please pick a hexagram, let me see what's written in your script." The pages in his script book began to open. Wow, unexpectedly, what was written in there could make him widen his eyes in surprise. The script says that this person is Chan Duk-hyu, yellow script, the son of the 18th concubine of a mortal merchant. When he was young, his mother died of illness, and since then he has been bullied. Chess was recognized by an elder of the Holy Land of Ling Tu and became a disciple of Tian Mich Fan. Among the intersect disciples, he was a person with ordinary talent. After a month in the Holy Land, Chan Duk-hyu suddenly picked up a ring. From then on, Chan Duk-hyu's level increased very quickly, winning the top position in the New Blood secret dance list after half a year, and was also awarded the title praised by Uncle Tian Mich Fan as a genius that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. Chan Duk-hyu went from being a newcomer to the sect to becoming a true disciple, receiving the respect and admiration of his brothers and sisters. But his personality gradually drifted, extremely enjoying being admired by tens of thousands of people. In the New Blood Secret Martial Arts course, Chan Duk-hyu felt lacking Anan Ling's precious bloodline, so he became hostile towards Li. After lacking Anan Ling went out to practice, he used a spirit arrow to hit hundreds of times, to assassinate Li, but failed, then went to the sect to compete. Chan Duk-hyu attacked Li again. Li was hit, died. Li died. The scenario of Quat Tien Van and Lax grouping Anan Ling and Mak Naguya changed at the same time. After Li died, Chan Duk-hyu made a plan at all costs, intending to attack lacking Anan Ling. But the script only wrote up to this point. The following pages were all blank. Li couldn't help but panic. In her heart she just wanted to scream, "Could it be better?" And it was at a critical moment when it ended. "Finally, Anan, what happened to my spirit?" Then Chan Duk-hyu gave him the hexagram. "My hexagram." On the surface he replied as if nothing had happened. "Yes," but in his heart hatred began to arise. "You can kill me, but don't. If you want to touch my junior sister, for Anan Ling, I will fight to the end." He looked at the hexagram and analyzed. "Well, this friend, you are a person with great luck. If you want to do something, you need help from everywhere to be able to succeed." Condescending, silently cursing in your heart, nice thinking. With him here, you can't do anything. He also happily replied that it was thanks to his friend's spirit. After saying that, he turned away and used telepathy to communicate with the ring. "This Li is just a small cave monk. This time he avoided my spirit arrow. Next time he will definitely do it. Must I? There's no need to keep an eye on him, right?" The voice coming from the ring, "I don't feel secure. During the love tribulation period, I woke up once. At that time, Lang Nguyen Tan's reputation resounded throughout the world. It was absolutely not easy for a woman like that to accept disciples, and the disciples were attracted to her. Absolutely not easy to touch." He asked incredulously, "So what? What did you see?" The magic ring replied, that Li was in the early stages of Dong Fu, had normal talent. Other than that, he couldn't see anything else. Feeling that everything was unreasonable, he frowned and retorted, "Isn't this the opposite of what you just said? And if Lang Nguyen Tan is so powerful, we should kill Li, right? Wouldn't she find me causing trouble? That ring is even more sinister than him. Lang Nguyen Tan doesn't need to worry. Even if she is more powerful, she doesn't know about my existence. Besides, who told you to kill Li? Can't die unexpectedly. As for Li, you should still be careful. I don't see anything special in him. It's very likely that Lang Nguyen Tan made him a magic weapon to hide something." Duk-hyu heard that. A smile appeared on his face, laughing fearfully as if he was sure of victory in his hands. He replied, "I know. I will be careful. In a place for rich villagers, the girls here are all beautiful and noble. They are all dressed in seductive outfits. One person speaks with a clear voice calling, 'Guests, welcome, come sit here.'" At this time, Hung Dat was in this place where he was having fun with girls. He pouted excitedly and said to the girl in his arms, "Lenuong, I miss you so much, give me a quick kiss." Lenuong replied happily, "Disgusting, look at how hasty you are." Suddenly, the door was suddenly flung open. Li rushed in, screaming in panic, "Mr. Hung, the fire is burning up to his butt, help!" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Li realized her carelessness and flusteredly said, "I'm bothering the two of them." That girl took the opportunity to move forward and press her breast close to his chest. Her blushing face made every man fall in love. She vaguely invited, "The three of us can have fun together. Little brother, do you want to join us?" But you politely refused. Cough. I didn't come to play. I came to find an old hero." Hung Dat saw this and immediately told her, "Lenuong, you go out first." She followed him and left the room, not forgetting to tell Li, "Little brother, we'll see you later." Waiting until Li Nuong left the room, he impatiently slammed his hand on the table and said in a panic, "Old Hung, Chan Dac Hu wants to kill me." Hung Dat couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed, "Ha!" Hung Dat and Li sat at the table, continuing their conversation. The second prince asked Li why Chan Dac Hu wanted to kill you. Did the two of you have any grudge? Li shook his head and sighed in confusion. How could I know? I had never met him. Hung Dat put his hands on his shoulders and said enthusiastically, "I understand. Tell me, how can I help you?" He grinned, praising his brother. "Good brother, first you help me find information about him." Suddenly, he leaned close to Hung Dat's ear, as if he was afraid that someone would hear their conversation. Furthermore, at that time after listening, the second prince's face became strangely pensive. He gave a thumbs up, showing his agreement. His voice was sharp and assertive. He was even more skilled, killing people and destroying their hearts. The gentle sunlight covered the whole place, passing through the white clouds. Ling Tu flew from nowhere on her sword. Her expression seemed thoughtful. Her heart was filled with worries. Caca said she had been instructed by the master. "I went to Dak Han Fan to find love, but many days have passed and I still haven't returned." She was uneasy. Dak Han Fan was so dangerous, nothing would happen. Ling Tu made up her mind. "No, I have to go find Caca." Having said that, she ran as fast as the wind, gently gliding through the narrow ravines and across the white clouds. In another development, Li was deep in thought, his face full of calculation. He had used a lot of fate points to learn the technique before, otherwise he would have had more left over. He continued, "System, use all destiny points to add to the realm." He immediately sat down. His movements were exactly like he was meditating. The destiny points had been distributed in his realm as being upgraded. Li returned to reality and was caught up in the vortex of thoughts, arriving at the late stage of the Cave Palace, and Chan Duk Hu was the early stage of the Golden Dan realm. He recalls, the 5 middle realms are divided into Dong Fu Khan, Quan Hai Khan, Long Mon Khan, Kim Dan Khan, Winan Khan, which is also Jia Immortal. Between Dong Fu Khan and Kim Dan Khan, there are 2 more great realms separated. Having said that, he sighed again. A depressed look appeared on his face. Moreover, Long Mon Khan and Kim Dan Khan were also worlds apart. If Dong Fu Khan is said to be the distance between cultivating immortals, then Kim Dan Khan is the difference, the second most dangerous place for cultivating immortals. He frowned. Could it be that he could just go find the Holy Master for help? The scene returns to Ling Tu. Not understanding what happened, she was suddenly chased by a swarm of bees. She covered her face, her eyes filled with tears, her hands clasped in her arms. "Don't chase me anymore. The bees are following more and more closely. She is panicking. Please save her life." Out of nowhere, Li appeared riding a sword. As he walked, he thought, "I can't sit here and wait for death. While there are many people at the Dharma conference, I have to continue setting up shop and continue to tell fortunes." He continued. It turned out he was calculating how to increase his destiny points. Maybe if he could change the fate of 1 or 2 people, he could get a few more destiny points. While thinking, he suddenly saw Ling Tu being chased by a swarm of bees. She screamed in panic, clutching her head with both hands. "Ah, save her life." He was very surprised and unconsciously mentioned her name, Ling Tu. He shouted loudly, secretly hoping she could hear what he said. "Miss Cheu, activate the sword defense." She weakly turned back to look at him, her eyes full of help. Li. Her hands formed a triangle, and a purple-pink light appeared. It turns out this is the defense sword formation. Li also contributed by performing the skill, Lai Diem Toan Fan. A large orange circle appeared behind the lightning that emitted from his palm. It seems like Ling Tu was somewhat affected after his skill performance. Her expression was unpleasant. She thought to herself, it was finally over. Her clothes were tattered, even the shoes she was wearing were no longer intact. Ling Tu lost her balance and fell down. Li screamed, "Miss Cheu!" He threw himself down to save her, their swords flying in different directions. He gently landed on his sword. Holding the young lady of the Cheu family with both hands, she whispered to him, Li, I'm so hot." He was surprised. "Hot?" She blushed and said weakly, Li, what's wrong with me? Li, me. As she spoke, she held his perfect face with both hands and suddenly approached. He didn't seem to know how to react. He could only say, "Oh, Miss Cheu, please calm down." The sword flew away. Li lost her balance and gasped. He and she fell straight into the stream flowing right below. Boom. Li looked up from the water and thought she was dead, but luckily there was a lake below. He looked in all directions. The surroundings were as quiet as paper. Damn, where was Ling Tu? He shouted loudly calling her, Miss Cheu. Suddenly he saw her lying motionless on the water, her eyes closed, her face seemingly lifeless. Miss Cheu. The sunlight gradually faded and the sky began to get darker. Li was sitting by the fire. He regretted it. He originally only wanted to set up a fortune-telling booth, but as a result, he encountered this. He was sad, and more unlucky, falling into an unknown place. But now I can't use my spiritual energy, and now I can't even use my sword to move. He turned to Ling Tu next to her. Her whole body lay motionless, only covered with a thin sheet of cloth. She could only wait for Ling Tu to wake up, and then think of a way to leave here. Ling Tu lay on the ground and covered herself with a thin piece of cloth and breathed heavily. Li applied a wet towel to her and wondered what kind of insect it was. After being bitten, her fever continued. He looked at her red face and said that this reaction was like biting into medicine. After a moment of pondering, he decided he couldn't wait any longer and had to get out quickly. She needed a doctor. He quickly put his clothes back on, carried her on his back and set off. As he moved, he told himself that he only needed to go in one direction and he would be able to find a way out. Ling Tu felt frustrated and thought it was too hot. Suddenly she touched him all over, startling him. He felt embarrassed being groped so much that he asked Cheu, Miss Cheu, you're awake? He was embarrassed and asked himself if he could stop touching it, because if he touched it again, that would happen. She whispered in his ear that I'm so hot, your face is so cool. Then she thrust hard into him and said yes, I really want it. He seriously told her, Miss Cheu, don't hold her anymore, you'll fall. Finally, they both fell and she was underneath him. He was in a bit of pain so he cried. He worriedly asked Miss Cheu, were you okay? She seemed to have lost consciousness so she vaguely answered me. He realized that his current posture was not correct so he blushed and said sorry, I will stand. She raised her hands in front of his face and told him not to get up. Next, she grabbed his neck, pulled him down, kissed him, and said help me. His face looked like he was enjoying it, thinking that if he could still endure it at times like this, then he wouldn't be a man. After that kiss, he threw his shirt aside and told Miss Cheu, I will help you detoxify. He helped her and reassured her that Miss Cheu, be patient, she will be fine in a little while. She painfully grabbed his sleeve and moaned. The next morning, he was awake and scratched his head, thinking about what to do. He didn't expect that he actually did it, even though it was to help her detoxify. After being scared, I became worried about how I would face my junior sister in the future. Looking at her with her head down under the tree, he thought more, wait until Ling Tu wakes up and discovers that she is the one, then she will definitely come. Thinking about the scene where she would skewer his little bird with a sword, he trembled and thought he was definitely dead. Mom, I want to return to Earth. Suddenly the system alerted, discovering that Ling Tu was the host, and her fate had changed. Then it told Li to appear, escape death. The script upgraded from green to red. The host gained 7,000 destiny points. Then the system showed the plot information that Ling Tu, in order to find her brother, went alone to the toxic cold wind, was chased by fire sects insects and burned. The toxicity took hold. The fire poison inside Che's body Ling Tu had no way to vent. In the end, she lost her will and exploded and died. Finally, the system concluded that the host helped Ling Tu escape death and gain 7,000 destiny points. He was thinking that but he reached the destiny point, so this was Ling Tu's death. I saved her, so to say. The guilt in my heart eased. Then his face became tense, thinking again, if he hadn't changed Tan's fate, then why would Ling Tu have ended up in the poisonous cold wind? If he hadn't reached the poisonous cold wind, there would have been no death. The main culprit is still it's me. Ling Tu woke up and let out a hum sound. He realized so he tensed up and asked, are you awake? She asked to Li in surprise. He closed his eyes and confessed that Miss Cheu, it was all my fault, I will definitely take responsibility. Before he finished speaking, she interrupted and asked why we were here. He was surprised and asked her if she didn't remember anything. She still innocently replied that I remember my brother came to Dock Cold Wind to find a chance. It's been a long time since I returned. I didn't feel secure, so I came to Dock Cold Fawn to find my brother. After that, thinking for a moment, she continued to tell me that I remembered, I had just arrived at the cold wind when I encountered a group of poisonous insects, was chased here by poisonous insects, and then I met you. He was nervous listening to her story and then thought it was okay if she didn't remember the next part. Suddenly she grabbed his hand. Then happily said that you used fire to help me chase away poisonous insects. Thank you, to Li. He also rubbed his head and shyly asked what happened after that. Did she still remember anything? She honestly replied that she didn't remember anymore. Then she asked why we were here. Did I faint? He breathed a sigh of relief and said he was so lucky that he was saved. She looked at him with a confused face. After that, Duong Duong proudly recounted that after helping her get rid of the poisonous insects, the place where she was bitten by the poisonous insects had a sudden attack, so she fainted. Even though I was able to catch her at that time, I didn't pay attention, so we both fell here. Her face turned red and she asked what. She angrily slapped him and shouted, "How can you hug me?" He endured the battle and thought she was angry just because of that. After slapping her, she turned her face away and blushed, silently cursing this scoundrel for daring to take advantage of my comfort while I was in a coma. Hateful, there is no other way. It looks like I will have to marry her in the future. He rubbed his cheek that had just been slapped and thought that he definitely couldn't let her know that we were doing deeper things than that. Suddenly there was a voice calling Ling Tu. "Where are you?" She happily turned around to look and called him father. Cheu Hung Thak hugged her daughter in her arms and lamented, "Tuat and he, my little cotton shirt, I almost never got to see you again." She told him, "Dad, aren't I fine?" Then she glanced towards him and said, "Tu. Li is here, he can definitely protect you." Hung Thak turned his head to look at him. He was startled when she mentioned it. Then she explained, "Dad, I was looking for my brother so I was chased by poisonous insects. It was Li who saved me." Then she stammered and told him, "He held me while I was in a coma, that's why I didn't know." Fell from the sword. He looked at him and thought it was you kid, the love-stricken saint. He finally spoke up and asked, "Yes, Senior Cheu, how did you find this place? This place is very strange. Magic cannot be used at all." He replied, "There is a jade pendant on Tuatni's body, given by her mother. We can track her exact location. She went all night and didn't come back. We knew something must have happened to her, so we used the jade pendant's sensor to find her location." Hearing that, his face darkened and he trembled as he thought, luckily he didn't do anything strange anymore, otherwise if he was caught in battle, he would have been punished with death. Hung Thak said, "Fortunately for you to fall here, magic cannot be used here. Of course there will be no evil monsters appearing. I wonder if you can persevere and wait for me to come." She replied incredulously, "No wonder this place is so quiet." So it is. He couldn't wait any longer, so he took her by the hand and said, "Let's go, Ling Tu, let's go home quickly. Your mother must be very impatient." She turned around and called, "To Li." He understood and turned around and said, "You should follow." Then he thought in boredom, "I really don't understand. Why is Ling Tu looking at this guy?" He smiled wryly and thought, "Why do I keep seeing Chei's eyes? The Wind Master doesn't look right at me. Has he discovered something?" 2 days later at Hospitality Mountain, Vong Deep appeared in a sexy outfit. Then she told the restaurant's girl, Vong Deep had already finished preparing. "Please bother the guide." The guide girl replied, "Yes. Ek can lam bin win." Li was reading someone's hexagram and said, "Yes, this hexagram for you is Dai Hung." That man immediately panicked and said, "Please master save me." He reassured the man and said, "Don't panic, it's lucky you met me. Remember, after the sect competes, no matter what happens, you can't leave the holy land of Qiam Ling, otherwise, fairies are difficult to save." While the other man took out his pocket to pay, he added, "As long as you don't go out for a year after the sect competition, then you will probably be okay." The man offered the spirit stone and said, "Yes, master, I remember, I will return to seclusion." This spirit stone is considered a thank you to the master for saving my life. The other guy left and he happily juggled the bag of spirit stones and said, He, I found it again." Suddenly a voice rang out and said, "I'm deceiving others again." He argued that I was not lying, that person really died. Ling Tu sat cross-legged and said, "If the person says yes, then he must go." He remembered the book that clearly stated everything and thought, "Death is real, I just don't know if he will listen to me and change his life." Suddenly the system alerted, discovering that Khao Sat as the host had a change of fate and escaped death. Khao Sat's script changed from green to red, and the host was rewarded with 5,000 destiny points. He was happy in his heart, his destiny point was here. It seems that he not only listened to me, but actually went into seclusion to practice. If a few more people like that come here, my destiny point will definitely increase. Up in a moment. She called him and said, "Hey, sitting here watching you deceive others is very tasteless. Can you stop setting up stalls?" He frowned and replied, "Miss Cheu, I'm very poor. I still have 2 junior sisters. Foster, if you get bored, you can go back." His mouth said so, but in his heart he was screaming, "You keep staying here looking at me like this. I feel so pressured." Suddenly she rushed in front of him and said, "I have money. Our Kiem Fan also has money. I will support you." His heart felt like it had been struck by love and he was moved to think, this is being cared for by a rich woman. "Mom, can I not try anymore?" Suddenly there was a noise from the other side, attracting them to come and see. That group of people said, "They're coming, they're coming, the saintess Vong Deep has arrived." Ling Tu had heard that and immediately asked, the Holy Lady is here, is the teaching conference about to start? Vong Deep was greeting Yang Chi, Chu Vo Tin, and Chan Duk, understanding that Fat Tran Chao Vong Deep, please teach him. Chu Vo Tin replied that the saintess did not need to be so polite. Then he announced that this time, the format is mixed question and answer, according to the rules each time, divided into question side and answer side. The asking side gives 2 arguments. If the answering side does not answer, okay, then the asking side wins. If the answering side wins, then the answering side wins. Vong Deep sat down in his seat and announced that now, the dance conference begins. Ling Tu leaned forward to watch while he stood next to her, thinking about this martial arts conference. It felt like a martial arts tournament, neat and contrasting. Let's see who wins who. If on Earth, the Saint Vong Deep would be enough to be the MPV debater of the debate tournament. Vong Deep asked Chan Duk Hu if he wanted to ask His Highness the Holy Sun if he knew about birds. He leisurely replied, yes. Then she asked the Holy Sun if he knew whether birds flying in the sky were happy or not. He asked again, the joy of the bird, could Miss Vong Deep know? She smiled and replied, of course, the bird is very happy. He asked again if she was joking. She is not a bird, so why did she knowing that the bird will be happy? In the end, she concluded that, the saint is not me, and affirmed that I do not know the joy of birds. Isn't that too arbitrary? He was speechless, not knowing what else to say. Finally, he stood up, bowed down, and admitted that he had lost. She turned to Yang Chi and asked the same question, asking if the saint could answer my question. Chi frankly replied, I can't answer. Chu Vo Tin consoled. Chi said, I don't blame you. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to answer either. Chu Vo Tin bowed to Vong Deep and said that she was worthy of being Miss Vong Deep, considering that this was the last round of teachings. We lost our hearts and agreed. She replied that the last round of teachings could not be counted. Vong Deep won. It was because a friend accidentally argued with me. At that time I could not answer. I just felt that this question did not have such a satisfactory answer, so I borrowed it. It just comes up. After a while of explaining, she asked if the senior gave permission, then the performance could officially begin now. Was that okay? Chu Vo Tin announced that since Miss Vong Deep had requested it, then the method would begin again. Miss Vong Deep invited her to propose. She started the game and asked the two of you, are there contrasts in winning and losing? Are there contrasts in life and death? And what about sunrise and sunset? Chan Duk Hu calmly replied that it was natural. Chi considered for a while and then replied that there were contrasts, but they were also similar. Chi did not dare to say nonsense. Everyone in the audience simultaneously commented on how profound the alms were, or praised that she was truly the saint of Fat Tran Chao. Ling Tu had asked this puzzled question, why don't I understand what you are talking about? What is contrasting with similar? Li patted her head and comforted her that it was okay to not understand, which proved that she was not troubled at all, just happy. Hearing that, she frowned and pouted, saying you're not saying I'm stupid. He quickly argued that how could that be? I was praising her. Suddenly a sound rang out saying we had lost. Ling Tu was surprised and said that he had already decided victory and defeat so quickly, that Vong Deep was also too powerful. Hu Du clasped his hands and sincerely told Vo Tin that he was sorry, our abilities were not as good as others. Vo Tin waved the other person's hand apologetically and said he didn't blame you too, fighting was not your strong point. Chu Vo Tin then announced that the saint had lost. If so, the third argument begins. Li, you come up here. Everyone was surprised and wondered what was going on. There was still one more fight left. Someone remembered and asked Li, wasn't he the guy who was in love with the saint? Why did he have to reason with him? Ling Tu had asked again that you want to argue. He was still confused and shocked because his name was suddenly called. He hesitantly refused, saying no, I don't understand the way. How can I get the courage to go up there? Duk Hu asked the Holy Master. Li brother had not been to the cave palace scene, and had never heard of him having the ability to argue before. Was this too sudden? Chi also said that the Holy Master told him to come up. Of course it was his own decision. Vong Deep said that fellow Taoist too does not need to be humble. You understand religion, no less than Vong Deep. I would still like to invite fellow Taoist to come up here and have a debate with Vong Deep. Old Vo Tin also told to understand you and come up here quickly. Ling Tu had joked that she really didn't see it. Even her aunt caught your eye. That's what people called you. Don't hurry up. He was so helpless that he was speechless. As he walked up to the ring, he complained, what is this? He sat down opposite her and said, Miss Vong Deep, I'm actually quite bad. She told Taoist to be modest. Please ask Taoist to come up with the question first. He also smiled wryly and replied. He made up his mind in his heart that since he took the plunge, he had to follow the plunge. Then he stammered and asked Miss Vong Deep, Today we debated about white horses. She also replied leisurely, so let's use the horse as a topic. He replied that the lady was wrong, using a white horse as the topic, not a horse. Between a white horse and a horse, there is a world of difference. She argued that everyone knows that white horses are good, black horses are good, basically they are all horses. He argued again that a white horse could be a horse. In this world, the colors of horses are very diverse. If the horse the lady was riding was a white horse, someone else would borrow it, ride it one day, and return it the next day. Give me a black horse, whatever I tell you, it's a horse, do you agree? She immediately replied of course not. Then he continued to say the opposite. If someone said a horse was a white horse, or a horse was a black horse, then wouldn't a white horse be a black horse? So of course the horse is not a white horse. Finally, she remained silent and could no longer argue. Then she admitted this. Vong Deep had lost, but Vong Deep still had a doubt. Then she asked if, to Taoist Tu, a white horse was a horse. He smiled and replied that a white horse is not a horse. A white horse is a horse, only idealistic thoughts. Suddenly she found it difficult to believe what he said. Then there was thunder and lightning. Then it rained heavily. But Vong Deep said that destiny, this rain, actually contains destiny. Just looked at the rain and said to the Holy Master, this rain, he happily answered correctly, this rain contains the path of Tao. Bathing in this rain, you can be cleansed of your own path, and your future path of practice will also be greatly helped. Duk Yu said it was just a question, maybe he was lucky. Chi said it wasn't necessarily luck, it could cause the heavenly path to flow, enough to see his realm of Tao. Back to the game, Li said number 2, take the name Vong Deep. He said in short, whether we dream of butterflies, or butterflies dream of us, it's all baseless, we are butterflies are us, just because humans are an indispensable part, only of nature. She did not argue but admitted that Vong Deep had received the lesson. I still lost this game, I don't know what is called Tao in Taoist Tu's heart. He smiled evilly and said that the way in my heart is the way that is possible, the way is extraordinary. Suddenly she was startled and her whole body trembled. Her mouth kept saying aha. She was trembling as she thought about Taoist Tu's words, turning into strands of Taoism, circulating and colliding in my body. In the holy land of Bao Tran Chao, there was a bell ringing. The 3 girls present all suddenly exclaimed, the golden bell is ringing. How is it possible that the golden bell has been silent for more than 10,000 years? The real Tan Nguyen stepped in and said seriously, great power has come into being. The 3 people present respectfully clasped their hands and bowed their heads to pay their respects to the master. She strode forward and continued solemnly, it seemed that Vong Deep's tactic was over. In another place, Vong Deep raised his hand to his chin to analyze with Li. Fellow Taoist Tu's understanding of Taoism is far superior to Vong Deep's understanding of Taoism. Today Vong Deep learned many things, but lost his heart and words. I wonder if Taoist Tu will agree to follow Vong Deep back to Fat Tran Holy Land. Li confusedly raised his hand and scratched his head and replied, shouldn't that be the case? For now, I have no intention of leaving the Holy Land. Then I thought to myself, the junior sisters are still here and I can't leave. They can. Hearing that, Vong Deep replied, if that was the case, then Vong Deep would no longer force it. He felt that there was something wrong with Vong Deep's words and wondered why he felt like she had just breathed a sigh of relieved. At this time, a notification suddenly appeared on the system, discovering that the host had fought with Vong Deep to defeat Vong Deep. The host had left a deep mark on Vong Deep's life and had a great influence on the future of Vong Deep. The host was given 1,000 destiny points and at the same time was awarded the heart of the supreme Taoist great dream Huang Luong. After hearing this, Li's eyes lit up with joy. 1,000 points also got the supreme Taoist. This defense is so worth it. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, Li is for everyone. Another person continued to Li, I will not call you a broken-hearted saint anymore. Then everyone shouted together to Li. Hearing that, he waved his hand and humbly said, it's not like that, this isn't my skill, it's all the wisdom of my predecessors. Then he spoke softly enough for himself to hear, so he explained to them, whatever this is, it's all from the Tao Te Ching. At the same time, Yang Chi and the Holy Master both approached Li. The Holy Master put his hand on his shoulder and said, don't be modest, this way of destiny will not deceive you, otherwise your way of heaven will not create any difference. Imagine. Yang Chi continued to say yes. He let out a breath and replied, okay. On this side, Chan Duk-Hu angrily clenched his hands, gritted his teeth, looked at Li dissatisfiedly and said, Li, don't be happy too soon, you will die in my hands soon. Not long after that, Li returned to his house. He lay down on the chair under the tree, enjoying the feeling that there is no place as comfortable as home. Hung Dat saw Li lying down and enjoying herself. He immediately walked over and joked, Li didn't expect that your junior sister wasn't here and you also didn't agree to leave the sect. The ladies of New Fu Fan mention you every day. After hearing this, Li jumped up, waved his hands and said, Stop mocking me, I told you to go and find out how Chan Dac Hu was going. Hung Dat seriously replied, Didn't you tell me to collect information about Chan Duk Hu and his disciples who died while on duty? The results were not good. He remembered that when he asked other people, they answered that it was normal for monks to die when they went out to do missions. It was because those people were incompetent. Hung Dat remembered this and immediately said, These past few days I have always been soliciting relationships and listening, but those who were still alive when going out on missions with Chan Duk Hu did not feel that Chan Duk Hu had a problem. After hearing this, Li was not surprised, but had the opposite attitude. He put his hand on his chin and said, Sure enough. Then he thought to himself, if he did that, he must have made sure that he would not be discovered. Currently, it seems that the path of gathering clues to prove the murder of fellow disciples and then handing it over to the Holy Master to solve is not an easy path. Thinking of this, he said to Hung Dat, So the things I want you to prepare are not complete. Hung Dat replied, Everything is done but there is no evidence. Li heard him say that. Her smile gradually lost its humanity and replied, Mr. Hung is too naive. Scandals like this basically do not need evidence. Whether he is real or not is the same. It was because he made it serious and then made up stories. Hung Dat felt a bit creepy when he heard it and thought to himself, Luckily you and I are not enemies. He told Li, but old to just relied on public opinion to defeat him. After this, we will definitely be questioned. Li calmly said, It's okay, just proceed as planned. The plan is that the more chaotic his state of mind is, the more chances we have to kill him. He continued to point his finger at Hung Dat and continued, And if the matter is over and you're being questioned, just say I forced you or I will tie up your sister and take her to the mountain. Then 20. Hung Dat was surprised, asked, How do you know I have a sister? Li replied, I know how to tell fortunes. Somewhere, two people are talking to each other. Chan Duk Hu asked the shapeless thing in front of him about the object he was holding in his hand. He asked, Could this thing really kill Li quietly? The other person answered, Yes. He assured him, We'll die quietly. Hearing that, Chan Duk Hu showed a sinister and smug look on his face and said, Li, your pride won't last much longer. The sex competition is also the time for you to die. At Xuantian Street, a disciple is anxiously begging, asking the elder to forgive his sins. Recently, the disciple feels that his realm is loose and needs to go into retreat immediately. This time, I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the mission. The elder frowned and replied, This time I want a breakthrough during that time, so where can I find you to replace you? The disciple replied, I really feel sorry. The elder sighed and said, I know, you should go back down. The disciple only replied that you should excuse yourself and then go away. The elder at this time wrote the words Cao sat on the notebook while complaining about where to go to find the idle disciple of the cave palace. At this time, the elder accidentally overheard someone gossiping over there saying that Vong Deep had argued against 7 other continents and almost became the world's #1 law clearer, heard that if he could win, Vong Deep would win, having won the remaining 8 continents, that Li is also very powerful. Hearing this, the name Li especially caught his ears. Then he flipped through the notebook and thought, I remember that Li also recently broke through the cave. On the record, it was recorded that Li, the eldest disciple Wu Tianfan, was in the late stage of the cave palace. Seeing this, the elder said they were already in the late stage of the cave palace. He thought that such a speed of advancement was truly more natural than someone suitable to go out and practice. He wrote on the notebook page the name Cao sat to Li and then turned and left. The dazzling light radiating from the Holy Land flutters from ceiling to pearls. Deep inside the inner city, she bowed respectfully to the person in front of her. Master, Vong Deep has returned. Master Tan Nguyen looked at the expression on her face and easily guessed the situation. However, he did not blame him but just calmly asked, having lost, the woman standing in front of the majestic power could only softly answer, yes. The master had gone through many storms and was not at all angry like she thought. Sit down, Vong Deep obediently said. Once everything had stabilized, she asked further questions about what kind of person the other person was. Seeing her master's worries, she immediately replied that he was a person with great thoughts and solid teachings. Also, the young girl's cheeks suddenly turned red in hesitation and shyness. She was very excited, but, brightly, she was very excited. waiting for her to finish speaking. Tan Naguyat then said, "Half a month ago, the big bell was on the mountain, not knocking but ringing. He was not a true cultivator, yet he had such a sentiment. It was truly rare, thinking as for the disciple cultivating with him together, he will definitely reach a sublime realm." She continued to say, "The great generals of the great world will come. The great world will inevitably have great tribulation. If he can dual cultivate the Dharma with you, there will be maybe you guys will be able to witness the great path together and save this life." But contrary to her expectations, Vong Deep replied disappointedly, he refused. Tan Naguyat asked doubtfully, "Did you tell him that you were part of Tan Meng's body and could double cultivate to attain enlightenment?" To answer her master's questions, she could only remain silent and not answer. Tan Naguyat was a little disappointed, but she couldn't let go of her talent and continued to advise her disciple, Vong Deep, that the Dharma is for people. People have feelings, the Dharma is sentient. If you have the opportunity, don't be too strict yourself. On the contrary, it is easy to give rise to demons. She obediently and silently listened to the instructions of her predecessor, her eyes fluttering slightly. Contrary to the silence there, in the Holy Land, the Sword Spirit Maiden was singing loudly with the clear and coy voice of a woman. Objectively, "Come again next time." Hung Dat walked away holding the hand of the beauty, replied generously, "Give me a full bottle, I can still drink." However, at this time a messenger bird appeared in the sky. A small piece of paper fell into his palm. This forced Hung Dat to wake up and regain consciousness. He carefully looked at the content inside. It was Kanan Duang's response. It seemed like related news. "Chan Dac Hu has been successfully engraved." The second prince smiled, his eyes full of ambition, looking into the distance, using internal energy to burn the envelope. "Old two, you can only do this much. The rest will depend on you. If you leave, I'm afraid I will also be expelled from the sect." He picked up another sealed letter and placed it on his chest, but it didn't matter whether he was expelled or not. Either way, he had to go. The unlucky emperor. While I was immersed in great ambitions, a thin voice rang out in front of me, "Senior brother Hung, let's have a drink with me." The beautiful red cardinal next to me did not hesitate to say anything. "Oh my, come back, let's keep drinking." Another deep voice echoed around. People also wanted to. He immediately went back into his role, put everything behind him, drank it all, ha ha ha. At this time, Hung Dat's brother was walking on the road with many different thoughts. In the past few days, he had earned a total of 26,000 destiny points, just enough to upgrade his level, but he must maintain Dong Fu Kan. You must be patient. Li held the canvas tightly in her hand and thought, "This painting is the only hope for today. Master, please bless my disciple to return safely." The sky also gradually turned orange, showing that time was gradually passing by. Rich and colorful scenery gradually appeared before his eyes, making him unable to help but exclaim, "Heavenly Dharma land of sword sanctuary, Ling, in which there are 1,000 paths, corresponding to each path, is a small mystical realm." Looking at the mountain ranges erupting lava and the magical creatures, Li muttered, "In the mysterious scenes there are different scenes. The level of danger is unknown. The only thing that can be known is, there is no one, exist." Taking a breath, his eyes gradually softened, and the venue for this competition was at Thousand Realm Dharma Dai. Each sect corresponded to a martial arts arena. How to enter the secret realm, then you have to look at your luck. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, "Li, you are here." Without warning, she quickly grabbed his arm. My brother had already returned from Dak Han Fan. He thought he wouldn't be able to make it to the competition this time. Luckily, he still made it. Hearing that, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then good. Behind him gradually appeared the silhouettes of the remaining people. "Junior brother 2, when will we open a Dharma lecture?" The person next to us also said in unison. "Li, what rank do you want to win in the sect's competition this time?" Waiting for them to finish speaking, the person standing closest had a chance to speak. "Li, I heard that the saint wanted to confess to the saint. Do you pay attention?" He proudly crossed his arms and laughed, his eyes clearly filled with triumph. "If he met Chan Dac Hu during the competition, whether he was a saint or not, I would still defeat him." Listen to these words, Ling Tu it, won't you? I couldn't help but look at him worriedly. "Hey, can I say these words casually?" The man next to him crossed his arms and assessed. The saint's son's realm was much higher than Li's. The other man also added gossip. The emotional saint gave a challenge to the saint. Unlike the queen, their tension level, Mac Lan said excitedly, "Isn't this the Asura field between love rivals? It's so exciting." Looking at the crowd of people eating melons huddled together on the scales, she quickly wanted to meet the Holy Sun. She was a bit amused. "Go, tell Li's words to the Holy Sun, and see how the Holy Sun reacts." Ling Tuit burst out laughing. "This group of people are really ridiculous." On the contrary, he seemed to be used to people like this and said nothing but looked at the crowd that was evacuating. She continued to ask, "Why do you have to say such provocative words? I heard that Chan Duk-hyu is very narrow-minded, he won't really like the saint, right?" To Lee, who was originally calm, suddenly approached and pinched the girl's soft, round cheek, fiercely threatening, "Little lady, worrying too much, being careful will make you grow old quickly," making Ling Tu startled and unable to react, resistant, "Uiya, pain pain pain." In the end, another male voice had to ring out to cut through this mess. "To Tien, brother too." Cheu Tan carried the spear and walked towards them, only then did he let her go. "Brother Cheu, looking at your aura, your spearmanship must have skyrocketed," the other person shyly and politely replied. "It's all thanks to Tien and brother too." Ha! The tone of voice that couldn't hide a bit of embarrassment when addressing had to be changed, but somewhere in a corner there was a pitiful woman holding the cheeks of the culprit. "I hate something that makes me turn red." Cheu Tan carried the spear first. "That's right, brother too. The first round of the competition has begun. Let's go together," he immediately replied. "Okay." When they arrived, the referee's voice was heard all around. "Cheu Tan Street, number 523, Cheu Ling Tu Street, number 327. He looked at the wooden box to draw lots and said comfortably, "It's me." The person who drew the lot immediately realized that this was the person the Holy Sun had told him about. To Lee. The hand placed inside took out a lottery ticket. She eagerly asked curiously, "How much did you draw?" Cheu couldn't help but stare. "Who was the opponent?" The person in front began to read aloud. "Vu Tianj Fan to Lee, number 23, opponent, Saint Chan Dac Hu." The crowded ground was filled with urging words from disciples from all directions. They were all running in the same direction. Quickly, the first match was the heartbroken saintess versus the saintly Sun Chan Dac Hu, definitely not to be missed. Looking at the crowd racing to the place where the match took place, Ling Tu sighed, "You really suck. You met the Holy Sun in the first match." However, he seemed to already know the result of the draw and calmly replied, without encountering anything new. To Lee silently assessed that the first round of competition will take place at the same time in the field. The audience will not gather in large numbers. If Chan Dac Hu wants to make a move against him in the competition, the first round will be the best opportunity. The majestic figure of a man gradually appears before his eyes. Behind are many admiring disciples from other sects. Cheers, the Holy Sun is here. Wah, the rival in love has met. Chan Duk-hyu faintly raised his hand, his contemptuous expression clearly showing, "Junior brother too, you are only in the early Dongfu realm. Don't worry, in the competition I will suppress your realm to your level." Contrary to the expectation that he would be afraid and falter, To Lee arrogantly responded, "Tsk, less, even if you don't force your guard, I will still beat you as usual." This makes Ling Tu anxious and gentle reminder, "Stop talking." The man behind him spoke derisively at his attitude of not being afraid of heaven or earth. "Haha, junior brother too is really confident. The surrounding noble disciples are even more aggressive." To Lee speaks aggressively, "Soon, there will definitely be a good show to watch later. It's already just the first round and there's already such a great match." The referee came to stop their gains and losses. "The sect competition will begin now. Invite the disciples to stand in front of their respective sects." To Lee did not worry at all and turned towards the woman next to him, looking at her. She was even more nervous than the person who needed to compete. This lovely expression caught his eye even more and he couldn't help but pat Ling Tu's head. "The competition is about to start. Quickly return to your place." The girl clenched her hands and couldn't help but worry about him. "So you must be careful." The other person was just waiting and quickly replied, Rest assured." The vortex of sunlight appeared in front of both of them. The first competition began. The disciples entered the space gate. At this moment, suddenly hundreds of pieces of paper, large and small, fell on the heads of the noble disciples at the same time. "Huh, what is this?" One of them shouted, "This is the Saint Sun's data. In their hands are the contents of his crimes, murdering fellow disciples, spreading wild corpses, going insane, along with secret documents about her body and her love life." Everything was revealed, making the crowd surprised. Hung Dat stood from afar, contentedly looking at them, who were extremely confused about the person he had always admired for so long. It was probably about to start. Inside the space gate, To Lee appeared, carefully evaluated everything. It seemed that his luck was not bad, and he found a place that was very suitable for the match. Suddenly the voice of the saint rushed from the air. "Now is not the time to see the scenery." A face full of wildness appeared, competing in front of him. Junior brother Su was still distracted. If he was injured, he could only blame himself. He quickly turned on his heel, galloping into the air, avoiding a fatal blow from Chan Dac Hu. 5 basic magic, flame bullets. Tens of thousands of rockets fell from above, causing him to retreat in panic, but not in time. His hand was quickly swallowed by the fire, with a painful sound. Su Li triumphantly put her finger on her chin and laughed. Is that all you have? You're so cocky. What kind of saint are you like? In my heart, I can't help but feel the joy of this person, mocked himself, feeling like hitting was easier than he imagined. Li stretched her body and flew into the air again. The 5 basic dharmas, the legendary autumn dragon appeared. The surrounding sky is surrounded by a majestic blue smoke of power. Am I so powerful that I can defeat the holy sun? Looking at the scene before his eyes, he was completely overwhelmed. He could only helplessly say more. He landed on the ground, looked at the opponent being swallowed whole in his formation and said, "Your position as a saint is not fake, is it? What a shame." Chan Dac Hu was knocked down and unwillingly gritted his teeth to support himself and looked at him. Li, this is you forcing me. He got up, unearthed the internal source of black and pink and attacked him. Looking at the opponent screaming to attract his strength, he knew that now the real battle had begun. He has liberated his realm. What is important later? Li carefully took a position ready to deal with the incoming power. Looking at the opponent's hand that clearly showed evil intentions, he kindly reminded, Chan Dac Hu, calm down, right now you are still in that competition, every move will be seen by the outside. See, going according to plan, he can die at home, but he can't die here. Standing in front of Li's goodwill, he didn't pay any attention and insisted on putting all his energy into it. Rest assured, I won't let the bad feelings happen. Li died here. His hand slammed hard on the ground, causing the surrounding it shook a few inches, but the profits could be discussed. Tens of thousands of bloody hands sprouted from the ground and grabbed his limbs, completely startling Li. Damn, the bloody prison guard summoned by Chan Dac Hu completely wanted to crush his opponent to death on the spot. But to this day, Li certainly could not die so easily. He immediately urgently formed a formation from the seals and 5 basic methods. Golden light appeared from the dam, sweeping the surrounding bloody hands that were screaming, completely breaking them. Li smiled and looked at him. These 5 basic techniques are still quite useful. I feel that thanks to them, I can fight all the way. While he was so busy admiring, he didn't have time to notice the other person's every move. Li, he shouted. The palm of his hand immediately hit deep into his chest. Pain immediately engulfed the man. Li was thrown a few feet away without warning. Chan Dac Hu looked at him contemptuously. Li, you spoke rudely to the holy sun. This is what I am teaching you. Brother Su slowly stood up to support his body, surprised and thinking, oh, receiving a punch from Chan Dac Hu's Kim Dan realm, how come I wasn't injured? At this moment, the shiny jade pendant that always accompanied him gradually appeared a crack. Li was in love during the battle. Suddenly he looked down at the place where there was something emitting light and realized, I remember, this pendant was given to me by the Holy Master at that time, originally to prevent attacks by Maclan. I didn't expect to use it now. Then he took out the pendant from his waist. This pendant could block the full force of a single strike from the original elemental realm, but after just one initial golden pill punch of his leg, only a crack appeared. Then he commented, it seems that this pendant can still withstand 2 attacks from true virtue. After that, Li threw the piece of paper out to Chanduk and said, that's right, I forgot to tell His Highness the Holy Sun that at this moment, the good people and good deeds of that temple are circulating outside. Then I supplemented it. In addition, I have specially kept a copy for you. Then he exclaimed. He had to provoke him. Truly virtuous understands taking the piece of paper and saying again, good people and good deeds. Suddenly his face turned black, his emotions gradually became irritable as he read the paper. In it, there are not many articles but articles with unique titles about him such as the true understanding of killing his fellow disciples, exposing his body to the wild, going crazy, losing his mind. The true understanding is really small, the content is very small. The Book of Women's Votes revealed that true virtue understands the deception of ignorant, ungrateful young women's feelings. Those things were enough for him to crumple the piece of paper and scream, you bastard, Li, I have to kill you, now, immediately. The ring saw that and reminded him, don't get excited, you want to attract the attention of law enforcement. Then it flew above the head of true virtue who understood and analyzed. That brief news seemed to be a lie, but the 4 or 5 things inside were true, and killing a fellow disciple was the most serious thing. From here on, he asked with strong reason, now you killed Li, it is no different from confirming this fake news is true. You see if the road will forgive you. But Chanduk still understands and stubbornly tries his best. With the anger he spoke, I cannot swallow this anger. For this reason, Li smiled proudly, the time was right, it was now. Then he took out a long scroll of license from somewhere and threw it out in contempt. True virtue understands, you are an incompetent person. Hearing that, Chan Duk-hyo's anger increased many times over. He seemed to want to bite you. To Lee, Chan Dak-hyo, I have to kill you today. The thing in his hand realized to Lee's intention. Reminder, do not respond to him. Then the long strip of paper flew to him and wrapped around him and me. Then it fell right there. The place where the two true virtues stood before was now just an empty space with a plain piece of paper. Everyone watching on the big screen mockingly asked and exclaimed, they disappeared, where did they go? The saint really wanted to kill To Lee. It was so exciting, I wanted to continue watching. Lang Nguyen Tan sat on a clump of rocks below which the water collided and the cliffs whispered. Then she wondered, the heavenly demon power has developed. In an unknown place, Zhen Dao asked, where is this? A person surrounded by fire appeared and explained, you have entered his path. That scroll is from ancient times, called heaven, power. He repeated, heavenly devil power. The person surrounded by fire added that it is not easy to drag others into the demonic fist, especially when the opponent's realm is lower than yours. Then he said the second case, but if your state of mind is chaotic enough, then there will be no problem. The price to pay is, the person holding it will be pulled inside at the same time. After listening to Chan Duk-hyo, he understood but he could not control his anger. His blood was hot in his body. He gritted his teeth. Hateful, did he always want to provoke me to anger? Then Chao Duk-hyo asked, now so what should we do to get out? The man covered in fire said that after thinking about it, there was only one way, he emphasized, and that was to break the glass. These words made Chan Duk-hyo's eyes narrow in fear. What? Then the other guy explained more about this place and the reasons to find a way to escape. The flow speed in here is 2 or 4 times faster than outside. That is to say, 4 days in here, only 1 day outside. But what you have to do, and he added about the real way in the bad case that happens, is within an hour in heaven and fist, break through your current realm, otherwise your body and soul will be destroyed, disappear. After hearing this, Chan Duk-hyo stood stunned and speechless. But the fireman said something that Chan Duk-hyo could not think of. That guy To Lee wanted you to be trapped in the devil's fist. He also had to go inside. Thinking about it, he also had to break the glass. It seems like, this time he also risked his life. Chan Duk-hyen's anger made the veins on his face and body appear fierce. He gritted his teeth and said, To Lee, if you can get out alive, I will definitely make you melt into pieces, will make you lose your soul. The words mentioned earlier about To Lee made his nose itch. He sneezed, causing saliva and snot to splash. He rubbed his nose wondering who texted him. Then he said, never mind, I have to make a breakthrough quickly. A system screen appears. The post-production talisman scene is 460 out of 1, 6 watts. The host has 6 watts of destiny points left. Seeing that, he smiled with satisfaction. The past few days were finally not wasted. With this number of destiny points, he could one step reach the sea level. The notification system rang out. The system was distributing destiny points for realm breakthroughs. To Lee sat quietly with his eyes closed, surrounded by waves of luck preparing to level up. The system keeps announcing the steps, breaking through to the final stage of the enchantment cave. The enchantment cave reaches 0 out of 1, 8 watts, and has 10,460 destiny points left over, continuing to distribute. In the end, the enchantment cave reaches 10,460 out of 1, 8 watts has 0 destiny points left over. To Lee breathed a sigh of relief, but he thought about his shortcomings. Oh, but he forgot that the cave scene was still perfect. Then he exclaimed how irresponsible he was. But fortunately, even though I only leveled up 1 miniature, it was enough to get out. Then he returned to his original place of satisfaction. The plan was very smooth. Luckily nothing unexpected happened. Then he bent down and picked up the piece of paper and said, now I have to go out and explain a bit. Why in a competition, there is a matter of destroying a saint. Before he could finish his sentence, the piece of paper appeared in hot air, startling him and letting go of his hand, not understanding what had happened. From the middle of the piece of paper, a familiar body appeared with a dark face, filled with understanding. Chao Dak-hyo frowned at every word in his name. To Lee. The system pops up a notification. The host has become a mortal enemy in the heart of true virtue, never dying. The fate of true virtue as the host has undergone a huge change. The host has gained 6,000 points, destiny. Not long after To Lee was satisfied, the retribution came too soon. He was shocked and exclaimed, oh, mother, I can't play like this. The system's beep rang out with new information, detecting a change in the script of the true virtue understanding, and the host could proceed to check. A book with a script appeared in front of my eyes. True virtue originally killed Tu Li in the sex competition. As a result, Su Li influenced his state of mind, forced him into the demon sphere, and truly obtained the secret method. Burn your own blood, force a breakthrough. The price you have to pay if you don't meet the great fate will not be like the realm. Stop here, gain true understanding and avoid becoming enemies. Seducing the mind kills Tu Li. Chan Duk-hyen stood with his legs spread wide open. Tu Li was still standing there thinking about that script. I clearly remembered that it was originally a yellow script, but after being tortured, the script was downgraded to red. Before he could think any more, from Chao Duk-hue's place he jumped up and rushed towards him and shouted, "Tu Li, you die." He was startled and backed away, then bent down to dodge the attack, preparing to use powerful attack on him. He thought, understanding that his blood was burning. As expected, his body was much weaker than before. He had to take advantage of this moment to take his life. After thinking about it, Tu Li jumped up, raised her magic spell and rushed at his face, using the fairy magic to make him fall back in surprise. When preparing to finish, the city Lord Phoenix commanded the city to pull Duk Understand's men back to avoid the blow. Luckily, Tu Li promptly changed direction and landed on the ground, causing the ground here to crack into a spider web with bright sparks. City Lord Fuang Latan walked up to the front and expressed his disapproval, saying, "Little brother, forgive whatever you can. Chan Duk-hue in the back doesn't understand, master." Tu Li probed again, "What if I don't forgive him?" At the same time, he thought, if I let him leave today, it will be difficult to find a chance to kill him later. City Lord Fuang commanded the city. He frowned angrily just like his beloved disciple, raising his hand in front of his face to threaten, "Anyone in the Holy Land who kills a fellow student in the competition is eligible. Liquidate the household." Then a stern word told Tu Li that if you want to make a move, you must first ask for the sword in my hand. Seeing the person in front of him, Cheu Hung Thak, holding a sword to challenge him, he was extremely surprised and asked, "Cheu Baba, why are you here?" He turned his head to look at him and replied, "You are Tanni's friend, and also the benefactor who saved Tanni's life. Don't worry, Uncle Cheu will not let anyone touch you." His touching words made his heart flutter. Mesmerizing, millionaire. Cheu Thak returned majestically. "The competition between the two of you, everyone outside could see clearly with their mirrors. In the end it was who intended to kill first, no need to say much." City Lord Fuang Lan still looked fierce as he listened to Cheu Baba's analysis and warning, "If you dare to intervene in the grudges between juniors, then you will be relying on the strong to bully the weak, using influence to oppress others. Until that time comes, report it to the Holy Master to see what the Holy Master's decision will be." Then the City Lord Phoenix leader then put his hand aside in a conciliatory manner, "Since it's a grudge between the juniors, then this fight stops here. Today it looks like we lost. After going out, I hope to you who will not cause trouble for no reason." Having finished speaking, he turned around and called his disciple, "Let's go." True virtue understood now only knew, yes, and followed him. After hearing the words of the city lord Tu Li, he was angry, clenched his teeth, explained, "Hateful, who did he say caused trouble for no reason? If it weren't for Chanduk knowing that he wanted to kill me, I, without saying anything, expressed all my thoughts." Cheu Hung Thak stopped his next words, "Calm down, now is not the time to argue." After that, he confided what he knew. "Just now I flaunted my prestige, the saint died, even the illusion disappeared, there was no contact at all. Now in the entire Holy Land, he has the greatest power. If he really wants to correct people, he won't even find a reason." Then he hesitantly added, "You don't need to be afraid, I won't have to suffer any loss in finding a way." He also advised him, "No one in Wu Tianfan is unsafe at this time, just come to find a way to stay temporarily, summon uncle protects you." Tu Li smiled, "Touched by your kindness, Cheu Baba, thank you." "At my palace." The city lord put his hands behind him and looked at Chanduk, understanding, "You want to kill that guy Tu Li?" He definitely replied, "Yes." He said firmly, "I don't know what grudges you young people have, but that Tu Li could die in anyone's hands, but it can't be you." True virtue didn't understand and asked him why, and moreover, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Cheu Hung Thak, he would have died in your hands just now. He turned around and looked out into the distance and said, "When I just threatened him, if it were me, I wouldn't dare to actually lay a hand on him." He also added information that Tu Li's master was Nguyat Tan. Chanduk still couldn't believe his words. He said, "Lang Nguyat Tan, that Lang Nguyat Tan, is it really that scary?" He thought sadly and said, "Scary, she is the #1 beauty in the true cultivation world, how can she make others feel scary? In front of her, anyone can't feel the fear, scared." Ending the conversation between the two here, in a cave. I understand that I unleashed all the anger I had been enduring on a rock, causing it to shatter. Hateful. The red person appeared and advised him, just now you burned your blood and forced a breakthrough, it's hard to get angry, sit down and calm down a bit. He looked back and posed a hypothesis, if I had lacking Anan Ling, would it be possible to solve the problem of stagnation in the realm, much more than you think, if you had lacking Anan Ling's bloodline, your injuries now would be insignificant. That guy also added, but the opportunity was missed, it seems we need to have a long-term plan. Troop Duk understood, clasped his hands behind him and smiled disdainfully, thinking of a long-term plan, haha the opportunity was given, coming to my eyes, the mysterious red man was surprised, oh. Xiao Dukyan's face darkly smirked. A few days ago, someone from Tianj came to see me, asking me to take the team on a mission. At that time, I just looked at the list and didn't pay too much attention. He added, plus, now that I think about it, Li's name is among them. In front of Tianj Duang's door, there were two senior brothers chatting loudly. One brother said, I heard that this time Li and the Holy Sun had a big feud. The other brother immediately smiled and replied, if possible, the Holy Sun's magic eyes, murder. Li has been dead for a long time. I also blame Li for being too arrogant, but he is actually very powerful, able to force the saint into that realm. The other two brothers also said, from now on they are afraid they won't be able to work together. The other brother exclaimed, that's right, when they meet they fight. Those gossiping words reached the ears of Mok Lu who was leaving. Come, he thought, Li and the saint made enemies. What exactly happened in the competition? Walking to the counter, he gave Cheu Hungthak a military badge. He said, Elder Lu. Mok Lu came to accept the task. He smiled and raised his hand to praise. Mo Lu, your performance is still as fast as before. There is hope that you will inherit your master in the future. He replied, Elder Lu was too complimentary, but he was just a little demon. In front of him was an open book. He thought, this is it. Seeing that there was the name of Chan Duk and Li, he wondered. Mok Lu put his hand on the notebook and asked, Elder Lu, what is this list? Elder Lu then closed the notebook in his hand and awkwardly said, this list was requested by the saint to be arranged like this. I am just a small master of Tianj Duang and there are many things I can't do. Who can control it? Hearing this, Mok Lu began to think in his heart, on the way here, there was a stir about the saint and Li forming an enemy. Now that the saint is still on the same team with Li, what kind of good intentions could he have? He then stood up and respectfully told him, Senior Lu has an unreasonable request. At this time, at the punishment hall, Hung Dat was stretching and telling him, hey Li, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get out of here so quickly. You beat the saint and are now a famous person in the whole saint land. When he heard that, he replied, you went to the punishment road purely because you helped me spread that stuff, but of course I had to come redeem you. Hung Dat then responded, but this time he still did not kill Chan Duk and understood what to do next. Li heard that and moved on to other things. Wien sent a message telling me to go there to accept the mission. Hung Dat hearing that, he was surprised and replied, no. Before Hung Dat could finish his sentence, he secretly spoke, no wonder the team leader, Chan Duk, understood. Hung Dat was extremely surprised when he heard that. Li then gave Hung Dat an envelope and said, before this trip, old hero, I left 2 envelopes, this envelope is for you. Hung Dat took the envelope and said, if you have anything, just tell me, that's okay, why do you need to send a letter? He did not answer that question but continued to instruct, I leave another envelope for Vu Tianj Fan, wait until Tianangan and Fan Ling return, then to avoid them worrying when they don't see me, I leave it, 1 room. If I can't return this time, I'll ask you to give it to Tianangan and Fan Ling. Hearing him say that, Hung Dat replied in surprise, old too. Seeing his teammate's concern, he patted his shoulder to comfort him. Old Hung didn't need to worry about it, it was my fate. Chan Duk and I understood that in the end there was only one person left alive. On the day of departure, Chan Duk understood and Feng Ling Tan were already waiting in the yard. When he saw them, he walked over and said, Sir, it's too early. Hearing that, he smirked and replied, after all, this time I'm the leader of the team, of course I have to use myself as an example. In their hearts, both of them are secretly plotting the other person's plans. True virtue understands that they should also make plans. Li, you will definitely die this time. Mok Lu did not know where he came from and said, Mok Lu paid his respects to his brothers. He saw him ask in surprise, why is it you? He thought to himself that it was clearly not her that was on the list before. Mok Lu then began to explain, the senior brother who was supposed to come suddenly came. Of course, if you want to go on a retreat, you might have some free time so you can go instead of him. Jin Virtue understood at this time and also added a polite sentence, I didn't expect that junior brother Mok Lu had already arrived at the cave scene. I have often heard the elders of KY Fan say that junior brother Mok Lu is more qualified than the people I met today, so, when he heard Mok Lu's compliment, he praised him very much. True virtue understood, and a feeling of worry arose in his heart. He actually knew to Li and hoped that when the time came, he would not hinder him. At this time, he pretended to be friendly and said to him, although junior brother to Li and I may have had some grudges, it's all over. This time, when we go out on a mission, how will you and I work together? Hearing that, he happily replied that of course this mission still needed to rely on His Highness the Saint. Seeing the two of them being so close, Feng Lingtan turned to ask Mok Lu softly, isn't that saying that Tan Sun and Li have a bad relationship? Isn't that quite good? Mok Lu remained silent and said nothing. We are chatting intimately with each other, so junior brother to please go first. No, still invite His Highness the Holy Sun to go first. Half a month later, all four of them were still riding on their swords, gliding through each mountain range. Chan Duk understood that it was the leader of the group who spoke up. Not far ahead was Feng Lingtan. Let's fly a little faster today. Can get there? Everyone answered in unison, yes. He then looked towards Feng Lingtan and thought, when he comes to Feng Lingtan, Chan Duk will definitely find a way to kill him. Mok Lu doesn't need to worry, he is also half of him. He just doesn't know the name of the big black cow. Whose person is that in the end? At this time, he noticed a book above his head and wondered why his script was black. The book on his head was opened and there were a few words inside. Inner sect disciple Wu Fan, son of the 4th generation martial arts family, had not entered the heroic soul realm for long, but the big black cow went out on a mission and died, middle of the road. He saw that line and his face became serious, thinking, could it be that after approaching the script, his script suddenly turned black? It seemed like he was probably going to die here, but he didn't know that he was going to die in the hands of true virtue. Understand that even if you die in the hands of demons, you can also die in my hands. If possible, it's still best not to become enemies. After all, being a son of the 4th generation of martial arts is not easy to deal with. At this moment, he spoke up and told him, junior brother, I didn't expect that you Wu Fan disciples could still wield swords. Hearing this, he scratched his head and replied, this sword that Master Su gave me when I went out had a magic circle that could only be used as a flying magic weapon, so it was still a matter of relying on my fists. Tian approached him and rummaged through his body, took out something and said, brother, I see that the two of us are destined to have a relationship. I have a treasure that I want to keep a secret so I can show it to you. You can't spread it out. What I gave him was a book. He opened the book and said confusedly, what kind of secret is that? He was very surprised when inside the book there were many pictures of beautiful women. He then imagined those girls surrounding him. He happily said, Master, I have seen heaven. Seeing his performance like that, he thought helplessly, this dark bull is strange and stupid. True virtue understands that he wants to find someone to help him. He will absolutely not look for someone like this. He can probably be completely removed from the list, dangerous, so he was killed by a demon. Chan Duk understood this and pointed forward and said, we have arrived at Feng Lingtan, the location of this mission. When they heard that, they said one after another, that was Feng Lingtan. Well, it felt like the whole town was filled with steam in all directions. Below them was a city engulfed in black smoke. Feng Lingtan has an extremely tragic scene. They walked into the city and saw such a scene. He said, this place really doesn't look like there are people living. Feng Lingtan heard that and responded, like a ghost city, everyone be careful. Zhen Virtue pointed forward and said, let's go to the city lord's palace and see. Everyone replied in unison, okay. When entering the palace, Lord Chan Duk understood and immediately raised his hand to knock on the door. Everyone then began to discuss with each other. Mok Lu said, in this chaotic city, I don't know what kind of demon is causing trouble. Li heard this and replied, there was not a single person in the city, it could be a goblin with a big appetite. When Feng Lingtan heard him say that, he jumped up and said, senior brother to said it made my skin crawl. When this door opens, a man with a pale face stuck his head out and asked, who are you? True virtue understood that he respectfully responded, we are monks of the Sword Spirit Holy Land and have been entrusted by the city's owner to come here to exorcise demons. I don't know if they can let us inside. Before he could finish his sentence, the other person replied, no, then slammed the door shut. Everyone was very surprised by that. Feng Lingtan spoke up, why do we feel like this trustee doesn't seem to welcome us? He heard that quietly replied, well, in his head he thought, if I just now see clearly what the other person's script really is. That door was open once again. A beautiful girl came out and said, oh my, how rude, I pay my respects to the four masters. As soon as they saw her, everyone was extremely surprised. True virtue coughed softly and said, cough, we are monks of the Sword Spirit Holy Land, here to eliminate demons and don't know how to address this lady. The other person heard that and immediately replied, the master is being polite, the concubine with the surname Tian is the 12th concubine of the city lord. I have no status in the palace, so I was sent to welcome the masters. Seeing a red mass on her head, he was surprised and thought, wait a minute, why is she a normal person? When Feng Lingtan saw that girl's nose bleeding, he panicked and said, my brother's nose is bleeding. Mok Lu saw that and quickly said, quickly find something to stop the bleeding. Trukduk saw this and was extremely angry but still forced a smile and said to the girl, then please bother Lady Tian to take us to meet the city lord. Everyone behind is still busy. Mok Lu handed over the scarf and said, quickly, covering your nose, tilting your head up, he said a teasing sentence, new brother, your vitality is really abundant. The girl then pointed into the house and said, the masters are invited. They went in together. When Feng Lingtan passed by that girl, she did not forget to glance at him, which made him extremely shy. Suddenly she put her hand on Feng Lingtan's shoulder and said, this immortal master, you just shed a lot of blood, are you tired? Do you need me to inform the kitchen to prepare some nourishment for you? If she's like that, she's hesitant, I taught that. Then he broke free and ran away, shouting, no, no need. He saw that and silently thought, it seems like the things he showed before were too stimulating, but now it's just a little bit. At this moment, Chanduk understood and took her hand and said, Lady Tian, thank you for coming here to welcome us. Seeing this, she smiled and said, Master, you are very polite. Seeing Chanduk understand like that, both Mok Lu and Tali thought to themselves, you bastard dares to gain the favor of the homeowner. She turned around and went into the house and said, let's go, I'll take you there. He looked at her back and thought to himself, I was not mistaken before, she really is a red script, a normal person is a white script, she is not an ordinary person. At this time, he started talking to his system. The system has completed the task and can read her script. The system will now display a notification. The hosting has completed the task. Read the opponent's script. The girl's information immediately appeared. The 12th red concubine of Fan Lingtan City Lord. Her true identity was a cultivator, specializing in absorbing men's yang energy and blood for cultivation. He saw that information and remembered the image of the original man and thought, my dear, it seems that the young man at that time was really a dead man. That person's script at that time was white. It was the script of an ordinary person. The little boy of Fan Lingtan's palace died and turned into a zombie. At Kiem Ling Chao. The master of Dong Hai is talking excitedly to someone. My senior, as the master of Dong Hai, has a solemn ceremony about to take place and many things are waiting for me to solve. The other person heard that and glanced at him and said, Seeing that person like that, he immediately waved his hand and said, no, it's okay, it's a solemn ceremony, no matter what, I'll still organize it as usual, it's still important for my seniors. Lang Nguyat Tan heard this and smiled and said, Fuing Ling Tan, let's go, I can't be too late. After saying that, she galloped away quickly. The man standing behind could only helplessly answer, yes. At Pu City Lord of Fuing Ling Tan. City Lord Fuing Ling Tan sat high up and said, Fuing Ling Tan's transformation began 3 months ago. Hearing that, everyone was surprised and said in unison, what a miracle. True Virtue understood that and began to thinking that it was a demon causing chaos or a poem, not sure that there must be another source to become like this, but he just didn't know what it was. He looked at him and continued to think, when I confirm that I will take advantage of the incident to kill Tali, then the Holy Land will absolutely not find any problems. Tian Mai, who was standing next to him, spoke up. 3 months ago, there were rumors that they saw a body crawling out of the grave, but many people didn't believe it, but soon after, more and more people went missing at night. Later, one night, there were corpses walking around everywhere in the city. Whenever they saw someone, they would attack the attacked person and couldn't save them. Those who have the ability have all left, leaving only the poor people waiting to die here. Having said this, she immediately raised her hand to dab her tears. He saw that and thought to himself, if I hadn't seen her script, I would have believed what she said and acted really well. At this time, both the city lord and Tian Mai knelt down and said in turn, begging the 4 masters to save Fuing Ling Tan. As long as they could save Fuing Ling Tan, they told me to do anything. Chanduk understands and goes to help the 2 of them stand up and says, both of you please stand up. Chanduk understands that the Holy Son of the Holy Land, Chek Ling, has come here. He will absolutely not turn a blind eye. If you understand, we will definitely solve it. The other 3 people saw this helplessly and thought, it seems there is no work for the 3 of us. Tian Mai now looked shy and said, then I won't bother the masters to rest anymore and I will take my leave. After she left, Feng Ling Tan turned to whisper to him, brother did just squeeze my butt 3 times before sending his wife off, so what did she mean? Hearing that, he smiled lightly and said, maybe she wanted to see if your butt had a lot of meat or not. Feng Lingtan replied without any doubt, so that's it. Although he answered like that, he was thinking in his heart, another thing, maybe what it means is that I want you to take a bath in the 3rd hour and wait for her. Feng Lingtan turned away and said, let's go back to the room to rest. He held him back and said, wait. He put his arm around his shoulder and whispered, new brother, go and tell His Highness the Saint to change rooms with him. Feng Lingtan was surprised and asked again, why did he have to change rooms? He took out 3 books from his body and winked and said, we still have a few precious and secret books that have not been passed down from outside. His room is closer to mine. If you're there in the evening, we can enjoy them together. As soon as he heard that, Feng Lingtan ran away and said, now I will go find His Highness's son to change rooms. Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, because taking his life would really make this old man exhausted. Mok Lu didn't know when he was looking at him with angry eyes. His eyes scared him. In his eyes he was no different from an unscrupulous lowlife. Mok Lu didn't say anything and turned around to leave. He quickly followed and said, Junior brother Mo, wait a minute, I can explain. In the evening, when Mok Lu was cultivating in the room, he felt something strange around him. Immediately went into a defensive state and said, I. He ducked his head in from the window and said, don't be nervous, it's me. Seeing his brother, he sat down and asked, why did you come to my room so late at night, and even climbed the window without going through the main door? He was stuck at the window and scratched his head and said, can you help me get in? After eating, he entered the room and sat on the chair with a sigh of relief. When he finally entered, Mok Lu stood next to him and asked, tell me what was going on. He replied without hesitation, I intend to destroy true virtue tonight. As soon as he heard that, he said in surprise, what? Mok Lu was sitting with Tali. Mok Lu asked him, has the conflict between you and Tantu reached this point? Tali said with cold eyes, don't die, don't stop. Mok Lu said with worried eyes, even so, Saint Sun's realm is much higher than ours. Even if I help you, the 2 of us are not his opponents. You want to kill him like that, which one? Tali's eyes were still cold but firm as she said, every disciple who leaves the Holy Land has a mark on their body. As soon as that person dies, the Holy Land side will definitely be able to know who the murderer is. Who, so we can't do it ourselves. Tali suddenly turned towards Mok Lu and whispered, tonight, someone will attack on our behalf. You and I just need to stand outside and observe. Mok Lu wondered, who is it? He approached again, then said, Lady Tian. Mok Lu frowned, not understanding. Lady Tian, why her? He calmly replied, because she is not human. In another scenario, the sound of footsteps headed towards a room in the dark. Tian Mai has a slender gait and is holding a teapot in her hand. She walked over, put her ear to the door, knocked on the door and asked, Master, please come in. She opened the door and walked in. The room was pitch black, with only a few small rays of light sneaking through the door, looking at the bed behind the curtain. She suddenly thought, why are you already lying down so early? Could it be that you're waiting for me? She slowly approached and opened the curtain. She said, people are coming in there. I thought the master was emotionless, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a soft, tightly tied string. She slowly moved closer and closer. She sat down with a ghostly look. Said, Master, hurry up, I'm ready. But there was no reaction at all. She asked in surprise, Master, you really won't sleep? Suddenly a stream of light emitted. She shouted in panic, what, you bastard, dare to trick me? As fast as an arrow, the person in the room suddenly flew straight outside. She chased after her fiercely, saying, rotten monk, you are looking for your own death. Yu Dai Hawk in the next room immediately jumped up in panic when he heard the sound of fighting and Tian Mai's screams. He wondered, what happened? He opened the door and ran out. Was even more surprised to see strangers standing in front of his room preparing to attack him, screaming. He reflexively dodged, wondering, what the hell is this? He glanced at the group of people like zombies. It seemed like everyone had lost all consciousness and rushed to attack him like a hungry ghost, sucking your blood. He exclaimed, shit. Another scenario, when Tian Mai finally caught up with him, she asked, why are you in that room? You are not the Ox Immortal Master. Chan Duk-hyu then spoke up, no matter why we're in there, how about we negotiate a little? Her face was full of anger. She said, what are you negotiating? Thinking in your head, I am Kim Dan Kon Veen Mon, but he is only Kim Dan Trung KY, and can see through my disguise. This person cannot be underestimated. Seeing her ask, he replied arrogantly, I will help you kill the other guys who came with me, help you absorb all their blood essence, how about that? She laughed loudly and said, "Haha, what a famous monk from the righteous sect, not only killing fellow sects, but also wanting to negotiate with us pagan evil spirits. Fake, really fake." He frowned, grimaced and thought, "Once we've dealt with them, then we'll kill you, so who knows it was me who did it? If no one knows, what can we say that it's fake?" Tianmai continued to speak, looking confident. "If so, then it seems like there is no need to negotiate anything with the immortal master, but those three guys, there are 2 cave palaces, one is a second martial artist, I think I can easily do it alone." As soon as she finished speaking, the devil in her body suddenly appeared, red fire. She continued, "As long as I know that the person with the highest realm is you, wouldn't the remaining 3 people also become my food? Ha ha." After hearing what she said, he gritted his teeth in anger and said, his bottomless greed was looking for death. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Then below there were people watching both of them. All 3 of them, Li, Mok Lu, and Daihak, were secretly watching the progress of the story. All 3 wondered and asked each other, what are they talking about? Why haven't they fought in half a day? Ling Tan wondered, so why do we have to hide here and not come out to help His Highness Tan too? Li saw Yu Daihak asking that. He immediately turned and said, our level is too low. Rushing out will cause more trouble. Have you forgotten how you were surrounded and attacked just now? Daihak thought about the scene just now when he was surrounded by cruel demons. He could only scream, "Ah, you guys are so terrible, quickly go away." He sat in a corner with a blank expression, filled with panic. He exclaimed, gurgling. And then he turned to look at Li and said, I still haven't thanked the 2 of you for saving me. Li immediately put her hand on his shoulder and said, we're all brothers, thank you for nothing. Mok Lu suddenly shouted and started to fight. Both Tianmai and Chan Duk-hyu rushed to decide victory or defeat. Tianmai was surprised by his ability. She thought to herself, she didn't expect that this guy Chan Duk-hyu could be invincible with me. He continued to attack. He shouted loudly, Blood Shadow Snake again. As he fought, he thought to himself, if it's not a serious injury that hasn't healed yet, then a little golden pill cultivator V-Man is not my opponent at all, so we have to quickly think of a way. If we continue to fight, I won't be able to stand. Facing the great power and brutal attacks, he suddenly thought, yes, where are the others? He looked down and didn't see anyone. Everyone had run away. He clenched his fists, clenched his teeth, showing a fierce look. He shouted, it was definitely because that Li wanted to use an excuse to destroy me, so he joined with the others and ran away, waiting for me to escape. We'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. Tianmai looked down and smiled seductively, saying, running away isn't that easy. She reached out her hand and burned all the people below, absorbing all their aura. Dead bodies were scattered everywhere. After absorbing all the spiritual energy, her strength increased more and more. She laughed loudly and said loudly, I have been planning for so long. Tonight, I can finally harvest it, haha. Even though they were hiding very far away, all 3 of Li and Mok Lu were still affected by her power that surrounded all 3 of them. All 3 suddenly asked each other, what is this? Why is there red gas? Radiate. Li seemed to have realized it and panicked, saying, unfortunately, it was a blood ghost formation. Mok Lu asked in surprise. Li immediately replied with a calm face, I have read that in the Master's great formations in the world, it takes half a year to arrange a formation like this, and then the formation will be arranged. It will take another half a year to fuse this formation into one whole. When the blood demon formation starts, all the blood essence of the surrounding creatures will be swept along, all becoming food for the formation, and when dawn breaks, all creatures in the formation will be killed. Dry suction. As Li spoke, he looked up at Chan Duk-hyu. He continued, by that time, that Lady Tian will probably be able to attain enlightenment, but on this trip, we will have to stop here. Daihak looked at his hands and thought to himself, so this is the essence of blood. Li thought to himself, no wonder tonight even if the guy changed rooms, the script on his head was still black, so it turns out death is not over yet. He quickly turned his head to look at Mok Lu. Mok Lu is a yellow script, has great luck, tonight he can probably escape. But suddenly, the color on Mok Lu's head changed. Li panicked and said, damn, it's turned black again. Mok Lu suddenly turned to look at him with a questioning face and asked, why are you so scared? He showed a face full of fear and said, I see, tonight we will be more or less healthy, ha-hoo. Mok Lu suddenly said with a serious face and coldly, good or bad, you have to overcome it. Is there any way to solve this blood ghost formation? He replied, yes, this blood ghost formation has an eye, is where the yin energy is thickest. As long as we can break this eye formation, the blood ghost formation will be destroyed. Moreover, because the person who arranged the formation and the blood ghost formation had merged into one, so the formation broke and the person died, but breaking the formation was equivalent to killing Lady Tian. Could she easily let someone else break the formation? Mok Lu started to act. He said, "No buts, if you already know how, then let's do it, go." The black flag micro-yin is also called the yin flag, most suitable for finding the yin gas. Mok Lu and Dai Hak ran forward. Mok Lu said, "Follow the arrow." Ling Tan replied, "Okay." Seeing both of them desperately running forward, Li gritted her teeth. I thought, what Mok Lu said is right, we have to do it to know whether it works or not. There is also my junior sister waiting for me to return. I can't die here. Tian Mai looked down and whispered, "Oh, I'm out." Haha, then let me play with you guys. As soon as the three of them ran out, that group of mentally controlled, ungrateful people immediately approached, causing all three of them to run away screaming. That nauseating group of people came after them. The arrow again points to the right. All three must follow instructions. When they ran into a corner, they stopped chasing them and turned around and all left. All three were suddenly surprised. All three people immediately ran to another place. Suddenly they continued to attack and chase them. Dai Hak ran and shouted, "Help me!" Li panicked and could only run and scream, "Ah ah ah!" She stood above silently observing, seeing the scene of panic, running away and screaming of the three of them. She secretly smiled and thought, "Haha, these three guys are so interesting, I don't have the heart to kill them, right away." She was observing to Li's side when suddenly a hand appeared to attack her. She glanced over and whispered, "But you're not like that." She used her internal strength to direct towards Chan Dac Hu and said, "Despicable, fake, disgusting, killing would not be a shame." She attacked him, sending him flying hundreds of meters. He whispered, her attack had protective energy, she had to cut off her arm. He angrily looked at Li and said, "Hateful, Li, this time it's all your fault." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword and cut off one of his arms. His scream that penetrated his bones rang out, "Ah!" Dai Hak, who was nearby, seemed to hear his screams full of pain. He turned and said, "This voice is from His Highness the Saint, shouldn't we go over there and help him?" All three of Li, Mok Lu and Dai Hak were not much better. When surrounded by a group of bloodsuckers, Li shouted, "Help, you should think of a way to escape this situation. There is no way out, we will be bitten to death." Mok Lu pointed forward and said, "In front there is a room where we can hide." The three tried to escape those people, ran straight into that room. Immediately closed the door. All three were surprised when this was the kitchen. Dai Hak said, "This is the kitchen." Li stood still for a few seconds then spoke up, "Is this equivalent to being trapped?" Dai Hak said, "Quickly think of a way, this door won't last much longer." Mok Lu said, "Look to see if there is a back door." Suddenly, Li's eyes lit up and said, "Wait, I have a way." The scene returned to Tian Mai and Chan Dac Hu's cruel and crying battle. She said in surprise, "You can actually cut off your own arm, that's so cruel." He held his arm in pain and muttered, "Senior, what should we do now? Chan Dac Hu, these days have been hard for you." Suddenly a soul came out from inside him. He looked at it and asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Then the soul pointed to the top of his head. He held his head and screamed, making Tian Mai surprised because she couldn't understand what was going on. She asked him, "What are you doing, scaring my old lady?" Chan Dac Hu subconsciously panicked and said, "Senior, why did you do this to me?" He then said, "I didn't want to do it so early, but it seems like right now, you can't leave alive, get out of here." He laughed loudly, a sinister smile, turned bigger, then grabbed him with one hand and said, "So let me replace you." Having said that, he strangled him to death. He broke into pieces, and died intact. He killed Chan Dac Hu's soul and then took over his body. His body stood up. He opened his eyes and his whole body was filled with vitality, much stronger, because now in that body, it was no longer Chan Dac Hu but another person. He thought to himself that this body could barely be used. Suddenly, Tian Mai felt strange. She took a few steps back, then asked, "Aren't you the monk just now? Who are you?" He stretched out his hand, saying, "It doesn't matter who I am, but you can call me Vi Hayat Taoist." She continued asking, "You killed him?" He calmly replied, "I only took my reward." His eyes were full of murderous intent. He said, "This guy Chan Dac Hu's talent is normal. Thanks to my help, he was able to advance to the position of Saint Son of the Holy Land of the Holy Spirit, which I was waiting for him to achieve. The primeval realm then took over, but now, he can no longer reach the primeval realm. Because of an unexpected incident, he will die here tonight." After hearing what he said, she crossed her arms and smiled. So you took over his body, do you think you can leave here alive? When he heard her speak, his attitude was very calm, not the slightest bit disturbed. He replied, you don't need to have a hostile attitude, I am not your enemy, you are very talented, and can master blood, matrix. Hearing what he said, she asked in surprise, how do you know the blood magic formation? He replied, of course I know because that is the formation that my master created, my master, in ancient times, the progenitor of all demon cultivators. Then he extended his hand towards her and said, cooperate with me, you will be our guardian, with my guidance, your practice will definitely grow to great heights in the future. She said, how can I trust you? You took over that monk, what if he gets hurt and attacks me later? After hearing her say that, he revealed his cruel nature and smiled, haha, you can rest assured, I already have the body I want, Chan Dac Hugh's body is just a transfer, I will help you level up, the condition is that you help me get that body. The three of them carried something in their bodies to protect themselves and fight against the cruel people out there surrounding them. Mok Lu asked if this thing was really useful. Li opened her bag and said, let's try, it's better than being stuck here. He continued, I'll open the door on the count of 3, his hand tightly grasped a handful in his pocket. Dai Hak and Mok Lu were extremely focused and said, Then we both count, 1, 2, 3. Li flew out like a rocket screaming, take the risk. His hands clenched the fists in his hands and threw them at their bodies, causing them pain and then slowly disappearing. Dai Hak happily said, Brother 2, you really know a lot. Mok Lu continued his words, sticky rice can really deal with zombies. Li was so happy that she cried and said to herself, Master Lamb really didn't lie to me. The three just rushed out. Li said, which direction should Mok Brother run to next? The arrow continued to show the way. Mok Lu said, turn left. Suddenly Dai Hak shouted, I'm out of sticky rice. Do you still have rice? Li replied, it's all gone, this is the last handful. Mok Lu is no better than telling him to say, I'm done too. Suddenly, Dai Hak stopped going. Li turned around and asked, why did the old cow reuse it? Mok Lu also turned around and asked, isn't that what you want? Ling Tan said, you guys go, I will cover the rear. Li suddenly shouted, what, are you crazy? Mok Lu looked at him and said, don't get excited. Dai Hak still kept his decision, saying, don't worry, my old cow will not die. When I return to the Sword Spirit Holy Land, I still want to see the fruit, and I also want to see Brother to draw the map. Li shouted loudly and ran after calling his name, Old Ox. An arm grabbed him. Mok Lu said, Yu Dai Hak is a 4-level martial artist, he doesn't die easily, we can still save him if we break the formation before dawn. Li had no choice but to leave first. He said, Old Ox, you must try your best to stay alive for me. Dai Hak raised his hand to indicate that he would definitely return alive. The two of them finally found the place they were looking for. They found it, it was this place. Li asked in surprise, this is, the black heart is so big. Unable to wait any longer, the two rushed into the formation, the yin and yang formation, the fire bullets. The force was so great that both of them were thrown out and seriously injured. Li suddenly stood up and looked forward. A dark shadow was slowly approaching the two of them. He exclaimed, Gang Ti Gang. The black shadow flew up and headed straight towards the two of them. He exclaimed, he's almost here. He began to attack wave after wave with great power. Smoke and fire flew blindly, causing both of them to fly far away. Mok Lu started in fighting mode, black and white sword killing. But it seems that the strength of both people has no effect on him at all. And then he approached Mok Lu's back full of murderous intent. The zombie king jumped up from behind Mok Lu and pounced straight on him. Not having time to react, Mok Lu seemed to be in a critical situation, hanging by a thread, when suddenly Li came flying out of nowhere and shouted loudly, be careful. He immediately pushed Mok Lu out and let himself suffer a blow from the gangster. Then Li's piercing scream rang out, ah! Mok Lu turned to call his name, Li. Seeing that, Li immediately used Wang Ky to knock him out. Mok Lu immediately ran to call, Li. His arm was bleeding a lot. Mok Lu asked, why did you do that? He hugged his bloody arm and said, what are we brothers? We should be born and die. Mok Lu's face contained many difficult words to say, tears streaming down his face, and hesitatingly said, I'm sorry, there's actually something I've been hiding from you. Actually, before I could finish my sentence, his hand went up to cover Mok Lu's mouth. Mok Lu asked, what are you doing? He said, holding his breath. He continued, they don't see us. The zombie was still spinning around looking for them. Li remembered Mr. Zombie's words, tears filled his eyes and was grateful to him. Teacher Lamb is always great. Mok Lu also seems to have implicitly understood, avoid him, break his heart. The two held their breath to stay away from him and then went together to the place where the heart was. Realizing that the time had come, they both shouted loudly, "This is the moment." Together they swung their swords and slashed straight at the heart. But before they could act, there was a huge force that pushed both of them into the distance. Tian Mai appeared, she said, "You really can't underestimate them, you almost let them get away. Unfortunately I'm here, it's time for you to die, hee hee." Mok Lu looked at her hand and asked in panic, "That is Your Highness's holy son's ring. What have you done to senior brother Chan? Why is his ring in your place?" Standing in front of Mok Lu's questioning, she proudly smiled and said, "What's the hurry, you should thank me, haha. Your true senior brother wanted to use me to kill you, but he was already drained by me, and I also have quite a beast." Li secretly smiled and thought, Chan Dac Hu is dead, that's great, but he couldn't avoid the fact that he was also in a difficult situation to escape, he thought, even though he was about to die. Mok Lu was sucked into her by Tian Mai's internal force. Li seemed to no longer have the strength to rescue her. He shouted loudly, calling her name, "Mok brother." In an instant, Mok Lu was strangled by Tian Mai. She said, "Little monk, let me taste you." The tighter she squeezed, the more difficult it was for Mok Lu to breathe. She approached, baring her sharp fangs, her eyes filled with a strong murderous aura. She bit Mok Lu's neck. Suddenly her face changed color. Threw Mok Lu away, she angrily said, "Fie, fie, fie, this is so nauseating, but she's a woman." She angrily raised her hand and shouted loudly, ordering the zombie, "Quickly, kill it for me." Dong immediately received the order and immediately flew closer to Mok Lu, who was lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly a talisman flew out of nowhere and landed right in front of the zombie's forehead. That was Li. At the decisive moment, he promptly threw the talisman to save Mok Lu. He said, "Don't hurt Mok brother." The talisman on his forehead seemed to control him. It made the zombie stop. The zombie suddenly turned to stone after Li used a leaf to print on his forehead. Mok Lu and Li both stood up and walked towards the zombie. Li happily said, "How useful, Master Lamb, you saved us once again." Mok Lu was startled by that scene and suddenly remembered what Li had said in the kitchen where they had been hiding earlier. Mok Lu said, "This is not at that time." When he was running away with the zombies in the kitchen, he had plans to prevent them in advance. Both Mok Lu and Yu Dai Hak were surprised by his intelligence. They both looked at him and then turned to look at him. The chicken was lying dead on the ground. Next to it was a bowl of blood pudding from that chicken. Mok Lu asked, "There was no time to run away now. Why are you killing the chicken?" Li's face was full of confidence. Perhaps he had come up with a plan to deal with those cruel men. He said, "If sticky rice can deal with zombies, then chicken blood can too," he said. As he spoke, he took a pen and dipped it in chicken blood and wrote on pieces of paper to make talismans. He continued to speak, preparing for the unexpected. Mok Lu looked at him and seemed to have fallen in love with a talented person like him. She smiled and thought to herself, she didn't expect that he understood so much. If it weren't for him this time, I'm afraid it would be me. Tian Mai angrily said, "Why are there so many of your nauseating tricks?" She flew straight to the two of them, saying, "If you want to die, I will grant you your wish." Seeing that he was suddenly attacked, Mok Lu immediately flew over and shouted, "No, Li, be careful." But after running a few steps, her body lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. She said angrily, "It's gone, the poison has begun to spread throughout her body." Tian Mai flew over, her red eyes filled with murderous intent as if she wanted to devour Li. She flew over, laughing savagely, then said, "Haha, rotten man, die." Seeing the situation is dire, Li thought to herself, "If possible, I really don't want to use this." And then he threw something on the ground. It broke. Smoke rose up. Tian Mai suddenly shouted, "What is that?" Li smiled meaningfully. Mok Lu said, "This is, For some unknown reason, Tian Mai suddenly became gentle and no longer had a trace of anger left on her body. She smiled seductively and said, "Little Li." Li ran to the boy and said, "Master." But he suddenly woke up and thought to himself, "No, this is all an illusion, it's all the effect of the mind pearl." He looked at her and then thought to himself, "It turns out the person I miss the most is still my master, she really left a long time ago, hey." He stood up and said, "Okay, we have to quickly break through this illusion, while the others still haven't reacted. One blow breaks the formation." Suddenly from afar there was a call from Tian Van and Anan Ling. "Senior brother, do you want to leave me?" Tian Van stepped forward to continue. "Senior brother, don't go." Anan Ling also walked over and he gently said, "Senior brother Anan Ling, remember very brother." He turned his head to look at the two girls, suddenly blurting out their names, Tian Van, Anan Ling. Then Ling Tu also appeared. She gently seductively looked at him and said, "To Li, I'm so hot, can you help me?" Then Tutu and Mak Naguyat appeared one after another and spoke together. Tutu put his hand on his cheek and said, "Senior brother." Tutu likes senior brother. Mak Naguyat stood shyly looking at him with gentle eyes mixed with a little shyly said, "Master, you can do whatever you want me to do." All 5 people looked at him seductively and didn't want to let him go. Ling Tu continued, "Can you leave?" Tutu said, "Don't go, stay here." Mak Naguyat, full of charm, continued, "Let's go together, do fun things." Tali's face became confused and became more and more impatient. He looked at all 5 girls, who were all very beautiful, seductive, and captivating people who were ready to come to him. His heart began to waver. He thought, how can people stand this? Looking at Tian Mai, she is still immersed in an illusion. It seems like she is remembering her painful past. She once loved very much, loved someone very much. She remembered the time when the two still love each other. She is in the arms of the person she loves. He has promised her that when I pass the exam, I will return to redeem myself for her. She happily agreed. She replied, "Well, the slave family is always waiting for the young master to return." Some time later, when she received the news that the person she loved had passed the exam, Miss Tian, it was on the board, her scholar had passed the exam. She was overjoyed and asked, "Really?" She suddenly remembered a time ago, Tian Mai collected money for a scholar who had to take the exam, so she herself went to the brothel. Luckily, that guy passed the exam. Tian Mai was also considered to have ended her suffering. But reality is cruel, the truth is harsh. When in front of her eyes is the person she loves, she sacrificed everything because he was leaving her hand in hand with another woman. She panicked and did not believe it. The truth, she painfully asked, "Why? Why?" The scholar was holding another girl in his arms and looked at her and said, "I passed the entrance exam, was noticed by the minister, he betrothed me the golden title Danhe." She didn't know how to shamelessly look at her. Tian Mai said those words that were completely contemptuous of Tian Mai. She said, "I don't agree with the future general having an unclean past. If you know anything, quickly find a place to hang yourself." Tian Mai was betrayed and humiliated. She angrily ran to him, raised her hand to slap him, and said angrily, "Ungrateful," and thinking how could he treat me like that. Unexpectedly, he accidentally pushed her away, uttering heart-wrenching words, "Woman is crazy, go away." She fell into the water, then slowly sank deep into the riverbed. Ah! The sound of rushing water seemed to express her anger and extreme disappointment. She fell down and looked at those 2 cruel people, unwillingly exclaiming, Why do you treat me like that?" In her search, she narrowed down those who hurt her, those who took advantage of her love to achieve their own goals, those traitors who abandoned her. She silently exclaimed, I hate, I want to rip out his heart to see if the outcome is black or red." And then she opened her eyes. The will of hatred seemed to have swallowed her honesty. She emerged from the water, slowly raised her eyes full of indignation and looked at them. She seemed to have lost all reason and rushed forward to say, "Tai Lang, I'm here to find you." Tian Mai held the heart in her hand next to the empty man's body in his chest. She said, "Obviously the heart was red, but why do things like this?" She crushed her heart and said bitterly, "Hateful, all the traitors in this world. No, all men must die." Tian Mai screamed with a fierce face, "I have to kill all of you, kill them all, ha 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 ha." There was a voice calling her, "Tian Mai, wake up quickly." She frowned and asked, "What?" Her head suddenly hurt, causing her to hold her head in pain and moan. The voice continued, "Waking up." The smoke cleared. Tian Mai returned to reality. Standing alone, she muttered, "Yes, I am in the city lord's palace. It was just an illusion." That voice rang out again, "Quickly stop that monk." Tian Mai turned around and saw Ta Li holding a knife about to stab the giant red heart. She ran back to stop him, but it was too late. He plunged the knife deep into his heart. The heart immediately exploded into hundreds of pieces. The vibrations of the explosion echoed hundreds of meters away. Ta Li was also affected. He was thrown up. Mok Lu worriedly called, "Ta Li." Fortunately, Mok Lu was able to catch him. The explosion blew open the door. Sparks and smoke filled the air. Tian Mai stood in front of the 2 people, unwillingly saying, "No, why did I fail in the hands of men?" She looked at him blankly and said, "Ta Li, man, it's all because of you." Tian Mai waved her hand and shouted, "Even if I die, I have to take you with me." A hand stopped her. Lang Nguyen Tan advised her, okay. Tian Mai turned away and said sullenly, is it my fault? I sacrificed everything for him, why do you treat me like that? Lang Nguyen Tan shook her head, no, it was that man's fault, but, the people in the city were innocent. Nguyen Tan looked at her and said, it's all over. Tian Mai nodded, yes, it's over, and with that she disappeared like a puff of smoke. Smoke drifted into the sky. The zombie screamed and then disappeared. The whole scene just now disappeared like smoke. Lang Nguyen Tan clasped her hands and her body emitted a dazzling halo. On the ground, don't do bright yellow dots like fireflies flying into the sky. Spots of light gathered at the top of the tower. Then disappears into nothingness. The Lord of Donghai flew in the air, seeing this whole scene and thought to himself, once transcending countless people, even a Buddhist monk would suffer a lot, let alone a non-Buddhist monk. He landed close to Lang Nguyen Tan and exclaimed, perhaps she is truly the best person in the world, in every sense. The commander of Donghai asked, Senior, is it over? She replied, not yet. She held the ring in her hand and asked, stop hiding, tell me who you are. From the ring appeared red smoke, inside the smoke was a masked man saying, Miss Lang, long time no see. Lang Nguyen Tan asked in surprise, do you know me? He replied, no, but when I was in love life, I was lucky to see Miss Lang's unparalleled talent. Lang Nguyen Tan politely replied, oh, then go die, then prepare to cast the spell. The red smoke saw that and immediately shouted, wait, you can't kill me, if you kill me, my master will definitely not let you go. My master is the ancestor of the T2 ghost between heaven and earth, he is master of Umich Chi. Lang Nguyen Tan smirked, are you a disciple of that guy Yukok? Her brother's eyes became full of murderous intent, dangerously speaking, just fine, sooner or later I will be with him. There are also some self-righteous old men, calculating the past, the spark wondering, how do you know, my master, could it be that you are? Lang Nguyen Tan didn't hesitate to finish the sentence with one sentence, okay, so he's dead, then she flicked a shot at the red fire. That guy's body gradually disintegrated. He shouted, no, how is that possible? Lang Nguyen Tan clasped his hands and chanted, destroying. After solving the problem, she turned to look at Li who was lying unconscious on the ground and said, next. She walked closer, squatted down and looked at the unconscious person and said, really, don't take risks if you're poorly cultivated, this time it's the same, last time it's the same, you always get injuries all over your body. She knelt down. He placed Ali's head on his lap and magically said, if you're like that, how can I feel secure? Her hand dragged across his chest, black smoke rising from his body. Lang Nguyen Tan rubbed magic onto Li's head. He frowned uncomfortably. A moment later, his facial muscles relaxed. Lang Nguyen Tan placed Li and Mok Lu neatly on the bed. After arranging everything, she stroked her hair and said to Dong Hai Chi Chu, okay, let's go. He replied, yes. He wondered and asked her, it's just my senior, Tu Long, who came here, what am I supposed to do? She turned to look at him and replied, oh yes, I almost forgot about you, if only you could create a rain to wash it all away. He replied, yes. The Lord of Donghai immediately created a heavy rain, raindrops falling all over the city. New shoots are also watered by the rain. Feng Lingtan lay unconscious on the ground, drenched by the rain. Black smoke rose from his body. On this side, Li woke up from the nightmare. He sat up and called out, Gang Ti. Suddenly he looked around at the strange scene and couldn't help but frown and wonder, oh, why am I lying on the bed? How is Quang Ti Vuong? Where is Lady Tian? Responding to him, the air was calm. He told himself, the wound has healed, the poison has also been eliminated. Is it possible? It's all over already. He shook Mok Lu, who was still unconscious, lying next to him. Mok Lu, please wake up quickly. Mok Lu, brother. Mok Lu moved. He opened his eyes and called, to Li. Mok Lu was in such a hurry that he even took off his hair tie. His long hair spread out, making him look so gentle. Mok Lu pressed Li down. He said, hurry up, let me detoxify you, otherwise it won't be enough. Li grabbed his hands and said, no need, my wound has healed, the poison is gone, everything is over. Mok Lu was so happy to hear that she cried and replied, is that so? Then, that's great. Li saw the person in front of him wet and beautiful. He thought, it turns out brother Mok had returned to his female form, and was so beautiful. Li came and pushed the door open. This is it. Outside, Fuling Ling Tan was peaceful before the sunrise, he exclaimed. Without the threat of monks and zombies, Fuling Ling Tan had restored its original vitality. He said to Mok Lu, who was tying his hair neatly, "Mok brother, let's quickly find old Niu. I don't know if he has detoxified yet." The two of them left first. One last, Mok Lu blushed and thought to himself, he must have heard that sentence from Lady Tian at that time, "You are a woman." The two of them finally arrived. Feng Lingtan hugged to Li and cried, "Holy man, I'm sorry to you, old Niu, but let the day he died by poison." To Li said, "No fault of his own." "Okay, that's it, it's his fate, don't blame yourself." Feng Lingtan let him go and firmly said, "I must bring the saint's body back to the Holy Land, I cannot let him hang out in the wilderness." Having said that, Ling Tan resolutely walked away. "Now I will go find a good coffin to leave the body of the saint." To Li raised his hand to stop it, or better yet, go. Watching Feng Lingtan leave, he thought, I'm afraid that if Chan Dac Hu's story spreads to us, old Niu will collapse. Mok Lu came from behind and said, "To Li, I have something to ask you." To Li turned around and replied, "Mok brother, what's wrong?" Mok Lu blushed and hesitated. "Yesterday, did you hear it?" He pursed his lips. Mok Lu shyly clenched her hands, looked straight at To Li and continued, "The few words after Lady Tian sucked my blood." To Li and Mok Lu looked at each other. To Li scratched her head helplessly and said, "I'm sorry, I was busy thinking about how to deal with it, so I didn't listen." "What did Mrs. Tian say?" Mok Lu frowned and asked, "You didn't hear anything?" He honestly replied, "No." Mok Lu turned his face to the other side and said somewhat sadly, "Then, no, it's nothing. That night, I owe you my life, I will pay it back." To Li happily replied, "No need, we are comrades, helping each other, which is the right thing to do." Mok Lu stubbornly said, "No, saving lives is saving lives." He replied, "No need to really worry, but..." Mok Lu still insisted, "I owe you the favor of saving my life, I will definitely repay it to you, that is my principle, I will definitely repay you in full," then turned around and walked away. Dear To Li afraid, "I told you, there's no need." In his mind, he secretly thought, it's over, she won't repay her in person, I already have Tian Van and Miss Cheu, plus another Mok, that's not right, Dao Hoi Van, it's not suitable. To Li thought about the scene of being hugged and called by three beauties and her face turned red. He salivated and thought, hi, it seems like it's not impossible. The system has a new notification, detecting that the host's favorability in Mok Lu's heart is increasing to a friend, rewarding the host with 2,000 destiny points. To Li thought, friend, it turns out it has just reached its just a friend level, it seems like there's no way to personally repay you. The system continued to receive notifications, discovering that Chan Dac Hu's story had an ending, and Fuing Ling Tan's story was also considered complete. Even though Chan Dac Hu was killed by Tian Mai, the host also took part in the cause and effect, awarded a total of 8,000 destiny points. Dao Hoi Van and Black Dai Yu were saved by others, but the host was also at a significant level of effectiveness, rewarding 5,000 destiny points. To Li happily thought, wow, this time it's a big deal, when I go back I can upgrade to Wu Tian's Immortal Dharma. He happily jumped up and down and said to himself, let's go pack up and go back to the sanctuary. I wonder if Tian Van and Anan Ling have returned yet. Upon arriving, To Li crawled into Tian Van's arms and hugged her waist tightly. Tian Van, I miss you to death, she replied. Tian Van also misses her brother. Anan Ling also happily said, Anan Ling also misses her senior brother very much. The white snake sitting on Anan Ling's shoulder thought to herself, it's just forced. To Li separated and asked, how was everyone's mission? Did it go smoothly? Tian Van replied, very smoothly. Anan Ling added, not only did it go well, Sister Tian Van was also famous as a fairy coming to earth in this place. See, everyone likes Sister Tian Van very much. Tian Van asked him with concern, what about senior brother? I heard that senior brother and the saint's son had a disagreement, and were arranged to go on missions together. Anan Ling asked sympathetically, that's right, the saint's son probably didn't take the opportunity. Where did that group oppress the senior brother? To Li held his hand, it's okay, it's all resolved. He happily said, probably very soon, the bad things Chao Dac Hu did will be investigated. That's right, I still have something to do to find Mr. Hung, I'm going, To Li said and waved goodbye. He stood on the sword flying into the sky, thinking to himself, he must quickly report Chan Dac Hu's news to old Hung, he has helped me so much, I must invite him to a good fight. In the large room, Nu Fu Fan, a disciple, held an envelope and gave it to To Li and senior brother Tu. This is from senior brother Hung and told me to pass it on to you. Senior brother Hung has already gone down the mountain. He was surprised and went down the mountain. Li picked up the letter and looked at it. It said, "To Li, father has to go. There is something at home. We have to go home and resolve it. It will probably take quite a long time." "Don't worry, it won't take too much time. Compared to the royal palace, life in the mountains is more suitable for me. Just the girls in New Fu Fan and Luke Tre Fan make me unable to bear it, so we'll be back soon." "Oh yes, I have already given your will to Cheu Tan. I asked him to help you move, even though you said you might not be able to return. I believe that you will live long and will definitely return." "I'm going, I don't want to miss you." Li tightened the envelope in her hand. He frowned in thought. He didn't expect old Hung to return to the palace. This trip, maybe his life will be difficult to keep. No, we must help him avoid this life. At Kiem Fan, Li had just landed when she heard a stubborn voice say, "I won't go." Inside, Cheu Hung Thak's voice was heard saying, "Ling Tu, I don't want you to go either." But Ling Tu shouted, "Don't go, I won't go." Li stood outside not understanding what was going on. Seeing Ling Tu running out crying, he asked what was going on, but did not receive any answer from her. He suddenly turned to look inside. Li walked up to Cheu Hung Thak, clasped his hands and bowed, "Uncle Cheu, I'm back." Cheu Hung Thak replied, "Oh, it's Li, everything goes well, the saint won't make things difficult for you." He replied, "No, but this mission is risky. The saint has already sacrificed his life, and my younger sisters have also returned from the mission, so I can return to Vu Tianj Fan." He said, "If that's the case, that's fine." Li looked up and asked him, "That's right, Uncle Cheu, I just saw Miss Cheu running out crying. What happened?" Cheu Hung Thak recounted, "Hey, a few days ago, the world was #1, sword sect Ngani sect has sent a letter. The world's #1 female sword fairy, Dao True Fairy, wants to accept Ling Tu as a disciple." His face turned serious. He frowned and said, "In Van Kiem Chao, the swordsmanship inherited from the Silver E sect is absolutely not inferior to the Van Kiem Holy Land. That's why the Taoist fairy has never collected anything. This is an opportunity, once in 1,000 years. Even though I couldn't bear it, I still hope that Ling Tu could go." But who knew that she would definitely refuse to go? "Cheu Hung Thak thanks me. Li, Ling Tu are very close to you. Maybe you should go advise her." Li clasped his hands and bowed his head and said, "I understand. I will find an opportunity to talk to Miss Cheu." After hearing what Cheu Tan said, Li shouted in surprise, "Whatever, you want to go too?" Cheu Tan clasped his hands and bowed his head sincerely and said, "Yes, thanks to the senior's teachings, I have entered the path of commerce, but I know that cultivating myself is never enough, so I intending to leave the Holy Land, worshipping the unrivaled God Spear sect." Cheu Tan knelt down in front of Li and said, "Please senior's permission." He wondered, "Why do you have to ask me?" Cheu Tan replied, "Senior has helped me a lot, not only taught me a lot, but also rewarded me with spearmanship, which in this life is difficult to repay, so no matter what, on the future path of spearmanship, in the future of our juniors, we will all ask our seniors for instructions." Li hesitated. In this matter, he thought, it was okay for Cheu Tan to go out and worship the sect. After all, the Vo Song Nan Tianj sect was also the most virtuous sect in the world. It was just his death. Li recalls that in the story it was said that while out on a mission, Cheu Tan encountered the first spear of the demon sect. Originally, Cheu Tan could have retreated, but because in life and death he had mastered the true path of spearmanship, Cheu Tan chose to bravely advance and eventually died in battle. Li thought with her chin in her hands, going out to do a mission would probably not be going out to do a mission for the Vo Song Nan Tianj sect, right? Li helped Cheu Tan stand up and said, "You can go if you want, but, I have a request." Cheu Tan replied, "Senior, just say it." Li clasped her hands behind her back and said sternly, 10 years later, no matter what the Wushuang Shen Shang sect said at that time, you were not allowed to go out on missions. 10 years later, you returned to the Holy Land of Qian. Ling once, I have something to say to you. Cheu Tan clasped his hands and obeyed. Yes, the junior remembered. He nodded in satisfaction. Yes. Li left. He stood on the sword and floated into the air thinking, actually I have nothing to say to him, just looking for an excuse to stabilize Cheu Tan first and think later. Wait 10 years later for him to return to the Holy Land of Qian Ling. Until then, we'll continue thinking. He flew over a lake and saw a familiar figure on the shore of the lake. Cheu Ling Tu, so she ran here. Cheu Ling Tu wiped her eyes and said sadly, "Why do you keep forcing me to go? I don't want to go." Her eyes were filled with tears. If she really had to go, then Li would. Li silently landed on the ground. Hearing her call her name, she asked, "Yo, you called me?" Ling Tu was startled and turned around to look. Li. she quickly wiped her eyes, looking a bit angry. What are you doing here? Come to see me cry. He sat next to her and said, I see that you're not in a good mood. I'm worried about you, so I came here. He thought to himself, since I've agreed with Uncle Cheu, I suggest you give it a try. Ling Tu played with her feet in the water. She asked, oh, so how did you find me? He replied, I searched for a long time, searched all the places behind the mountain, to find her. He thought to himself, luckily I met him on the way. Ling Tu clicked her tongue, TSK, I don't want you to find me. Ling Tu looked at him and said, to Li, Anan Ling has a very powerful sword fairy who wants to accept me as a disciple. My father wants me to go. Before she could finish her sentence, he said, isn't that a good thing? Ling Tu is sad, but she will have to go for a long time, maybe decades, even hundreds of years, thousands of years, not being able to see her father and mother, not being able to see her brother, not being able to see you. In the end, she hid it in her heart and didn't dare say it. Li looked up at the sky and said, actually, I think it's okay to go or not. Miss Cheu, just follow your heart. Ling Tu asked, really, you won't think I'm too arbitrary? No, willing to progress. He smiled and replied, how could that be? Miss Cheu's diligence, I have seen it. Whether she goes or not, she will become a very excellent swordswoman. Ling Tu was moved by his words. She called, Li. Li continued, if I don't go, maybe I will feel a bit regretful. She asked, why? He analyzed, think about it, with your qualifications, reaching the Silver sect and making a name for yourself is only a matter of sooner or later. By then, we will be able to tell others, look, see that fairy, I know her, she's my friend, so I'm very proud. After listening, Ling Tu immediately objected, who is your friend? She threw water at him, making him laugh haha, but in her heart Ling Tu thought, they are just friends. She blushed and asked, do you like female sword fairies? He replied, of course you do. Female sword fairies are both cool and beautiful, who wouldn't like that? Ling Tu soaked her feet in the water, thinking in her head. After thinking clearly, she stood up and said, okay, I've decided, I want to go to Anan Ling. He was surprised, huh? Ling Tu argued, but it's not because of you that I went anywhere, it's just that I feel that my qualifications are so good, it would be a pity not to practice more, it has nothing to do with you, I know not yet. He smiled and replied, I know. Li stood up and said, seeing Miss Cheu has such spirit, I feel reassured. If one day Miss Cheu succeeds on the path of swordsmanship, I will agree with you on one thing. Ling Tu happily asked, really? He nodded, yes. Li thought to herself, the little lady's request was nothing too much, it was just a bit of romance. Ling Tu whispered. Li was startled and panicked, wait, what are you talking about? The lyrics are all in harmony, why are the little ladies now so scary? Ling Tu continued to brag, before I even saw the voice version, maybe it was Oxox, or XOXO, I want to try it all. He scolded, shut up, the comic is about to be scanned, it can be revoked, I don't want to make a contract anymore, I regret it hoo. The system displays a notification, detecting that the host changed Cheu Ling Tu's mind, advising Cheu Ling Tu to go to Silver Ifan, change the trajectory of destiny, and reward 3,000 destiny points. At the Holy Lord Peak behind the mountain, the elders lined up in a long line and respectfully shouted, welcoming the Holy Master when he saw Chu Vo Tin. He said, during the days when I was in seclusion, bothering the elders who took care of the sanctuary, was the sanctuary still okay? The elders did not dare to look him straight in the eye, hesitating, that's it. Elder Lu bravely reported and told the Holy Master that not long ago the Holy Son Chan Dac Hu left the Holy Land to go on a mission, and then, losing his life outside, Chu Vo Tin exclaimed in surprise, what? He heard it as if lightning had struck his ears, he couldn't believe it and asked again, the Holy Son is dead. After returning to the palace with the elders, Elder Lu recounted the beginning and end of the incident. The incident was like that, according to what Li reported, we have indeed confirmed that there is a lot of evidence that Chan Dac Hu murdered his fellow student and master, of Chan Dac Hu was also temporarily detained, awaiting the Holy Master's decision. Chu Vo Tin stroked his beard and thought, he did not expect Chan Dac Hu to commit such a big crime. The entire Holy Land was blinded by him for how long? He ordered, Elder Lu, to spread all evidence of Chan Dac Hu's crimes throughout the Holy Land, let everyone see, take that as a warning, then find all the disciples who were raped by him, harmed to appease their family. Elder Lu clasped his hands and replied, yes, Holy Master. Elder Lu asked further, how should Chan Dac Hu's master handle this? Before Chu Vo Tin could answer, another elder spoke again, telling the old man's holy master whether he was involved or not, there is still more investigation to do, and investigation still takes time, and there is still one thing that needs to be resolved. Chu Vo Tin replied, "Oh, what's more urgent?" The elder replied, "Choosing a new saint." The elders below were in an uproar. Elder Lu and the people next to him were discussing that once evidence of Chan Dac Hu's crime was published, it would bring a very bad impact to the Holy Land. One must be chosen. Only the Holy Sun stabilizes the hearts of the people. The other person agrees. That's right. The Holy Land cannot go a day without a Holy Sun. It's best to please the people. Excellent spiritual talent. The elders around also agree. The new Holy Sun must pass the test of virtue. Chu Vo Tin said, "It's really important. I wonder if the elders, regarding the selection of this new saint's son, have any recommendations." An elder said, "I feel that my eldest disciple, Han Mong Fan, can take on the role of saint." Another person immediately scoffed, "Ha, I said, why are you in such a hurry to choose the saint's son? It turns out that it is a scheme for personal gain. If your eldest disciples can handle it, then the Vajra of Wu Fu we can also." Elder Han Mong Fan gritted his teeth. "You." The elder of Wu Fu Fan sincerely confessed, "Holy Master, Vajra of our Wu Fu Fan is a rare 1,000-year-old genius. If he cannot take on the position of saint's son, then who else can?" The elders below were also excited. One said, "Oh ho, have you forgotten Trong Dong He of our son Fan?" Another said, "That's not right. Tu Sai of our ghost fire Fan is also a genius. Is it possible that he is not worthy?" Another person said, "Our Van Thu Voang An of Du Fan is a genius. Why can't he be a saint?" Elder Lu asked Ngung Chi, "What do you think?" "Ngung Chi," she replied, "the position of saint's son is related to the masses." Ngung Chi does not dare to talk nonsense. She continued, "That person must convince the masses." Chu Vo Tin said, "Indeed, a saint not only needs prestige and strength, but most importantly, must have proper behavior. It is absolutely impossible to choose someone similar to Chan Duk Hu." He thought, coming to Cheu Tan, the sect competed. Cheu Tan ranked second, gave up the sword for a gun, was very dedicated, very loved by his disciples. Unfortunately, Cheu Tan went to the Wushuang Shen Shang sect to train himself. If not, he is a good candidate. An elder confessed, "In fact, besides Cheu Tan, there is still another person, whose reputation is not inferior to Cheu Tan." Chu Vo Tin asked, "Oh, the person you mentioned is?" The other elders also had guesses in their minds. If it was him, then it would be a good choice. It's just that his strength is a bit weak, but the public's reputation is extremely high. Chu Vo Tin stroked his beard and said, "Well, he is indeed a good candidate." The sky is clear. When Li heard the bad news, he loudly said, "Ha, Holy Sun." Chu Vo Tin nodded to confirm, "Yes, we have decided to let you be the Holy Son of the Holy Land of Qianling." Li raised her hands to refuse. "No, no, no, no. The new disciple is Dong Fu Khan. I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the people." Chu Vo Tin rubbed his chin and said, "Brat, you are not honest at all. You are already at the fullness of the Dongfu realm now. From the early stages of the Dongfu realm to full perfection, how long has it been? And your future is clear, your little guy is limitless." He denied, "It was just because the disciple was lucky. In fact, the disciple was very poor." He countered, "You are not bad. Lang Nguyat Tan's eyes for people are not bad, and you are the one who has survived 9 heavens. Hell, how could it be worse?" Li thought gloomily, "What should I do? I can't be a saint. Being a saint not only has to solve a lot of big problems, but also always maintain a noble image. How can I be able to do that? If you go to New Fu Fan to listen to music, how can you talk nonsense with the sisters?" Li imagined the scene of one hand supporting the girl against the wall, the other holding her chin and saying, "Miss, I know how to tell fortunes. I see the fate between you and me today. How much better than us?" Before flirting, the girl screamed, "Ah, Saint Li is teasing the daughter of a good family on the street," then ran away. Li could only shout after her and say, "No, lady, you listen to me, say it already." Freed from his imagination, Li hit his head, thinking that it was absolutely impossible to be a saint. He said, "Master Saint, I would like to recommend someone else. He is definitely more suitable than me." He asked, "Oh, who?" Li replied, "Ky Fan, Mok Lu." Chu Vo Tin were surprised, "Mok Lu." He immediately shook his hand and refused. He couldn't. He wondered, why could junior brother Mok Lu not be able to do it? His talent, character, were nothing to criticize, and he was very popular with his brothers, very capable. Chu Vo Tin deeply thought, it is true that Mok Lu's talent and dignity are not worth mentioning, but she is a peach blossom demon. More importantly, Mok Lu is a woman. Chu Vo Tin thought, wait a minute, even though Mok Lu is a woman, the others don't know. The junior sister has hidden Mok Lu's identity. She won't be discovered easily. But what if discovered the mistake? The Holy Land could not lose 2 holy sons in a row. He told Li, I will think about your proposal. Li smiled and said, yes, I believe junior brother Mok Lu will definitely not disappoint the Holy Master. He thought to himself, as long as Mok Lu becomes a saint, she will not be able to reveal her female identity, then I can only be brothers with her, pretending to be brothers long enough, of course we will become real brothers, even if she returns to her female identity in the future, will the brotherly relationship between me and her deteriorate? Li silently praised herself, after solving a peach blossom, how smart she was. Chu Vo Tin asked him, you came here to resign, it's because you want to go to Tianj Kuan Kingdom, it's because of Hung Dat's matter, he replied in surprise, oh, Holy Master, how do you know? He said, to Li, Tianj Kuan Kingdom can be very chaotic, now that you get there, you will definitely be caught up in it. Li replied, Hung Dat is my brother, no matter how troublesome things are, the disciple must go, he thought to himself, I cannot stand by and look at old Hung as if nothing happened. Chu Vo Tin said, hey, I knew you would say that. He took out a jade pendant, gave it to him and said, this is the jade messenger of Qian Ling, you take it with you. He took it, looked at it, and asked curiously, what was the use of the messenger, Qian Ling? He explained, our Qian Ling Holy Land cooperates with many mortal dynasties, we protect dynasties, there, they then transported the seeds of cultivating immortals to us. He continued to say that, as usual, every year the Holy Land of Qian Ling sends its disciples on envoys to those royal capitals to strengthen bilateral cooperation. This year, you will be in charge of envoys to Tianj Kuan Kingdom, go. Li stood up straight, clasped his hands in gratitude, and thanked the Holy Master for his favor. He thought to himself, with this jade token, coming to Tianj Kuan Kingdom would be a little safer. Chu Vo Tin advised, boy, don't be too happy too soon, although this jade card can protect your life no matter how chaotic the Kang Kuan Kingdom is, I must remind you first, you cannot meddle in the affairs of Tianj Kuan Kwok. His face became serious, otherwise, once discovered, this jade token will not be able to save you, at that time, you will lose your status as a messenger, even if you die in Kang Kuan country, I will have no way to send you back, your body is back. Li answered firmly, yes, the disciple remembered, will not be discovered. Chu Vo Tin was angry, what did you remember? Li said goodbye to Chu Vo Tin and left. On the way, he pondered that it seemed like this trip to Tianj Kuan Kwok would be difficult. He was determined to tell himself, because of old Hung, I had no choice but to go. At Vu Tianj Fan, there was a loud voice, what, senior brother wants to leave. At the dinner table, both Anan Ling and Tian Van regretfully said that they couldn't help but go, but senior brother had just returned. Li said helplessly, his senior brother couldn't bear to leave the two younger sisters behind, but he couldn't leave, he thought. The key thing was that he still didn't know when he would be able to solve Mr. Hung's death. There was no set date, about. Tian Van suggested, let Tian Van go with senior brother. Anan Ling also followed, yes, Anan Ling also wanted to go with senior brother. The white snake also said, it's not impossible to go. Li immediately refused, no, this trip is the only one that can go, it's not convenient to bring my two sisters along. He thought to himself, it can't be said that it's dangerous, it will make them worry. Tian Van said regretfully, really? Tian Van suddenly stood up. He asked, Tian Van, where are you going? Without turning around, Tian Van replied, I'm going to pack luggage for senior brother. He raised his hand to stop, there's no need to rush. Li regretfully said, it's almost time to separate, and I still want to sit with Tian Van some more. He turned to hug Anan Ling tightly and said, still the most thoughtful senior brother's Anan Ling. He really wanted to shrink Anan Ling and put it in his pocket to take with him. Anan Ling smiled happily, yes, Anan Ling also wanted to. Early morning into Li's room. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt a bit heavy. Li wondered, it's a bit heavy, why does it feel heavy? He opened his eyes wide and saw in front of his chest the two heads of Tian Van and Anan Ling. They were lying on both sides of his chest, making him feel heavy. Tian Van and Anan Ling woke up at the same time. They both sat up. Anan Ling yawned and said, senior brother, good morning. Tian Van asked with concern, senior brother, you're awake, do you want breakfast? Li thought of something that made her face turn red, stammering, why are you here, not last night? Tian Van blushed and said, senior brother has to go today, we want to be by senior brother's side, so last night we spontaneously decided to come over here and sleep with senior brother. Anan Ling ran to hug him and said, I didn't expect senior brother's bed to be this big, the three of us sleeping is not cramped, very comfortable, senior brother, wait until you come back, let's sleep together again. Li asked to confirm that it was just a simple sleep. Tian Van innocently replied, "Otherwise, what's the matter?" Tian Van also didn't understand what his senior brother meant. He laughed and said, "Haha, it's okay, there's no need to understand," making it even more difficult for Tian Van not to understand. 6 days later, Tai Tianj Quoc was bustling with people. Li smiled in thought, finally arriving at the capital of Tai Tianj Quoc. He looked up at the tower and said, "Mr. Hung, wait, Dad is here to save you." In the imperial city of Tianj Kuang Kingdom. Palace of Parliament, Imperial Citadel of Tianj Kuang Quoc. Li entered, seeing the splendor, he thought, "This is the first time I have been to the human race's royal palace, the decoration looks so luxurious." There was a sound of someone shouting. The queen spoke, immediately attracting his attention. Li looked up, the person in front of him was the queen, Tianj Kuang Quoc. He bowed down and clasped his hands. Li of Anan Ling Holy Land paid his respects to the queen mother. She replied, "The master is very polite." The queen continued, "His Highness is sick and cannot meet the master, please forgive the master." Li respectfully said, "Your Majesty is sick because of his hardships in the country. Having such a wise man is a blessing to Tianj Kuang nation." The queen thought, "The envoy Anan Ling came here this time. It can also be said to know religion." The queen suggested that the master has come from a long way, so why not stay in the palace tonight? I will tell someone to welcome the master well. Li politely replied. Li thanked the queen for her good intentions, "But I am just a scattered practitioner. If I stay in the palace, I'm afraid I don't understand the rules. I should still stay at the temple." "Rather," she replied, "then please listen to the master's advice." The queen told the palace maid, "Quickly, go to the palace to prepare. Don't be rude to the master." The palace maid bowed her head, "Yes." Then she turned to Li and told Li, "Today, don't bother the master to rest anymore. Early tomorrow morning, please master to be here. As the messenger of Anan Ling, the court and our 100 mandarins will be more comfortable, showing the deep intimacy between us." He replied, "Yes, Li will definitely come." The queen said then left. Li stood alone thinking, still not clear why Mr. Hung died, so don't go looking for him yet. He thought, what if we don't do well and both of us are in danger, then no one will come to save us. It was dark. At Quoc Tan Di Quan, Li had just landed at the Deek shop. 3 maids bowed respectfully, and the maids welcomed Master Tu's return. Li blushed and asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, who exactly are you and what are you doing here?" The 3 maids jostled to answer. One said, "Master Su, we are the people the queen sent to serve you." The other said, "Master Tu, do you want to eat first or take a bath first?" Another girl suggested, "Master Tu, you have a hard time traveling. How about I let my servant massage you?" Causing Li to stammer, Here I am." Before he could say anything, 3 people rushed forward to take off his clothes, leaving the slave to help him. The bath water had already been prepared. He invited Master Su to come in and take a bath. He stiffly refused, leaving me to do it myself. "We can do it ourselves." Late at night it was quiet. Inside the quiet restaurant there was a sound of arguing. "Master Su, you don't need to do anything, just leave it to us sisters." "Ah, don't touch it, let me do it myself." Early the next morning, Li's eyes were dark, her neck was covered with strawberry stains, and she weakly said to her 3 maidservants, I'm going to the royal court." The 3 maidservants giggled and waved at him, saying, "To Tian Monk, walk carefully." Inside the court, the courtiers were talking loudly. They heard that an envoy named Anan Ling was coming today. The monks were all very arrogant and would probably leave very soon. Li entered and happily waved her hand, saying good morning to everyone. The atmosphere was as silent as a chicken. Li was shy and didn't know what to say next. He scratched his face and thought awkwardly, is the atmosphere this tense at court? He looked around, looked at the people with blue and green books on their heads. He thought, at first glance, there are many high-ranking officials who are monks. Looking at a few other people with red books on their heads, he thought, at a glance, these people knew they were martial arts practitioners, similar to old Niu, using martial arts to enter the path. No need for spiritual roots, just need to constantly practice, that's all. The rest have blue books on their heads. These people are probably Confucian monks, using the book to attain enlightenment. They also need some spiritual roots. Li clasped her hands behind her back and thought, it's just that whether you practice martial arts or Confucianism, your level is not high, and once you enter the court, you only care about quarreling with each other day in and day out. Cultivation mindset. He held his chin in thought, hearing that some emperors also know how to practice, but the realm has not yet surpassed the Dongfu realm. Even if it is not Fat realm, as long as you are an emperor, your cultivation level will gradually decrease. Short. Moreover, it is said that the larger the dynasty, the larger the population, the heavier the karma, the faster the emperor's cultivation level declines, and finally descends to the Dongfu realm. There is no other way. The emperor's karma is indeed true, very big. He thought gloomily. Hung Dat was originally cultivating in the Holy Land. The best destination was to wait for other princes to ascend the throne, turning him into an idle prince. Then he could continue pursuing his path, his own, but he kept coming back. Li looked at the backs of the princes and thought to herself, in the eyes of the other princes, when Hung Dat returned, it was to compete for the royal throne. He frowned and calculated, wanting to protect Hung Dat's life, while still keeping himself from being injured. It was too difficult. Li glanced at it. First we have to start with the situation of opening the seal, right? He came closer to start a conversation. Hi, big brothers, your mood is not bad. An uncle replied, little brother, you are not bad. What realm are you in now? Li replied with a fake smile, it would be embarrassing to say this, I am already over 20 years old, and now I am at the peak of Dongfu realm, haha. The surrounding air calmed down after hearing him speak. After listening, the courtiers pondered and thought, is he pretending, is he pretending, is he pretending? Li said, actually I have always longed for the battlefield, I haven't had the chance to go yet, I don't know if my brothers have ever been there. The boss replied, young man, that battlefield is not a good place, nothing. Li asked, oh, have you guys still experienced such things? At this moment, a man entered the main hall. That person heard Li's voice and wondered why this voice was similar. This person looked up and saw Li. He happily said, old Tu, it's really him. He thought to himself, why is old Tu here, still chatting excitedly with the ministers? He was about to go up and call, old man. Before he could call, the eunuch's voice rang out and Ngo Huang arrived. All the courtiers bowed their heads and shouted, long live Ngo Huang. The other man was a step slower. Then he also knelt down and shouted, long live. Emperor Ngo said, everyone, calm down. He introduced, the envoy Anan Ling came from far away, and would like to enjoy court with us today. He ordered, where are you? Take the chair. Li stepped forward, clasped his hands and said, thanking the king for his good intentions. Then he sat on the chair that had just been placed. The ministers wondered, so Mr. Tu was the messenger Anan Ling, wouldn't it be a coincidence? Li thought, the king of Tianj Kuan Kwok was indeed a monk, so he just found a chance to watch his script. In the book, it is written that in old age, he was greedy for the royal capitals, and wanted to try to find a way to break through the Min Tam realm, to increase his longevity. The lord of Tianj Kuan Kwok, when he was young, was extremely cunning and decisive. After ascending the throne, he tried even harder to dominate the country, becoming the most Renaissance country. Ha Tran was obsessed with cultivating religion and neglected to take court matters seriously. Finally, the struggle for power among the courtiers began to spread. From then on, the people's lives became miserable. The Tianj Kuang dynasty became more and more chaotic. Because the mortal world has a heavy law of cause and effect, Ha Tran had no way to break through the Min Tam realm, and finally died in the home of national teacher Tan Tu. At this time, Tian Kuang kingdom was in chaos at its peak. Li sighed and thought, alas, but an emperor like this is always looking for some elixir of life, and in the end not only dies sooner, but also ruins the reputation he worked so hard to build. After watching the king, I'll continue watching the prince's scripts. I don't know who will inherit the throne in the end. Li first looked at Ha Tian. Starting from the moment he was removed from the position of crown prince, the battle for the position of crown prince in Tianj Kuan country officially broke out. In the end, Ha Tian died, unlucky with the position. King of Tianj Kuan country, Ha Tian, crown prince of Qin country, was a careful person, good at planning and winning people's hearts, but still because of the incident, Fa Yao was removed from the position of crown prince. Li thought to herself, indeed, every crown prince of the dynasty has a highly dangerous profession. Every time the succession begins, the crown prince will have the first misfortune. Li continued to read the next script. Ha Dot, the third prince of the country of Qian, in the realm of weapon training, an insidious and cruel person, with a bit of trickery, introduced a wandering monk to the king of the country of Tianj Kuang, with the intention of benevolence, from controlling the king of Tianj Kuang. In the end, seeing that it was not right, killing the king of Tianj Kuang. In the end, Ha Dot died in the hands of the second prince of Tianj Kuang, Ha La. The last person he saw, Ha Min, the fifth prince of the Qian country, practiced weapons, had a very deep heart, colluded with the powerful minister Ngheim Thong, had a plot to usurp the position of the prince of Tianj Kuan country, but ultimately failed, die. Li held her chin in thought, slowly, what is going on? Even though Hung Dad is the second prince, all four princes will end up dead. Could it be that the prince who wins the throne is among the three remaining prince? He was so busy thinking that when the eunuch shouted, "The court is now low," Li immediately thought, so quickly, the court is already low. Emperor Ngo went inside. The rest of the people bowed their heads and shouted, bowing and sending farewell to Emperor Ngo. Li looked at the three princes and thought, must find an opportunity to see the script of the remaining three princes. The man initially realized that Li was about to call him back, old man. This time, he was interrupted again. General Tun said to Li, little brother Tu, it's your first time coming to our Tianquan country, it's best to let old son take you out for a drink. The third prince approached the two and said, General Sun, you are really bad, you robbed Master Tu, so what should we do? Won't the father blame us for being rude? Fifth prince, following behind, he also agreed and said that what third brother said was very correct. Hadot said respectfully, if Master Tu doesn't mind, then how about we brothers go to the parish church to organize a welcoming party for Master Tu? Li replied, then being disrespectful is better than obeying orders, but you don't have to call me master, that sounds strange, we brothers can just say our names. They left, each one saying, ha ha ha, okay, brother Tu, please, please, brother Tu is so generous ha ha ha. The man saw that scene and immediately clenched his fists, thinking, it's better not to admit that we know each other, to admit that we know each other now will only cause more danger for old Tu. At the parish church, the ball was grand, the maid sweetly said, sir, have another drink. Li replied, ha ha ha, drink. The dancers danced gracefully and supplely in the background of jubilant music. The maid poured wine for Li, please, master, drink. Li laughed happily, ha ha ha, is this mortal, so refreshing. The third prince sat opposite him and spoke, Master Tu, in the future the country of Tianquan must ask for more care from the holy land of Qianling. Crown Prince Ha Tian raised his glass of wine and said, Master Tu, please. The maid fed him food to Li. He happily said, easy to talk, mutually beneficial cooperation. Li asked the third prince, yes, the third prince, why are the fourth prince, sixth prince, and seventh prince not here? The third prince remained silent. Then he looked at him and smiled and said, the old fourth guard at the border cannot return without orders. The fourth old man was appointed king a long time ago, and has been granted land for nearly 10 years. As for the old man, he that is only 12 or 13 years old, currently studying in Gangnam. Li replied, so that's the case, it's a pity that I can't see the handsome demeanor of the other princes, so stop drinking and drinking. The third prince picked up the glass and laughed, ha ha drinking. Li pondered in her mind that the other three princes were not here. Could it be that they did not participate in this battle for power? It is not true that in the future these four princes will all die. The new emperor is definitely not the one, is one of the other three people. The third prince smirked, I will not give the other three a chance to come. The banquet ended. Li launched from above to the ground. He hid behind a large tree and thought, this is Hung Dat's palace. It's too big, this is the prince's treatment. If you search around, you'll definitely be discovered by patrolling soldiers, you'll have to find a guide. Looking at the group of palace maids passing by, Li suddenly had an idea, yes. Waiting for the group of palace maids to pass most of the way, he pulled the last person to the tree. He covered her mouth and said, don't speak up, I'm a good person, only stealing beauty, not property. Suddenly realizing that because he was confused, he said the wrong thing, he told her again, it's not right, I don't steal beauty or property, I just want you to guide me. He loosened his hand to cover her mouth and said, now take me to your master's room, don't cry out if you understand then nod. The palace maid nodded. She trembled and said follow me. She led him to a room and said, my master's room is here. He came to the door and said, thank you, don't worry, I just have something to look for your master, I won't hurt him. He entered the room and saw no one, so he called out, old Hung. Looking around and seeing no one, he thought to himself, no one. Hearing the sound of water, he wondered if Mr. Hung was taking a bath. Li looked around the room and smiled softly. I said, Mr. Hung, your decoration of this room is too girly. Inside the bathroom, suddenly a blue-haired girl without clothes walked out. When she saw him, she covered her chest and shouted loudly, a prostitute. Li blushed and exclaimed, oh my God. The girl covered her body with a towel, desperately screaming, help me, there are robbers, come quickly. To avoid causing trouble, he had to go in front of her and cover her mouth, saying, "Stop screaming, I'm not a bad person." She punched him in the face. Li tried to say, "Listen to the explanation, Ayo, I'm really not a bad person, Ayo." Due to the struggle, his foot tripped hers, and the two of them slipped and fell. Li panicked, and when she looked back, he was on top of her. She was stunned for a long time. Old Hung outside kicked in the door and rushed in. He loudly asked, "Lu, what happened?" Hung Dat entered the room and asked, Lu, I heard you calling, you didn't." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw two people pressing each other on the ground. Hung Dat angrily grabbed Li's shirt and pulled him up to scold him. "Damn it, you dare to bully my sister," he said shyly. "It's just a misunderstanding." The two turned to look at each other and realized they were acquaintances. Hung Dat called out, "Lao Tu, I called, Old Hung." The two hugged each other tightly. He said, "I finally met you, your place is so big." Hung Dat replied, "Okay, I really admire you, I didn't expect to find you here." Lulu just now saw the intimate scene of brotherhood and immediately got angry and said, "You guys, do you know that I'm still taking a shower?" There were screams in the palace. "Io." The room door was tightly closed. Both Hung Dat and Li were kicked out. Hung Dat turned to introduce him. "This is Ha Lulu, my only biological sister, this year 17, do you want to marry?" Li immediately interrupted, "Thank you brother, there is no need." He said goodbye and was about to walk away. Hung Dat grabbed his shoulder and said, "Wait, come back for me." The two of them left that place and arrived at Hung Dat's room. Li asked, "So this is your room?" Hung Dat replied, "Yes." Li wondered, "Strange, isn't this your palace? Why did that maid take me to your sister's room?" Hwang Dat smiled and replied, "This was originally the palace of the 8th queen, my palace is still being repaired, so I was temporarily here." He exclaimed, "Oh my god, so it is like that." Li held her chin and thought back to when she asked that person and said, "You asked the second prince's residence." "Oh, I remember it, I blame it all on that bearded guy for not saying it clearly." Hung Dat happily said, "Old Tu, I know what you came to do, I accept your kindness, but the situation of Tianquan country is not something that a small cave palace can solve. If you interfere in the affairs of the dynasty, especially the royal family, then even if you die, the holy land of Ling will not show up for you." Li replied, "If you are lucky enough to survive, even if returning to the holy land will also result in punishment. Look at the jade pendant given to him by Chu Vo Tin." Li firmly said, "Don't talk anymore, I only have your eldest son, how can I let you not care, and you also understand me, if I'm here then I'll take care of this matter, already." Hung Dat frowned and sighed, "There's no need to involve you." Li asked, "But this time you came back in such a hurry, what happened?" Old Hung replied, "My father is about to fail." He was surprised, "What?" But his face today at court was still very good. Old Hung honestly said, "Don't look at his seemingly fine appearance, he just used some kind of secret technique, let outsiders see, in fact many people don't know, my father is doing this, just deceiving yourself and deceiving others." Li said, "So you returned to see your father off at the end of the journey?" Hung Dat replied, "Yes." He frowned and said, "I'm sure you also know that none of your other brothers will think that you're returning simply out of filial piety, everyone will think that the person who returns at this sensitive moment is you, wants to compete for the throne." Hung Dat replied, "But after all, you are my father, as a human being, we must be filial first, at the end of our lives, no matter what, we must be by our side for a little while." Hung Dat added, "Not only that, but also my mother and sister." Li asked, "What do you mean?" Hung Dat asked him, "Do you know the Ha Kingdom?" He replied, "Yes, it is a neighboring dynasty of your Tianquan country." Old Hung deeply said, "The Xia country is also a neighboring dynasty to the Holy Land of Ling. The dynasty provides good seeds for cultivating immortals to the Holy Land. The Holy Land protects the dynasty. If another dynasty invades then Holy Earth will also act. But if there is internal turmoil in the dynasty, or there is a struggle between dependent dynasties, Ling Holy Land will follow the old rules and not care." Li wondered, "Do you have any problems between the Ha and Tianquan countries?" Hung Dat nodded, "Yes, it's not a deep hatred, but it's also very deep. Then Old Hung told me that a long time ago, when Tianquan kingdom was prosperous, my father stole the first beauty of Ha kingdom, who was also the queen of the emperor of Ha kingdom. This is just a little bit. In general, the Xia country and the Kangquan country constantly have large and small grievances, but now the Kangquan country is getting weaker and weaker, and the Xia country is becoming more and more prosperous. Li rolled her eyes and thought, stealing someone's wife, this is not considered a deep hatred. Hung Dat angrily slammed the table. When I was in Anan Ling Holy Land, of course I still received this news. He frowned and said, my mother was once the #1 beauty of Kang Kuang country, and now, my younger sister has just been voted the #1 beauty of Kang Kuang country, yet the big brother my other son also proposed to take my mother and sisters to the Xia country. Li asked, has your father agreed? Hung Dat replied, no, although my father was confused, no matter what he said, when he was young, he was the master of the center of prosperity, very arrogant. Li replied leisurely, but wait until your father is dead, after one of your brothers ascends the throne, he will definitely do the same to flatter the country. Hearing that, Hung Dat was angry, no, this is something we cannot tolerate. So no matter what, even if I have to risk my life, I won't let this happen. Li smiled gently and said, I understand it's not early anymore, I have to return here. Hung Dat suddenly asked him, Lao Tu, how do you feel about my sister? Li wondered, what do you mean? Remembering yesterday's image of Lulu gave me goosebumps. Once I said this normally again, the next second I would entrust you to me. I remembered, there were 3 women in the house and 1 child, it's solid, no need for more. Hung Dat believes in him. You are my brother, I will always say it frankly. My plan was originally that when my father died, then the kingdom of Tianj Kuang would definitely be in chaos. I had to fight, to get the royal flavor, add the bundle of fire. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, I will fake the death of my mother and younger sister, then secretly take them to the holy land of checking spirits, to your Vu Tianj Fan. Li put her hand on her chin and thought for a bit then said, what you said just now was the way it was, so what now? Hung Dat immediately whispered, now if your old master has arrived, to avoid a long night full of dreams, at that time I can ask someone to take my mother and younger sister to the holy land, with you as an escort, the more secure we will be. Being entrusted with this important responsibility by his brother, Lam flatly refused, you have reason, but I refused. Hung Dat frowned and asked why. He replied with difficulty, if you do this, the night will be shorter, but how do you explain to your father that you will voluntarily send your younger sister, especially your mother, to the Holy Land? Here, it's the crime of lese majesty, are you tired of living? Hung Dat calmly replied, unless you return to the Holy Land with us, otherwise it's okay, but Li is determined not to meet his needs. No, I have to stay here or else you can't return to the Holy Land to control the spirit. If that's the case, then stop it. If your mother and younger sister know that you sacrificed yourself for them, do you think they will feel at ease? Maybe they haven't even reached the Holy Land yet and the spirit has already run away. At that time, no one really could save him. Hung Dat lowered his head in disappointment and said in a low voice, so what else can I do? Li immediately pointed at his chest and said, don't worry, at least before your father died, your mother and sisters were still safe. Wait until your father leaves. When that happens, chaos will arise. Then let's talk. Nothing will happen to the 2 of us, your mother and your sister. Hung Dat was reassured like that and gently let go of that idea, but he still has a defense plan with Li. So you must agree with me, if there really is no other way out then you take my mother and sister and run away, and I will stay. Li also happily replied, I agree with you. That night, he knocked on his sister's door. Lulu was not asleep yet. Seeing her brother calling, she immediately opened the door and asked, what's wrong? Suddenly she remembered Li, so she was on guard and looked around. Wait, has that rapist gone yet? Hung Dat can only say, gone. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then good brother, is there anything wrong at such a late hour? Hung Dat hesitantly replied, Lulu, how do you feel about Li? Early morning of the 2nd day at the station. Anan Ling saw him coming out and immediately called to greet him, Prince Tu, this is the prince's invitation to attend the flower banquet the day after tomorrow. At that time, the handsome men, the kings, nobles, and aristocrats in the capital were all participating, still hoping that young Master Tu would arrange a time. He took the paper and thought about it. The flower banquet was probably a good opportunity to attract him. Contact, find out more information here. One of the 3 most famous castles in Tianj Kuang Quoc Du Lac Tuat Cac. At the auction, a piece of music was played by a woman on stage. This piece of music was said to only exist in heaven, only rarely heard on earth. The better the music, the more beautiful the person. Someone said loudly, don't play another song. The girl stood up and took the instrument. Everyone below immediately shouted, I gave her 1,000 taels of gold. The girl stayed to play one more song. Someone offered 5,000 taels, but then she had to say no. What a pity, too. Another girl was holding a piece of paper and announcing, with the invitation of our master, the beauty queen would definitely come the day after tomorrow. The girl held the instrument and read the contents inside, which was the bird's nest leaf. At the Parliament Palace, the royal citadel of Tianj Kuan Kwok. The ministers inside were discussing amongst themselves. What did they hear? The 4 princes who had been guarding the border had already returned. Not only had the 6th prince who had been crowned king returned, the famous 7th prince had returned, illustrious, also returned. I heard that the 3 princes participated in the flower festival at the same time the other day, and I felt like something big was about to happen. 2 days later, at Bahoa banquet, Li came here and attended. He was frustrated as he walked and mumbled, "Ban Hoa Ban, there is a party here, no wonder it's called Ban Hoa Ban." Suddenly a girl ran out and excitedly called him, "Mr. Tu." Li was suddenly startled and raised his hand to keep the distance closer, confused and asked, "Are you?" The girl replied, "The slave is the one sent by the crown prince to welcome Master Tu. Tonight Master Su will be the servant, serve." Li was surprised. What did the crown prince arrange? "I think of the image of the crown prince, brother, please enjoy it well." "You think, it's not about taking care of me, it's about monitoring me, right, you know that but you can't refuse." But on the outside, he was still welcoming, "So it's too much trouble for the lady," he whispered to himself, "Hung dat, little thief, father, I have sacrificed a lot for you." The girl next to her coyly said, "If you don't mind, Master Tu doesn't criticize the slave family, that's fine." At this time at the party, everyone inside was talking excitedly to each other, still taking one of his books. "Sir Lu, congratulations to you, congratulations to the teacher," the first person poured the wine. One of them asked, "Junior brother Su was asking the 4th prince." The 4th prince took up the army to fight the enemy. Moreover, the 4th prince had trained himself very well in the battlefield. His martial arts skills were also very good. Now even if you don't do anything, you have already reached the 4th realm. Another old man asked, "My brother asked the 6th prince." The 6th prince was named a gentle king, and was very popular in Fondai. However, he burst out laughing and said no more. Another boy joined their conversation. "This is the 7th prince, don't look at his young age, but he is a genius, he can study anything well, but the 7th prince cannot if you have the foundation to practice, otherwise you will definitely become a hero in that direction." Li listened to everyone's discussion and thought a bit. It seemed that the 3 princes who had never met each other had a not simple position. Who could be the last one to ascend the throne among the 3 of them? Hung Dat raised his hand and greeted with a smile, "Master Tu, you are also here." Behind him is Ha Lu Lu. Li replied, "His Highness the 2nd prince." While smiling and admiring, "This is my sister, worthy of being the #1 beauty in the country, so beautiful," a charming purr rang out. Suddenly appearing next to Li was a girl with black hair and a red bow. Her eyes looked wetly at Li. He raised his hand and awkwardly refused. Seeing that, Ha Lu Lu crossed his arms and said in a disdainful voice, he thought it was a pure-hearted and self-centered monk, but it turned out he was also excited. Behind him were men with O-shaped eyes and O-shaped mouths in surprise. Hearing that, Li proudly replied, "Hey, this is not lust, it's just the pursuit of beauty." Hearing that, the girl next to him immediately took Li's arm, deliberately letting her soul touch his arm, constantly blaming him for loving him. Young Master Tu was praising the slave's beauty. How disgusting. Vinegar Pot Ha Lu Lu pursed her lips to hold back her thoughts. Being lewd is worthy of death, only knowing how to seduce men. Sooner or later I will let you die in my hands. The back suddenly became noisy. Everyone turned their eyes to the back, constantly admiring. Look, there she is. She is indeed as beautiful as rumored. A girl with a seductive beige dress appeared, her hand placed on her chest to deliberately reveal her huge chest, while introducing and greeting the gentlemen and servants of Antuit. "Hello," she smiled gently. As soon as the men saw Antuit appear, they were in a hurry. They heard that Miss Antuit was performing a heavenly dance. They didn't know if they would have the honor to see it today. Others replied, "Yes, that's right." The shy girl gently refused. Today Antuit only danced one song. Moreover, she only danced for one person. Today whoever writes a poem can move the slave family. The slave family will dance for that person. As soon as they heard that, the men suddenly became animalistic. Their faces could not hide the desire to conquer the beauty. One of the boys asked why he only danced for one person. Several others also joined in and said, "This is not what I thought. Yes, I must win today." Antuit placed his hand on his lips and absent-mindedly replied, "Then Antuit will not bother you gentlemen anymore. Looking forward to your works." Li behind him couldn't help but praise, "What a great beauty." As soon as he finished speaking, Hung Dat grabbed her shoulder tightly. His face could not hide his impatience. "Hey, don't just look at her anymore, look at my sister." Halulu didn't know when she was standing behind the two of them, arms crossed over her chest, leaning her back against the back of the door, smiling. Men are really not good things. Seeing beautiful women, was lost. The words touched to Lee's heart, he could only rub his head awkwardly. He quickly changed the subject to avoid embarrassment. Hey, it's not too early. The second emperor, the eighth princess, I'll go gather with you first. As soon as Tali finished speaking, Hung Dat grabbed his arm. He ordered you not to leave. Tali was stunned and cried out, ah. He raised his hand forward and spoke at the same time. What's wrong with the second prince? Hung Dat seemed to be calculating something in his heart as he replied, of course. He looked straight at Tali and continued, Master Su must have forgotten, before you said you wrote a poem for my sister at Bak Hoa Yen. Tali's face froze, stiffened, sprayed with glue, and asked again, did I say something? Hung Dat snapped his fingers and said, where are you? We have to write poetry. To avoid the beauty from getting bored, let's take her away first. At the same time, a man appeared and pulled the girl with the red ribbon from earlier. Go. The girl seemed dissatisfied while struggling and saying, no, I'm not bored. Tali just remained helplessly silent, not knowing what to say. Hung Dat's meaning was clearly shown on his face. He proudly turned around and said to Tali, Master Tu, you are here to slowly write poetry for my sister. I will go find Miss Antuit first. Tali was puzzled, turned to look at Ha Lulu. He suddenly realized that his face couldn't hide the embarrassment. Damn it, it's obvious that you want to cooperate with me and your sister. As soon as he heard Hung Dat speak, Ha Lulu asked, do you want to write a poem for me? Tali forced a smile and replied, I'll try that, ha ha. He said while thinking, the last time we met was so sudden, I haven't seen Ha Lulu's script yet. Let's take this opportunity to take a look. Maybe I can help old Hung solve the problem, difficult nowadays. Tali stroked her chin and asked the system a question. The system wants to see what tasks Ha Lulu needs to complete in her script. A voice spoke up, letting Ha Lulu say what was on her mind. You can see her script. As soon as the system finished speaking, his face was filled with worry. He remembered the system's words, letting Ha Lulu talk in his heart. Seeing Tali pensive for a while now, Ha Lulu spoke up to interrupt his thoughts. Do you really write poetry? If not, then I'll go. Her arms crossed over her chest, her eyebrows frowned, even though Ha Lulu looked uncomfortable. Tali continued to talk to herself, holding her head in both hands. The road ahead was so dark. Eating a huge avocado smoothie from Tali, Ha Lulu was so embarrassed that she became angry. She walked towards the main door, without looking back at him with red cheeks, saying, no need to hold back anymore. Poem, I don't really want it either. Let's go, I have something to tell you. Seeing the woman in front of him suddenly angry for no reason, Tali stammered in response, oh okay. He was dissatisfied and said in his heart, this princess's temper really changed so quickly. Two people, one in front and one in the back, walked towards the main gate. Tali walked behind while talking to herself, her eyes constantly wandering around. What exactly did she want to say to me? Suddenly he was sweating profusely, his face full of terror with typical dead fish eyes. It wasn't like he wanted to find someone to take a bag and beat him up, right? Feeling the unkind look from Tali, Ha Lulu turned and said, brother wants to make things happen for you and me. Tali awkwardly looked like she didn't understand. Oh, if your brother did that, it must have been his intention. Ha Lulu suddenly raised her voice. What do you mean? I think she's sick. She stood in the middle of the brickyard, her arms hanging at both sides, and continued to speak. I know you are an immortal of the Holy Land, so powerful that you can control the fate of a dynasty, but I am not afraid of you. Even if I get married, I have to marry the person I like, not you. Tali smiled amiably, reached out to Ha Lulu, and asked her, Your Highness the Princess, does someone like her? She answered no. She turned towards Tali. Her cheeks were red like a girl who had just fallen in love. I just wanted to show my attitude first, so that you would have less expectations. I hate the so-called orders from parents, the words of a matchmaker. My husband, I must choose myself. Tali seemed to have just enlightened something. Her face couldn't help but praise the princess in front of her. These awakening words, unexpectedly came from a royal princess, truly surprised people. Feeling the evaluation from the other person's eyes, Ha Lulu couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. She lowered her eyes and asked, What's wrong with you? Don't you think my statement was very good? Tali did not hesitate to answer in good faith. Everyone has the right to choose what they want and don't want. Her Highness the Princess is just exercising her right. Isn't this a good thing? Ha Lulu exclaimed. She had never received support like this before. It was as if a source of electricity was flowing through her heart. A wind blew straight into her heart. It seemed like something was vibrating. She turned to look at him with a bright face. Tali seemed to sense something had changed. He confidently supported her. I respect the princess's choice. The two people stood side by side. She shyly turned to face the other direction, stammering speechlessly, you understand, that's good. Seeing her unnatural attitude, Tali seemed to realize what he was asking her. Her Highness the Princess is worried that her brother will force her to marry me. Halulu looked worried at his words. She held her hand tightly in front of her chest and hesitantly said, "Don't worry, I just don't want him to be disappointed." As soon as she finished speaking, the system sound rang out, ding, congratulating the host on completing the task, allowing Halulu to speak out what was in her heart. Tali received the system's signal and immediately turned serious. "Hey, the mission is completed." It turns out that just now was the matter in Halulu's heart. The system continues to give notifications, opening Halulu's scenario. He raised his eyes and looked straight ahead, unable to help but be surprised. Wait a minute, that is... Above Halulu's head, a book appeared with sparkling golden light. He couldn't believe his eyes. The script was golden. How could it be? Tali was indeed a bit surprised when she saw the princess's script in front of her eyes. Why is Halulu's script yellow? Is she not a normal person? Above Halulu's head appeared a small book with a yellow cover. The system spoke. Halulu's luck is golden, the path to cultivating immortals, reaching the peak, forever alone. Tali stared at the line of text in front of him, making him unable to help but wonder. It's over, there are only these 20 words. Could it be that this time the mission was so simple? It was obvious that before it was very perverted. The more he thought, the more his face lost its morality, but the 20 words became more perverted, reaching the peak, forever alone. But it's clear that I can't sense her spiritual energy fluctuations, which also means that Halulu has no way to practice at all, and using illusion magic to see, her core is very normal. What is this all about? He was so engrossed in the book on Halulu's head that he forgot that there was someone still standing here observing the changes in his face. She couldn't help but frown in discomfort. She shouted loudly, "Hey, lewd, thief, if you look at me like that again, I'll gouge your eyes out." Tali shyly scratched her head and smiled, then spoke again. "Sorry, the princess's appearance was indeed very beautiful, it made me a bit dazed." She couldn't help but feel shy because of his compliments, blaming and being soft-spoken. He bowed to her. "If Her Highness the Princess has finished speaking and I have understood what Her Highness means, I will leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned away, thinking seriously, I had offended Halulu before. If she grew up in the future, I would definitely be the first unlucky person. A lovely voice softly spoke up. "Tali," he replied, does Her Highness the Princess have any further instructions?" Halulu seriously said, "Can I gouge out your eyes and cut off one of your hands?" Tali waved her hand and smiled wryly. Her Highness the Princess really knows how to joke. Ha ha ha. Her face was indifferent and she replied, "Oh, that's funny." Tali was sweating all over her body, her face wrinkled like a monkey's ass. He turned around and decisively walked forward. "If nothing else happened to the princess, I would like to take my leave in advance." The hero two's eyes were filled with tears. He quickly ran away, not with the scary person, thus, leaving behind the lost Halulu. She reached out her hand to him. Just a moment after Tali left, Halulu's face changed. She seemed to be talking to someone. "You said this man was not bad. At that time he really didn't mean to touch me." She crossed her arms over her chest and continued to speak. "I know he didn't do it on purpose, but he really touched me, so I have to pay the price. As for what the price is, when the time comes, tell me." Her face, as if planning something, just raised one side of his mouth and continued to speak. "I know. Now what I need to do is to get the dragon luck of the people of Tianquan country. My other 3 brothers have also returned. Don't worry, I have my own decision, determined." Turning to Tali's scene, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I finally understand what is called the cruelty of innocence." He stroked his chin and closed his eyes to think, but what was wrong with her script? Could it be that the system was faulty? Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Look, the 3 princes are here." He turned his head back to look. The 3 princes, the 4th prince, the 6th prince and the 7th prince, the 3 princes who had just returned to the royal capital came here together. All 3 princes looked at each other from the front gate. Everyone looked like gentlemen, hypocritical. Tali couldn't hide her joy. "That's great, I've never seen the script of the 3 of them. This time I can finally know who will step up to the throne." 3 books appeared one after another above the heads of the 3 princes. In the frame of 3 books opened together, the next emperor of Tianquan country is crowned. Tali frowned and raised his head. "The next emperor to ascend the throne of Tianquan country is... This is impossible." On the top of that man's head appeared the shape of a magical green book, heroic hero, the fourth prince of Tan Kuang, the fourth martial arts father, often leading troops in combat, training himself on the battlefield. Ha Kiet-dung was a courageous person, treated his subordinates very well, was deeply loved by his subordinates, used 100,000 soldiers. While competing for the throne there was a mutiny and he failed. His 5 soldiers were torn to pieces. Die. The heart's voice resounded fiercely after learning the truth. No. His eyes moved to the second candidate, Ha Nok, the sixth prince of Kang Kuang, who was originally appointed king of Gangnam, moved to Fondat, had extremely good relations with the family in Gangnam, and was known for his love. People, later at the request of the people of Gangnam, continued to be appointed Nam Nguyen Vuong, proclaimed Hien Vuong, known as a virtuous person, took advantage of Gangnam's reputation and received the support of family, failed to compete for the throne and died. Looking at the object in front of him, he shook his head. No. The young man nearby attracted the attention of Tali, Ha Chong, the seventh prince of the Tianj Kuan country. He was praised by the academy as a once-in-a-100-year genius who learned everything extremely quickly, but there was no such thing. Basically, there is no way to practice. Even though he is only 14 years old, he has already developed early. Ha Chong has no intention of competing but has no other way to participate in winning the position of Queen Mother for his mother. In order to realize the truth, fulfilling his mother's wishes, Ha Chong participated in the failed bid for the throne and died. Looking at all the information about the target around him, he could only shout helplessly, it was all wrong. Tali felt confused as she looked around. The scripts of all the princes had been read, not one person was crowned king, moreover the 7 sons all fought over it, in the end they all died, so who else can be crowned king? At this moment, another figure appeared in his mind that made him startled. Wait, could it be that it was not the prince who ascended the throne, but... Thinking of her, Tali exclaimed, the queen ascended the throne. He immediately held his head in panic. That's not right. This world has thousands and thousands of dynasties but there has never been a female emperor. Could it be that Ha Lulu wants to destroy this feudal system? But the drama her version is clear. At this moment, a voice rang out, interrupting his horrified thoughts. A man standing nearby spoke up. You are the messenger Anan Ling. To Tian Su, right? Hello to Tian Su. The surrounding crowd moved away, eyes laid on him. The other man continued, we 3 brothers have been outside for a long time, just returned to the imperial city today, still hoping for Tiansu's forgiveness. The people next to us also agreed. I heard that Tiansu is already a caveman. At such a young age, Su Tiansu is already shouldering the great path alone. Tali shyly raised her hand to scratch the hair on the back of her head, smiling slightly. The 3 royal highnesses have spoken harshly. They have long heard the great names of the 3 princes. It is also an honor for Tali to meet them today. At this time, Chu Vo Tin spoke up, everyone, since it's Bok Hoa Yen, why isn't there a poem to match? The old man is in a good mood after drinking, and will present a poor song of his own first. As soon as the servants around heard it, they whispered to each other, Vuong Dai Nhan is about to write a poem, look quickly, behind that curtain. Nearby was a red-dressed woman holding a pipa, each slender finger ready to sing melodious music. Seeing this charming scene, the guest could not help but sigh. When to the lady is already waiting behind the curtain. The sound rang out from the crowd. Not knowing if Vuong Dai Nhan could finally impress Miss Wen and become her friend, he burst out laughing. Ha! This old man's poem has flowers as its theme. The low sound echoed out the verses, the wind invaded the night, the cold flowers, the incense mixed with the flowers and the lustful waters. Hearing the words he was using, Tali immediately realized the nature of the other person. How could this Vuong Dai Nhan write a poem with such a warm tone even though he was old and seemed like an old woman? Ignore. The servants and guests around were different. They all competed to praise Chu Vo Tin's poetic talent. Well, as expected of Vuong Dai Nhan who had become famous in his youth, his strength was still the same as that year. The people around him I'm equally excited. I don't know if Miss Anju will like it or not. But the woman was still sadly hugging the guitar tightly like a soulmate and silently did not respond. They immediately realized and were too lazy to tease. Miss Wenju did not react. Vuong Dai Nhan failed. One of the 3 men from earlier respectfully turned towards him. It's my turn. Today I write a poem for the beauty. At this moment, Ha Kiet-dung suddenly interrupted the young man's words and pointed his hand at him. To Tiansu, I heard that you praise beautiful women. Why don't you try making a song? In case you catch Miss Wen's eye, this trip to Kang Kuang country was not in vain. As soon as the words were spoken, Tali gasped in bewilderment, smiled wryly and replied, the 4th prince said so. Tom also had the same idea. Ha ha ha. On the outside they were still happy and in sync, but on the inside they had already scolded him. Damn, you just came back. Do you need to listen so clearly? Li stepped forward, seriously closing her eyes to think. Tu was incompetent, so she also prepared a poem. Ling Tu looked at this scene and frowned angrily, thinking, write a poem for me to stand for half a day and not be able to push a word, now I'm good. He couldn't feel the murderous aura rising from her. He seriously took a breath and wrote a poem. Of course he would write it, but this poem was not for Miss Wen, but for Her Highness the 8th Princess. Hearing what he just said, she was immediately startled and looked away. The poem was for her. Could he really only write for her? Li spoke loudly, I write a song. In the wind and night I release flowers in the sky. Kan Shu Lak, stars like feathers, Bao Ma Condor far perfume full road, Phoenix Tu Tan Dong, Jade Arc turns, One Night Fish, and Dragon Dance, Nguyen He Snow Willow Golden Flood, funny voices at Duan Duan haunt the fragrance past. The surrounding audience couldn't help but gasp in amazement at his dual martial arts abilities. Li didn't pay too much attention and continued her song. They thought about other people's dominions, suddenly they fought back, people refused, and the fire spread to the land. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding guests did not hesitate to praise and exclaim in excitement at the great man, good poetry, this poetry can be remembered for hundreds of generations. Ignoring the ordinary people who crave glory and wine, he walked towards her and said sincerely, if Her Highness the 8th Princess doesn't mind, can she accept this poem? The young girl has never interacted with other men before, hesitating, unable to speak, hesitantly blushing. Just a second ago, she was scolding him and was flapping her lips, but now she didn't know how to respond. She kept rolling her eyes and her heart was racing. I, for one, can't accept this poem that will be immortalized forever. Vong Deep saw this love scene and couldn't help but start to say sarcastically, young Master Tu is also really biased. Could it be that you really don't have any other poems to give to your family? This made Li truly surprised and speechless. The surrounding people turned their eyes to the beautiful woman who was actively whispering. It was Miss An. Miss Wen was willing to take the initiative to approach Master Tu. The person next to her replied, could it be that Master Tu is Mr. Wen's guest, Miss Tonight? The other teacher looked at him admiringly and said, Master Tu really has the destiny of peaches. To Li's side, the tall young man bowed respectfully to show his respect, then calmly said, Miss Wen, Su's learning ability is limited, being able to write one article is already a struggle, one more another article I'm afraid is. During this dangerous time, suddenly the crowd began to riot, whispering something unknown in each other's ears, only to know that the next moment the expressions on their faces became confused, scared, a bit nervous. One of them shouted, what? This attracted Li's attention. What happened? Why did all the princes suddenly feel like they were in a pandemic? Ha Tian tried to stay calm and turned away while leaving some information. There was something going on in the palace. I'll let you know in advance. I still hope for your understanding. Looking at the princes hurried back, he thought to himself, even Hung Dat, could it be that something happened to the old emperor? Looking at the eyes that secretly turned around, the mysterious man frowned slightly and looked towards him. His father was in danger. Li looked at their expressions and was even more certain of his guess. Indeed, although he knew that sooner or later something would happen to the old emperor, he did not expect it to be so fast, and moreover, looking at some people who were calm and scheming, he thought, from the prince's script, they knew that the third prince who killed the old emperor was the third prince. The sad expression later on was definitely fake. Li observed the calm and unruffled expression from that person, the more he felt that every step could not go wrong. Vong Deep turned around and was about to leave. Master Tu, the slave family is a bit tired. Master Tu can take the slave home, please. Only then did he remember her presence, silently exclaiming, oh shit, I forgot she was still here. He quickly responded, stunned, must have been drinking a lot of wine. I'll call someone to bring it to you. Bowl of hangover soup. The 8th princess witnessed this scene and immediately felt that she was an outsider in the matter between the two of them. She said, it seems like I came at the wrong time. However, contrary to that thought, Li was excited. No, she came at the right time. He responded sharply, Her Highness the 8th Princess came to see too. There must be something wrong. The 8th Princess still felt uncomfortable at that close scene, so she angrily turned around and tried to leave. My brother wants to see you. Come or not, it's up to you. As soon as Li heard it, she was happy to have escaped that unfortunate tragedy. Wait, I'll follow you. His smiling expression when standing in front of her changed when he spoke to Miss Wen. I'm sorry Miss Wen, Tom has an urgent matter, let's meet again next time. The back of the young man walked away decisively, leaving the lonely girl alone there. Mung Deep saw this scene and thought, Li, you didn't wait in the Sword Spirit Holy Land, why did you run here? At the conference hall, an authoritative voice rang out, "The Crown Prince's unrighteous behavior, contrary to morality and ethics, will be deposed from today." Li heard all those sounds and couldn't help but be surprised. The Crown Prince had been deposed. Hung Dat turned his hands helplessly and looked into the distance. His father was in critical condition and could not survive tonight. He didn't know how to comfort him. He could only accompany the second prince. Why was the Crown Prince deposed? The royal young man seemed to have encountered a soulmate that people often talk about, quickly replied, having an affair with his concubine. In the palace, it was revealed that the emperor's father was also angry because of this and his old illness relapsed. When he heard the story, he immediately felt that there was something wrong inside him. He wondered and expressed his guess. Strangely, this kind of thing is not a royal scandal. It should be hidden. Why was it announced so widely? Besides, this timing is too coincidental. Hung Dat didn't pay too much attention to the plot he was talking about. It couldn't be a coincidence, but regardless of who was the mastermind behind it, it didn't matter anymore. The Crown Prince was deposed. His father would die tonight. The fourth brother's 200,000 soldiers and horses have already arrived at the border. Tianquan Kingdom is in chaos tonight. The second prince was originally calm, but when he said this, he suddenly became very excited. He turned to look at Li. "Tonight, you will take my mother and sister and return to the Sword Spirit Holy Land. This is the opportunity, only." His trust in him is something that cannot be hidden. Having gone through many things together, Li is now the most trustworthy companion, which makes him suddenly turn his head and point his finger at her. "Prince, I understand. Don't get involved. Quickly reunite with us after finishing work," Hung Dat replied. "Rest assured." The two of you held each other's shoulders like soulmates, completely ignoring the troublesome roles. "We were ready. Once we were done," a loud booming sound cut off his voice. That voice rang out from deep within the palace, causing Li to be confused. The prince has been here for a long time and immediately recognizes it, the great protectorate array of the royal citadel of Tianquan. Eyes full of worry turned to his confidant and said, "The great formation started. The entire royal citadel of Tianquan could not enter, could not leave. Inside the palace, a man's plot is taking place. It's so urgent. Is there really no problem, Your Highness the third prince?" Chan Duqiu cunningly twirled his fingers, thinking about something. Then cautiously said, "The decree to destroy the corpse is fake. Even if the people in the court cannot see it, it will be sent to Sword Spirit Holy Land to verify. Not only that, when the time comes, the body will be examined, the cause of his father's death will be investigated." He looked straight at the man in front, excitedly said, "Instead of waiting until then to be passive, it would be better to strike first. Besides, why is taking the throne so complicated?" His face clearly shows his evil intentions. "No matter what the final result is, in the end, there is only me left. Who else could the royal position of Kangquan Kingdom belong to besides me?" Zhen Duqiu looked at him. "We in Thiat sect, don't lie to me. The royal citadel is closed. It will be reopened in half a month. Are you sure you have enough confidence to eliminate all my brothers? However, this person is also an old fox who has fought for decades in his life. He is not easily weak and gives up. He shows his heart on every face. That is natural." At this point, he felt secure and turned around to leave. "Let's go. It's time to meet my brothers." Crown Prince Ha Tian stood looking to one side with a solemn expression. In front of the subordinates of the Dark Demon sect, she respectfully said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, my master asked us that things have come to this point and I don't know if Your Highness has made a decision yet." As soon as she finished what he said, "I ascended to the royal position and escaped from the Holy Land, becoming a dependent of your Dark Demon sect." She calmly raised her hand to show her agreement and then replied, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince, first go to Tu Tian's palace and we will protect His Highness the Crown Prince very carefully." At this moment, a smile appeared on his lips that was hard to hide, and a voice spoke from his side, "Your Majesty, Father Hahuhu." In another development in Ha Lulu Palace. In the room, the second Prince Hung Dat said uncomfortably, his father had just passed away and the imperial capital could fall at any time. Now he could only protect his mother and Lulu here first. Male 9 to Li was now standing next to him and asked worriedly, "What should be the next step?" He turned to Male 9 and said, "I'm planning." Before I could finish my sentence, I suddenly noticed something and turned away, somewhat afraid that someone would come. There was a person appearing with an overwhelming aura all over his body, exuding a blue aura. He was even more frightened. His voice was somewhat unclear. He was the monk with the strongest strength in the middle stage of the palace, serving the great power of the primeval realm, Shaman Yetmen. Hearing that, Nam 9 was afraid. His face turned pale, he trembled, he stammered and said, "I won't die here today, will I?" In another place, Tally's junior sister, Quat Tien Van, was resting on the bed. She seemed to be having a nightmare and looked frightened, clutching the blanket and shouting loudly, "Don't, senior brother." Then she suddenly woke up confused and thought, why was this dream so real that her brother was torn into pieces in a strange place and his soul was destroyed? Thinking of this, she became even more worried and then secretly resolved in her heart that senior brother Tien Van would not let anything happen to him. She thought so and came to Chu Vo Tin. He was surprised and said, "Why do you want to go to Tianj Kuang country?" She bowed her head and said sincerely, "The disciple dreamed that senior brother had an unexpected incident in the country of Shang Kuang and was very uneasy. The disciple was afraid that from here on out, he wouldn't be able to make it in time and wouldn't know if there was anything the Holy Master could do." He nervously stood up, walked back and forth unconsciously, and said, "The water hurt his frame." Then his expression suddenly changed and he said loudly, "Isn't the hidden dragon coming out of the abyss and the 10,000 Li corpse of the commercial kingdom fighting for power? Why did this divination appear?" He stroked his beard and thought for a long time, then said, "Tien Van, I'm sorry, Tianj Kuang country is about to have something big happen, I can't let you take risks." Hearing that, she looked somewhat disappointed and said, Tien Van begged the Holy Master to fulfill his request. If the Holy Master did not agree, then Tien Van would definitely find another way to go. Hearing that, he sighed helplessly and said, "Has he, you two brothers?" After that, he had to allow her to go, then said, "Find your senior brother, then tear off this golden talisman. This talisman can transport you back here. Remember that this talisman can only be transmitted to two people and can only be used once." She listened to his instructions and then spoke. Tien Van remembered them in her heart. Then he moved his magic and said, "The Holy Land restraining spirits cannot participate in the affairs of the royal country, that's all I can help you with." Then he decisively said loudly, "Go." She immediately replied, "That's enough, thank you, Holy Master." At Ha Lulu Palace, Hung Dat leaned into Dali's hand and said, "What exactly is this?" He immediately replied, "Old Hung, your mother's past is so remarkable." Shaman Yet Min held Tran Van Van's hand and said in a gentle voice, "Van Van, follow me." The red book was displayed above his head. It opened, and on it was written that in his childhood, he was the child of a servant in Tran Van Van's palace. The concubine of the royal kingdom Shaman Yet Min had always secretly loved Tran Van Van for a long time. Tran Van Van also had feelings for Tran Van Van. After growing up, Shaman Yet Min and Tran Van Van were chosen to enter the palace. Shaman Yet Min was angry. After Tran Van Van entered the palace, Shaman Yet Min met a monk who was accepted as an apprentice. I was not yet 50 years old when I reached the peak of my prime, making everyone admire me. After becoming famous, Shaman Yet Min also entered the royal palace of Trong Kuang country to serve the royal palace and secretly protect Tran and his mother, Van Van. Seeing that, he thought with an incredulous face, quite complimenting a middle-aged bloodthirsty secret love plot. Suddenly 3 people appeared on the roof. One of them spoke loudly, one of them did not expect to escape. Hearing that, the 2 of them looked in that direction in surprise. As the national teacher, he had an unpredictable and serious face as he approached them and said, "Shaman Yet Min, you are really useless and thought you could solve them, but you didn't expect that you were entangled here with your daughter's love affairs." Seeing this, he said with a frightened face, and another former prince came from behind the second prince to speak, who was the national teacher. The monk heard that and a green aura emitted from him with a concentrated expression and told them, "Take Van Van away before this place and I will block their way." The national master's eyebrows furrowed in annoyance and said, "Depending on you alone, can you stop me?" He pointed the sword at the national teacher and said, "If you don't try, how can you know?" Hearing that, they turned around and ran away, saying, "Quickly take advantage of this opportunity." The 2 subordinates following the national teacher chased after them and loudly said, "Don't even dream of running away." Elsewhere, the female subordinate respectfully looked at Vong Deep and said, "Our master will now kill that second prince." She calmly replied, "Wait a little longer, it's not the right time." Returning to the 2 people Tali and Hung Dat, Tali moved his magic to emit a large fire towards the pursuers and shouted loudly, "Don't chase after him anymore." But he didn't know there was someone silently helping him behind. Just see the light rising. The 2 men were burned alive by the fire he created and screamed pitifully, "Ah!" He saw this with an incredulous face and said, "I am so powerful now, why do the 2 customs officers say they copied it?" Then he calmed down and looked at the second prince and said, "What should we do now? The big battle cannot be solved. We just keep running like this, it's not the way." The second prince looked at him worriedly and said, "Go deep into the palace. An agency needs the bloodline of the 2 royal families to be able to open and thereby abolish the palace's decrees." Hearing that, he quickly said, "So what are we waiting for? Let's quickly enter the palace." Suddenly a voice came, "Don't go in such a hurry." Hearing that, he sweated and turned towards that direction and said, "Who is that again?" Vong Deep approached the two of them and happily said, "Mr. Tu, we meet again. This time do you have a poem to give me?" When they saw someone coming, the two of them said at the same time, "Miss Wen." Li saw that she was no longer frightened and touched her forehead and said, "It's late at night, why are you here scaring us to death?" Looking towards her, he saw a yellow book displayed above her head and immediately thought, "Isn't she also a yellow script? Maybe she has good cultivation qualities." When he saw the book open on its own, he thought, "Wait a minute, I didn't complete the mission, why did the script open on its own?" On it shows Mac Lan in yellow. Seeing that, his expression changed. Imagining her placing her hand on his head, he immediately panicked. Mac Lan was the one who unexpectedly came here. She looked shy but had already begun to pull out the whip in her hand and said, "Of course why she came here." Then she swung the whip forward and said, "She took the second prince's life." Seeing that, he immediately stood in front of Hung Dat and said, "Old hero, be careful." When he saw the whip being swung at the second prince, he worriedly asked, "Old Su, are you okay? I didn't expect that she was someone from the other princes, furthermore, she was clearly not at a low level, before that, I was completely deceived by her." Faced with the thoughtful look of the second prince, he continued, "We are not her opponent so let's run away." He thought at this moment, fortunately this piece of jade pendant, Mac Lan is the original hero if she just resisted, if you don't die, you'll be disabled. He held up the jade pendant and whispered, "This is the jade pendant the Holy Master gave me that can block an all-out move from the original hero. Moreover, after this jade pendant is broken, it can also randomly teleport us to somewhere else." Not letting him think too much, she swung another whip at them and said, "Let me see how you will avoid this time." He used all his strength to throw the jade pendant onto the ground and dust began to appear before her surprised look and said loudly, "Go." The second prince, surrounded by dust, saw this and said, "This is old too." He closed his eyes and said, "The teleportation must have been successful." At this time a voice rang out, "Why don't you open your eyes yourself?" Hearing that, he was so scared that his whole body felt like a thunderbolt had passed through him, startled and said, "Wait, this is the voice." He opened his mouth in surprise and said loudly, "Why did you follow me here?" She returned with a gentle smile and said, "What are you talking about? I'm not going anywhere and you're not going anywhere either." He felt like he was about to explode and gritted his teeth in panic as he said, "If he died, he would just teleport away alone, then what kind of formation did this damn spiritual tool use?" Then she calmly continued, "Even if the target of my assassination has disappeared, let's also calculate all the debt from the previous day." At this moment, he could only pretend to be ignorant, put his hand behind his head and stammer out, "We have no hatred or resentment, we just met once at the department store, so there is no debt to calculate." At this moment, her eyes seemed to see through what he was thinking and said, "Oh, you really don't know me." Then only a puff of smoke was seen. A familiar figure appeared and she said, "What about now?" She put on a seductive look and said, "Do you remember now?" At this moment, his face was no longer a drop of blood and sweat poured out involuntarily, thinking to himself, "My life is over." She changed her attitude, her eyes turned red and she looked at him, licking his lips and saying, "To Li, we have a lot of time today, let's play slowly." Hung Dat looked surprised and confused and said, "Why was I sent into the palace of other people, Lu Lao too?" The people around saw him and were surprised. As for Hadot, he calmly approached and asked, "Second brother, are you back?" He frowned slightly uncomfortably, looked at the third prince and said, "Do you know what kind of crime it is to collude with the outer sect?" The third prince glanced at him and said, "It has come to this point, why are these things still important? In the end, the winner will be able to be crowned king, who dares to punish the guilty?" Hearing that, he shouted with anger on his face, "I have no intention of competing for the throne, let my mother-in-law and my sister go, I'll let you handle it." The third prince immediately gritted his teeth and laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha, second brother, rest assured that concubine Tan and her 8 sisters will definitely be taken out of the palace, but after I ascend the throne, it will only be an exchange to get along, only body." He was angry, his expression changed as he looked at the third prince, shouting indignantly and animalistically. The third prince did not care and shouted at his subordinates to kill him for me. When his subordinates heard the command, they all rushed towards him like hungry tigers. But without waiting for them to get closer, there was suddenly a blast of air that filled the sky with dust, causing them to fly away. He was supported by that airflow. "That's Ha Lu Lu." She looked at the third prince without expression, wondering if the third brother was surprised to see Lulu. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger, with some panic in his eyes as he looked at her and said, "No, you're not Lulu, who are you?" She calmly said, "Third brother is really confused, Lulu is Lulu, Lulu, now ask third brother something, please die." After that statement, I only heard a loud scream, "Ah!" She said again, "No need to say, I understand. Before entering the Jade Realm, I will smoothly ascend the throne and not let others pay attention to me, and my kingdom will definitely get it by luck." In another development, Li was being tortured and screamed miserably, "Ah!" He put his hands on his chest and looked at Mak Naguyat in panic and said, "My demon girl advises you not to be too harsh." She looked at him with fierce eyes, her tongue slanted around her lips and said hungrily, "This is too much, I haven't used all my strength yet." Hearing that, he closed his eyes in resignation and said, "A gentleman would rather die than be humiliated, so kill me." Suddenly a large black hole appeared in the sky. She thought to herself in surprise, "Who is coming?" Seeing Tian Van running from afar, Li loudly called her name and said, "Tian Van, don't come here, go quickly." Mak Lan licked her lips and said, "Since you've come, then don't go." Tian Van walked to Li and said, "Senior brother, this is the transmission talisman given by the Holy Master, please hold me tight." He turned to look at her in surprise and asked, "What?" She looked up at the blue light approaching her and him and said, Why didn't the teleportation talisman work?" Suddenly she opened her arms wide, her eyes wide open and said, "Brother, be careful." He moved in front of her, shielding her. He turned back to look at her and said, "The people of this spiritual tool hall must be lazy again. Tian Van, I will help you support, you should go quickly." Hearing that, Mak Lan immediately used his tail to wrap her tightly and he spoke again, "Don't even try to leave." She was squeezed so tightly that it hurt and she screamed. He heard her scream but couldn't do anything. He said helplessly, "Tian Van, then I thought to myself, hateful, the wound on my body." Mak Lan swung her away and said, "It was considered that there were no more obstacles. Go away, no one will bother us now." He heard that, even though he was lying on the ground helplessly, he still tried to speak, "Tian Van, you let go, what have you done to my junior sister?" Mak Lan stood with her arms crossed, smirked and replied, "Don't worry, she just fainted." Suddenly Mak Lan heard something and turned around and said, "What sound? Why, Li?" She flew up, colored light radiating around her. Mak Lan said in surprise, "Quat Tian Van, haven't you fainted?" "That's not right, you're not Quat Tian Van, who are you?" She looked at Mak Lan and said, "Dare to hurt senior brother, you deserve to die." Mak Lan looked at her with a scared face and whispered, "Why did her aura suddenly become so powerful?" Ling Tu had felt something from afar, so she turned around and said, "This feeling is from far away." Mak Lan was surprised, her eyes widened and she said, "You are not hiding from Tian Van." In my heart I thought, I am not this person's opponent, if I stay I can only die, run fast. That terrible aura, what exactly is in Quat Tian Van's body? In the royal palace. Ling Tu walked in, looked up at the sky, and spoke, finally solving my brother's problem before the dragon energy began to gather in the morning. The royal capital of Shangkuan Kingdom was now covered with dragon energy. Ling Tu frowned and said, "It's not enough, just this much dragon energy is not enough." Ling Tu walked over and saw Li lying on Tian Van's lap. Crossed his arms and said, "What an unexpected sight, a snake can actually take care of a man. I want a hand and a pair of eyes from this man." Hearing that, Tian Van's eyes immediately became red, his aura was fiery, and a snake appeared behind him. Ling Tu looked at her helplessly and said, "Don't be so stingy, but it seems like you have awakened, but not completely yet. Interesting, when you fully awaken, I still don't believe that based on your heartless nature, can you still protect this man?" Li was lying in the palace hall and suddenly called out, "Tian Van. This is me, where am I, where is Tian Van?" He sat up, saw her lying next to him and said, "Tian Van. It's okay, just fell asleep." Old Hung came in, saw him sitting up, and said, "Old Tu, are you awake?" He looked at Mr. Hung, wondering, "Mr. Hung, why are you here, what happened?" Old Hung replied, "After being teleported to the palace, I met the other princes, and was knocked unconscious by a blast of power, and after all, I was already here. What happened during that time, I also don't know. Suddenly, the voice of His Highness the Second Prince, Takong Tu, came from outside, inviting him. Old Hung and he were both surprised when they heard Tan Huang's name. At the Masters Guild Hall, the imperial city of Tiankuang country, sunlight shines down on the magnificent palace. Outside the closed door, there are 3 serious guards standing guard. Inside the palace, Hung Dat walked up the stairs step by step, asking what happened and why did you become the new emperor. He increased the volume of his voice and called out her name, Lulu. Ha Lulu turned her head and glanced at him and spoke, brother. Ha Lulu rolled his eyes and said, brother and sister didn't know what was going on. The royal brother suddenly died, and then the dragon energy of the entire country condensed on you. Hung Dat and Li were frightened at the same time, eyes widening and saying loudly, what, dragon energy condensed on her body? Li slightly frowned as she thought, no wonder the content of Ha Lulu's script reached its peak, unique to the ages, but if she could absorb the dragon energy of the country, then wouldn't she only be able to enter the world? Ko became a female emperor, how did she cultivate immortality? An old man dressed in purple, clasped his hands together respectfully and said, from the 2nd prince, the 8th princess, the dragon soul of the Kangkuang country gathered into the 8th princess. Her destiny will be tied to the Kangkuang country. The 8th princess must be crowned emperor, otherwise the cause and effect will be heavy. Billions of people of the commercial kingdom will be scattered everywhere. Hundreds of families will suffer. Hung Dat put his hands on his hips, raised one hand and scratched his head, looking at Ha Lulu, a bit awkward, but Lulu was still young, still a girl, how could she convince the masses? Ha Lulu silently raised her head and looked at him, saying nothing. Another old man dressed in blue also clasped his hands and raised his head to look at Hung Dat and Ha Lulu and said, tell the 2nd prince, the North Town General Tun Bin, Binte General Trong Duan, the father of the country Han Ke and the ministers are already waiting outside the palace to pay their respects to the new emperor. Hung Dat frowned slightly, raised his hand and said, your answer is, the ministers have accepted Lulu as the new emperor, but not long ago they still tried their best to support the prince. Why just for one night, has changed. The purple-robed old man clasped his hands together and smiled. The other mandarins saw with their own eyes the dragon soul entering the princess's body, the fortunes of the nation and the nation gathered on the princess, and then the mandarins wholeheartedly assisted. Princess Bowl. Hung Dat smiled on his lips, looked at the old ministers and said, if that's the case, then that's all. From now on I will always be by Lulu's side, wholeheartedly supporting her. Another old man wearing blue clothes clasped his hands and said, your highness the 2nd prince, absolutely impossible. Hung Dat asked, why? The other old mandarin standing below also spoke up. After the 8 princesses and the dragon fortune merged, Kam Tian Jiam took over the 8 princesses, the 8 princesses' fate, and became the emperor to rule over all things. But if there are brothers and sisters around, not only the 2nd prince, but also the 8th princess will be in danger of their lives. Hung Dat frowned tightly, eyes widened and shouted, what, that's impossible, how could I leave Lulu alone? Ha Lulu reached out and grabbed a corner of Hung Dat's shirt, gently calling, brother. Then Ha Lulu stepped forward, her eyes showing determination. She said, Lulu wants, let's try. Hung Dat stood to the side looking at her and called, Lulu. Ha Lulu glanced at him with sharp eyes and said, if the destiny of Tiankuang nation has merged with mine, then I must take on the task of being the ruler of Tiankuang nation. Tiankuang nation is my place. When it grows up, I want to make it grow strong and prosperous. I want its white nature to live in peace and happiness. Hung Dat sadly looked at her and called, Lulu. Li closed his eyes and reached out his hand to say, your younger sister wants to shoulder the burden herself, you should let go too. Follow me back to the holy land of Am's spirit. Hung Dat frowned at him and shouted, old too. Li squinted her eyes and smiled and said, thinking for a moment, Hung Dat closed his eyes and said, hey, Lulu has grown up, don't force yourself. If anything doesn't work, send a message to the sickle spirit holy land. Even if my brother dies, it will take me away from Tiankuang kingdom. Ha Lulu looked at him and said, brother and sister understand. Night falls on another palace. Kwa Tian Van was sleeping. She tightened the corner of the blanket in her mouth and softly made a sound, hum, hum. Then she opened her eyes wide, her face showing panic. She screamed loudly, snakes, too many snakes. Li helped her up, hugged her gently and asked, Tian Van, are you having a nightmare? Kwa Tian Van looked up at him and said, senior brother, are you okay? Li gently stroked her hair. He looked at her and smiled and said, it's okay, we're all saved. The Shangkuang kingdom's business is over. We'll be able to return to the holy land of the spirit soon. Kwa Tian Van nestled in his arms, closed her eyes and gently said, okay, where is senior brother? Tian Van is there. The conference hall, the royal citadel of Tiankuang Huac, has magnificent architecture. Solemn guards stand guard outside. From inside there is a loud shout, long live the emperor, long live the king, long live the king. Lu, beautiful and majestic in a female emperor's outfit, stood on high, watching everyone celebrate the imperial war of the Tianquan country. With the 8 princesses ascending the throne, the curtain had fallen, the destiny was declared, known as the rebellious crown prince in history. Away from the solemn atmosphere of the coronation ceremony, now on the road between the green mountains and forests, Lu stood silently looking at Hung Dat. He scratched his head and looked at her and said, Lu, brother really has to go. Lu looked at him intently and said, brother, rest assured, Lu can do it. Hung Dat closed his eyes and smiled softly. Li leaned over and waved her hand in front of him, smiling and said, when you should let go, you must learn to let go. Let's go, Mr. Hung. Tian Van went first, Li followed. He turned his head slightly to glance at Hung Dat. Hung Dat turned and looked back, his eyes filled with unbearable nostalgia. Lu smiled and waved at them. An old minister suddenly appeared behind her, clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, there is a letter from the envoy of the Xia country. Lu turned her head slightly, glanced at him, and said coldly, kill her, put her head in a beautiful brocade box, and send it back to Hawkwok. The old man in blue shirt looked worried, clasped his hands together and asked if that was inappropriate. Lu coldly looked at him and said, what is wrong? I not only want to kill his messenger, but also want to defeat his Ha kingdom. She crossed her arms over her chest, glanced at him and continued, I must make the dynasties throughout the world, 9 continents, tame our country. She thought to herself, the fate of all dynasties belongs to her. Ta. Vu is often windy, the mountains are endless, the high peaks are surrounded by white clouds. Li smiled excitedly and said to Tian Van, we're finally back, we can go have a drink and chase away this bad luck. Tian Van looked at him attentively and smiled. Li stood still and glanced at Hung Dat. Hung Dat put his arm around his shoulder, smiled and said, come on, old two, I'll invite you to the female ticket room for a few drinks. Suddenly a bird flew in, dropped a letter from its feet and said, Li, Hung Dat have letters. Hung Dat and Li simultaneously reached out to receive the letter. Both looked at the letter in their hands, both looked at each other with serious faces, and said in unison, this is the order of the Holy Master. The huge, magnificent palace of the Holy Master of the Temple appeared. Chu Vo Tin looked at Li and Hung Dat with a serious face and said, so many things like this have happened, it is extremely lucky that the two of you can return safely. He stroked his beard, frowned and thought to himself, the previous hexagram was, the hidden dragon emerged from the abyss. Where did the hidden dragon in the hexagram finally appear? Could it be that the hidden dragon refers to the female emperor Lu ascending the throne? Chu Vo Tin sat on the chair and stretched out his arms to say to Li and Hung Dat, you probably still don't know, after you left Tianquan Kingdom, the female emperor who had just ascended the throne set up an army to attack Hawkwok, the country. The ruler of the Xia nation sent envoys 3 times to ask for peace, but they were all killed. The Xia nation was about to perish. Dat and Li were scared, opened their mouths and stared in disbelief and shouted at the same time, what? The sky is blue, the air is fresh, the warm sunlight shines on the tiled roof of the main room. Li turned to look at Hung Dat and said, Mr. Hung, I really didn't expect that your sister is actually so powerful. Hung Dat frowned as he looked at him. To be honest, I didn't expect that. Li glanced at Hung Dat and remained silent. Hung Dat silently looked into the distance and thought, Lu, when did it change so much? Li frowned and stared at a certain point, lost in thought. Fortunately, I did not offend her, this is not a simple woman at all. Li stood on the big sword and the sword began to fly away. Standing on the sword flying forward, he opened the system to see. The system appeared. Ding! The results of the Tianquan country's throne contest had been checked. The destiny points had been calculated. Finished. Li looked intently at the system. The system appeared. One host had a certain role in changing Hung Dat's destiny and was awarded 1,000 destiny points. 2 hosts occupied one position. He will definitely not forget Lu's heart for the rest of his life, receiving 4,000 destiny points. 3 hosts have a certain influence on the fate of the Kangkuang nation overnight. Those affected to a certain extent include Crown Prince Tianquan Kwok, omitted the name of the rewarder by 2,000 points, for a total of 7,000 points. Please check the host. While surfing on the flying sword, Li opened her eyes wide and looked at the notice board saying, this time she made a big deal, not only saved old Hung, but also how much fish she earned. Li landed from the air and landed on the ground. He said, we have to think carefully about how to use these destiny points, whether we want to upgrade our skills or improve our cultivation first. Suddenly Anan Ling rushed in and hugged him, shouting loudly, brother. Li was a little startled and said, Anan Ling, what's going on? Anan Ling raised her head and said with tears in her eyes, "Senior brother, please go see senior sister Tian Van. Sister, something is not right at all." Li patted her shoulder, looking worried and asked, "How is Tian Van?" Anan Ling opened her eyes wide and said in panic, "After her sister returned, she immediately fell asleep. Since then, she has only had nightmares. She said that she dreamed of many giant snakes, wing. After that, the sister fell asleep again, still not awake." Li pushed open the door, leaned over, looked inside and shouted, "Tian Van." Tian Van lay on the bed in a daze, constantly calling, "Snake, snake." Seeing her lying on the bed, Li quickly walked over and kept calling, "Tian Van, please wake up, it's my senior brother here, please wake up." Anan Ling stood next to her. She raised her head to look at him and said, since her sister fell back asleep, she seemed to be haunted by a nightmare. No matter what, she couldn't wake up. Li stood opposite her, silently listening to her words. After that, Li immediately turned around and left. Before leaving, he glanced at her and advised, "Anan Ling, take good care of Tian Van. Let me go find someone." Anan Ling looked at her back. He was silent for a moment. Anan Ling lowered her head to look at the white snake and asked, "Sister, will it be okay?" Sa curled up in the blanket, raised her head and stuck out her small tongue to say, "Her story is not ordinary." Anan Ling raised Sa with both hands and looked at her intently, saying, "Do you know what happened to your sister? Can you wake her up?" White Snake curled up in Anan Ling's arms, his eyes serious. It was hard to say whether it could be awakened or not, but as far as I know, there is only one type of giant snake with wings. Sa opened his eyes wide and saw a yellow snake behind it carrying red fire like lava. Sa said, "It was an ancient snake." Anan Ling lowered her head to look at Sa, frowned and asked, "Ancient snake, what is that?" Looking at Tian Van, who was still lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Sa continued, "This woman is absolutely related to that ancient snake." Tian Van opened her eyes wide awake, her face was full of worry, her whole body was sweating. Anan Ling brought a plate of red medicinal pills and approached Tian Van, looking at her worriedly and asking, "Sister Tian Van, you are finally awake." Tian Van glanced at Anan Ling with wide eyes. Tian Van opened his eyes wide and looked at Anan Ling with a smile and asked, "What am I doing?" Anan Ling opened her eyes wide, her face worried and said, "After you fell asleep, you were still in a dream and couldn't wake up. Senior brother and I were so worried that we wanted to die." Just then, Li pushed the door open and walked in. He said impatiently, "Quickly, Elder Tuok, my junior sister is here." Li walked to the bed, smiled and asked, "Tian Van, you're awake?" Li lifted Tian Van up. She looked at him and said, "Sorry, I made my senior brother worry." Li reached out and stroked her hair and said, "It's okay, as long as you wake up." Li looked intently at the system. The system appeared. One host had a certain role in changing Hung Dat's destiny and was awarded 1,000 destiny points. 2 hosts occupied one position. He will definitely not forget Ha Lulu's heart for the rest of his life, receiving 4,000 destiny points. 3 hosts have a certain influence on the fate of the Kang Kuang nation overnight. Those affected to a certain extent include Crown Prince Tianj Kuang Kwok, omitted the name of the rewarder by 2,000 points, for a total of 7,000 points. Please check the host. While surfing on the flying sword, Li opened her eyes wide and looked at the notice board saying, this time she made a big deal, not only saved old Hung, but also how much fish she earned. Li landed from the air and landed on the ground. He said, "We have to think carefully about how to use these destiny points, whether we want to upgrade our skills or improve our cultivation first." Suddenly Anan Ling rushed into him and hugged him, shouting loudly, "Senior brother." Li was a little startled and said, "Anan Ling, what's going on?" Anan Ling raised her head and said with tears in her eyes, "Senior brother, you should go see senior sister Tian Van. Senior sister, something is not right at all." Li patted her shoulder, looking worried and asked, "What's wrong with Tian Van?" Anan Ling opened her eyes and said with a panicked face, "After the senior sister returned, she fell asleep, then woke up from a dream all the time, saying she dreamed of many big snakes with wings, and then the senior sister fell asleep again, still not awake yet." Li pushed open the door, leaned over, looked inside and shouted, "Tian Van." Tian Van lay on the bed in a daze, constantly calling, "Snake, snake." Seeing her lying on the bed, Li quickly walked over and repeatedly called, "Tian Van, wake up, it's the senior brother coming, wake up." Anan Ling stood next to him. She raised her head to look at him and said, since her sister fell asleep again, it was as if she was haunted by a dream, she couldn't wake up no matter what. Li stood opposite her, silent, listened to her. After that, Li immediately turned around and left. Before leaving, he glanced at her and advised, Anan Ling, you take good care of Tian Van, I will invite someone to come here. Anan Ling looked at his back silently, for a moment. Anan Ling lowered her head to look at the white snake and asked, Senior Sister Tian Van, will everything be okay? Li helped Quat Tian Van up, held her in his arms and gently looked at her calling, Tian Van. Looking at her eyes closed, he thought to himself, Tian Van is always calm and self-controlled, this is the first time seeing her. He retreated with me. Li turned around, glanced at Li and said, Sorry, Elder Tuok first. What about you? Before Li could finish his sentence, he turned around and saw Quat Tian Ca waking up and sitting behind him. Quat Tian Van opened her eyes wide as she looked at him and said, Senior Sister Anan Ling has sent Elder Tuok out, now there are only senior brothers and me here. She leaned into Li's arms, closed her eyes and said, Brother, I thought we couldn't go back anymore. Li put his arm on her shoulder to reassure her. Li let Quat Tian Van lie down. He looked at her and said gently, Silly girl, senior brother is lucky and has a great life. With senior brother here, nothing will happen. Quat Tian Van said, Brother, we've already said it, we'll never separate. After speaking, she sat up and hugged his shoulders tightly, placing a kiss on Li's cheek. Li's eyes widened in surprise, ears spread out. Under the clear blue sky, a small house located in the green forest at the foot of a peaceful mountain, Quat Tian Van's voice rang out, Brother, I can't stand it anymore. Li said, Be good, try to endure a little, almost done. Quat Tian Van's cheeks were puffed up, tears were about to overflow. She frowned and said, Oh, senior brother. Li sat on the bed and raised her hand to feed Quat Tian Van medicine. He gently coaxed, The medicine is bitter and painful. This is the medicine Elder Tuok prescribed. You must take it all. Then he laid Li down, gently looked at her and said, After taking the medicine, rest well. The Holy Master came to me for something. I have to take a trip to the Holy Master's peak. Quat Tian Van sat up and looked at him. She held out her hand and said, Okay, brother, come home early. With you by my side, Tian Van is afraid he will have a nightmare. Li stood up, his face was a little pink. He said, Okay, I will definitely return immediately. I couldn't help but think to myself, Tian Van is so cute when she's sick, I'm afraid I won't be able to stand seeing her anymore. Warm sunlight shines on the roof of the Holy Master's roof. Li's voice echoes, Lord Holy Master, you are looking for me. In the large room, Holy Master Chu Vo Tin was sitting at the table drinking tea. When he saw Li entering, he said, Young man, come and see this. Li picked up the document and looked at it attentively. He read and said, This is the document of the 10 sects trial. Some shadows of different sects appeared. Li said, The so-called 10 sect trials were the secret trial activities held every 50 years by an alliance of 10 sects and 7 sects, such as Qianling Holy Land, Tian Tuat Holy Land, Fat Tran Holy Land, the depth of the outsiders, forming the 10 sects. The silhouettes of the sects surrounded and attacked a shadow of a monster. Li continued, Each time the secret trial was different, the sects would choose 10 outstanding disciples to participate. Ordinary people, leading the group were all saints and saints. Li looked at Chu Vo Tin and smiled and said, Does the Holy Master want me to lead the group to participate in the 10 sect trials? Chu Vo Tin poured tea and brought it in front of Li. He smiled and said, That's right, but don't worry, I don't intend to let you be the Holy Master who has already been chosen as Mok Lu. Li took a position opposite Chu Vo Tin. He sat down and said, So why aren't Brother Mok and Girl Gang leading the team? Chu Vo Tin looked at him and smiled and said, Originally, this time I wanted to let Nin Chi lead Mok Lu to gain some fame. Later I thought, Mok Lu could reasonably organize the ceremony for the Holy Sun. Chu Vo Tin sat across from Li. He told him, but Nin Chi said she had urgent matters to deal with, so she had already left the Holy Land. Li asked back, It was urgent. Chu Vo Tin raised the teacup. He closed his eyes and said, Nin Chi has been looking for a girl in recent years, but when he couldn't find one, it even disturbed his mood, affecting his future practice. This time he finally got it. News, she just hurriedly left. Let it go. This is her business. Don't mention it anymore. Li's whole body was covered in sweat. He raised his fist to his mouth and said, But Holy Master, I just moved to the palace, and in my heart I thought, even if the Holy Woman is not here, she won't come to visit me. Lead the group. Chu Vo Tin looked at him and smiled and said, What's wrong? Even though you've just reached the cave palace level, you're famous. Li looked at him silently, thinking to herself, That's not right, there is absolutely nothing mysterious here. Li took out a blue scroll and held it up. He smiled and said, In here is the diary of a day from the time he woke up to the time he went to sleep of junior sister Tan Tu Tu. Chu Vo Tin rushed forward and tried to snatch the bamboo scroll from Li's hand. He said, "Show me, quickly." Li quickly escaped. He smiled brightly and held up the scroll in his hand. Li closed her eyes and frowned seriously, saying, "Holy Master, I can't let you see this. The two of us are already so familiar with this matter of leading the group. Please tell me the truth. In the end it's because why do you keep asking me to lead the group?" Chu Vo Tin looked at him seriously and said, "Actually, it's not that I want you to go. It's Miss Fong Deep of Fan Tran Holy Land who talked to me. So Fan Tran's master directly asked me, 'Can I let you go?' I immediately pushed the boat along." The two sat facing each other. Li asked, "That's all? Can Miss Tu's photo be shown to me?" Chu Vo Tin looked at him and said, "Yes." Li frowned slightly and thought, feeling that the Holy Master was not telling the truth, there must be hidden feelings.